Chapter 1. Pain, so much pain. It was nothing new. She could not remember a single day untainted by the terrible pain since she was infected by the spell. And yet, it was so overbearing, so tyrannical, that she was barely able to form a coherent thought. Quite troublesome, considering the high-stakes duel she was facing. In front of her was Sunny, covered in so much blood, though most of it was not his own, she thought, proud of her first student. And dust, so much that he could barely be recognized as human. She did not know how he did it, but he had seemingly gotten a second wind. She appreciated it. It would make it easier to fake her defeat. At their side lay the gate that would free them from this terrible nightmare. And yet only one of them could use it. Only one would escape from the living hell they had been inhabiting for a year. It vexed her to no end. So much time and effort to plan a way out, only for it all to come crashing down right at the finish line. Feeling another tremor beneath her feet, she decided it was time to end it. The pain, an old and terrible friend by now, was steadily getting worse, and she still needed to get out of the spire after he escaped. And so she intensified her flames. Pain, so much pain, until the white radiance illuminated the vast balcony. "Are you ready, Sunny?" she asked, her voice cold and firm despite only wanting to lie down and cry. She would do almost anything to stop the pain coursing through every fiber of her being. He looked at her, a million thoughts crossing his mind in the time it took her to blink. Finally, he exhaled softly and painfully, given the grimace it caused, and answered, "I'm not." "What about you?" he said, an attempt at a smile plastered on his face. "I am." She was not. She took a step forward, pain, firmly, ready to dash at Sunny to engage in what would be their last clash. He did the same, his face set in a grimace of both pain and determination. She aimed low, showcasing only the smallest of hints about her intentions. She hoped he would catch on. He did. His tachi met her sword in a deafening clash of steel, and then, too fast for her to react, or at least that was what she hoped he would think, he took one of his hands off the weapon and aimed a punch at her side, right at one of her worst wounds. She moved fast, but not fast enough to avoid it completely. It was just a grazing hit, and yet her mind exploded in pain. So terrible that she blacked out for a fraction of a second. That fraction of a second was the turning point. His tachi was already striking again, too fast for her to react even if she could. Given the direction, it would be a debilitating wound, maybe even enough to conclude the duel, yet not lethal, even if she was unable to heal herself. He had to know how durable she was. He could surely escape before she died. It warmed her dulled heart more than she thought possible. By this point, only a sliver of her humanity remained under the tyranny of her flaw. To think he did not want to kill her even under such stakes. She never thought she would one day have to chastise him for being too soft on his greatest enemy. For what else was she? She knew it, his darkest secret, the one that would irreparably destroy their relationship. And why did it hurt so much to think such a thing? And turn them into bitter foes if she ever used it. She knew him, maybe even better than she knew herself. And she knew that if she ever used it, he would never stop until he was free, whether it was through her death or his. It was then, as she was looking at him, that the world ground to a halt in a perfect moment of stillness. In that instant, she was able to appreciate the scene in front of her. The black edge of his weapon reflecting the light of her flames in the most sinister of ways, the firm line of his jaw, the pools of darkness that were his eyes, full of determination, of his unbreakable will to live, something she quietly admired. And was that fear? Fear not for himself, but for her. She could see it. The way his hands trembled, the crease of his brows as if asking himself why she had not started to dodge or parry the blow, the growing horror in his eyes as he realized she was not going to avoid it. It was as if it would hurt Sunny even more than it would hurt her. The moment advanced slowly, almost glacially, as she saw his muscles strain in a futile attempt to stop himself. It was too late. They both knew it. It was then, as she braced for the pain the strike would bring, that her will faltered. Only for a fraction of a second. Nothing but the human instinct of avoiding pain. And yet that was all it took. Lost from light, stop. Those were the words that started it all. She could not see them, could not touch them. Nobody but the gods themselves could perceive them in any appreciable form. But her heart, her very soul, felt it. Countless golden chains erupted from her body, some small enough to start, and end in practically the same place. Others so big, so unfathomably massive that their purpose might as well have been to bind the sun itself. They slithered in the air like serpents, swaying as if searching for prey. All too soon. Not even a fraction of a second after she uttered the dreadful words, they stood still, like a predator who had finally found its mark. Impossibly fast, they pounced upon their objective. Her lips had barely stopped moving. He did not even have time to process her words, and yet it was done. The chains lashed around him. Ferociously, voraciously, possessively. A shadow was not meant to be without a master. Not now, not ever. Time could pass. The waking world could turn to dust. The sun itself could burn out. And yet their bond would still exist as long as they were both alive. Just as strong as the first day. Just as domineering. Just as tyrannical. That, she knew. She should have been horrified. It should have felt as painful as using her aspect for hours on end, perhaps more. She had betrayed him, enslaved him. And yet, she did not feel horror. For it was a wondrous feeling. Their bond was so reassuring. In such close proximity, she could almost feel it. A stalwart presence in a world consumed by pain and by the bleak idea of the many tribulations yet to come. It was like a warm blanket on a cold day, like being embraced by her father, like hearing a bedtime story from her grandmother. The knowledge that no matter what, there was someone in the world who would always be by her side. And was not that a comforting thought? No matter the difficulty or peril to be faced. Then the glorious moment of stillness ended, and reality reasserted itself. His arms stopped abruptly, so abruptly that she heard something snap in them, and just in time. The distance between the Tachi and her chest was so thin that a strand of hair would not have passed. It was then that her words registered. She could see it in real time as she took a step back, just out of reach. Shock, confusion, doubt, denial. All of them and more passed through Sunny's eyes, all overshadowed by the pure, primordial horror that finally encompassed them and did not go away. His body lay as unmoving as a statue. No, even a statue could be considered lively in comparison to the pure stillness forced upon him. Such was the power of her command. It was that horror that finally snapped her out of the bliss induced by the bond. She had just committed the greatest of sins. How dare she be happy? The look in his eyes, just as unmoving as the rest of his body, yet expressing so much, was forever etched in her memory. She did not think she had ever felt as much pain, as much betrayal, as much hatred, not even toward the ghouls who had taken everything from her, as she felt in that gaze. You can, she started to speak, but had to stop. She knew what would happen if she released the command. You can move, but cannot leave your position, nor attack or harm me in any way. The last part. Oh, the last part, filled her with shame, even more than before, impossible as that felt. And yet she still said it, like a puppet whose strings, or were they chains, had finally been put to use. Sunny came back to life. He took a deep and desperate breath. She belatedly realized he had not even been able to breathe under her command, and then started coughing violently. Globs of blood erupted from his mouth in a harrowing fashion. Oh, how? He asked amidst coughs, sounding desperate, as if he wanted to delude himself into thinking it had not happened, that she had not violated him in a way that could not be undone, that she had achieved it through a secret memory or a hidden part of her aspect. Reality, as far too often, was far too cruel to allow such a possibility. Cassie told me. A year ago, she had a vision in which you revealed your true name. Why was she speaking so coldly, so indifferently? She had to apologize, to promise never to abuse her power. But she could not. She had already done it. Momentary weakness or not, she had done it. Once done, it could not be taken back. And so she said nothing, her face composed as ever. She expected many reactions, rage, insults, even denial, though she doubted he would act that way. But what he did instead surprised her. She certainly did not expect him to start laughing. A laugh, as she had investigated thoroughly when one of her caretakers told her it would help her connect better with those around her, should be considered beautiful, heartwarming, comforting even. This was not such a laugh. It was hoarse, painful, full of sorrow and hatred. For what felt like eternity he laughed. When he stopped, a bitter smile was already present on his pale face. Congratulations, Neff. You got me. The bitterness was clear in his voice, tinged with resignation. It did not take her long to realize what kind of resignation it was. The murder in his eyes made it clear enough. Whatever she was going to say was interrupted by another tremor. The spire did not have much time left. He glanced around, then shrugged, as if it was no longer his problem. What are you waiting for? Go on. Leave. I still have to escape this place once you are gone. He was already looking around, planning the way to descend the spire and hopefully survive its crumbling. His shadow detached itself, exploring in advance. But was it just her imagination, or did the usually friendly creature, friendly to her, at least, despite all of Sunny's complaints, throw a hateful stare at her? No, she was getting desperate. There was little time left. She had to order him to escape before it was too late. No, what? You will not abandon me here. His voice was mocking, as if daring her to deny his words. Or is it that you did not want to enslave me at such an inconvenient moment? How pitiful. The perfect slave, and you will have to waste him in this spell-forsaken piece of trash of a tower. He was not even looking at her anymore. His face turned as he charted the safest way down with his shadow. He could not, however, hide the way his body trembled uncontrollably, overcome by an emotion too strong to be hidden. I did not. You did not what? He screamed, unable to hold back any more as he whipped around. His face contorted into a visage of fury. He visibly held himself back from continuing, then took a long breath. You did not want to steal my freedom? The only thing I have left in this cursed world? You did not want to betray every single moment we spent together. His eyes were glassy, like there was something wet in them. She was so shamefully slow to realize he was holding back tears. I was going to, she started to speak. But then, at the worst possible moment, the pain of her aspect combined with her wounds made her stop, overtaken by a fit of coughs just as violent as Sunny's. Spare me, Neff. He was not even angry anymore. The way his shoulders sagged, the way his fists, so painfully clenched until that moment, slowly opened, painted a vivid, pitiful picture. Justify it to yourself however you want. I do not want to hear it. Go. Just go already. She had so much to say, to explain. And yet what she thought was a momentary lapse of her treacherous will proved her wrong. For as much as she wanted to deny it, she was tempted to leave. Oh, so tempted. The forgotten shores were dangerous, with or without the dark sea. She had no clue where to even go, and she still had so much to do. Avenging her clan, the downfall of the spell, even reuniting with her mother. And Sunny was strong. Strong enough to almost catch up to her with just a year of training. If anyone besides her could do it, it was him. In a different world, a better world, she would have steeled her will and carried on with her initial plan. She would have ordered him to leave, then brave the gateway alone, finding a way out that would not compromise her ideals nor commit such a betrayal toward one of the people she valued most. This, she found, was not such a world. She stood frozen, undecided for an eternally long yet paradoxically short amount of time. Then she took a step toward the circle of runes that would cast her out of the nightmare. One step became two, and before she even realized it, she was already in front of the gateway. When she turned around to give him a last look, she saw only a stony visage, his eyes projecting a clear message. He would not beg. He would not plead. She could take his freedom. She could take possession of his body, but his mind and will were his own. She took a deep breath as she entered the circle of runes, and as it started glowing, she turned and looked firmly into his eyes. Her third betrayal, it turned out, was no less harrowing than the first two. Survive. Until you come back to me. You must survive. Whatever his response was going to be, she did not see. For the very moment she finished speaking, the light blinded her, and she was gone. Congratulations, sleeper Nephis. Your nightmare is over. Impossibly far and impossibly close from them, in a space that was, and yet was not, lay the grand weave of fate. A perfect machine comprised of an unfathomable number of strings. The weave flowed like a violent river, ever moving and unstoppable, carrying within it all that ever was and ever would be. However, the impossible happened. The strings of fate, the very ones that neither gods nor demons could presume to truly control, halted. The pause was small, so pitifully small in comparison to the grand machine that not even the grand and terrible Waver, firstborn of the demons, could have noticed it before its machinations resumed. The consequences, however, The consequences were a completely different matter. It would start slowly, impossible to perceive for all but the most perceptive and powerful of seers. But the ripple would be felt. A ripple that would start small, then become a wave. A wave that would become a tsunami. A tsunami that would become a terrifying beast. A beast poised to tear apart the very world in its ravenous jaws. If the Grand Waver, the one and only who could presume to have the faintest idea of the inner workings of the weave of fate, were to witness it. If the terrible demon who had created the spell, whose machinations spelled the end for both gods and demons, the one who heralded a new age, if they were to witness it, they would be horrified by the sight. The Grand Weave of Fate did not have a mind. It could not be considered sentient or cognizant in any way or form. And yet, if the weave were to have a face, it would be impossible to miss the delighted smile on it. Chapter 2. He stood still, staring at her place of departure long after she was gone, his mind completely blank. Sonny did not think. He did not dare to. If he did, something deep inside him would irreparably break. A terrifying tremor finally returned him to his senses. He had stayed too long. A single second of idleness more and his chances of escape would become zero. So he did not. Instead, he recalled the gloomy shadow and started to move. In just a few steps, he was already at the edge of the balcony and jumped. Only when he was already falling, the rising speed and wind battering his wounded body mercilessly, did he summon the dark wing. He ignored the fact that for a moment, he had considered not summoning it. The sudden deceleration was no less cruel to his body. His broken arms, for one, did not appreciate it in the slightest. But he had no time to complain. Boulders were falling around him, and he had to spend all his focus avoiding them. When he finally met the floor, he once again ran to the edge of it and jumped down to the next level. He did it again and again, death biting at his heels like a famished dog, whatever that was, until he finally reached the ground floor. Just then, a terrible tremor assaulted the Crimson Spire, greater than all those before it combined. The death wail of a once glorious monument to human will and ingenuity was just as pitiful and undignified as he expected, and far more depressing for it. He embraced himself with his shadow and ran with all his strength, the desperation to live burning so hot he could almost feel the blood and sweat covering him evaporating. Just in the nick of time, he managed to exit the spire before a huge piece of debris completely blocked the exit. He managed a few more steps before it hit him. Pain, a stab so deep, so intense, so all-encompassing that his mind almost crumbled. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is taking shape. The voice of the spell was merciless, showing no consideration for his plight as it delivered its message. An attribute has evolved. Did he just imagine it? Or did its voice tremble? He did not have the time to consider it before another wave of pain hit. So consumed was he by it that he only regained a sliver of consciousness when a house-sized rock fell at his side, mere steps away from crushing him. He tried to move. He tried to stand up. He did not even realize he had fallen amidst the pain, but he could not. The pain was just the final nail in the coffin. The exhaustion, the terrible wounds, both physical and mental, covering him were too much. He had asked too much of his body, and it could not give any more. He tried, he tried, but he could not. Burning with indignation yet unable to do anything about it, he fell down once more, unable to move a single muscle. He stared resentfully at the dark sky, wondering how long it would take for a rock to fall on him and end it all. Barely 10 minutes, and he was already going to die. How pitiful, how shameful, how utterly pathetic. What did he expect? He had deluded himself for far too long enough to almost believe it. The moment of truth came nonetheless, and reality cruelly reasserted itself. He was born a rat, lived like a rat, and so too would he die like a rat. What was that? Amidst the deafening crash of the Crimson Spire's collapse, he could swear he heard something. There, he heard it again. Sir, it started as a whisper, all too easily lost in the breeze, but it kept growing. Survive? Oh, so it was the voice of his dear master. It seemed even the barrier between the dream and waking world could not stop Changing Star from haunting him. Well, joke was on her. He could not lift a finger. Survive, survive, survive. Was it just his imagination, or was it growing louder? Survive, until you come back to me. You must survive. Stop. Survive. Please stop. Must. He was spent. He had neither the strength nor the will to rise again. In that dark moment of existence, his only wish was to cease. A swift end followed by sweet oblivion. To me, his wish, as far too often, when ignored. Survive. Louder, 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 and louder still the command kept repeating. Its tyrannical will would not be defied. His body, at least, could not. So he stood up with strength he did not even know he possessed, strength he did not possess, considering the anguished wail of his body at the movement, and started to run. He ran even as a rock hit him, small enough not to kill yet big enough for a bone, or many, to snap gruesomely. He ran, and when his legs failed him, he kept advancing on his knees. When his knees failed, he dragged himself forward. And when his arms failed too, he crawled like a worm. It could have been a second. It could have been all of eternity. Stars could be born and die in that span of time, and he would not realize. But then, at last, it was over. Your shadow is complete. Never did he think he would be so happy to hear the voice of the spell. For along with the message, the pain, at least the one in his soul, finally disappeared. He fought to keep consciousness. He needed to assess the situation, to hide. With all that noise, there would surely be nightmare creatures coming. He had to prepare. He could not. He did not. He blacked out, collapsing at the edge of the ruins that remained after the fall of the Crimson Spire. 5 years ago, Sonny hated working at the bar. The hours were long, the drunks were loud, the language crude even for him, the smell terrible, and the pay even worse. It said something about his life. Nothing good, that among the variety of odd jobs he did to stay alive, this one was the most tolerable. What more could he ask for? There was a ceiling over his head. He was not cold, although at times he would have preferred it to the suffocating warmth of human stench and smoke that enveloped the bar. Nobody was threatening him, though whether that was because he had broken the arm of the last one who tried, or because of unusual politeness on their part, he did not know. It was better than nothing. Nothing would make him desperate, and he knew what happened to the kids who became desperate. He shivered at the thought. He could still remember the tales some of the older kids told about it. At least the closing hour was approaching. Soon he would be free to leave the cursed place. With the pay, he could afford a synth paste tub. He could almost hear his stomach growl at the thought. It had been 2 days since he had eaten anything. There would even be a little left to put into his rainy day fund, a pun he was quite proud of. He could not let her starve when he finally rescued her. After all, glacially slow, the hour came, and he started gently ushering the drunks away. If he allowed them, they would stay all night. He could not afford that. Once he left, he would only have 4 hours of sleep before his next job. When the last one finally left, he started the arduous task of setting everything in order. A quick glance at the counter told him everything he needed to know. The owner was blacked out, snoring loudly with a can of synth beer still in his hand. He would not get any help. What a novelty. Once the chairs were arranged and the tables wiped clean of stains and fluids, some of which he neither knew nor wanted to know the source of, he picked up the mop. As he set to cleaning the floor, he heard a low groan from the counter. "You there, Sanny?" Old Bert, or at least that was how the drunks referred to him, called out, his words slurred and difficult to understand. Yes. At this point he did not bother correcting him. The old man seemed to take perverse pleasure in misremembering his name. Good. You are a good kid, Sammy, the best around. You would not believe the kind of miscreants I dealt with before you came along. Ah yes, they wanted to be paid fairly for their work. The horror. No reflection of his thoughts appeared on his face as he kept cleaning in silence. It might look like the old man was trying to have a conversation, but Sonny knew adults well enough, especially old Bert, to know he was being talked to, not with. "Did I ever tell you about my wife?" the old man asked. 156 times, but who was counting? Sonny wisely chose not to say that, and instead shook his head, still focused on cleaning. Just a little more, and he would be done. She was beautiful, you know that, Sassy? Most beautiful woman in the world. We married young. Our parents did not like it when they found out she was pregnant, but it was not like I would not have done it anyway. Old Bert kept rambling. Sonny did not bother listening. He had heard it enough times to recite it without flaw. And then she abandoned me when that damned spell awakened her. Please do not cry. Please do not cry. Please do not cry. He did. Damnation. Great. Now he was going to spend who knew how long trying to comfort the annoying old man. He approached and softly patted him on the back like one would pat a hungry tiger, whatever that was, slowly and very carefully. It only proves what I always say, kid. You cannot trust anyone. You give them your love, your devotion, your everything. It would have been far more tolerable if he at least stopped switching volumes so erratically. And they will still leave. The only one you can trust is yourself. Trust no one. Sorry, you hear me? Lie. Lie like your life depends on it. Cover your heart in ice. It was not the first time. He desperately wished it were only the 50th that he heard those words. And yet, this time they hit like a PTV. Just a few weeks ago, his friend, the only one he had in this accursed world, had almost killed him. It all happened so fast, and before he knew it, he snatched the knife and the other kid was bleeding while Sonny ran as fast as he could. He did not dare to go back yet. He did not even dare ponder if that wound had killed him. Affordable medical attention was a myth in the outskirts, along with nightmare creatures and honest politicians. The reason? A half-empty synth paste tube. Just the usual for street rats. When you are sad, you smile. The old man kept going. Once he started one of his rants, there was no stopping it. When you are furious, you joke. And when you feel like the world is crumbling, you laugh. That is what you have to do if you want to survive. He delivered the final words like they were divine wisdom, tried to take another swig from the empty can, and promptly fell asleep again. Sonny just sighed and moved on, finished cleaning, turned off the lights, and put a threadbare cloth over him. It would be really inconvenient if he died of a cold. Am I crazy for actually listening to him? While he pondered, he recovered his pay, plus a little extra for having to listen to the old man's rants, and left. Present day, Sonny lay in the rubble, far too wounded to move, and so he had been reminiscing about old times. Anything to stop his mind from going there. I have not thought about old Bird in a while. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. The old man had been a bastard through and through. Sonny had spit on his makeshift grave when he finally died of a failing kidney. But his words had stayed with him for a long time, if only because of how often he seemed to fail at them despite trying. He had tried so hard to isolate himself, to not trust anyone, and yet he failed. He had made new friends. Some betrayed him, and some he betrayed in turn before they could do it. He even fell in love once, or at least that was what he thought back then. It looked like an ember compared to the burning sun he felt for. No, he was not going to think about that. Not now, not ever, if he could avoid it. Moving on, she betrayed him too. On some of his worst days he could swear the scar, both above his ribs and in his heart, still bled. A new one had joined it, far worse and bleeding like a river. You fool, you absolutely idiotic fool. You knew it would happen, he muttered angrily to himself. You knew she would betray you too. He knew it. He had known for so long. So why did it hurt so much? His mind kept wandering, its only aim seeming to be causing as much damage as possible. Cassie, after all he had done for her. Who are you lying to, you idiot? It was obvious who she was going to choose. You only have yourself to blame for this. After all, when had anyone picked him? When had anyone but his almost forgotten mother cared? Truly cared, not just pretended long enough to get whatever they wanted from him, but knew. He had to lie to himself once more. He had to believe it would be different now that he was a sleeper. It was such a beautiful lie too. So sweet, so delectable. In the end, the results spoke for themselves. It was too much. He felt like he was going to explode from all the conflicting feelings inside him. In an attempt to distract himself, he opened the runes to check the new attribute. It was easily found. Right where fated used to be, there was something new. Attribute name, beloved child of fate. Attribute description, you are a beloved child of fate, enjoying its undivided attention and interest. Whatever the future entails, you will be a centerpiece in it. This is a terrible curse. He caught himself before laughing. Even the spell was pitying him now. That thought proved too much. All of his barriers broke, and he started laughing uncontrollably. There was no joy in it. Chapter 3. And then I told her, fuck you, Neff. You should have seen her face. One of the best moments of my life, right there. The other man, who had yet to give his name, rather rude in his opinion, gave him an unimpressed stare. He was not a great conversationalist, that was for sure. Yeah, I think you were right. It is kind of sad when you think about it. When it became clear the other man was not going to answer, he kept going. but it is not like there is much to choose from in there. Hey, have I ever told you about that time? Sonny kept rambling as he worked, slowly but surely expanding the hole he was digging. Once he was done, he wiped the sweat off his face and turned toward his rude conversation partner. The man had yet to utter a single word, and his unimpressed stare was starting to get on his nerves. Well, I guess this is it. Cannot say it was a pleasure, but at least you are a great listener. Having said that, he bent down, picked up the other man, and unceremoniously dropped him into the mass grave, where the other members of the sleeper army were waiting for him with open arms. He was dead, after all. With the task done, he summoned the endless spring and took a greedy gulp while looking around for the next corpse. He tried really hard to ignore the stares full of reproach coming from the grave, as if blaming him for their disgraceful state. Stop looking at me like that. It is not like you guys were not willing particip. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, he was interrupted by the skittering noise of many legs quickly approaching. A quick look to his right was all it took to find his guests. A massive millipede was closing the distance with astounding speed. He shifted his sight and saw 3 dark orbs inside it. An awakened demon. And it was not alone either. Farther away but still dangerously close, there was another millipede. This one even bigger and more menacing, a fallen beast. Sonny sighed and extended his hand. The trusty Tachi fell into it in a shower of sparks, already poised to face the enemy. Gloomy and Happy joined him a second later, having come back from luring the creatures. A little too well, perhaps. The fallen would be a problem. Ready for battle, he took off to meet the demon's charge. He had to deal with it before the fallen beast arrived. In a matter of seconds, they were already in front of each other. The demon kept going, trusting its overwhelming size and strength to crush Sonny. Sonny, at the last possible moment, took a step aside and slashed, reinforcing his strike with shadow essence right before impact. The austere Tachi cut through the millipede's head with astounding ease. He thanked whoever was up there. With his luck, likely a demon who enjoyed seeing him suffer. Foreshadow Serpent being the first reward of learning Shadow Dance. Its ability allowed him to control essence despite being a sleeper and had already proved invaluable. His hopes of returning to the waking world were still lower than those of a synth-paced tub lasting in front of a crowd of outskirt kids, but at least he had the most minimal chance now. You have slain and awakened. Your shadow. He spared the spell only a moment before refocusing on the incoming fallen. He had received no memory or echo for his efforts. His luck had been truly rotten lately. Judging that he had enough time, he dismissed the puppeteer's shroud and instead called on the underworld mantle. He would have to be quick, or all of his meager essence would be spent keeping the armor as light as possible. This, he decided, was a risk worth taking. A single hit from the fallen would kill him otherwise. Deciding to make use of the few seconds he had left before the creature arrived, he started analyzing it, slowly taking in the way it moved to try and predict its exact battle style. He was close to attaining the second mastery of Shadow Dance, and had to seize every opportunity. Finally, the beast arrived. One of its many legs was already moving toward him in an attempt to skewer his head. Sonny, having predicted the move, ducked and slashed at its belly. Sadly, he could not put much force into the strike before he had to dodge the fallen's follow-up. A step to the right took him off the path of the attack, and he used the chance to cut off the offending appendage. The screech of pain it elicited was like music to his ears. That, however, turned out to be a mistake. For the fallen beast went mad. Its many limbs began striking all at once like a torrent of fury and steel, leaving Sonny unable to do anything but dodge and parry desperately. He tried to counterattack many times, but despite its fury, the millipede seemed to possess a malignant sense of intelligence that went beyond what a beast should have. Every time he tried to counter, the enemy was ready with a strike to maim, if not kill, should he follow through. While he battled the millipede, black sparks were already forming behind it, soon coalescing into the fearsome form of Saint, who joined the battle by delivering a devastating cut that almost bisected the fallen beast. Saint joining the battle proved to be the deciding factor. Just a few minutes later, the monster let out a final screech of pain and went limp after a particularly deep cut from Sonny. You have slain a fallen beast, Arden of Valeras. Receiving confirmation of its death, Sonny dismissed his weapon and armor, quietly wincing at the burn of one of the many cuts the fallen had delivered even through his protection. Your shadow. You have received a memory. Finally, not wanting to wait any longer, he summoned the memory and pulled up his runes to read its properties. Memory name, Bow of the Lone Hunter. Memory description, after the fall of Alaras, the only survivors departed in search of a new place to call home. They traveled through great peril and nightmarish challenges, slowly but inevitably being consumed by corruption and endless waves of beasts until only one of them remained. The survivor, a lonely hunter who had always wished for the peace and quiet of solitude, despaired upon finally receiving it. Curse you, heavens! Curse you for taking Our Lady of Sorrows away. Curse you for destroying our home. And curse you for making me the only one left to carry our dream. And so, the lone hunter made a vow. He would hunt down the very gods who had taken everything away from him. For that purpose, he crafted a bow whose only objective was to one day pierce the hearts of the gods and deliver justice for his destroyed home. The lone hunter, as is to be expected, failed and was consumed by corruption too. Sunny took a long look at the bow in his hands. Made of a rough white wood that nonetheless provided a comfortable grip, it was covered in carvings whose meaning he could not quite discern, yet they filled his heart with foreign sadness. He tore his eyes from the bow and instead looked at the remains of the hunter, pity in his gaze. You can rest now, Arden. Your nightmare is over. That mercy, at least, he could provide to the fallen beast. Turning back to the bow, he saw that it was an ascended memory of the first tier. Its only passive enchantment was simple but quite powerful. To pierce the heavens. The longer this bow is drawn before shooting, the more powerful it will be. He doubted it could live up to its name, but it would still be a great help nonetheless. Deciding to test it later, he set back to his gruesome task. Except that he could not. No matter how hard he looked, he could not find a single human corpse outside the grave he had painstakingly dug. It is done. He almost could not believe it. When he set himself to the task of burying the fallen members of the sleeper army, it had looked like it would take forever. But now it was already done. He took a harsh breath, his body trembling with emotion. Sunny did not believe in any god. They were all dead, after all. But he made a quick prayer nonetheless. He hoped that whatever came next after this life would be a better place. Prayer done, he started covering the grave with dirt. Once that was done, he took a slab of stone he had prepared beforehand and, with Saint's help, placed it atop the burial mound. He stood there staring at the cold stone for hours on end, feeling like he had not done enough, yet unable to do more. Ultimately, he moved on. That was all he could do, and he needed to think about the future. Despite the smell of dead nightmare creatures and humans, there were fewer and fewer monsters showing up lately. His two recent victims were the first in what felt like days, which could only mean that almost none remained. That also meant he had to leave sooner rather than later. If he waited any longer, the chance of starving was a real possibility. So what do you think, Gloomy? Happy, should we pay a visit to the Dark City and then leave? Happy gave him an effusive thumbs up, as if saying it was the greatest plan ever. Gloomy, on the other hand, just stared at him silently. Despite receiving no real answer, he could almost hear Gloomy saying, "Get a grip, you idiot. It has only been 2 months, and you are speaking with corpses and shadows." Well, first of all, rude. Second, Gloomy was right. He missed other humans, as annoying as they might be. He would even tolerate Effie's teasing if it meant hearing anything other than his own voice. He dragged his hand across his face slowly, as if trying to rip the depressing thoughts out of his mind. It did not work. He had tried. Deciding to avoid any more depressing moments, he filled the rough rucksack he had made out of creature hide with as much meat as it could hold. He silently despaired at the fortune he was leaving behind. The sum of nightmare creatures killed by the sleeper army and himself could produce enough shards to live as lavishly as he wanted for the rest of his life. Once he was done, he took another long look at the lone tombstone and left. At that very moment, he made a vow. One day he would come back and offer a proper burial to those who had given their lives so others could save their own. For now, however, he could not do more. Sunny lay down on his bed in the cathedral, having just woken up from his first good night. Or was it day? It was hard to tell without the sun, of sleep in what felt like years. Not wanting to get up yet, he decided to check his runes first. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. He stared at his true name for a long time, silently cursing the spell for saddling him with such a cruel curse. In order to avoid sinking into one of his dark moods again, he kept going. Shadow cores, 2 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 794 out of 2,000. At least the 2 months surviving alone had proved fruitful. It would almost be comforting, if not for the fact that he only had to glance down to see how far behind he was. What a scare it had been when he first saw her name under his own. He laughed too. It seemed like he could not pretend to be free even in complete isolation from the rest of the world. Master, changing star, Nephis. Soul cores, 4 out of 7. Soul fragments, 137 out of 4,000. She was a devil already. Just catching up to her seemed more and more like a Herculean task. His exploration of the Dark City proved his suspicions true. There were barely any nightmare creatures left, and there was no way to know what he would find once he left. For all he knew, wherever he went, there would only be creatures of such nightmarish power that he could not even scratch them, while they could snuff his life like the flickering flame of a candle. Not wanting to wallow in those thoughts, he got up and added another mark to the wall. His plans were set. The first step would be to hunt all the remaining nightmare creatures in the city. The second step was to stock up as many provisions as he could carry. The final step, of course, was to depart. The only remaining question was which direction to go. South was out. The Hollow Mountains were too deadly a challenge for a sleeper to survive. North he would rather avoid. It would take him even farther from what little civilization existed in the dream world. If he could not find a way out in the other directions, he would give it a try. But otherwise, it was out. East had been his first choice. But just thinking about going there set alarms screaming in his head. Whatever was in that direction, his instincts told him something very clearly. He would not survive it. West set off alarms too. But at least it was in a you are going to die horribly way instead of the even death will not save you sensation East gave. He thought a little longer, but ultimately the choice was clear. He was going west. All decisions made, he ate breakfast and headed out. He was sick and tired of the Dark City. The sooner he was done, the sooner he could leave. Chapter 4. Sunny walked casually across the silent streets of the Dark City. Once upon a time, he would not have dared to do such a foolish thing. But nowadays, the number of abominations left in the city could be counted on one hand. Soon, there would be none left. Hey Saint, why do you think I trusted them? The taciturn knight, as expected, did not answer. Yeah, I am not sure either. I guess I am just that much of an idiot. He laughed self-deprecatingly. The silent knight did not answer that either, her gaze firmly set on exploring their surroundings. It was commendable how seriously she took her job of protecting him, but he still wished she would speak to him, even if only with gestures. The isolation was slowly eroding his mind. So absolute it was that he could hear the beating of his own heart without even focusing. The only break from silence was his own voice and those recorded on the ordinary rock. Just 2 days ago, he had held a whole conversation with the rock, cycling through its recordings to simulate it. It had been such a pathetic sight that even the gloomy shadow looked worried. He had almost destroyed the ordinary rock right there. It was a slippery slope he was not sure he could escape if he continued. In the end, he relented due to its usefulness, but ordered Saint to consume it if he ever repeated that behavior. And that was something he had to avoid. The rock was too useful to lose like that, especially with how terrible his luck had become when it came to memories. He had gotten plenty since the fall of the Crimson Spire, but none of them were useful in any way or form, aside from the bow. One of them had been a spoon that could not hold liquid matter, for spell's sake. Shadow name, Marble Saint. Shadow fragments, 158 out of 200. At least Saint was progressing quickly thanks to them. Just a little more, and she would achieve full fragments. Whatever would happen then, he hoped it would be useful. He needed all the help he could get, after all. When he got out of the nightmare world, he would make sure to get her as many memories as she could handle as thanks. Just then, a funny image came to him. Saint stood proud and regal, ready to face whatever challenge came to her. The only thing ruining it was the fact that her stomach was completely bloated from feeding on far too many memories. The image managed to drag the first sincere laugh out of him in months. As if capable of reading his thoughts, Saint turned her gaze to him, her judgment silent but all too clear. You can prove nothing, he answered, his hands raised innocently in the air as if to demonstrate the lack of proof. Thankfully, Before he could keep digging himself further into embarrassment, he reached his destination. In front of him lay a massive building that reminded him of the pictures of ancient temples teacher Julius had shown him as examples of the kinds of ruins he could find in the dream world. His thoughts froze for a moment at the memory of the old teacher. He missed Julius far more than he had expected. It was hard not to. The number of people who had shown him that much kindness could be counted on one hand. There would be fingers left, too. Sonny shook his head to dispel the dark mood that had come over him and turned his gaze back to the building. It might have been magnificent once, but nowadays its splendor had been reduced to almost nothing. The gray marble it was made of was cracked. Of the 8 columns that supported it, only 2 were whole. What once might have been magnificent carvings were now impossible to recognize as anything worthy of admiration. The final nail in the coffin was its great gates, which stood ajar, cracked and covered in so many scratches that they looked pathetic beyond measure. He had come upon this building many months ago, back during his self-exile, but had not dared to approach. A fallen demon had made its nest in the area, and he had not wanted to risk facing it. Now, the fallen lay dead. Saint had killed it in one shot of the bow after 6 hours of drawing it. It would have been anticlimactic if not for how close he had come to dying while luring it out of its nest. He had even gotten a great memory out of it. A one-handed sword with penetration and sharpness enchantments, topped with a potent venom that could corrode through stone. Sadly, he had to sacrifice it to Saint's voracious stomach due to its final enchantment. Its durability relied on how much light was present, which, in the eternal darkness of the forgotten shores, meant that it was as brittle as glass. It had almost broken when he softly nicked a rock to test it. I am the beloved child of fate. Why can I not get an overpowered memory that will make me invincible? It seemed like enjoying its attention and interest did not mean enjoying its gifts as well. How unfair. Sonny sighed and set his focus back on the building. He needed to see if there was anything useful inside. He used his shadow sense, and upon finding no movement within, finally entered the dilapidated building. Inside, he discovered that it truly was a temple. A temple meant to worship greed, more specifically. It was a bank, though its state was not too grand after so much time in abandonment. The statues had crumbled. The gems and rare metals decorating it had become dull and brittle after so many years. And the paintings that might once have depicted grand scenes had been reduced to ugly parchments in which no detail could be appreciated. Even the massive safe boxes at the end of the hall had not been spared. All of them were cracked and rusted. All of them but one. The one in the center, which not so casually happened to be the biggest one. That vault looked pristine. Not a single scratch marred its surface, and no hint of rust could be seen despite the many years that had gone by. It was open, too, unlike its siblings. He approached carefully. His shadow sense detected no movement, and his shadows had found nothing of note. But he could never be too careful. At his side, Saint was already drawing the bow, ready to unleash hell on whoever dared attack them. When he finally got close enough to look inside the open vault, he saw heaven. Inside it were piles upon piles of gold and jewels, soul shards that could sell for a fortune, powerful weapons and armor that promised an end to his troubles. And far more important than all of them combined, there was a woman in there too. She was mesmerizing. So much so that he could not even begin to describe how perfect her figure was. Her face, so beautiful that even Kai would look hideous beside her. A smile was painted on her lovely face, full of comfort and care, as if to tell him that all his problems would be solved once they met. He accelerated his steps, desperate to reach her after being completely alone for so long. He did not even pay attention to Saint's attempt to stop him from advancing further. The closer he got, the more enchanting she became. Her lips begged to be kissed, her form to be embraced, her golden eyes to be stared into lovingly for days on end, her beautiful golden hair to be brushed with the utmost care. Gold was such a beautiful color, far better than silver could ever be. Sonny stopped and enunciated a single order. Saint, shoot. He did not have to say it twice. Not even a full second passed before an arrow whizzed past him and nailed the beautiful woman in the head. Even the blood pouring out from the wound was mesmerizing. For more arrows followed immediately after, all of them hitting the mark. You have slain an awakened devil, vault of greed. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. With the devil dead, he finally saw the truth. Inside the vault, there were no riches to be found, no weapons nor armor either. And most importantly, there was no woman in sight. Instead, the arrows had hit a disturbingly fleshy sphere that seemed to grow straight out of the vault's walls. Just as disturbing were the piles of bones resting inside the vault. Judging by their state, their end had been neither swift nor painless. He summoned his new memory and read its description. Memory name, Safe Box of Greed. Memory description, the cult of Mary as had only one tenet, followed with fanatical fervor. There is no such thing as enough wealth. For that reason, it was no surprise when its members betrayed each other in search of further riches. Nowadays, only this cursed vault is left of them. He groaned in annoyance when the memory finished forming. The safe was small, barely the size of his head, and it was an affront to the eyes. Made out of what looked like gold, it was so gaudy his eyes almost hurt when looking at it. However, he was pleasantly surprised when he tried to store one of the bones inside, and found that his arm could not reach the end despite how small it looked. A quick look at its soul enchantment confirmed his suspicion. Greed is a bottomless sack. All kinds of non-living items can be stored inside the space of the safe box, and its size will grow according to their value. Sonny felt a smile come to life, one so wide that even saints seemed disturbed by it. Slowly, his gaze turned toward the ruins of the Crimson Spire, where the corpses of hundreds, if not thousands, of nightmare creatures lay waiting for someone to claim their soul shards. He would have to test it to see how much it could expand. But the future was suddenly far brighter. Shadow Fragments, 1098 out of 2000. Sonny could not avoid groaning in annoyance. A whole month of work, and he had barely gotten 300 fragments. Who would have thought he would miss the days when the dark city was infested with nightmare creatures? He sighed and kept climbing. The top of the western wall was quickly approaching, and he did not want to delay it anymore. Once he finally reached it, he turned around and stared silently at the sight. The dark city stood tall and eerie, the last bastion of civilization in the Forgotten Shores. For years it had been teeming with sleepers and nightmare creatures alike. An endless battle that had only ended days ago, when he had slain the last nightmare creature in the city. The victor was humanity, but he felt no triumph, only sadness. And now, only silence remained. He could not stop himself from reminiscing. It was not home. It would never be, but he had made important memories inside, both good and bad. Even though the latter held the advantage by far, he felt a pang of regret. Of what, he did not know. Maybe I am sad because without me, no one will be left to remember that this place used to be better, that humans lived here once, that this place was a shelter against the tides of the apocalypse, a beacon of hope in the darkness, that happiness could be found here once, so long ago, fleeting as it may have been. Neither his shadows nor saint answered. He did not expect otherwise, and yet his heart broke a little more. He once again stared at the silent city, remembering his first time gazing upon it, and what a sight it had been when he first set eyes on it. At that moment, it had filled him with hope. Hope of finding shelter in hell. Hope of going back to the waking world, where his status as an awakened would surely grant him the chance to build himself a better life. Maybe even one good enough to one day be worthy of confessing the truth to Rain. And hope that both Nephis and Cassie would be there too. Back then, he had been sure that the whims of the nightmare spell had helped them forge an unbreakable bond, one that would brave the passage of time and the hardships that would surely find them upon returning to the waking world. He should have known better. And yet, inexplicably, he still insisted on fooling himself. Once again, whether by the dead gods, the spell, fate, or maybe reality itself, his hopes were proven wrong. A year and 3 months later, he was completely alone in the spell-forsaken city. There had to be something poetic about it, some sort of divine irony that would make for a beautiful and moving tale when told. If there was, he could not see it. He stood there for hours, just staring at the silent city, thinking of what could have been, of alternate scenarios that might have led to a different end. A happy one, where no one would have to be left behind, where they could all find their happy ending. Sadly, he could think of none. The world was far too cruel to allow such a thing. Sonny dragged a hand across his face. It was just a sign of frustration. It had nothing to do with getting rid of the wetness coming out of his eyes. What a terrible moment for Rain, right gloomy. The shadow, his first and most reliable one, for once had no sarcastic gesture to make. Instead, it slowly nodded its head in silent agreement. Even you feel sorry for me now? Damnation. I have truly hit rock bottom. The shadow offered no response. Well, enough moping around. It is time to leave this place. I am sure we will find a way out quickly. I cannot wait to see the faces of Kai and Effie when I tell them how close we were to escaping all along. Sonny kept talking as he left. It helped him forget, even if for a moment, that he was alone. Behind him, the dark city stood. For the first time since its inception, it was completely empty. No noise could be heard inside. No nightmare would come out of its bowels. No one would admire its tall edifices. No moment of joy or sadness would occur inside its walls. The city had no soul. And yet, one could almost perceive its sorrow. Chapter 5. The world was on fire, both literally and figuratively. Hold! She heard the shout of Shim. As always, he was in the thick of combat. The line was starting to buckle under the horde of enemies facing them, the pressure constantly mounting. Sadly, she could not help them at the moment. The fallen monster in front of her was proving quite the challenge. Even with half its body covered in second-degree burns, it was still fighting just as ferociously as at the beginning, maybe even more. It looked like a toad. If a toad had two heads, was as tall as a lamppost, covered in sharp spikes, and could spit venom strong enough to melt through steel in seconds. Her poor armor had discovered that last part very painfully. At least it was not the Starlight Legion armor. It would be very regrettable if it were destroyed. Not wanting to prolong the fight any longer, she burst once again with fire. Half she directed to her body, and the other half she focused on her reliable weapon. The dream blade shone with blinding radiance, ready to bring fiery revenge upon the fallen once more. The toad, seeing that she was about to attack, retreated into itself, coiling like a spring. The moment she moved, it would unleash all that terrible might and pounce on her. Good. That was what she wanted. She dashed, blade aimed straight ahead. And as expected, the fallen creature exploded into motion, covering the distance between them in less than a second. The toad probably expected her to dodge, which was why, when she did not make any effort to evade, even its primitive intelligence seemed to realize something was wrong. Too late. She kept going, and with perfect aim, the blade pierced through the eye of the vile toad, easily reaching the brain and even bursting from the other side of its skull. You have slain A. Your soul shines brighter. You have received a memory. The toad died instantly. Sadly, its momentum did not disappear just because it did. She only had enough time to slightly brace herself before its corpse crashed against her and sent her flying. Most of her bones had been broken by the collision, but that was not even close to her most dangerous predicament. No, that honor belonged to the closing distance between herself and the edge of the flying island. Fortunately, just as planned, Kai managed to catch her in time. He had been flying nearby, shooting arrows with unerring precision, and had seen her last clash with the toad. It was good to have such capable friends. She took a fraction of a second to thank him and threw a glance toward the center of the fight. Then fire engulfed her once more. She paid no heed to the pain. The battle was not done yet, and they still needed her, both during and after the fight. And so, just a second later, her wounds had healed, and she was already on the move again. She passed Cassie, who was steadily directing the firekeepers like a maestro conducting an orchestra. The sight of Effie laughing madly while beating a nightmare creature to death with another filled her with amusement despite her tired mind and heart. At least someone was having fun. A second later, she reached the enemy and no longer had time for amusement. Her blade tore through the chitinous armor of the awakened beast in front of her with ease. As foolish as it might be, she looked down on these foes. After the nightmare of the forgotten shore, a mere awakened beast seemed pitifully weak. To think she had escaped. She had never doubted that she would find a way out. And yet, at times, she was still surprised when night fell without the clamor of water covering the world. At times, she felt like a part of her had been left there, amidst the sinister dark. It had been 5 months already since. She stopped herself in time. It was a downward spiral that would take hours to escape if she indulged it. And this was not the moment. As much as she might look down on them, the horde of awakened beasts could still kill her. And she had a duty to make sure the cohort and the firekeepers survived the day. And so, the flames flared to life again, painting the world once more in divine fire. The pained screeches of her enemies incensed her. Fury invaded her mind. The dream blade sang with bloodlust, cutting through the enemy brutally in mesmerizing arcs of white. She was not even sure what enraged her so much. Maybe it was the damnable ghouls that had taken almost everything from her, still so far out of her reach even after so much time. Maybe it was the spell, whispering mockingly in her ear, announcing each life that her blade took as if to remind her that it was even further from her revenge than the ghouls would ever be. Maybe it was the world itself, so close to ruin, and yet nobody else seemed to notice or care. Or maybe it was herself. 5 months already, and she was not any closer to any of her objectives. She had done the unthinkable, and it felt like she had yet to advance a single step. At some point, she had dismissed the blade and instead begun pummeling the nightmare creatures with her fists. The crunching of their bodies did nothing to quench her fury. If anything, it made it worse. Her vision became a tunnel in which the only things she could see were her own rage and the next enemy that would pay for it. She spent what could have been seconds or what could have been hours fighting the beasts, her mind blank of anything but the desire for more carnage. Eventually, there was nothing left upon which to unleash it. The fury within her roared, burning as hot as the sun. It was not satisfied, not even close. A hand on her shoulder finally snapped her out of it, revealing a smiling Effie. "Great job, princess." A teasing grin was on her face. "It was so beautiful to see you take a page out of my book." Then she took an exaggerated sigh and wiped an imaginary tear from her eyes. "You are growing so fast." Nephi did not answer. She was not in the mood for teasing. Something Effie thankfully seemed to notice. The huntress schooled her expression, still smiling but more serious. "So, what is next, princess?" she asked, her gaze already roaming in search of the juiciest meal among their fallen foes. "We start digging in search of a living sapling." The one who answered was Cassie, slowly but steadily approaching. She had been far more confident since gaining her awakened ability. "Wait, you were serious? I thought it was a joke. How is a sapling going to power a flying ship anyway?" "Hey, princess, I think our cute seer is broken." Effie shouted to Nephi and then shook her head in mock sadness, giving Cassie a pitiful stare that she knew Cassie would notice despite being blind. "You would know if you paid any attention to what I say." It was Cassie's only reply. She had become far more stoic after awakening too. At times it was hard to know what she was thinking about, which was why Effie seemed so determined to break her composure. She had been unsuccessful so far, but she kept trying. Nephi had even heard the firekeepers betting among themselves about what would finally crack Cassie's calm mask. Amusingly enough, Kai was the one managing the bets. Speaking of the charming archer, he was also approaching, still annoyingly handsome despite being covered in sweat and grime, with a new bow in hand. It seemed he had gotten a valuable reward out of the battle. "Effie, please, not now. I want to get home before midnight." A bright smile accompanied his words, as if he hoped to convince her through charm alone. He almost succeeded too. "You too, Kai? Am I the only sane one left?" Effie dramatically sighed, sadness coloring her tone so heavily that it could not be interpreted as anything but a joke. Knowing they were about to descend into another pointless argument, Nephi stopped paying attention to their bickering and instead finally pulled up the runes. Slave, lost from light. Shadow cores, 2 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 1,726 out of 2,000. Of course, they were not her runes. What would be the point? She knew herself well enough, and she was not in any hurry to check her new memory. His runes, on the other hand, she checked with growing frequency. At first only once every few days, just to be sure he was okay. Then once a day, and now she knew them better than her own. Hard not to, when in the dream realm it was her only way of knowing whether he was still alive. Still fighting despite it all. He was doing splendidly too. It almost scared her how fast he was advancing. By next month, she was sure he would be a demon. It filled her with a mix of pride and worry. Such quick advancement could only mean he was constantly facing great peril. Facing great peril because she left him behind. No, she would not lie to herself like that. She had forced him to stay behind. To say otherwise would imply that he had a choice when she had given him none. "Lady Changing Star, could you please help me heal the wounded?" Shim's shout, thankfully, pulled her out of the dark mood before it could fully take hold. She left the cohort to bicker among themselves. The battle was over, But her job was not. Many firekeepers were wounded, though thankfully none were dead, and Shim alone could not handle it. She braced herself for another round of pain as she began healing them. Sometimes, she felt like it never ended. Other times, she felt like she did not deserve for it to end. The sanctuary of Noctis was a sight she took in with appreciation, despite how conflicted she felt about it. Anchoring herself in the domain, even a remote part of it, of one of her enemies still filled her with frustration. Sadly, it could not be avoided. Cassie assured them that their presence here was important. For what? She refused to tell. Nephi's did not pry. If she found it necessary to hide the details, she must have had a good reason. Nephi's trusted her enough to grant her that, even despite the growing distance between them. A distance both pretended not to notice. Just like they pretended not to notice the person-shaped hole among them whenever the cohort gathered. Get a grip, Nephis. Not again. She whispered harshly to herself. She had to be strong, both for herself and for those who depended on her. Wrenching strength from the depths of her being, she composed herself and advanced into the sanctuary, heading steadily toward the altar that would transport her back to the waking world. On the way, she pretended not to notice the Valor recruiter as she passed her by, without a second glance. They were getting pushy. They had tried back when she awakened, as had the government and the Song and Night clans. But she refused. There might be some benefit to infiltrating them, but those were negligible for someone like her. And awakened, even one as famous as she was, had no negotiating power against such monolithic forces. So she had politely but firmly refused their offers and proclaimed neutrality. Annoyingly, they seemed to take her decision to anchor herself to the Chained Isles as an unofficial pledge of alliance to Valor. As if, the day she did that would be the day she was ready to plunge her blade into their vile patriarch. Nephis opened her eyes within her manner. The sensation of being back always made her feel strange, like she was leaving an unwelcoming place only to enter another. Her dreamspawn attribute never failed to remind her that she did not belong in either world. A quiet noise to her right made her turn to see Effie leaving her pod, dragging herself skillfully into her wheelchair. At times, it still surprised Nephis to see the vivacious huntress confined to that chair. Sadly, even her aspect, powerful as it was, could not heal her. Only becoming a master would. And she was in luck. They planned to challenge the second nightmare before the end of next year. Cassie had found a suitable nightmare seed. Where? She did not know. And they were all in a hurry to advance. Effie's reason was obvious. She wanted to fuse her physical and spiritual selves. Kai claimed that needing to visit the dream realm every time he slept was too much of a hassle for his schedule. Secretly, they all knew he simply did not want to be left behind. Cassie, Nephis was not sure, but it was clear the seer was aiming for some far-off objective she could not reveal yet. As for herself, she wanted to close the gap between her and the Supremes as fast as possible. She dreaded the possibility that they might keep growing even stronger if she did not stop them soon. Just as important, and closer, was her other objective. When she became a saint, she would take the repaired ship and cross the Hollow Mountains. Hey princess, sorry to interrupt your brooding, but we have plans. Effie's annoying voice interrupted her again. She was not brooding. Which was her only reply, a quirked eyebrow the only show of emotion she offered. We are visiting Doofus, of course. Then the annoying woman started wiggling her brows suggestively. Just think about how lonely he must feel without his princess visiting for so long. A quick glance at the clock revealed what she already knew. They were just 1 hour past midnight, and she had to leave. I cannot. I have to visit the hospital soon. It was one of Cassie's ideas to boost her public standing. Once or twice a month, she would visit a hospital and offer free healing. It did wonders to endear her to the public. Sadly, an argument based on logic could never dissuade the huntress once she had decided something. So Nephis prepared herself for a long and grueling discussion that would leave her annoyed, confused, and slightly embarrassed at how Effie always managed to win. It was like the annoying woman had a superpower, or she would have, if not for a sudden betrayal. I called in advance. They are not expecting you. At some point, Cassie had left her own pod and was already standing by the door, ready to leave. See? Even Cassie wants you to come. Effie raised a hand, expecting a high five from the blind girl. When none came, she shrugged and continued. No more excuses now. Kai is going to meet us at the academy. And you do not want to make your idol wait, right? Not willing to give Effie any ammunition, Nephis resigned herself to her fate. The gates of the academy stood before her, just as imposing as ever. She remembered the first time she had seen them. Back then, she had not paid them much attention. They were simply a means to an end. Nothing more, nothing less. But now, they held far more significance. She did not have to look hard to see why. Just a few steps from her, there were hundreds of black candles. They were for Sunny. The public had come to love his story, after all. An orphan from the outskirts who had faced the first nightmare, survived the perils of a death zone, and then, when the chance to escape came, chose to stay behind so the others could flee. It was a narrative the government's propaganda machine could not have dreamed up even in their wildest fantasies. She had played a part in it too. He stayed behind so I could leave, she had answered when asked. It was the truth. He had stayed behind on her order, as unwilling as he had been to follow it. And yet she still lied. Sunny would be proud. They even gave him a title of sorts. Black Star. They called him that because of his connection to her. She had almost cried when she heard it. Not having the strength to keep looking at the candles, she crossed the bridge with the others. On the other side, they met up with Kai and began their descent into the bowels of the academy. Sunny's pod was on the lowest floor, where the security was strictest. It did not take them long to reach the lowest floor. However, she could feel that something was wrong. There was some sort of pressure in the air. A quick glance at the others showed her she was not imagining it. Unsettled, they advanced faster. The wheels of Effie's chair squealed slightly from how fast Kai was pushing her. Cassie even summoned her echo rapier, an action quickly mirrored by Kai summoning his bow. Though in his case, Effie had to hold it for him. In no time at all, they reached the door to Sunny's room. And their fears proved justified. The guards were lying on the floor, soundly asleep. Whether through violence or drugs, she did not know. She did not care. Nephis exploded into motion. Fire enveloped her in a blazing embrace that could not begin to match the fury burning inside her. She tore through the gates as if they were not there, just in time to see a man and a woman beginning to open the pod. Behind them sat another pod. A portable one. They were going to kidnap Sunny. Mine. A dark and terrible corner of her mind roared. Once again, they were going to take something of hers away. She would not tolerate it. She advanced immediately and, before they had time to react, unleashed a wave of fire. Carefully controlled so it would not set anything but them ablaze. The man died screaming. The woman, on the other hand, was made of sturdier stuff. Whether through aspect or memory, she freed herself from the flames and moved. Not toward Nephis, but toward the pod. Too fast to intercept. Had Nephis been alone, the situation would have become a tense hostage scenario. Fortunately, she was not alone. An arrow hit the kidnapper in the back of the knee, quickly followed by a flying rapier that stabbed her other leg. The kidnapper did not have time to get back up before Nephis was upon her. Two quick swings of her blade, just now finishing its formation, were enough to sever the woman's hands. A grunt of pain was the only sound she made. Nephis grabbed her by the shirt and dragged her away from the pod. She would not risk a suicide bomber. Who sent you? She asked, every syllable dripping with fury. The kidnapper only looked at her and smiled. Then white foam began spilling from her mouth. A poison capsule. A burst of flame enveloped the woman, yet instead of healing her, it only seemed to worsen the effects of the poison. Once Nephis realized she could not be saved, she switched the effect of her flames. She died screaming too. Nephis stared at the charred corpse, emotions still raging inside her. The ghouls were not content with merely asking anymore. They had escalated to this. Who else could it be? It took immense backing to develop a poison that worsened when exposed to healing as powerful as hers. Cassie approached her. Kai and Effie, meanwhile, were checking on Sunny's sleeping pod. It was still sealed. They had arrived in time. Suspiciously so. The timing is too convenient. They wanted to gauge your reaction, Cassie said. Her words rang true. They always did. Nephis took a deep breath, barely managing to restrain the burning fury, and answered, What should we do? Speed up our plans. If my visions can be trusted, they will not make any real move for at least another year. But it is better to be safe than sorry, was Cassie's instant answer. It is settled then. Her reply was no less swift. Nephis turned her gaze back to the sleeping pod. Through the clear glass, She could see Sunny's calm face. It was strange to see him like this. He almost seemed vulnerable. In their time together, he had always been on guard, paranoid, expecting betrayal at every moment. And yet, he had still failed to predict her own. "Congratulations, Neff. You got me." She remembered those words like they had been spoken seconds ago. The entire conversation was burned into her mind, along with the way he had looked at her. Her heart broke every time she remembered the betrayal in his eyes. She forced herself to look away. The guilt and shame were too much to face right now. She would rather face the dead gods than deal with it. Then her gaze fell on the miraculously intact portable sleep pod they had intended to transport him in. An idea came, and the decision was made in the same instant. She could not trust anyone else to deal with the ghouls or the spell. Why would it be any different with his safety? Mine, the same dark corner roared in agreement. Chapter 6. And I will call it Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, Memories and Cafe. You will see, Saint. People will go crazy. Maybe he was imagining things, but Sunny could swear Saint had just offered him a small nod. Considering the usual behavior of the taciturn knight, it might as well have been an effusive cheer. Forget the Mountain King, the Cathedral Knight, even Castor. This, right here, was his greatest achievement. Mindset, he nodded proudly to himself. Truly, he was the greatest sleeper ever. So anyway, I need to start planning it all now. I will get Kai to act as the waiter. The handsome bastard will bring in hordes of female customers on his own. Seeing no intention to intercede from Saint or from his shadows, he continued, I will be the cook, and Effie will be my assistant. Nobody knows food better than that thug. Actually, never mind. She would eat all of it, and I would end up in ruin. Sunny shook his fist at the imaginary scenario. When he got out and started his emporium, Effie would not be allowed anywhere near the kitchen. Hell, he would charge her just for the honor of entering his beloved store. The image of Effie begging on her knees to try his divine cooking brought a pale smile to his face. A smile that did not last. Hey Saint, do you think they miss me? It has already been 5 months. They must be desperate for me to come back. Right? They were friends, right? Someone out there must miss him. He had fought at their side, saved their lives more than a few times. They had to miss him at least a little, right? Fortunately, he was saved from spiraling further by the sight in front of him. It had been a few days since he left the dying corals of the forgotten shore, and since then all he had seen was an endless plain of dark stone. Now, before him, lay a gargantuan straight line, a waterfall into the underworld itself. It was half as wide as the red spire, and so deep he could not even guess where the bottom might be. It was also impossibly long. He could not see either end. Curious, he sent Gloomy and Happy in opposite directions to scout for the line's limits. An hour later, both returned, gesturing that they had found nothing. Sunny was astounded, and more than a little unnerved. What could have made such a line? It was too perfectly straight to be natural. Beyond it, his hopes of finally seeing the sun after months of darkness were promptly crushed. A jagged expanse of weirdly smooth gray stone stretched out under massive black clouds that smothered the sky, letting through only the faintest rays of light. Worse, the clouds poured a downright absurd amount of rain, reducing visibility to nearly nothing for anyone but him. Just his luck. He escaped the eternal darkness of the forgotten shore only to enter the wet, cold darkness of whatever lay beyond the line. Fortunately, sleepers rarely became sick. A cold was the last thing he needed. At least the water level was not high enough to hinder movement. A more poetic soul, like his mother, perhaps, would have found the scene beautiful. A line dividing two worlds. On one side, the deadly allure of the forgotten shore, full of mysteries and dangers he itched to uncover. On the other, a land smothered by dark, morning clouds. Personally, he just wanted to go home, wherever that was. He would have loved to explore more, to discover every mystery and dive into the line to uncover whatever secrets lay within, even if it was dangerous. But he just did not have the energy or the motivation. During his hunt for the remaining creatures in the Dark City, he had explored ruins he would not have dared enter before the death of the sun. Though he found nothing groundbreaking, the discoveries added nuance to the city's history and its long-dead inhabitants. It should have thrilled him. Teacher Julius had always insisted Sunny had the heart of an adventurer. A pang of melancholy hit him at the thought of the kindly old man. But instead of excitement, he felt numb. What was the point of discovering the past when his future was so precarious? He would have loved to test the line's length, depth, or even send a shadow inside on a scouting mission. But motivation eluded him. So instead, he empowered Saint with his shadows and ordered her to throw him into the air. At the peak of his ascent, he summoned the dark wing and glided over the line. He had to admit, he was slightly elated to finally leave the forgotten shore behind. Contrary to expectations, his luck had been frighteningly bad for months. He was not immediately ambushed by some antediluvian horror upon landing. In fact, he detected no movement at all, and he could see quite far while gliding. Silently grateful, he resummoned Saint and continued forward. Hours later, he already regretted choosing west as his direction. He was wet, cold, and utterly irritated by the noise his damp boots made with every step. The rain had not stopped even for a second. Not even its intensity had changed. The only reason the jagged plain was not submerged was the multitude of straight lines carved through it. None were as large as the first, but all were equally deep. The longest he had found so far was slightly longer than his height, which was perfectly respectable, no matter what that street lamp known as Effie thought. I think this might have been the battleground of two extremely powerful beings. It made sense. The lines were too smooth and straight to be anything but cuts, and the fractured stone beneath his feet looked like it had been shattered by overwhelming force. Whoever did it, he did not want to meet them. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the nightmare creature that had stalked him for nearly an hour creeping closer, its hideous face contorted with malice. It might have been terrifying were it not for its utter inability to be stealthy. Instead, it looked cute in a pathetic sort of way. Pity he would have to kill it. As it approached, he finally got a good look. Humanoid, but moving on all fours, extremely thin, gray skin flaking like ill-fitting cloth, and a bulbous head resembling the unholy union between a mushroom and a peach. His musings on the origin of the beast's strange head were interrupted, rather rudely, by its attack. He almost blinked in surprise when he saw it. It was just slow. It bent its limbs and leapt with all its strength, yet moved so sluggishly Sonny felt he could take a nap before it reached him. Unsurprisingly, it did not react in time when he pointed his hand in its direction and summoned the moonlight shard, which instantly skewered its grotesque head. It had time only for a shriek before dying. You have slain a dormant beast, brood of the emotion eater. Your shadow grows stronger. Sonny did blink at the spell's announcement. Almost 2 years since he became a sleeper. And this was only his second time killing a dormant nightmare creature. Then a smile erupted on his face. Well, looks like I am finally living my fantasies of being the invincible hero, he said, shooting a haughty look at the gloomy shadow. Gloomy just stared at him like he was an idiot. Saint, of course, did not react. At least Happy raised its hands in silent cheer. Why could not all of his shadows be that supportive? Movement flickered at the edge of his sight. Another creature approached, an even uglier version of the first, and it was not alone. Sonny recalled the beast's name and deduced that he was dealing with the minions of a tyrant. Not wanting to face them without knowing their numbers or the tyrant's strength, he chose to retreat. Happy empowered him, Gloomy empowered Saint, and Saint stayed behind to delay the enemy and gather shadow fragments. Shadow fragments, 1,801 out of 2,000. He was very close to reaching the next milestone, and if his hopes were fulfilled, he would gain another shadow. His mouth almost watered at the thought of how much stronger it would make him. The increase in his essence reserve alone would be invaluable, as it would allow him to permanently switch to the underworld mantle as his battle armor. For now, he simply did not have enough to risk using it in anything other than a brief skirmish. But his escape was blocked by more enemies emerging ahead. The bastard controlling them was adept at flanking, that was for sure. Fine. He would make them regret attacking him. He sprinted toward the nearest beast, summoning the midnight shard. The austere Tachi finished forming a heartbeat before impact. His arms swung faster than the pathetic creatures could register. You have slain a dormant beast. You have slain a... He did not stop. His arm moved in a relentless rhythm, reaping lives like wheat. It was almost sad. These dormant creatures were so far below him that they could not put up any kind of meaningful resistance. They might as well be target practice for him. His arrogant thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the bigger, uglier cousins of the creatures. They were awakened beasts at the very least. I just had to get arrogant, did I not? Sunny sighed sadly. It seemed like his fantasy was not going to last much longer. Refocusing on escape, he finished the nearest monster and started running. Once he judged himself to be far enough from the first group, he dismissed Saint. Gloomy rejoined him seconds later, boosting his speed. Thus began a dangerous game of tag. It reminded him of watching a dozen rats fight over a rotten scrap of food back in the outskirts. Sadly, he was the food. Sadly for them, that was. This piece of food could bite back, after all. 2 hours later, he finally managed to escape the nightmare creatures. Even better, he also encountered the first change in terrain since arriving on the rainy plains. Before him lay a deep valley, covered with many trees and rivers. And he even spotted a small cave perfect for camping. Feeling the burn of one of his wounds, he decided that he might as well stop for the day, or was it night? He was yet to see any difference in lighting since he arrived. So he cautiously approached the cave. The gloomy shadow separated from him and explored ahead. He would rather avoid another ambush. Along the way, he gathered branches and leaves to cover the cave entrance. Though he felt strangely dejected about it. What was the point? The worst that could happen if he was discovered was death. And honestly, not that big of a loss. Blinking at the intrusive thought, he lifted his wounded arm and sniffed. It smelled wrong. A poison that made you depressed? Those nightmare creatures were real assholes. Trying to keep his thoughts straight, he entered the cave after receiving Gloomy's signal, indicating that it was safe. It was small, barely spacious enough for 2 people, but dry thanks to the sloping entrance. After hours of relentless rain, dry ground felt like a luxury of the highest caliber. He covered the entrance, summoned the safe box of greed, and retrieved dried meat from inside. As expected, it had an expansion limit. The maximum size, according to his calculations, was similar to that of his room at the Awakened Academy. It was not that big, but it was still extremely useful for transporting supplies. And riches, of course. He would never lift a finger again after returning to the waking world if he could avoid it. A hysterical laugh slipped from him. Forget legacies. Between his wealth and his emporium, he would be the richest man alive. He would have the greatest house, the tastiest food. Maybe he could build a legacy clan of his own. Yes, he would raise it to the top. And then everyone would have to cater to his every whim like he was a god. Yeah, right. With my luck, the world economy will have collapsed by the time I am back, and I will have to pay 100 soul shards for a tube of synth paste. Oh well, at least he would have his friends. Friends who surely missed him terribly. Where could they find a better friend than him? The poor guys must be devastated without him. But what if they were not? No, they surely were. But maybe they were not. Or maybe they. His mind froze. The poison. It did not cause depression. It amplified emotions, which explained the wild swings in mood. If he was right, it was going to be a long night. Especially because, in his heart of hearts, he knew the truth. They did not miss him. In fact, they were probably better off without him. Just like Rain was better off without her worthless older brother. A long night indeed. Chapter 7. The night had indeed been long. The poison had run its course at some point, but he had not managed to catch a single minute of sleep. Hard too, with the chaotic mix of emotions raging inside him. Every single one of them roaring for attention. Why? They asked. Why did he do it? Why trust? Why love? Why open himself to more suffering? Did he not have enough of that already? The most vexing part? He did not know the answer. And he hated it. Just not as much as he hated the pitying stares that Gloomy and Happy were giving him. At least Saint was not here. If she pitied him too, he did not know what he would do. Nothing good, that was for sure. Just like how nothing good would come out of sulking in the cave. He could not sleep, so he might as well go back out and keep searching for a way out. Decision made. He ate a quick breakfast and left the cave. The rain was still as omnipresent as before. It only took a second to go from dry to completely drenched. It did not help his already poor mood. Not at all. Doing his best to ignore the dark mood that had yet to disappear. These moods were more numerous nowadays, and they also took longer to recover from. He started walking along the right fork of one of the rivers that covered the valley. Civilizations tended to settle along rivers. So he was hoping that by following it, he would eventually find some hint of the existence of one. Considering that he could not remember a place like this among the many regions he had studied back in the academy, he doubted that there would be any humans around. but he hoped to find some ruins or an undiscovered citadel. Sunny the Great. He survived the Forgotten Shore and then went on to explore a completely unknown region and became the master of it. I can already hear the film companies begging me for the rights to the story. As usual, the only answer he got was silence. Well, that was wrong. The sound of raindrops hitting the ground was there too. Progress, right? Great. Now I am happy to be rained on. I am leaving this part out when I write the script for the movie. He kept planning the script of his movie, the first of a trilogy that would develop into a franchise, as he walked along the river. On the outside, he might look casual, but he was paying extreme attention to his surroundings. Appearing unguarded worked quite well on the less intelligent nightmare creatures, lulling them into a false sense of safety that made them all the easier to kill. At least, it was working on the creature that was stalking him from the river, which is why, when a dark shape erupted from the water, he was ready. The massive pincer missed his face by a hairbreadth. And just as planned, the proximity made it so that the massive crustacean could not evade in time when the moonlight shard manifested instantly and punched through its brain. You have slain an awakened monster, Azure Claw. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory, Pincer of the Deep. A quick peek at his runes told him all he needed to know. The memory was useless. Normally it would annoy him, but this time he was happy. Shadow name, Marble Saint. Shadow fragments. 197 out of 200. With the new memory, along with another he had saved for this purpose, Saint would finally saturate her core. Not willing to wait any longer, he dove straight into his soul sea and fed them to Saint. The result was glorious. Saint became an ascended. Just like that, his hopes of escaping the dream world had skyrocketed. And yet, he could not stop bitterness from rearing its ugly head. She already was a far better fighter than he was. And now that distance had become an unbridgeable gap. Was he going to languish as a sleeper while everyone else kept growing stronger? Were they all going to leave him in the dust? Why would Saint stay at his side when he was so weak? There was no greater sin than being weak, after all. By the time I get out, even Cassie will be stronger than me. The shame alone will kill me. Naming the seer had been a mistake. His mood was already bad, and remembering her only made it worse. He clenched his teeth in anger to stop himself from thinking further, and instead began taking deep breaths while putting to use the relaxation techniques that teacher Julius had made him learn. It took a while, but he managed to settle himself. Anger was a great motivator in battle, but in the current situation it did nothing but make things worse. Oh well, it was not like he could not handle being the sidekick. Pride was a useless thing that he would never be caught having. And yet, his traitorous mind was all too eager to remind him of how things had ended with the last woman he had played sidekick for. He steeled his heart. Saint would never abandon nor betray him. Of that he was sure. You thought the same thing about her, did you not? His traitorous mind never missed a chance to pour salt over the wound, did it? Hours later, he was approaching another fork in the river. This time, there were 3 directions he could follow. Left and right went further into the valley, without any discernible landmarks on the horizon. The one in the center, on the other hand, would have him climbing up a small hill. Rather curious, considering that he was following the river downstream. As usual, the dream realm treated the laws of physics as nothing more than a suggestion. Without a better idea, he decided to follow the center fork. At the very least, it would allow him a better view of the area. Surprisingly, the climb was completely uneventful. No monsters attacked him, and no natural disaster suddenly occurred. Others could think him paranoid. But he had been on the bad side of no fewer than 4 storms, 2 hurricanes, and an earthquake in just the last 2 months. Considering the endless rain, he suspected that the first flood was not too far off either. One could say many things about beloved child of fate, none of them good, but it certainly made his life interesting. Wait. Did teacher Julius not say once that wishing someone to live in interesting times was considered a curse? Hard to tell. The old man had tried to cram so many things into the month they spent together that it was hard to be sure. Tangent aside, he had finally reached the peak of the hill. Sadly, there was not much to be seen. Just more valleys and rivers ahead. Sunny sighed and resumed the march. You have slain a dormant demon, brood of the emotion, eat her. Your shadow grows stronger. It was almost scary to witness the massacre that the now ascended saint could deliver when facing dormant nightmare creatures. The battle had started with 100 foes on the opposite side. And now, Just a few minutes after it started, only a dozen remained. She was not even being empowered by shadows yet. Sunny would have to work really hard if he did not want to be completely left behind. Mind set, he finally joined the battle, cutting down with ease a creature that had been lagging back, probably awaiting the perfect moment for a surprise attack. Like that was going to work on someone of Saint's caliber. A slight hiss in the air was the only warning he got of an incoming attack. It was enough. He took a step back, leaving him right outside the range of the attack. He witnessed, almost in slow motion, how a pair of claws passed millimeters away from his nose, missing him but cutting off a few strands of his long hair. He had to cut it one of these days. It was starting to get in the way. The attack passed, and the claws disappeared once more. It had to be some sort of camouflage, or else he would have seen the creature coming. Not trusting his eyes, he closed them and relied instead on hearing and shadow sense. Just a second later, another attack came, this time from his right side. Instead of dodging, he positioned the pauldron of the underworld mantle in its way, trusting that it would be more than enough to stop the attack. Sure enough, the claws bounced, leaving his enemy completely exposed. He empowered himself slightly with essence and delivered a brutal slash that sent the head of his enemy flying. You have slain an awakened devil, scout of the emotion eater. Your shadow grows stronger. That was new. Up to now, all of them, including the awakened versions, had been called just brood, while this one seemed to be more advanced. It worried him too. An awakened devil as just a scout meant that the tyrant could not be any weaker than a fallen. Judging it to be future Sunny's problem, he refocused on the battle. Saint had ended the last of the dormant enemies, but another horde was approaching. This time, they were all awakened. Normally, he would have retreated. Who knew if there were more coming, after all? But his own weakness worried him more than the enemy could. If he could not face those odds with an ascendant at his side, then he could not hope to brave whatever dangers were awaiting him further into the unexplored region. Was that? Yes. It seemed like the command of his dear master did not like his odds. Fortunately, it could not force him to do anything just yet. He had tested it thoroughly over the past months. After all, it started as a whisper, annoying but tolerable. Usually when he was facing some sort of danger, he was not quite sure he could handle. The intensity would start to rise until eventually becoming a deafening roar as the danger increased or if he did not act. If ignored for too long or the danger became great enough, his body would start moving on its own, forcing him to escape at all costs. It was like having a personal demon. One who loved nothing more than whispering mockingly in his ear just how weak he was. So, despite it not being the wisest of moves, he did not run. Instead, he summoned the ordinary rock and enhanced it with both shadows, then threw it with perfect precision among the incoming horde. Wake up! The deafening shout produced by the ordinary rock was enough to stun the unprepared enemies. Not wasting the chance, he called back his shadows, one for him and another for Saint, and slashed at the closest awakened. You have slain your shadow. He did not stop even for a second. They would not be stunned for long, and he had to cull their numbers while he could. He doubted the same trick would work again, after all, for more foes fell, a pittance compared to the harvest reaped by Saint before they recovered. The deadly dance started in earnest. The brood were as ferocious as they were ugly, and they were very ugly. Sir, the command was getting louder too. If he did not win soon, he would be forced to retreat. Refusing to entertain the thought, he focused as much as he could on the creatures and the way they fought. He had been stuck right at the edge of attaining the second mastery of shadow dance for ages, and he felt like this battle could prove to be the spark necessary to finally achieve it. He captured the way they moved, the way they breathed, every twitch of their muscles, the movement of their eyes signaling where they were going to strike, the micro-expressions, even the way they scrunched their noses, just to be sure. The one in front of him was going to strike with its claws at his collarbone. Step to the left and counter. Dead. The one behind was going to try to bite his head off. Crouch and impale its eye with the moonlight shard. Dead. 2 steps from him. 2 of the creatures had managed to coordinate a pincer attack that would catch him if he did not move perfectly. A twist to the right to avoid the worst of the first attack. A twist to the left so that the second would hit the most resistant part of his armor. It hurt, but he survived. The enemies did not. His brain felt like a sponge being squeezed dry, but he refused to stop. He needed to become stronger. Strong enough to survive. strong enough to escape this hell, strong enough to be no one's slave. At some point, without Sonny even realizing, he stopped seeing the brood, and instead he was facing the shadows of his past. The director of the orphanage, who told him in no uncertain terms that he was not going to be adopted before kicking him out. The lowlife who stole his last scrap of food. That was the first day he starved. The friend who tried to kill him just for a half-empty synth paste tube. The girl he believed he had loved, stabbing him in the back to get in the good graces of one of the gangs. The detective he had paid to find Rain, advising him not to approach her, that she was better off without him. Hero, so full of self-righteousness and justifications. Castor, reminding him that no matter how far he got, the world would still see him as a rat. And her. He did not even know when he started, but he was screaming. A wordless, senseless expression of utmost fury. At what? He was not sure. All he knew was that he was angry. Angry at the brood. Angry at the shadows that haunted him. Angry at the world itself. But more than anything else, he was angry at his own weakness. The same weakness that had him stuck all alone in hell. That had him trust despite knowing better. Why? He kept asking himself that question. The fact that he did not have an answer only made him angrier. So he kept fighting. He kept fighting despite the increasing number of wounds he was receiving. He kept fighting when one of the beasts managed to tear a chunk out of his ear. When a brutal stab almost disemboweled him. He only stopped when he felt a hand on his shoulder. The anger flared, and he turned around to retaliate. Only to see Saint. They were alone. No nightmare creature remained. No word was said. No gesture to indicate her displeasure. And yet he could still feel her disappointment. You have to control yourself. Had she been able to speak, he was sure those would have been her words. Sonny hung his head low, heart full of shame. Was he truly so weak that even the taciturn shadow was worried? I am so. His attempt to apologize was cruelly interrupted by the voice of the spell. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is taking shape. The pain hit right after. Brutal, relentless, tyrannical in its all-encompassing intensity. It was even worse than last time. When he came back to his senses, he was under the canopy of a big tree. A look to his side revealed Saint, silently standing guard over him. She must have carried him away from the battlefield. Thank you, Saint. A barely perceptible nod was all the answer he received. He wanted to talk more, to let her know just how much he appreciated her. But a movement at his feet distracted him, revealing a shadow that was neither gloomy nor happy. His hopes had been proven right. Shadow cores, 3 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 3 out of 3,000. He was officially a demon now. A small speck of hope appeared in his heart. It grew even bigger when he saw another piece of good news in his runes. Aspect Legacy, Shadow Dance. Shadow Dance Mastery Level, 2 out of 7. First relic, claimed. Second relic, claim. In the same battle, he had finally mastered the second step of Shadow Dance, bringing his combat capabilities even further. He was still weak, but he must be closing the gap at least. He should not. It was a bad idea. Whenever he did, a dark mood that would take hours to go away would come over him. But he wanted to know. He wanted to validate that his efforts were not for nothing. Master, Changing Star, Naphis. Soul Cores, 5 out of 7. Soul Fragments, 2,468 out of 5,000. Why did he expect anything else? Last month, when he checked, she was still a devil. And now she was almost halfway to becoming a terror. He was doomed to always fall behind. To be lesser. A pathetic shadow that could not even exist without a master. Laughter erupted out of him. He did not even mind the way Saint or his shadows were looking at him. If weakness was a sin, then he must be the greatest of sinners. Chapter 8. Rage burned inside him. A dark and terrible beast, swearing bloody revenge upon the world and everything in it. Rage was devoured by the jaws of hatred. Even a world away, she still insisted on reminding him of his inferiority. Hate was then consumed by a crashing tide of sadness. She probably did not even remember him anymore. Nobody did. Sadness was replaced by a slow but inevitable cloud of apathy. Who cared if she was stronger than him? He was going to die anyway. Apathy was crushed under the weight of hope. He was still alive. As long as he was, he could still find a way out and live the happy life he rarely dared to truly dream of. Hope was usurped by pride. He was the greatest sleeper of all time. If someone could do it, it was him. Pride toppled on its own. He was nothing but a worthless little rat. Deluding himself into thinking anything else was exactly what had brought him to this situation. Amidst the storm of emotions, Sunny's hatred for the brood and their vile poison grew even further. It took 2 whole days, 2 agonizing, sleepless, painful days, for his body to fully purge the poison, to finally be free of it, to be able to think without a flood of emotions crashing over him, felt exhilarating. Almost deliriously so, though that was probably more related to the lack of sleep. He stood up slowly and painfully. His injuries were not quite healed yet, and they made themselves known with vindictive pleasure. Sadly, time waited for no one, and he had already spent too much time in one place. The corpses of brood monsters at Saint's feet more than proved it. He took a moment to give her a thankful nod before stretching his rigid limbs, an action he regretted instantly when the wounds made themselves known with even greater intensity. It was going to take him days to recover from this. Days he did not have. He could already see more nightmare creatures coming in the distance. They were all awakened too. The deeper he went, the fewer dormant versions he saw. It made sense. The strongest pushed the weakest to the outskirts. It said worrying things about his future when, after only a few days in the region, he was barely finding any more dormant creatures. He sighed and dragged a hand across his face. It was not a good time for worrying about his future. No rest for the wicked, right guys? None of his shadows answered, aside from the creepy new guy, whose only reaction was to somehow manage to look even creepier. I really need to find chattier company. This is just depressing. He sighed once again. What he would do for someone he could talk with and not just to. Not now, Sonny. There are far greater worries right in front of you. The time for jokes was over. The brood would reach him in less than a minute, and he had to prepare. He sent his 3 shadows to Saint, and then summoned both the bow of the lone hunter and the safe box of greed. He was not in a good enough state to fight in close quarters, so he would have to settle for acting as her backline support. You have slain an awakened demon. Your shadow. Sunny exhaled tiredly. The skirmish had been short but intense, and his weary mind and body did not appreciate it in the slightest. He was quite annoyed at his performance too. He had missed far too many shots for his liking. At moments like these, he missed Kai. The annoyingly handsome bastard could have taught him how to operate a bow far better. As skilled as Saint was with one, it was the kind of skill that could not be taught properly by just showcasing it. He exhaled once more. He missed him, just like he missed Effie. How he missed hearing a voice that was not his own. At times, he even missed them. Another tired exhale came from him. He did not have the time for that tangent right now. Staying in one place was too much of a risk. So despite the protests of his exhausted body, he quickly gathered the arrows that could be reused and stored them inside the safe. Then he scavenged as much meat as he could from the creatures and stored it too. The idea of eating creatures that looked so close to humans, as much of a parody of one as they were, disturbed him. But one could not be a picky eater in the dream realm. Not with how close he was to running out of rations. Once he finished the preparations that could be done in a short span of time, he started walking. Although, given his speed, it was more akin to an ungraceful limp. A flicker of amusement graced his lips for a fraction of a second. I am definitely leaving this part out of the script. Sunny was resting on the thick branch of a massive tree he had found. With no other shelter available and far too tired to keep going, he decided to make camp on its branches. He had checked and found no cores, then stabbed it a little just in case. He already had enough with one carnivorous tree in his life. Thank you very much. His attention was currently on his runes. More specifically, on the new memory he had received. Memory name, Drop of Ichor. Consume? It was his reward for attaining the 2nd mastery of Shadow Dance. The description was all he needed to deduce whom it belonged to. It also gave him a lot of questions, but those could be dealt with when he was not suffering from a massive headache. 3 days without sleep was too much even for him, and the downright pathetic state of his body did not help. Do not do it. The reason he had not consumed it yet was the voice. Although it was misleading to call it that. It could not even be considered a whisper. It was more akin to a feeling, an idea, an instinct. It was telling him that he would regret it if he did, that he would not get what he was looking for. He had already felt like this before, back when he was deciding which direction to go when departing from the Dark City. Though at that time, he had thought it to be nothing but instinct. Back then, it had told him not to go east. And now it was telling him not to consume the drop of ichor. He had felt it before too, far less clear and more diffuse. Since the day fated had evolved to beloved child of fate, it had become easier to tell what it wanted to say, to the point that he could almost hear it speak. Was it fate itself? Did having its undivided attention and interest mean he also had its guidance? Sonny did not know. However, he did know something else. Sonny hated it. It made him feel like a puppet, like he was helplessly dancing to someone else's tune, like his every action was being directed by something so unfathomably greater than him that he was not even a speck of dust in comparison. The mere idea of it was something he found so disgusting, he almost retched. He already had one master and one voice in his head too many. He did not want another. Not now, not ever. Do not do it. The feeling had grown stronger. The almost whisper louder. The intention behind it more palpable. It only reinforced his decision. Consume. So be it. Don't do it. He paid no further attention to the spell or fate. A cold feeling was already rushing through him. The blood of the shadow god was already spreading. It felt weird. Like bathing in ice. Like wearing wet clothes. Like the first cold morning after a harsh summer. As strange as it was also refreshing, filling his body with strength. He could feel his muscles grow stronger, his bones denser, his skin softer, and yet paradoxically more resistant. And then, everything went wrong. A furious snarl came from his very being. He could almost feel blood weave stir and set its hungry gaze on the encroaching ichor. It was a possessive beast, one that did not like to share, much less with the enemy of its progenitor. Just like that, his body became a battlefield. On one side, the broken fragment of a daemon. On the other, the complete bloodline of a god. It happened so fast he almost did not have time to react. Had he not been on guard already due to fate's warning, he would not have. Against all odds, the daemon's fragment was winning, quickly and unerringly consuming the encroaching shadows. Its triumphant roar all too clear to him. If he waited a single second more, the bloodline of the shadow god would be erased. Sonny could not allow it. Would not allow it. Don't do it. He was too weak to pass up such a boon. Bloodweave would have to share, whether it liked it or not. Without a better idea, he recalled his shadows from where they were keeping watch and sent them to reinforce the flagging ichor. Reinvigorated, it started to fight back, slowly recovering ground. The bloodline of a god did not give up easily, much less one destined for a cockroach like Sonny. It fought tooth and nail against the tyrannical influence of his blood until it managed to gain a firm foothold where it could settle. And then, to his surprise, it stopped on its own just a microsecond after. Whatever power the ichor had possessed had run out and could not do anything more. On the other side, Bloodweave seemed to lose all interest once its opponent stopped expanding. Whatever it wanted from the ichor, it had already taken as much as it could. And it did take. He could feel how much stronger his healing had become. One of your attributes has evolved. You have acquired a new attribute. Sonny sighed in relief. A boost to the healing provided by Bloodweave was invaluable, especially without any healer around to deal with his wounds. However, it did not stop him from fearing the idea that, in the end, he would get nothing else from the ordeal. Being able to quickly recover from wounds was good, but being strong enough not to receive them in the first place was even better. Not willing to wait any longer, he quickly pulled up the runes and searched for his spoils. Attribute name, Ember of Blasphemy. Attribute description, you carry within you an ember of both the divine and the profane. Rejected by both, your mere existence is an affront to reality itself. Sonny could not stop himself from snorting in dark amusement, like the world needed any excuse to despise him. The feeling was mutual. It could burn for all he cared, as long as Rain and his cohort were fine. Attribute name, Endbringer. Attribute description, the shadow god issued a single decree upon creating death. Everything that ever was and ever will must end. Nobody, whether mundane, divine, or unknown, is exempt from this rule. And even I, when the time comes, will find myself within the embrace of shadows. This is but a fragment of a god's lineage. Your sight has been altered, allowing you to see the end of all things. Now this was far more interesting. Whatever it meant, it could not, or at least he hoped it would not, be weak. Already accustomed to the alternate sight he had received from Bloodweave, it did not take him long to find the mental switch that enabled Endbringer. It was strange. In his field of view, hundreds of what looked like shadowy tendrils appeared, coming straight out of everything within sight. They varied in size and, for lack of a better term, intensity, but everything emitted one. He turned his sight to the trunk of the tree, from which came a single small tendril that, despite its diminutive stature, emitted shadows so deep they almost looked like they were devouring what little light there was under the downpour of rain. He tentatively extended his hand and tried to grasp it, and surprisingly, he could actually take hold of it. The feeling was eerily wrong, like he was holding an eel, whatever that was, covered in oil. The most minimal mistake would have the tendril escape from his hands. So he grasped it more firmly to avoid just that. But he did not know what else to do. Aside from how slippery it was, he received no sensation from the tendril. He could be holding plain air and would not be able to tell a difference. Suddenly inspired, he channeled a trickle of essence into the tendril. Had he not been paying such close attention, he would not have noticed the difference. Fortunately, he did. The tendril had grown even darker. And was it just his imagination? Or did the green leaves of the tree become a little less vibrant? He channeled more essence. And sure enough, the tendril became darker while the leaves started to yellow. Just seconds later, he ran completely out of essence. As expensive as the ability was, its effect could not be denied. The once vibrant tree was dead. All its leaves had fallen. Its bark was crumbling under its own weight. Its branches suddenly thin and frail. The potential applications both in and outside a fight were so many that his mind was spinning. It would take testing and a lot of practice to make it truly useful. But his future suddenly seemed far less doomed. Further thoughts about the applications of Endbringer were interrupted by a sudden crack that came from the branch he was resting on. By the time he realized what it was heralding, it was already too late. The branch broke, and he fell with it. Laying precariously on the ground, he groaned in pain. But even that could not take away from his good mood. He had just defied fate and received an awesome reward out of it. What was a little, more like a lot, of pain against that? You did it. Speaking of the devil, he had almost forgotten about it in his thrill for exploring his spoils. Its almost whisper sounded weird, like it was delighted by his defiance. Sonny could not help but despair. When had his life become so weird? Chapter 9. I want everything on the menu. Nephi's felt a little bad for the poor waitress. The way her face had paled could not be healthy. Effie, on the other hand, seemed like she got the exact reaction she was looking for. She was evil like that. The poor woman was saved from trying to come up with a polite way to ask if she was sure, or if she could even pay for it, by Cassie's intervention. She is serious, and we can pay for it. I want a black tea and a cheesecake. Though said in a neutral tone, Nephi could swear she detected an undercurrent of amusement in it. She was quite proud of how much she had improved at interpreting emotions. The waitress did not look any less unsure, but it was not like she could keep questioning them without coming across as rude. So she nodded woodenly and set her gaze on Nephi, awaiting her order. I want the cherry cake and a coffee. She was not much of a fan of sweets, but it would be rude not to order any when Effie and Cassie did. The woman nodded and promptly, a little too quickly in her opinion, left, telling them that she would be back soon. This is nice. Effie sprawled her arms over the sofa they were resting on, her wheelchair abandoned in favor of the much more comfortable cushions. We should come here more often. I am not against it. It really was nice. Her life had been far too hectic for far too long, and she could use a little break. It also helped that they were incognito and, as such, did not need to deal with the masses of both fans and recruiters. Nephi was currently wearing a memory that changed both her hair and eye color to black and green respectively. She also used a little makeup to make herself look different. So far it was working, so she considered it a success. Cassie was sporting brown hair, and instead of her usual blindfold, she was using thick sunglasses. She did not have the heart to tell her just how ridiculous it made her look. Though Effie, evil as she was awaiting the moment she realized it like a starved dog awaited a meal. Speaking of the huntress, she was not using any sort of disguise. The government propaganda only ever showcased her spiritual self, so almost no one could recognize her real form. Back to the cafe, she enjoyed the calm atmosphere. It was pleasantly warm, as expected from the beginning of June. 6 months already. And music was playing softly in the background. It was one of Night and Gale's most popular songs. One she quite liked too. In the little cafe, there were only 2 more women, calmly enjoying their pastries while gossiping. She felt her ears warm in embarrassment and more than a little irritation at the topic. Fortunately, she was distracted from their conversation by the arrival of her order, swiftly followed by Cassie's and finally by Effie's. Though the last one came in 2 different carts, stacked to the top with plates. She could swear the huntress was salivating. What followed was an oddly morbid, yet fascinating scene. It never stopped surprising her how the black hole known as Effie could eat so fast, yet still somehow enjoy every last piece of food. By the time she had finished her own cherry cake, it was good, but not something she particularly enjoyed. The huntress was already done and was eyeing hungrily Cassie's still untouched cake. The seer was instead drinking her tea with a slow and methodical pace that seemed to define her as of late. The blind girl, as if noticing Effie's predatory gaze, took the plate of cake and dragged it closer to herself. As she watched her friend trying to, not so, subtly steal the cake from the seer, she realized just how much she enjoyed moments like these. They made her feel a little more human, more Nephi's instead of changing star. It only reinforced her dream. She needed to destroy the spell before it had the chance of taking this from her. It had already taken too much, and she despised the very idea of it, or anyone, for that matter, taking more. As she watched Effie's increasingly obvious attempts, a smile almost crept onto her face. That was, until she was interrupted by her communicator's notification, swiftly echoed by everyone else's. What followed was a grating, echoing ringing sound, one that she knew very well. It was the battle horn of her most despised enemy, after all. It looked like the accursed spell did not want her to have a single moment of respite. Well, she would gladly oblige. Soon, another notification came, providing the details of the emerging gate. Gate activity detected in your proximity. ETA, 30 minutes. Evacuate as swiftly as possible and follow instructions from the proper authorities. She quickly tapped on the notification to obtain more information. And once she found where it would emerge, she stood up and started walking toward the exit. Effie followed her immediately. She might be bound to her chair, but she was more than strong enough to kill nightmare creatures with throwing projectiles. Surprisingly, it was Cassie who followed them last. She seemed quite shaken for some reason. She would ask why later, as well as the reason why she had been so insistent on visiting this cafe today. When she arrived, the street was almost empty already. What few civilians remained ran as fast as they could. She could almost feel the distortion in the air. It was barely perceptible at the moment, but in a matter of minutes, it would become unmissable. There were 6 other awakened present already. They looked nervous, but not too much. The fact that the army would arrive with plenty of time to spare did wonders for their determination. Effie was gathering rocks and whatever little objects she could stock up on in the time they had before the first nightmare creature emerged. Cassie summoned her rapier, as well as the echo of a chain worm she had killed during their battle on Shipwreck Island. Nephi summoned the cruel sight and the undying chain. While the mist coalesced in her hand to form the weapon, she briefly remembered the creature it came from. It had ambushed them on Reckoning Island, its form that of one of her firekeepers. It had been strong, dangerously so. She was not sure if she could have won the battle without some of the firekeepers dying, were it not for the beast's mistake. When Nephi's had approached, it had taken her form and promptly used her aspect ability. Its pained screams still haunted some of her followers. Of more interest was the mirror shard it left behind. A shard she would have destroyed were it not for Cassie telling her to keep it. Why? She did not tell, though she promised to do so soon. She was eagerly awaiting the moment. There were far too many times already that the seer had refused to give explanations for her actions. Further musings were interrupted by the arrival of several military vehicles, from which soldiers started pouring out like ants from an anthill. She had to applaud their efficiency. In a matter of minutes, they had managed to set up barricades as well as medical stations for those who would get injured. Amidst the preparations, more awakened finally arrived, accompanied by a lone master. A strong one, if the aura of casual danger she seemed to exude was anything to go by. She was a woman who looked in her late 20s, or at most her early 30s. Beautiful in a dangerous sort of way, with short black hair and icy blue eyes. Nephi recognized her. Soul Reaper was rather infamous after all. Her presence was reassuring at least. A rank 2 gate would not go down easily, and a master of her renown would prove invaluable. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We all know the drill. Strike hard and strike fast. If you are injured, you back down. If you are outmatched, you back down. And if you feel like playing the hero, you back down. Soul Reaper said it casually. She seemed as worried by the incoming gate as one would be of a little rain. In her spot, Nephi's would have used different words. But she could not deny that they worked. The soldiers seemed a little less grim. The awakened more at ease at the incoming danger. And even Effie looked a little more confident. She would have to try this method in the future. Her planning of future speeches was interrupted by the appearance of the rift, from which nightmare creatures would soon start to come out. Nephi's took a steadying breath and readied her stance. Whatever came out, she was ready. Less than an hour later, the battle was already done. It had been short but intense. A resounding success, too. The ample time of preparation meant that they were ready when the rift tore open. And miraculously, none of the soldiers nor awakened had died. In fact, the only loss, if it could be considered that, was that of her disguise. She had been fighting well without her aspect. But then an awakened received a grievous injury, and she healed her on reflex. Sadly, her flames were far too eye-catching to disguise. So her deception was revealed instantly. After that, she saw no point in hiding anymore, and instead used her flames freely. It was a pity, but it could not be avoided. A few civilians had come back when it became clear that the situation was stable, and she could see them taking pictures and videos. She could even see a few students from the local school pointing at her from the windows. She sighed in disappointment. She was fond of her current disguise and would miss using it. Briefly, she wondered if a certain shadow would like how it made her look, but quickly squashed that thought. So you are the famous changing star. The speaker was Soul Reaper, who was approaching her, looking far more lively after the fight than before. She was staring at her like she was pondering something with utmost seriousness. I am. She saw no reason to deny it, so she did not. A quick dismissal of the memory had her hair and eyes go back to their usual color. She could not hide anymore, so she might as well use the chance to increase her popularity. Do you mind sparing me a minute or two for a little chat? Nephi's did not show it, but was surprised. What could the government master want with her? She only hoped that it was not another recruiting attempt. She briefly considered refusing, but in the end she saw no harm in accepting the request. When she gave a little nod, Soul Reaper made a gesture to follow her, which Nephi's did after giving a signal to Effie, one that indicated she was not in danger, but to be wary. The huntress nodded and relayed the message to Cassie, who still seemed disturbed for some reason. What was the matter with her? They walked for a few meters until the Ascended decided that they were far enough from accidental listeners. And then, for good measure, she summoned a memory that nullified all outward sounds. Nephi's, though on the surface composed, was worried about that gesture. What was so important that she would go to such measures in such an open space? Do not worry about that. I want to talk about something personal, and I would rather avoid gossipers. The smile on Soul Reaper's face unsettled her more than she was willing to admit. What kind of personal matter could she have with her? Go on, was Nephi's only answer. It is about Sunny. She was not ready for that. Not at all. What relation did this dangerous woman have with Sunny? She only hoped that she was not another of those depraved people who theorized about their relationship on the web and TV, just like the women back at the cafe did. The kind of things that some people seemed to think she was doing to his sleeping body had even Effie blushing. Effie, like she could not wait until he woke up too. Thankfully, Soul Reaper took her silence as an invitation to keep going, interrupting her thoughts before they could go to the kind of place that Effie would never let her live down if she knew. How is the kid? I did not have the chance to visit before they tried to kidnap him, and you took him to that manor of yours. In retrospect, it had been a foolhardy move. Oh, she would have still done the same. But at least she would have made the attempt to keep it discreet. The attempted kidnapping had been a slap in the face of the government, and the fact she took him only made it worse. She might as well have proclaimed that she did not trust them to do their job. To be fair, she did not. Something they could not afford. They lived and died by their image of having things under control after all. It took a lot of tedious negotiations as well as propaganda events, but she managed to smooth things over. Though both sides could tell that their relationship had just become irreparably strained. She could respect it, if not for the fact that they still tried to recruit her. The hypocrisy galled her. He is fine. We have a medical team on staff to watch him, and both my cohort and firekeepers keep watch over him constantly. Her answer was polite and to the point, while somehow still managing to transmit the unanswered question of why do you care. That is good to hear. I watched over him during his first nightmare and even gave him some advice before we departed. So this was the Master Jet that Sunny had mentioned once or twice back in the Forgotten Shores. She could see where the hidden admiration came from. Soul Reaper was quite formidable. Beautiful too, although she did not know why that annoyed her so much. How was he back then? It was a polite question, but also a genuine one. Master Jet seemed a little nostalgic at that, a wistful smile unknowingly showing up. A smile that annoyed her too. Mouthy, a little perverted, far too honest for his own good. Selfish, and with a healthy dose of paranoia and distrust toward everyone and everything. The wistful smile slowly morphed into something far more dangerous. So imagine my surprise when I found out that the crazy kid decided to heroically sacrifice himself so that everyone else could escape. Her gaze was intense, predatory even. Master Jet did not say it. She did not imply anything, and yet it hung between them like a guillotine. So, do you mind telling me what happened? Despite her words, it was clear by her tone that she was not asking. She knew, or at least she suspected. This was bad, really bad. Nephis composed herself. She had already, for a moment I actually believed it, you know? Changing star, the heiress of a mortal flame. Noble, kind, and selfless. Some are calling you the future of humanity. Did you know that? Despite her praising words, there was no warmth in her voice. If anything, they were as cold and sharp as a blade. It is disappointing, but I should have known better. What did she mean? In the end, you are just like the legacy clans. Jet could have slapped her, and she would have found it less insulting. Without even realizing when it started, mist was already forming in her hand. The cruel sight taking shape. It was only with a Herculean effort of will that she managed to stop herself and wrench her fury back under control. Those words had cut so deep that she could swear she was bleeding. Master Jet did not miss it. Cold amusement filling her eyes even as she took a stance that would allow a quick response in case a fight broke out. The kid I knew would hate it, you know? He is practically a martyr nowadays. The black star who fell from the sky so that others could keep shining. The mocking tone she used when saying the title was enough to show what she thought of it. So I will ask again. How is he? Should she kill her? She trusted her chances against an ordinary master, and they were close enough for Effie and Cassie to provide support. However, Jet was not an ordinary master. There were far too many witnesses too. Even as bad as Soul Reaper's reputation was, she was not sure if she could sell the idea that Jet had gone crazy and tried to kill her. She could also escape or just start shouting her suspicions for everyone to hear. There were far too many possible outcomes, and none of them were good. That look you are giving me is rather dangerous. I would advise answering instead of doing whatever you are thinking of. Jet still looked casual, like she was not worried about the danger that Nephis posed. She clenched her teeth in anger. The temptation to throw caution away and attack far too high. It took a lot of effort, but she managed to control herself. As precarious as said control was. I stand by my words, was her answer. And surprisingly, the master seemed to believe her. Glad to hear it. Was not that hard, was it? With that said, Jet seemed to lose all interest in her. The madwoman even turned around and showed her back, like she did not consider Nephis a threat at all. She considered letting it go, to pretend like the conversation had not happened at all. But she had to ask. She had to know if she would pose a danger to her future plans. And as such, needed to be eliminated. What are you going to do about your suspicions? It seemed ridiculous to call it like that when they both knew the truth. But it helped sell the illusion that there was no dark secret hanging amidst them. Like she was not considering murder. Jet stopped a few steps before the end of the sound barrier and turned her head around. A cold smile plastered on her face. One that did not reflect in her eyes. Nothing. Nephis did not expect that answer. Something that the master seemed to realize since she kept going. I like the kid, but not enough to die avenging him. If I kill you, I will have half the world clamoring for my head. And I already had enough with crawling out of a grave once. A low chuckle followed the last sentence, as if remembering some internal joke. Then she turned her head back and resumed her walking. Though right before leaving the barrier, she uttered her parting words. Besides, if he is anything like I remember, he will want to do it himself when he comes back. She sounded confident too, like she did not doubt even for a moment that Sunny would come back. Nephis stared at her as she left, fury and guilt warring inside her in equal parts. The temptation was still there, but she did not cede to it. She would have to make plans in case Soul Reaper had lied. Find out whatever she could about her abilities. But now was not the moment. Not when Effie and Cassie were already approaching. The Huntress had not missed how she reacted to Jet's words. And Cassie could also tell that something was wrong. She already dreaded trying to explain what happened to Effie and Kai without revealing the full truth. It could wait. Right now, she only wanted to go back to the manor and make sure that Sunny was safe. She had already checked the runes and found nothing wrong. But she wanted to see it with her own eyes. Unbeknownst to them, a student had been watching her discussion with Master Jet. The student, while she did not know what they had talked about, did not miss how tense they were or how Changing Star almost summoned a memory. Had they seen her closely, they would have realized that the girl with black hair and eyes was oddly reminiscent of their dear friend. Chapter 10. Slave, Lost from Light. Shadow Cores, 3 out of 7. Shadow Fragments, 345 out of 3,000. She had checked 10 times in the last 2 hours, and still no change. He had been inactive for almost a week already. Did something happen to him? An image appeared in her mind. Sunny bleeding out, face growing paler as the light slowly left his eyes. And as he died, cursing her with his last breath. It was not the first time this specific scenario had come to mind. It would not be the last either. Nephice exhaled slowly and dismissed the runes. She had to trust him. He was a cockroach, true and true. And that was before she ordered him to survive. If that command was even half as powerful as the one that made him stop, she did not have anything to worry about. And yet, worry she did. Not wanting to check again so soon, she settled her eyes on his sleeping face instead. As always, he seemed calm, endearing, vulnerable. It made her dread all the more that one day she would wake up and find him a hollow. She had settled his pod facing her own, just so she could see for herself that he was fine before going to the dream world and after coming back. It was only for that reason. The fact that his face was the last thing she saw before going to sleep and the first after waking up had no relation. No matter what Effie or the firekeepers, the traitors, said on the subject. A quiet noise snapped her out of her morose thoughts. Someone was approaching the gate. A quick glance at the monitor showcasing the feed from the outside cameras showed it was Gorn and Cassie. Cassie inputted the password to initiate the opening of the door, and Nephice entered her own password to allow access and avoid the alarm from activating. It was one of the safety measures they had introduced after the attempted kidnapping. Someone had to always be inside the room, standing guard. And in order to access or leave, both sides needed to input a password, changed weekly, or the alarm would activate. Is it the hour already? Nephice asked. Yes. If we leave now, we will arrive late enough to avoid most of the interviews, but not so much as to cause trouble, Cassie answered. She was wearing the armor Nephice had gifted her so long ago, back when everything had been far simpler. Aside from the armor, she had also summoned her rapier and a half-mask that covered her eyes while leaving her mouth uncovered. Nephi sighed and summoned the Starlight Legion armor, the Dawn Shard, and Dreamblade. Tonight was the premiere of the movie made by the government portraying the events of the Forgotten Shores. She would have rather not gone, but it was one of the events she had agreed to participate in to smooth things over with them. They wanted her in full Changing Star persona, which meant using the memories that had become an iconic part of her image instead of the ones she currently used. She was already dreading it. A song of light and shadows. The name alone was worrying. And according to Kai, who had some involvement in it as far as she could tell, they had delayed it, from early June to late July, for reshoots after Sunny's almost kidnapping. Whatever changes they had in mind, she doubted they would be for the better. Unwilling to go but not wanting to delay it any further and create more problems for herself, she got up and ceded her seat to Gorn, who would keep watch while she was gone. She took one last glance at Sunny's peaceful face before leaving, worry still present in her mind. They went up and retrieved Effie from her room, who, given her current bodily situation, was spared from having to show up in full regalia. She had all the luck sometimes. It had only been a few minutes, and she was already regretting all the choices that had led her to the current situation. The noise alone could be considered a mind hex. The crowd was suffocating, and representatives of various news outlets were hounding her with a ferocity that had nothing to envy from a nightmare creature. She was starting to consider summoning her flames. It would at least grant her some space. It would have been far more tolerable if Effie and Cassie did not look so smug. They had both been left alone and made absolutely no effort to help her. She would remember this betrayal. At least Kai was suffering too. In an attempt to distract herself from the murderous thoughts running through her mind, she summoned the runes once more, hoping to see a difference, no matter how small. She heard one of the reporters ask a question just as she summoned them, but she paid it no mind. Slave, lost from light. Shadow cores, 4 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 2069 out of 4000. What the fuck? She froze, followed by an almost imperceptible tremor of dread. What could he have faced that was so dangerous as to earn that many fragments? She rubbed her eyes, as if hoping that would change what the runes displayed. It was not meant to be. They were still the same. There was not even a new memory or echo to give her a clue. What had the crazy shadow done? As she wondered what kind of adventure Sunny was going through, she missed the sudden hush that fell over the hall. Unbeknownst to her, the question asked by the reporter had been rather sensitive. Lady Changing Star, is it true that you and Sir Sunless, the Black Star, are in a relationship as the movie implies? Of course, nobody expected her to offer any answer, or at most to politely deny it. What they saw, however, was the usually stoic and composed Changing Star freeze, her body trembling in what could not be anything but emotion, and then covering her eyes, surely to hide the tears that were about to follow. Within an hour, the hashtag Twilight Star would top the charts across all media. The relationship that until that moment had been nothing but speculation on social networks and trashy TV shows was seemingly confirmed by none other than Changing Star herself. Nephice noticed none of this, too preoccupied with her worries to care. Effie, Kai, and Cassie noticed. But in an unprecedented show of unity, none of them mentioned it. One because of how fun it would be when she realized. Another because he thought she was finally being honest about her emotions. And the last because she already knew it was too late. Any attempt to rectify the situation would only make it worse. And because it would be fun too, of course. Nephice felt all of the energy leave her body as she took a seat. The interviewers had stopped bothering her after she checked Sunny's runes. But the way they looked at her was almost worse. What was wrong with them? And why was Effie grinning so much? At least all she had to do now was sit there and pretend to like the movie. The government had wanted her to give a speech afterward, but she had managed to talk them out of it. At her left sat Effie, followed by Cassie and finally Kai, while on her right were the director and the main cast. The director was beside her, occasionally stealing glances at her, as if afraid she would get up at any moment. He seemed downright giddy to have her there. He almost ripped her hand off with how energetically he had shaken it, which was quite impressive considering he was a mundane. At the director's side was the woman portraying her. She did not want to judge so soon, but she was ready to be disappointed. The actress looked like she had not lifted a single sword in her life, or anything at all for that matter. Nephice had more muscle in one arm than the woman had in her whole body. Seated to the right of the disappointing actress, there was a child? He had to be 13 at most. Who was he supposed to portray? She tried to look further, but sadly, Griffin was nowhere in sight. A pity. The famous composer was the only one she would have liked to meet. The lights went out while she was searching, signaling the start of the movie. She settled back and prepared herself mentally for what she was about to see. Somber music started playing, the screen brightening to reveal a girl with silver hair playing on a carpet. Accompanying her was a handsome man with dark circles under his eyes. Was that supposed to be her? Her hair had only turned silver after her first nightmare. It had only just begun, and she was already annoyed. Her annoyance grew as the actor playing her father chided her for trying to play with his broken sword. She was offended in her father's name. As distant as he had been at times, he had never been so neglectful as to leave unattended weapons within her reach. One day you will wield a sword too, darling. When you do, remember one thing. We, awakened, only raise arms to protect humanity. As long as we do not give up, no matter how dire the situation is, there will be hope. Just like this sword, humanity is more resilient than it seems. Nephice face-bombed. Hard. Effie, the traitor, was laughing. Even Cassie and Kai were trying to hold back their laughter. Did they really have to go with the most cliché speech possible? Thankfully, she was distracted from her irritation by a change of scene. It was a dark and rainy night. Music started playing in the background. Sad, but with an undercurrent of hope. as the camera slowly panned over a dirty street, moving toward an alleyway. Inside, a small, painfully thin child in tattered clothes was holding tightly onto a slightly moldy loaf of bread, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. As he moved it toward his mouth to take a bite, a low growl interrupted him. From deeper in the alley came out a pitiful-looking dog, its fur ragged, a piece of its left ear missing, looking minutes away from death. A small cub followed behind it, even more pitiful than its parent. The larger dog stared intently at the loaf of bread as it opened its mouth to show its teeth. The child looked at the bread in his hands, still held tightly, as if it were a treasure of incalculable value, and then back at the pitiful dog. "Is this what you want, little buddy?" The child smiled as he threw the loaf toward the cub, who snatched it midair and quickly started eating. The parent barked happily as it joined its child. All too soon, it was gone, with both dogs looking a little livelier. Then, the cub approached the kid and settled in his lap, while the parent whined in apparent worry at how emaciated the child looked. "Do not worry about me." The kid smiled again, somehow managing to look even friendlier while doing so. "It is my duty as a human being to make the world a better place. Or at least that is what my mother always said." He carefully patted the cub's head, the mere action making him look healthier. "The world does not know it yet, but I am sunless. And one day, I will make this world a safer, warmer place." The child smiled once more as he said it. Behind him, dawn was rising. As the rays of sunlight slowly enveloped him, he seemed almost angelic. Her armrests started creaking dangerously. She was holding onto them so tightly they were beginning to bend. The director stared worriedly at her, a stare she returned with no small amount of fury. From the corner of her eye, she saw the cohort doing the same. She did her best to stop herself from snapping at him. This was a propaganda film first and foremost. She understood they wanted to portray Sonny as a paragon. It did not stop her from hating it, not when it made light of his all-too-real suffering. She exhaled slowly and turned her gaze back to the screen, trying very hard not to let her emotions get the best of her. Nephis, now a beautiful woman with prominent curves, long eyelashes, and mesmerizing gray eyes, was standing in front of the Academy's gate, gaze focused as she took in the scene with stoicism. She groaned inwardly. The actress looked even more fragile and thin on screen. That woman would get killed by a stray breeze. The internet was full of images of her. How could they get her so wrong? Effie's giggle and Cassie's barely perceptible smirk made it even worse. At least Kai was polite enough to hide his reaction. At her side stood Sunless. Unlike Nephis, he did not seem to have grown much, appearing 13 at most, and still painfully thin. Nephis mechanically turned her head toward the child actor. He was Sonny. How? She was only 1 year older than him, and they did not have anything resembling the height difference portrayed in the film. "Princess, you are scaring the poor kid. I get that he looks identical to Sonny, but that is no excuse," Effie said, an annoying smirk on her face. "He looks nothing like him," Nephis hissed back. Effie answered with a hand wave, as if to say the difference was negligible. Sunless blushed as he caught Nephis' focused gaze, the sound of a loud heartbeat overtaking all other sounds. Nephis ignored him, her gaze still fixed unwaveringly on the gates as they slowly opened. As they entered the academy, Sunless kept surreptitiously stealing glances at her, obviously enamored by her beauty and the conviction she exuded. Her right eye started twitching. A training montage played. Nephis lifting weights, running, practicing her swordsmanship, and finally in combat class, where she defeated every opponent while doling out advice and encouragement like, "Never give up hope," or "Remember your duty," or "We are humans." Her winning streak was finally ended by the appearance of a handsome, muscular man presenting himself as Castor. He eventually managed to win by a hair's breadth. After the fight, they developed a close friendship with plenty of romantic undertones. Her eye twitched harder. On the other side, little Sunless was training even harder. Every scene depicting him going through extreme exercises or studying as hard as he could, all the while complaining about his lowly outskirts education. At times, while he was at the cafeteria, the movie showed him stealing glances at Nephis but never managing to gather the courage to approach her. Instead, he sat with a petite blonde woman wearing a blindfold, neither of them saying anything. The audience booed while giving words of encouragement to the kid. especially after he made a particularly sad face upon seeing how close Nephi and Castor were. She would burn down the theater if they so much as held hands. The scene changed again, showing all the characters entering their sleeping pods. Nephi took the chance to deliver an encouraging speech to her fellow sleepers, exhorting them to return as humanity's defenders. Once the speech was done, she entered her pod, followed by everyone else. Ominous music started playing as darkness filled the screen. When it dissipated, a split screen showed both Nephi and Sunless hitting the water, swimming desperately in search of land. They barely made it, with a gigantic shark and an octopus almost reaching them before they reached safety. Nephi found Cassie atop the mound of coral she had reached in her mad dash. The blind girl started crying, loudly lamenting her own uselessness as she clung to her. "Do not fear, fellow awakened. For as long as my flame keeps burning, I promise that no harm will befall you," Nephi said. White flames danced in her eyes as she raised her fist with conviction, as if daring the heavens to oppose her words. As if in response, the sun suddenly came out, and with it the sea retreated, revealing the labyrinth of coral below. "The first scene in which I am not a background character, and this is what I get," Cassie groused, covering her face in embarrassment. Nephi did not have the heart to tell her that while not as pathetic as portrayed, the scene was not that inaccurate. Back then, she had felt mortified as the seer clung to her desperately. At least the labyrinth was decently made, though it lacked something. It could not properly translate the sense of danger the red coral had instilled in her back then. They reunited with Sunless days later, who proudly proclaimed that through his scouting abilities and the wisdom learned in the outskirts, he had managed to avoid all nightmare creatures. Another montage followed as they traveled through the forgotten shores, one in which they could see how their relationship developed, his confidence growing as he became stronger, and Nephi teaching him how to fight. The montage was filled with gruesome and bleak scenes, showing just how close the three of them had come to death on many occasions, saved only by Nephi's peerless skill and flames or Sunny's incredible cunning. In those scenes, they saw how Nephi slowly warmed to him, going from indifference to great care, and even saw her blush as he took her hand to help her run faster while they were fleeing a horde of nightmare creatures. Once they finally escaped, she gave him a small smile. A loud heartbeat replaced all sounds, the camera focusing on Sunless' face, allowing them to witness through his expression how the crush became actual love. The twitching of her eye was starting to grow concerningly strong. Cassie complained vehemently as she kept being treated as a background character despite the fact that only the three of them were on screen. A few moments of levity were sprinkled here and there, as young Sunless repeatedly shouted in a funny voice, "Are you crazy?" at Nephi's plans. "At least that part is accurate," Nephi nodded, all the while internally lamenting the fact that they only seemed accurate when portraying Sunny's criticism of her plans. Even worse, at some point the audience had started yelling along with him. They made camp atop a hill with the setting sun as backdrop, its orange rays covering them as they cooked. A melancholic mood settled over the group. "What do you miss the most about the waking world?" Cassie asked, speaking for the first time in almost 10 minutes despite being on screen the whole time. "Nothing. For as long as I am here, facing the tides of darkness, my heart is filled with joy," Nephi answered, voice full of conviction as white flames danced in her eyes. "Damn, they really know you, princess," Effie said, her voice so full of awe it was obvious she was making fun of her. "I am not like that at all," Nephi insisted, looking at Cassie and Kai for support. "You might be a little intense sometimes," Kai said diplomatically, looking uncomfortable at being put on the spot. Cassie did not even say anything. "I miss my mother," Sunless said softly. He was hunched over, hugging his knees, looking even smaller than usual. Seeing their surprised stares, a sad smile appeared on his face, his tone full of nostalgia. "She was the best, most loving mother I could ever ask for. I can still remember her warm smile, or her dauntless sense of justice. She always said it was our duty as humans to make the world a better place, to leave it safer than how we found it, so that one day, a peaceful world could come true. If not for her, I probably would have become a thug like my fellow outskirts rats." Could they stop calling him a rat for even a second? It was getting annoying. He was a cockroach, a noble one at that. Sunless' voice slowly became more confident as he unfurled himself from his seated position and stood up, somehow looking taller. Determination filled his eyes as he stared directly at Nephi's. She also told me one thing. My little son, one day you will find something you will want to protect above everything else. When you do, you must not fear. You must not deny it. Instead, be glad, for you have finally found your purpose in life. Then he bent to one knee as he slowly took Nephi's hand, giving her the chance to deny the contact. When no rejection came, he smiled, a beautiful if shy smile. And now, I have finally found it. What I want to protect is you, Lady Nephi. I love you. Red covered his cheeks as he uttered the words. And then, before she could answer, he stood up, shaking his head. But please, do not answer now. There is no need for you to say anything for me to know that a lowly boy from the outskirts like me cannot hope to win your heart. Sadness filled his eyes, but then he closed them and clenched his right fist. When he opened them, burning conviction shone within. Which is why I ask you to give me time to become worthy of you. Cassie gasped while Nephi covered her mouth, her face reddening until it matched his. Then Nephi fluttered her long eyelashes and gave him a coquettish smile. Hurry up then. I do not know how long I can wait. Loud cheers erupted in the theater as the audience took the answer as an indirect acceptance of young Sunless' love. Some of them shouted, "They are crazy together." Damn, if I had known that doofus could be that charming, I might have stolen him from you, Effie whispered. Nephi could practically hear her eyebrows wiggling. She was going to kill Effie, then revive her, then kill her again, and again, and again. The director looked worriedly at her as her armrests bent even further. Sonny would never be that honest with his feelings, and she would never flutter her eyelashes like that. She was honestly starting to consider suing for defamation. The poor armrests were spared further abuse by a change of scene showcasing the outer walls of the Dark City. They arrived at the Dark City, where they met a beautiful, charismatic, athletic woman who presented herself as Effie. However, it quickly became obvious that while powerful, she was kind of dull, all brawn and no brains. All she knew how to do was fight, eat, and break things. Nephi withdrew all her complaints. Effie's mortified face made this film great all on its own. She was going to treasure this memory forever. A loose interpretation of the events in the Dark City followed, filled with encouraging speeches, harrowing battles against the nightmare creatures encroaching on the outer settlement, and Nephi's attempts to inspire hope in the sleepers who had all but given up. There were also a few moments of brightness, with Sunless trying his best to become stronger and making small gestures of love toward Nephi. Along the way, they reunited with Castor, who excitedly joined them and seemingly rekindled the budding romance between him and Nephi overnight. To Sunless' obvious disappointment, the audience booed at that, some even shouting, "Fuck Castor." She agreed. If they were going to portray her as indirectly accepting a confession, then at least they should stop portraying her as flirting with the legacy idiot. Sunless approached the room in which Nephi and Castor were training, a beautiful piece of white jade hidden in his hand, one he had found while hunting for food for the settlement. He smiled, clearly hopeful the gift would please her. Nephi tripped and fell, only to be caught by Castor just in time. Their faces so close they could almost feel each other's breaths. Sonny entered at that exact moment. He opened his mouth to say something, but when he saw their faces slowly getting closer, a heartbroken expression appeared, and he hurriedly left, the jewel falling to the ground and breaking in half. Had he stayed a moment longer, he would have seen Nephi quickly pull away. A confrontation followed, as Nephi openly rejected Castor's feelings and proclaimed her love for Sunless. Castor protested, insulting Sunless as he did. But Nephi stayed firm in her decision as she retrieved the broken jewel and went in search of the boy. A chorus of "fuck Castor" erupted in the theater. Nobody could prove she had also joined in. The theme accompanying Sunny played again, sad and mournful. As Sunless stared silently at the Dark City, his eyes wet as the image of Nephi and Castor's near kiss replayed on screen. Am I crazy? Of course she would choose a legacy of renown like Castor instead of an outskirts rat like me. As he looked down, trying not to cry, a nightmare creature lurked in the distance. He stared at it for a long moment, emotions flashing across his face. Something in the creature seemed to spark a determination within him. He clenched his fists and wiped away the tears. So what if he is much better than I am? I have not given up yet. And just like humanity will never stop fighting for a better future, I will not stop fighting for her love. A sword memory appeared in his hand, which he raised toward the creature. Wait for me, Lady Nephis. I will come back worthy of your love. The audience erupted in cheers, telling him not to give up and to fight for her heart. Despite not showing it, Nephis was deeply embarrassed. Did they forget she was in the theater too? Then Sunless jumped down, disappearing into the shadows. Just seconds later, Nephis arrived. Far too late to clear up the misunderstanding. Of course they missed each other by a matter of seconds. Time passed quickly, showcasing how Nephis was starting to reach the sleepers in the outer settlement, managing to give them back hope for a better tomorrow. It all culminated in a fight within the bright castle where Nephis faced Gunlog, the golden tyrant. The scene was tense, filled with close calls as she slowly but surely lost ground. Just as all seemed lost, a voice distracted both of them. They turned to see Sunless, who had finally returned, looking more muscular and even a little taller. The sight of him seemed to reinvigorate Nephis, who fought back harder and even managed to put Gunlog on the ropes. Another tense minute followed, and Nephis finally managed to land the killing blow, ending his tyranny once and for all. Did they seriously need to make it look like she needed him there to win? She could admit his presence had encouraged her, and she could admit that without him watching her back, she could not fight as freely as she did. But she would have still won. A speech followed, in which Nephis declared that while the path ahead was deadly, she had found a way out of the forgotten shores. She made clear that even if they died trying to grasp it, it would still be a more honorable death than cowering in the dark. Thunderous applause broke out as all the sleepers joined her, former allegiances forgotten. Nephis groaned in embarrassment. Was she truly that preachy? She thanked the dead gods that the movie was nearing its end. She could not handle this embarrassment much longer. A mad dash followed as preparations were made to attack the Crimson Spire. While they tried, both Nephis and Sunless were far too busy to talk alone. In their only brief moment of privacy, Nephis gave him one piece of the jade while she kept the other. Then the day of the battle arrived. The final act unfurled, showcasing in great detail Sunless' attempt to reach the Crimson Spire. Effie's desperate battle against the horde of abominations. Kai battling the crimson messengers in the air. And Nephis slaying nightmare creatures. As all seemed lost and water was swiftly rising, the beautiful chime of a bell echoed. The water receded and the storm dissipated. When the army of sleepers turned their sight toward the spire, they saw Sunless standing proud at its base, wounded but full of vigor, as he beckoned them toward salvation. A small smile appeared on Nephi's face, not at the movie, but at the memory it triggered. It was cute how proud he had looked of his achievement back then. Once they reached the spire, Sunless led the sleepers toward the gateway while battling the remaining creatures. Nephis climbed the spire to fight the Crimson Terror. Once everyone else had evacuated, Sunless climbed up too, where he found Nephis desperately battling the terror. A glimmer of hope appeared as together they managed to wound it. However, it was still too strong to be defeated by just the two of them. She decided they were doing it on purpose. Every time she told the story, she had made clear she defeated the Crimson Terror on her own. And now they were portraying the two of them losing? As if a mere fallen could stop them when they fought together. Right as a deadly blow was going to be delivered to Sunless, a figure pushed him out of the way, taking the blow instead. The figure revealed himself as Castor, apologizing to Sunless for how he had treated him and urging them to finish the Crimson Terror with the chance he had given them. She had to hide a snort of amusement. Castor had to be turning in his grave at the idea that he would sacrifice himself for Sunny and her. She bit her tongue to keep from laughing when she still heard audience members shout, "Fuck Castor." Together, Nephis cloaked in bright flames and Sunless covered in shadows, they delivered the final blow. Their contrasting elements merging beautifully. With the terror dead, they retreated to the gateway, only to despair at their discovery. Only one of them could use it. The other would have to stay behind. It was in this moment that Nephis finally confessed her feelings. Since my father died, there was a hole in my chest, one I tried to fill with justice and conviction. But no matter how hard I tried, and no matter how invaluable these qualities are for the future of humanity, I could not fill it. It was as if something was always missing. I prayed and wished on shooting stars to find what I lacked. But I never got an answer. As she spoke, She approached him. Their faces close enough to kiss. It is only now that I realize my mistake. My shooting star is you. A black star that is invisible in the night sky, yet has always been by my side. As they smiled, their lips closed the remaining distance in a pure and chaste kiss. The music swelled triumphantly, everything else seeming to fade from their world. Her armrest snapped off. Against their will, they separated to regain their breath, but stayed close, foreheads touching, embracing with desperation as if they would disappear from each other's grasp if they were to let go. Now that I have found you, I cannot let you die. There is nothing in this desolate land that can smother the flame of my conviction. And even if there were, I would heal and come back stronger. So please, I beg you leave. I will come back to you no matter what happens. Sunless smiled sadly, his embrace tightening. Did you know your true name can also be translated as Star of Ruin? Seeing her confusion, he continued. I think it is true, because you have truly ruined my heart. When her face fell, he smiled again and gave her a quick kiss that seemed to melt her pain away. You have ruined it, because I do not think I will ever be able to love someone as strongly as I love you. You are my world, Neff. The person who makes me believe in my dream of building a better world. My better half. The only reason I bother getting up at dawn. The only star in my sky. The light to my shadows. White flames began enveloping her. Sunless held her tightly, his body trembling as if in the midst of an internal battle. Seconds later, the trembling stopped. He had made his choice. His hands moved, positioning themselves at her sides as if to push her. Which is why I hope that one day you will forgive me for this. Before she could react, he pushed her into the gateway, which activated instantly. Sunless, no. Nephi's tried to get back up, but it was too late. I love you, Neff. No matter what happens next, that will always be true. A bright flash burst from the gateway, and then he was all alone. The fire grew stronger, almost blinding in its intensity. Sunless kept smiling as he left the spire. He stared at the piece of jade in his hand, a single tear running down his face as images of their time together flashed on the screen. His theme returned. Sad, yes, but filled with hope. In the end, it turns out that I am the craziest of them all. His smile turned self-deprecating as he walked away from the spire. A wounded spire messenger appeared, menacing and hungry. The creature was met with a defiant smile. I am sorry, foul creature, but I have someone to return to, and no one in this world can stop me from reuniting with my star. His smile widened. If that is my will, then who dares stop me? Shadows covered his front, a sign of the harrowing path ahead, while his back was still embraced by light, a reminder of the purpose he had found and why he would keep fighting. With that image, the screen turned black. Nephi rose immediately and left, still covered in flames, leaving burning footprints behind. She waited for no one. Not her cohort, not the movie staff, not the reporters. She ignored all attempts to get her attention, her feet never stopping even after leaving the theater. It is not meant to go like that. No, what? You will not abandon me here. Or is it that you did not want to enslave me in such a situation? How pitiful. The perfect slave, and you have to waste him in this spell-forsaken piece of trash of a tower. She only intended to use her power to save him. But then her traitorous will had betrayed her. You did not what? You did not want to steal my freedom? The only thing I have left in this cursed world? You did not want to betray every single moment we spent together. She loved him. She finally allowed herself to fully and openly admit it to herself. It only made the betrayal worse. Crueler. That she could abandon someone she loved like that. But she had to do it. The spell. The ghouls. Spare me, Neff. Justify it to yourself however you want. I do not want to hear it. Go. Just go already. No. No more justifications. No more lying to herself. She had done it, and it could not be taken back. Now, only making amends remained. And she was going to make them. After all, if that was her will, then who dares stop her? Chapter 11. Sunny woke up wishing that he had not. It turned out that earning a little over 5,000 shadow fragments at the same time was a painful experience. Worth it still. His fourth core would prove invaluable. He gave a thankful nod to Saint and got up, ready to face whatever remained after his little scheme. He need not have worried. The scene of devastation in front of him was a ghastly sight, even to someone as used to carnage as he was. 2 weeks before, while climbing up a mountain, he had spotted a particularly interesting chasm. What was so interesting about it? the fact that it was a breeding ground of nightmare creatures. The brood had a few awakened tyrants among their ranks. He had found that out in his first month of staying within the tiers, the name he had given to the region due to the endless rain, and had been sorely disappointed. You have slain an awakened tyrant, breeder of the emotion eater. What a disheartening little tidbit that was. He had hoped to get rid of the brood after killing that damn tyrant, only to find out that it was just one among many. He had already suspected that the emotion eater had to be a fallen at least, but he had still dared to hope. Hoping was an act of foolishness, and as usual, he had proven himself a fool. Since then, he had found a few more during his travels, though he had only managed to kill 2 of them. Until now, there had been no less than 10 of them in the chasm, all of whom were endlessly birthing more and more of the vile brood. The sight from the elevated height of the mountain made it look like he was staring at an ant hive, a very ugly and disgusting one. While planning a way to traverse through the chasm without being forced to battle the tyrants and their offspring. They are just awakened tyrants. A voice that sounded suspiciously like a person he refused to think about said in his mind. He had caught sight of a terrifying view. Further beyond the chasm, there was another mountain, though calling it a mountain had to be the biggest euphemism he had ever made. The towering pillar of black stone had to be twice as tall as the Crimson Spire, although its span was only a little wider, which made it look like a spear aimed at the heavens. What was so terrifying was the fact that it was almost cut in half, held together by practically nothing. It had not been the first time he had seen such a sight. The tiers was filled with more of those terrifying cuts, a reminder of the cataclysmic fight that had taken place on it. It was, however, the most horrifying example of it. When an idea came to mind, he switched his sight to the one granted by Endbringer. Sure enough, coming out of the mountain, there was a massive string of life. The name he had given to the shadowy tendrils, named as such after one of the stories told by the same person he did not want to think about, and it was so dark that it almost looked like a black hole. As befitting of the decree made by the shadow god, everything had a string of life. Not even inanimate objects were spared from the decree, which, of course, included stone. The idea that came to mind was as crazy as it was brilliant. What followed were 3 tense days in which he had to approach the Cyclopean mountain while avoiding detection from the horde of nightmare creatures. He had been close to being caught more times than he was willing to admit. But thankfully, he had managed to kill the ones that had spotted him before they could alert the rest of the swarm. Once he reached the mountain, he took hold of the string of life. And as expected, it had been utterly easy. During his testing, he had found that the bigger the string, the easier it was to grab and even move around. If he was not wrong, the size translated to just how dire the state of what he was targeting was. And the mountain was barely holding itself together. In fact, it would have probably crumbled on its own in just a few more months. Then, it became a simple matter of getting as far away as possible from the mountain while still being able to hold the string. Upon reaching the limit, he started channeling essence into it. It was as simple as it was tedious. As precarious as the state of the mountain was, it was still massive, and it would take an enormous amount of effort to bring down. Almost a week later, his job was done. His attribute had weakened the structure of the mountain enough for gravity to do the rest. And now, he was seeing the result of his actions. The massive chasm had disappeared, completely filled by the rocks falling into it. And no living nightmare creature remained, their bodies strewn across the chasm. A few of them had almost managed to escape, but in the end, the landslide had been far too big to avoid. What little remained of them was almost enough to make him puke. Just a year ago, he would have. Oh well, his plan had succeeded, so everything was fine. How many can say that there is a mountain in the list of things they killed? He asked himself, chin raised proudly as he gazed upon his shadows. The haughty new guy seemed to take it as a challenge, as it raised its own chin in an even more arrogant gesture. Gloomy facepalmed, exasperated by his actions, while Creepy seemed delighted at the sight of the ghastly remains of the brood. At least the happy guy was cheering for him. A pale smile appeared on his face, so small and fleeting as to almost be invisible. The antics of his happy shadow were the only thing that managed to lighten his mood nowadays. He only wished to stay a little more, to bask in his success, in the sliver of hope that appeared in his heart after managing to achieve such a victory, though he was quite annoyed at not receiving any memory for his efforts. To just be without stress, without fear, without any more pain. Sadly, he knew the truth. The moment of peace would not last. The landslide had produced far too much noise to not attract the attention of more nightmare creatures. He could not afford to stay another second. More creatures would come soon, dragging along with them more blood, more fighting, more pain. Always more. There was no rest for the wicked, after all. And who was more wicked than the greatest of sinners? A claw met his bare hand, only to leave nothing but a small scratch on it. He almost smiled. Losing his best armor was worth it after all. He had almost had a heart attack when the spell announced the destruction of the underworld mantle after he bound it. He should not have worried. The result was far better than he could have ever hoped it to be. Now, his skin was as durable as the puppeteer's shroud, and he could still call on the actual armor if he needed. Even better, he could also wear the shroud, which meant that he could benefit from double the protection without any cost. While on its own it did not look that impressive, it was when considering another fact. Up to now, he had to spend almost all of his essence on keeping the mantle as light as possible so as to be able to fight while wearing it, leaving nothing but a trickle to be used on enhancing his body. Now, he was almost as durable when combining his new skin and the shroud, and he still had all of his essence to use as he saw fit while fighting. Even better, the dumbfounded expression made by the awakened demon he was fighting was the most beautiful thing he had seen in half a year. A creepy laugh almost erupted out of him. This was going to be great. Even Saint liked it. And whose opinion could he trust more than hers? Another claw attack that left far more than a scratch reminded him that arrogance was a bad thing to have when fighting something a full rank above you. Oh well, he could not have it all. He was handsome, rich, and smart. He could afford to have some small and inconsequential defects. He was awesome like that. Reminded once more of his hate for the brood's poison, he stopped testing his newfound durability and instead focused on ending the fight. Saint had already killed a dozen of the brood, and he refused to allow her to leave him in the dust. He evaded the claw that was aiming for his left shoulder and performed an ascending slash that saw the head of his opponent cut in half. Paying no attention to the voice of the spell, he moved on to the next creature. Why was the command showing its ugly head? There were not that many enemies. 25 if he counted correctly. And the strongest of them was an awakened tyrant who had already been mortally wounded by Saint. She alone could deal with all of them without being supported by his shadows. And she currently had 2 of them. He dismissed its warning and approached his next opponent. An awakened devil that was capable of stretching its limbs like they were rubber. A lightning-fast claw came for his head, only to be met by his Tachi, their clash producing a rain of sparks that slightly illuminated their surroundings. He could swear that he saw a hazy figure in the distance, but dismissed the idea. He would see it coming if there truly was something out there. He kept clashing with the devil. It was annoyingly hard to pin down. The range conferred by its stretching and the speed at which it could do so, making it almost impossible to defeat. Almost. When another claw came for him, he stepped to the side and, reinforcing his hand with as much essence as he could, grabbed it, locking it into place long enough to slash with the midnight shard, augmented by his 2 shadows. The screech of pain produced by the devil upon losing one of its claws was the sweetest thing he had ever heard, and he wanted to hear it more. For the rest of his life even. He wanted to bathe in its blood, in the blood of all of those who had wronged him, to hear their anguished screams, their desperate pleading for mercy. He would not grant it. He would grant it to no one, least of all to her. He realized that his head was pounding, a terrible headache taking shape, so painful that it almost made him blind. Survive. He heard it louder, but it was not the command that hurt him so much. What was the source of the pain? He dismissed the thought once more. The source was not important. Only killing the bastard in front of him was. The devil was flagging, the blood loss making it weak. Oh, so weak. He could see its string of life growing larger, darker. Just a little more, and he could use it to end the fight. Any sooner, and he would waste all of his essence. And there were still more enemies to be fought. He only regretted how painless it was to be killed by Endbringer. He wanted the bastard to suffer. He wanted everything to suffer just as much as he did. When he escaped the nightmare realm, he would set the world aflame. It was only right. The damn thing had always hated him, always hurt him, always made him feel afraid, hungry, pathetic, weak. He was only going to repay the favor. He was going to repay all of the favors. Starting with survive. The headache had become blinding. So much so that he had to detach one of his shadows just to see what surrounded him. The sight surprised him. Saint was fighting what looked like a fallen beast, one that did not belong to the brood. In fact, the brood was fighting too. Another tribe of nightmare creatures had finally shown itself. They looked humanoid too, although no one would actually confuse them with a human being. They were tall, twice as tall as the tallest human being he had ever seen. Spindly, emaciated even, with pink skin that seemed sickly, almost flaking off their own bodies, and long limbs that ended in cruel-looking hooks. Though if there was a feature that shone above them all, it was their face. At first glance, it could be considered human. They had a mouth, a nose, and 2 eyes of human proportions, which was very unsettling considering their inhuman height and length. What was not human, however, was the way their mouth was split in half, with rows and rows of fangs coming out of it. He pondered if he should focus on the newfound enemy, but dismissed the thought. He hated the brood far more. In fact, he would not even mind dying as long as he could kill all of them before he did. He dived again into the fight. An awakened monster fell to his blade. Another one fell soon after. And another. And another. He laughed deliriously. He was having so much fun. He did not even care about the pain assaulting his mind, about the blood flowing out of his nose. He wanted to fight more. And more. And more. More. He did not have enough. He could never have enough of this. A claw tore into his chest. But he laughed. It had missed his heart and lungs by mere millimeters. He pummeled the damn creature with his fists in retaliation. The crunch of its dying body a symphony of unmatched beauty. How glorious. How divine. Had he ever been as alive, as happy, as fulfilled as he was now? Of course he had not been. He had always been a pathetic little cockroach who could do nothing but survive. But who was better at surviving than him? No one. That was obvious. Who would need to be better than him at that? Only he was stupid enough to keep diving into the risks that he did. And was it not delightful when he managed to beat the odds and overcome the risks he was facing? He was stupid. He was smart. He was foolish. His cunning was unmatched. He could not compare to the beauty of the legacies. The legacies could not compare to his roguish charms. He was alone. He had always been. So who cared? He was. For the first time, Sonny thanked the brood. The storm of emotions caused by their poison had managed to snap him out of the mind hex. He did not thank them for the hole in his chest, however. It could wait. The battle was not over, and his situation was dire. Almost none of the brood remained while there were plenty of the other tribe. At least Saint was fine, though the same could not be said of her armor, which was covered in cracks and tears. He had to escape. Now, he turned around to run. But before he could, the headache increased twofold, and his wrath with it. How could he run? How could he retreat from someone who had dared to hurt him so much? They had to pay. They had to suffer. They had to die. The mere fact that they kept breathing was an unforgivable insult. He switched directions immediately and dived into the fight once more. The first of his opponents fell under his blade with ease. You have slain an awakened beast, Herald of Wrath. Your shadow grows stronger. He heard the spell, but did not care for what it had to say. It, too, would pay one day for dropping him in this hell. But right now, he only had eyes for the heralds. A hook tore into his right arm, drawing a jagged wound across it. The pain was maddening. Maddening enough to wake him up, even if, for a second, from the hex. It would not last. Not even the poison had managed to keep him conscious. He only had 1 second. 1 second to think. 1 second to come up with a solution. The answer came instantly. He wished it had not. What had woken him up was the storm of emotions produced by the poison. The mood swings so jarring that he had managed to escape the hex. So there was only one method available to produce something similar. No, something even stronger. He almost wished he had not realized it. The mere idea of owing his life to anyone, least of all to her, as indirectly as it was, repulsed him. But beggars could not be choosers. So he pulled up his runes and scrolled down until only one thing could be seen. He kept them there, willing the runes to stay in his view without dissipating. Master, changing star. The pain hit instantly. Not the physical kind, but emotional, and all the more terrible for it. He hated her. She was the reason he was here. The reason he was alone. The reason he had not been able to return to the waking world. To his sister. To a life that had only just started to improve. He hated her. He hated her. He hated her. He loved her. Madly, irrationally. She was the reason he had lived long enough to reach the Dark City. The reason he was strong enough to survive even now. The reason he had not given up even after months of nothing but pain and loneliness. He loved her. He loved her. He loved her. He hated her. He loved her. He loved her. He hated her. Gods, he was so pathetic. But pathetic or not, it worked. He disengaged from his current opponent and started running. The pain and rage assaulting him once more, but he managed to resist it. Whenever he felt like he was about to fall back into the haze of wrath, it only took a glance toward the ruins to regain clarity. He ran harder than he ever had. When the unnatural wrath started receding, he dismissed Saint and empowered himself further with the returning shadows and ran even faster. He only stared back once. He stared at the devil that he was sure was the source of the mind hex with murder in his eyes. I'm going to come back, you bastard. And when I do, you will rue the day you dared to even gaze at me. The devil, as if understanding his words, clicked its fangs mockingly, almost inviting him to try. So the devil was smart? Good. He wanted it to understand just how big of a mistake it had made when it angered a far more terrible monster than it could ever be. Chapter 12. Sonny limped his way up the mountain. His legs were burning from the strain. Those damned heralds had pursued him for hours on end, and he had only managed to completely lose them a few minutes ago. Seeing no better option for hiding in the far too open valleys and rivers that seemed to populate the tiers, he had started climbing a mountain. The dense vegetation and trees covering it provided an invaluable amount of coverage. He was currently regretting that decision. It felt like his legs were on fire. Or, well, more like his entire being was on fire. He briefly wondered if a certain someone felt like this when using her aspect, but he did not dwell on the thought. He had neither the will nor the capacity for that. Not when everything hurt as much as it did. He was sure that if he lay down even for a second, he would not be able to get back up, which was why he kept ascending despite the overwhelming pain. Normally, he would be able to deal with it far better, but the devil had done a number on his mind. The headache had not receded at all despite getting out of the creature's range, and he was currently pondering the merits of headbutting a tree just to see if it would alleviate it, no matter how little. At least the cool rain was providing some measure of relief. It would get rid of some of the blood covering him too. He did not know how much there was on him. He had stopped looking at himself months ago, the sight far too depressing. But if the crusty feeling he got from what little bare skin he was showing was a reliable indicator, he had to be positively drenched in it. I did want to bathe in their blood after all. A humorless snigger came out of him. That devil was dangerous. An attack that caused immense pain, as well as a mind hex that induced murderous rage while simultaneously making the target actively ignore that they were under it. That was a match made in hell. If not for the brood's poison, still coursing through him, he would not have realized he had been hexed. At that point, everything would have relied on Saint being capable of saving him from the heralds. Speaking of the taciturn knight, she was currently resting in his soul sea, slowly recovering from the damage received in the fight, which meant he would not be able to call for her help for a few days. He already missed her. Silent as she might be, there was something comforting in her steady presence. She was like a bulwark of safety in a world that only ever seemed to want to make him suffer. He clenched his teeth so hard they almost cracked at the thought, then forced himself to relax. Tensing like that only made everything hurt more. At least he was developing a resistance to the poison. He guessed there were some benefits to getting infected with it so damn often. It almost made the psychological trauma worth it. Almost. The arrival of the creepy shadow distracted him from that line of thought. A simple shake of its head telling him that there was no shelter to be found in the direction he had sent it. There were quite a few paths ascending the mountain, and while he climbed the one that seemed to go toward the peak, he had sent his shadows to explore the others in hopes of finding a place where he could hide while recovering from his wounds. Soon after, the happy and haughty shadows arrived too, neither bringing better results. "It is fine," he said to the happy fellow, who looked disheartened at disappointing him. "It is not like a few wounds and some pain are enough to bring me down." He attempted to smile, but whatever expression came out must have been anything but that, considering how Happy looked even more depressed. It got even worse when Creepy, in an attempt to cheer the saddened shadow, started doing a weird pantomime that he assumed was meant to replicate Happy's antics, who went from sad to outright scared. Even Haughty got in on it, making an impersonation of Gloomy that made it look constipated. He felt laughter bubbling in his chest. He would have let it out if not for how much his chest ached. It turned out that having a hole in it was bad for one's health. Who could have thought? When I get out, I will. His attempt to lighten the mood was interrupted by a violent fit of coughing, adding a burning throat to the list of things that were trying to kill him. It was getting harrowingly long. He would have summoned the endless spring to soothe the ache. But his arms refused to budge from where they rested at his sides. They had suffered quite a bit during the fight, especially the right one, which had had a hook dragged through it. And any attempt at moving them was met with vicious refusal. The pitter-patter of raindrops falling on his head, he had gotten so used to it that he barely noticed anymore, reminded him that there was a veritable waterfall of water constantly falling on him. So far, he had not drunk from the rain even once, not wanting to risk it when he had a convenient source of water just a thought away. Well, that convenient source of water was not quite accessible in his current situation. And if there was something wrong with the rain, he would already have been affected after being under it for what he calculated to be 2 months. Sonny slightly raised his head, mouth open, and promptly started drinking straight from the rain. With how much his throat was aching, the relief it brought made it taste divine. Even some of his other wounds seemed to hurt less. He drank until he had his fill, and then some more. It tasted great, after all. Where was I? Ah, yes. If I get out of the dream world, I will get myself the nicest house ever, with every commodity available. Forget about roughing it up in the wilds. I am never going more than a few steps away from a nice and well-climatized place. For once, all of his shadows seemed to like the idea, probably because Gloomy was not there and silently cheered him. Speaking of the devil, Gloomy finally came back too. His first shadow sign that he had found something of interest. Would it be unreasonable to expect that something to be a warm and dry mansion with some great sights? Probably. But he was enough of a fool to hope anyway. When he silently asked how far it was, the shadow merely pointed to the peak of the mountain. Of course it is at the peak. And with my luck, there will be some antediluvian horror waiting there too. At his comment, Gloomy shook its hand in the sign that translated to high probability. The cheeky bastard. From whom had it learned such behavior? He blamed Effie. A very arduous and painful climb later, he reached the zenith of the mountain. It was blessedly flat, something his sore feet appreciated greatly after the bumpy climb. Following Gloomy's lead, he delved into a modest forest, the combined canopy of the trees providing some respite from the endless rain. He almost sighed in disappointment. He was already feeling thirsty again. Ignoring it for the moment, he kept going, eventually coming upon the mouth of a cave that seemed to descend. He activated Endbringer, which showcased an inert string of life and no other strings in sight. It was quite hard to notice, but there was a small difference between living and non-living objects. It came down to movement. The strings of living beings were always in motion, though said motion was so slight as to be almost imperceptible, while the strings of non-living beings were completely still and inert. He always made a point of checking whatever shelter he found before entering with both sights. He had already found a cave that had turned out to be a fallen devil mimicking one, and he was not going to enter anything with a roof without checking ever again. He had only survived because he was right by the exit when he realized, as well as the fact that the damn creature could not, or did not want to, leave its position. Reassured by Gloomy's insistence, he entered, only to be attacked immediately. Although calling it an attack was a generous way to put it. A small rodent jumped out from behind a rock and was currently trying to chew through his left calf. Trying, because its small teeth could not even scratch the pants of the puppeteer's shroud. It was kind of sad, reminding him of the creature whose kill had awarded him the ordinary rock. His shadows were openly snickering, the bastards. He raised one of his hands as much as was strictly necessary. It still hurt. A lot. And summoned the moonlight shard, which punched through the rodent's head with almost insulting ease. You have slain a dormant beast, rabid devourer. Your shadow grows stronger. You did not warn me on purpose. Gloomy met his accusing stare with an innocent air. The bastard would probably start whistling if it could. He glared at the shadow a little more and then sighed. He was too tired, and his headache was too intense to deal with this. Deciding to focus on more productive things, he advanced further into the cave, hoping that the end of it was not too far. 20 minutes later, he completed his descent to what he assumed to be the midpoint of the mountain. The narrow tunnel he had been following ended in a vast cavern. The sight he came upon was the last thing he expected. It was a graveyard, rows upon rows of tombstones decorating the vast cavern. There were hundreds of them, if his quick mental math could be trusted. And at the far end, barely visible, there was a massive stone obelisk. He started going through the graves, trying to glean some information from them. Sadly, there was none to be found, their surfaces completely bare and smooth. He kept advancing anyway. He was not giving up until reaching the obelisk. It proved the correct choice. At the far end, behind the obelisk, he saw 7 murals. Stopping at the obelisk first, he found rows of barely recognizable symbols, ones he had not learned about. Fortunately, the spell was more than happy to translate. Here lies the remains of the proud citizens of Alaras. May our dream of a world without suffering come true one day. Arden of Alaras, last hunter of the Viridian Order, and, soon, bane of the gods. Sunny silently summoned the bow and stared at it for a long moment, the vague carvings on it filling his heart once more with foreign sadness. Memory name, Bow of the Lone Hunter. Memory description, after the fall of Alaras, the only survivors departed in search of a new place to call home. They traveled through great peril and nightmarish challenges, slowly but inevitably being consumed by corruption and endless waves of beasts until only one of them remained. The survivor, a lonely hunter who had always wished for the peace and quiet of solitude, despaired upon finally receiving it. Curse you, heavens! Curse you for taking Our Lady of Sorrows away. Curse you for destroying our home. And curse you for making me the only one left to carry our dream. And so, the lone hunter made a vow. He would hunt down the very gods who had taken everything away from him. For that purpose, he crafted a bow whose only objective was to one day pierce the hearts of the gods and deliver justice for his destroyed home. The lone hunter, as is to be expected, failed and was consumed by corruption too. Arden had been a master, or, as they were called back then, an ascended, and yet he had failed. He became corrupted and joined the ranks of the very monsters he had been fighting for so long. Was that his fate too? To struggle fruitlessly? To be just a speck of dust against the enormity of the callous world he inhabited? To chase a dream, even one as pitifully small as his, endlessly, forever out of his reach? To lose what little remained of his sanity until madness or death claimed him? Sunny shook his head violently to dispel the thoughts, the pain helping to steel his resolve. He had come too far to give up now. Focusing back on the obelisk, he saw name after name listed. Far too many to belong solely to the owners of the graves. Had Arden immortalized the names of those who fell along the way? Of those who died with the fall of Alaras, perhaps? Sadly, he would never know. He summoned the prowling thorn and inscribed the hunter's name on the obelisk along with the others. That, at least, he could do. Then he offered the obelisk as much of a bow as his body could handle, hoping that the Elarasanes had found solace in whatever was next after death. Minutes later, having paid his respects, he advanced toward the murals, leaving the memorial and its tragic contents behind. He started with the leftmost mural. It depicted a grand city, decorated with tall edifices painted in vivid colors, lush parks, and magnificent palaces that even gods could proudly claim as their own. Centermost, there was a congregation of people, kneeling in reverence before a woman beautiful beyond words. Her expression full of kindness and compassion. Her arms were spread open, as if to embrace the world itself, welcoming everyone and everything equally. What little could be seen of the adorer's expression spoke of utmost joy from being in her proximity, as if her presence alone could alleviate all burdens. The Lady of Sorrows, perhaps? He could see why they had adored her so much. As impossible as it seemed, he felt more at peace just by staring at her, like there was some sort of kinship between the beautiful woman and him. The second mural depicted the grand city once more, or rather, what little remained of it. The tall edifices had toppled, the lush parks were burned to ashes, and the magnificent palaces were reduced to rubble. Again in the center was the same woman, her eyes full of sorrow as she stared at the corpses of what must have been her followers. A mountain of corpses could be seen behind her, all of them belonging to nightmare creatures. Her hands were still dripping red. Did the spell descend on Alaras? The defilement or corruption mentioned in some memories, perhaps? He sighed in annoyance. There was too little information to make an accurate hypothesis. The third mural depicted Alaras rebuilt. The tall edifices had returned. The lush parks were once more vibrant and green. The magnificent palaces shining under the rays of the sun. And yet, the luster was gone. It was still beautiful, but one could tell it was not the same anymore. That it would never be. The Lady of Sorrows was the main focus again, her gaze still full of kindness and compassion. And yet he could swear there was something dark beneath. Something desperate. Silvery tendrils came out of her, gently enveloping the people surrounding her in reverence. Their adoration genuine despite whatever change had come upon her. He felt a pang of sadness upon gazing at the Lady of Sorrows. Something had happened between the second and third mural. Something bad. How did he know? He was not sure, though he suspected it to be fate's influence. He could practically hear its almost whisper. The fourth mural depicted a lone tower surrounded by a circle of nothingness. And in the distance there were fields of verdant grass, where humans could be seen kneeling on the ground, faces full of despair, shedding tears as they gazed upon what remained of their city. This mural filled him with dread. What could have caused the fall of Alaras? It was like the city itself had been erased from existence, leaving nothing but a hole of nothingness and a solitary tower behind. He sighed in irritation. One day, when he was far stronger, he would search the city and find out whatever had happened. The fifth mural depicted a long journey to the west under an incessant curtain of rain, filled with danger and tragedy as the few survivors of Alaras slowly found their demise. Leading them was a man covered in a white tunic. A silvery tiara perched proudly on his head as he walked onward without fear. This was the first mural in which the rain was portrayed. Did it start after the fall of Alaras? Why? Could it be dispelled? He exhaled again. He had too many questions and too few answers. The sixth mural depicted what looked like a temple, with a massive statue at each side. In front of the temple stood the survivors, faces full of despair, while the man with the tiara looked grimly at the closed doors. His fists clenched in fury. Painted on the mural, the heart of the man could be seen, showcasing what looked like darkness encroaching upon it. There was something roughly written under the mural, but he decided to take a look at the seventh before approaching to read it. The seventh and final mural was unfinished, depicting what he assumed to be the same mountain he was currently in. Of the survivors, not even 100 remained, desperately carrying the remains of their loved ones. Among them, a young man with a bow could be seen, staring wrathfully upward. Whatever he was glaring at, he could not see, since that was where the mural ended. So this was it. A whole civilization. Countless lives and histories gone just like that. Forgotten to everyone but him. Nothing but a graveyard and a tower remaining as a monument to their past. He could not help but wonder if history would repeat itself. If humanity and the waking world would be swallowed whole by the tides of darkness, just as the forgotten shores and Alaras had been. Dark amusement filled his heart. It felt almost poetic. He was going to die alone and forgotten. So it was only right for everyone else to do so too. Shaking away the ghastly thoughts, he approached the sixth mural, where the rough writing could be seen. He promised. The accursed man promised that the temple of the twin gods would be our salvation, that it would transport us out of our dying world into another untouched by defilement. And what did we find? Nothing. The doors did not budge no matter how hard we tried. And when we asked, the thrice-damned seer just said that we were too soon. Too soon for what? Who cares if we were too soon? We were dying then. And then, as if he had not committed enough affronts, the bastard succumbed to corruption and became a monster like the ones that besieged our beloved city. We gave him our full trust. Countless sacrificed themselves on the way to the temple. And this is how he repaid us? By becoming the very bane that we were running from? As I lay here dying, I write this with the sole hope that someone will find my words, so that the name Valderake of Alaras and his vile brood will forever be remembered with shame and dishonor. May he never find peace within the embrace of Our Lady. May the shadow god never welcome him into his realm, and may respite forever be denied to him. Sonny froze, mind grinding to a halt. The way the writer had described the temple of the twin gods sounded like a gateway. Was it possible? Could it be fate smiling on him for once? Had he found a clue at last? Did he finally have a direction after more than half a year wandering aimlessly? He felt hope blossoming in his heart, a creeping dread following right after. What if it was not real? What if the gateway had disappeared or been destroyed? What if he could not find it? What if he was too soon too? What if? What if? What if? He kept spiraling further, his mind going through countless scenarios in the blink of an eye, none of them with a happy conclusion. In the end, it was his headache that saved him. His poor brain was not in a state that allowed for too much thinking. Sonny took a steadying breath, the pain in his chest helping to ground him. He had a clue, no matter how feeble, and he would follow it. Whether he would find salvation at the end or not did not matter. At least he had a goal. Anything, even a hope as feeble as this one, was better than wasting away while awaiting his inevitable demise. A grim smile came upon his face, full of desperate determination. He had a way out. Now, it was only a matter of finding it. Chapter 13. Rain loved her parents. Her mother was full of love and care, giving warmth like she was the sun itself. She always had a kind word to offer or a piece of wisdom. Her father was just as loving and caring, doing his best to spend as much time as possible with them, despite having less and less of it due to the difficulties of his job. If she was honest with herself, no better couple could have adopted her. It did not stop her from being embarrassed, though. "Mom, I am fine." Her voice had been growing more and more exasperated over the past minutes. "My little Rainy, there is no need to hide your pain from me." Her mother's voice, in turn, had become more and more indulgent, like she was proud of Rain's capability to stay strong. If someone were to hear her, they would probably believe that Rain had been mortally wounded. "Dad, please, help me." She did her best to put as much pleading as possible in her voice, her face adopting the pitiful expression that her siblings used whenever they wanted more sweets or to be allowed past their bedtime. Her father looked at her through the PTV's rear view and offered her an apologetic smile, followed by a helpless shrug as if saying, "What can you do?" A last-ditch effort was made to gain the support of her younger siblings, but they put up a rather unconvincing act of pretending not to notice her desperate pleas for help. She was going to remember this the next time they asked for help hiding the consequences of their mischief, while not showing it. She was a grown-up now. After all, she usually deeply appreciated her mother's concern for her well-being. But this time she felt like she was exaggerating. She had been helping her cook dinner, and when handed the knife, she had the bright idea to try and replicate one of the techniques used by Lady Nephice in the movie. She must have done something wrong, since the elegant flourish not only failed to cut even a millimeter into the meat, but the knife had also rebounded and made a cut across her arm, which led to the current situation. Her mother fussing over her like she had lost the arm when, in truth, it was barely a shallow cut, a few centimeters long at most. Sadly, besides being as warm as the sun, her mother was also as implacable. Nothing could stop her when something important was on the line. And nothing was more important to her mother than the well-being of her children, especially after the death of her elder brother while attempting to defeat the first nightmare. They all carried the wounds of that event. Even her younger siblings, who could not quite remember him, seemed sad whenever his birthday came. She could understand that feeling. At times, she woke up feeling the phantom warmth of a hand that had clung desperately to hers before she was adopted. She did not remember to whom it belonged, but she still missed it from time to time. Occasionally, she wondered if she would ever have the chance to meet whoever had been so close to her back then. She even wished to. Even so, she would not change her current life for anything. No matter how much her mother liked to make a mountain out of a molehill, she would probably unmake the mountain just because it did not seem safe enough, too. She had to hide a giggle at the humorous thought, which managed to break her out of her internal monologue. Back to the present. She was currently stuck in their PTV, quickly approaching the closest hospital, regretting all of her life choices as the distance grew shorter. No more attempting to replicate the techniques of Lady Nephice, that was for sure. Maybe she should try the ones used by Sir Sunless instead? At least she had the chance to see the highlights of the movie A Song of Light and Shadows on the way. It had been wildly successful, and the public was already asking for a sequel. The petition had already accumulated millions of signatures, and Rain might or might not have signed it too. Who could blame her? It had been great. There were even rumors saying that Lady Changing Star herself had left the premiere in tears. Focused on her communicator, time passed quickly, and minutes later, they were already parking near the hospital, which, for some reason, had a crowd of journalists at the entrance. A quiet groan from her father made her think that he knew why. She wanted to ask, but did not have the chance before her mother grabbed her arm and started ushering her toward the building in a hurry. At least the journalists parted to allow them to enter when they saw the bloodied bandages on her arm. Soon, she was being checked on by a nurse, who gently started unwrapping the bandages to take a better look at the wound. When they finally came undone, he blinked confusedly and gave a long stare to her mother. Rain could have died of embarrassment at that moment. Her mother had painted it like a grievous wound to the poor nurse when, in truth, it was a small cut. It was not even bleeding anymore, for spell's sake. The nurse coughed lightly to hide his reaction and quickly applied some disinfectant to the wound. It stung, but she was not going to show it after having to deal with so much embarrassment. Minutes later, it was already done. Her arm bandaged once more, though with a more reasonable amount this time. Rain offered one last apologetic look to the nurse and got up to leave, her mother moving to do the same. But they were interrupted by him before they could. I did not mention it before since it was not a serious injury. But if you do not mind waiting, we can put you into the queue to be healed by Lady Changing Star. The number of patients who require her gifts is not as high as usual, so she probably will not mind. Lady Changing Star was here. Why had he not said so sooner? She retracted every good thing she had thought about the man. She should have made her mother bully him more. As if capable of reading her thoughts, the man's smile became strained, probably regretting all of his life choices. Well, he should. The nurse, who looked quite regretful about saying anything, gestured for them to follow him, which they did after her mother made a quick call to inform her father, who was waiting at reception with her siblings, why they would be delayed. They started walking, the nurse leading them toward another wing of the hospital. When they arrived, they saw a long hall lined with patients, arranged from the most grievously wounded to the least. She, as expected, was placed last in the queue. At least it advanced quickly. No more than a minute passed between calls for the next patient to enter. They could even see a white flash from the underside of the door. She could not wait to brag about this at school. How many could claim to have been healed by Lady Changing Star herself? An eternity later, it was finally her turn. She was practically vibrating as the door opened, and she was allowed inside. The room was not anything special, just the usual office of a doctor. The woman inside, however, was quite special. She was just as beautiful as in the photos Rain had seen online. Maybe even more so, being able to see her up close. Lady Changing Star, this is Rain. The last patient of the day, the woman at her idol's side said. She recognized her as Sid, one of the firekeepers. All of the survivors of the Forgotten Shores were minor celebrities on their own after all, especially those who had chosen to follow Changing Star afterward. The silver-haired woman gave nothing but a small nod at the information, her face as neutral and composed as stone. Eyes not set on Rain, but on thin air. Rain recognized the gesture. Thanks to her father, she had met plenty of awakened, and they all looked the same when they checked their runes. Though why Changing Star was checking them right at that moment, she did not know. She did not dare interrupt her. So she kept quiet, which her mother thankfully did too, and waited until she was done. She did not have to wait long. Just seconds later, Changing Star made a gesture that Rain assumed was meant to dispel her runes and turned her gaze toward Rain. Then she blinked, closed her eyes, and slowly opened them once more. Why was Lady Nephis glaring at her? Had she offended her somehow? How? At least her mother and Sid looked just as puzzled as she was. She gave a pleading look to the latter, hoping that she could defuse the situation. Sid tried to offer her a comforting smile. However, upon taking a good look at Rain, her attention had been on Changing Star the whole time. She blinked too and started staring at her intensely. Not again. Hey, Lady Nephis, did Sunny mention having a sister? The woman tilted her head slightly, as if a better angle would answer her question. What? Nephis turned her head robotically toward her follower, her expression still stoic even as she glared at Sid, who wilted under the might of her gaze. Then, she sighed tiredly as she shook her head. He did, was her short answer. What? Rain turned her gaze toward her mother, hoping she would deny what they were implying. Except her mother looked contemplative, staring at her with furrowed brows while pondering something deeply. Does your home have a big window and a lawn? Yes. The question from Changing Star had been so sudden that she answered without thinking. We do. Can I assume that it was Sir Sunless who mentioned it? Her mother asked, finally snapped out of her thoughts. Lady Nephis nodded, face still neutral. Although, was it just Rain's imagination? Or did she look forlorn for a second? She did not have time for such thoughts now. Not when a bomb of this magnitude had just been dropped on her. She had a brother? A famous one. Why did he abandon her? Why had he not visited despite knowing her home well enough to describe it? Was Changing Star her sister-in-law now? She was pulled from her spiraling thoughts by a sigh from her mother, who suddenly looked sad. When we adopted Rain, we were informed that she had a brother. We would have adopted him too. But the staff of the orphanage informed us that he was rather conflictive and even had a habit of stealing. We only learned later from Rain that the fights he got into were to defend her, and that he was stealing food for her. Wait, when did she say that? All right. It had happened so long ago, she did not even remember until her mother mentioned it. We went back when we found out. But they informed us that he had left the orphanage, she finished. The regret in her voice clear. Rain felt conflicted about the new information. He had cared. A lot, if her half-forgotten memories could be trusted. So why had she not seen him since then? Why did he stay behind instead of coming back for her? Had he stopped caring? Was she too insignificant for a hero like him to lower himself to her level? Please forgive my intrusion, Lady Sisyphus. But did he mention why he did not visit my daughter? Her mother asked. Rain thanked her with all her heart. Rain turned her gaze back to Changing Star, whose eyes were once more set on the air itself. Though thankfully, she immediately turned back when she heard the question. That is not for me to say, she answered, her tone and eyes making it clear she would not budge. He did not care anymore, did he? Lady Sisyphus was simply too nice to say it, and instead refused to answer. Well, she would not let that stop her. She had already lost a brother once, and she would not let herself lose another. She just had to become so awesome that he would have to beg on his knees to reunite with her when he finally came back from the nightmare realm. Mind set, she looked Sisyphus in the eye, ready to proclaim her intentions to the one closest to her brother. Wait, they were in a relationship. Did that mean she was a legacy now? Reign of the Immortal Flame clan sounded awesome. Just like that, her thoughts completely derailed, and an intrusive thought bubbled up, one she voiced before she could think better of it. Can I call you Big Sister? She slapped her hands over her mouth immediately, utterly embarrassed by her impulsive question. Changing Star's face trembled minutely at that question, a million thoughts seeming to cross her eyes, her ears gaining an almost imperceptible red hue. You can. The answer came out almost as a whisper. Under the baffled stares of the three women, Rain pumped her arms in triumph. Best day ever. She coughed, embarrassed, realizing she might have been a little too effusive. At least her big sister, she still could not believe she was allowed to call her that, did not hold it against her. In fact, she was looking quite contemplative while staring at Rain. Whatever she was pondering must have been serious. Soon enough, she nodded. Decision taken. As your sister, it is my duty to ensure you are well prepared. Rain, do you want to be my student? A look of determination was in her eyes, white flames dancing in them as she asked the question. Rain could not handle it anymore. There had been far too many emotions in the last few minutes. And this, being offered the chance to learn under the strongest awakened alive, she could die at that moment and do so happily. Rain fainted, a big smile on her face. Chapter 14. 1 year and a half ago, Sunny let out a tired sigh as he took a seat in one of the chairs in the meeting room, his gaze lost in the shadows painted by the candlelight while his mind churned. He had only come back from hunting in the Dark City an hour ago, and he was already regretting returning at all. He had risked his life out there. And for what? To give it all away to the ingrates who could not even be bothered to remember him? His teeth clenched in fury at the mere memory of the receptionist asking him who he was. He had been part of this mad plan from the beginning, fought and bled so the parasites could live one more day. And this was what he got in exchange? To be treated like an outsider? To feel like a stranger in his own home? Sunny took a deep breath and let it out. As much as it annoyed him, if he was honest, that was not what he was truly angry about. He did not want fame and could not care less about what others thought, although it did not stop the anger from rising all the same. But he still hated it, not as much as he hated the ugly mix of bitterness and jealousy brewing inside him. He was meant to meet with Cassie to discuss the next steps in reinforcing the outer parts of the settlement. He had even been looking forward to it. It had been far too long since they had the chance to talk, both of them too busy to spend time together. And then he was told that she had already retired for the night and did not want to be bothered. Not even an excuse or an apology. He would have taken anything but being told by a stranger that she would not be seeing him and to try again the next day. She was avoiding him. She had already been doing it for a while. Had he done something wrong? Said something that had bothered her? Should he apologize? For what? He did not even know what it was that he had done. She does not need you anymore. Why bother pretending to care? A traitorous part of his mind whispered. The same part that was always eager to remind him of his many failures and defects. It was not the first time the thought had come, and he suspected it would not be the last. It had been a few weeks since they had started with whatever Neff's plan was, another source of bitterness. She had not even bothered to fill him in, and every day he saw more and more people inserting themselves into their lodge. With so many helpers around, what need did she have of little old Sonny? He closed his fists in anger, clenching them so hard that he heard his knuckles pop. Cassie was like a sister to him, and this, whatever it was that she was doing, drew far too many parallels to his life in the outskirts. It was business as usual there. One moment they would call you family, and then, as soon as they did not need you anymore, they would pretend not to know you. He thought things were different now. He was not a street rat anymore, but a sleeper. The owner of a divine rank aspect and a true name at that. How disappointingly realistic that it was not. No, he was just blowing things out of proportion. They had spent 2 months constantly together. He had saved her life more times than he cared to count. What was a few bad days in the face of that? She probably did not mean anything by it. In fact, Cassie would be hurt if he ever voiced his grievances. So he silenced the voice that whispered of betrayals in the night and buried the bitterness and jealousy where the sun would not shine on them. He got up to leave for his room. The day had been long and tiring, sleep beckoning like a siren's song. He was stopped when the door of the meeting room opened to reveal Nephice. For once, she was alone. It had become an increasingly rare occurrence lately. The settlement dwellers were always around her, practically begging for attention. They had started calling her Saint Nephice, and every day it felt more and more like a cult. One she was all too happy to feed. Even more surprising, Castor was not there either. The legacy had been glued to her since he had joined them, and it was rare not to see him in the vicinity. She has replaced you with a prettier model, taller too, the voice whispered again. He hated that he could not even deny it. Not when they spent every moment together, and she did not make any effort to stop it either. He did not know why he hated it so much. But he did. How long would it be before she too started to treat him like a stranger? He shook his head to dispel the thought. They were friends. He trusted Neff like he had not trusted anyone before. It was unfair of him to think like that. Her gaze settled on him, the barest signs of recognition flickering in her eyes. He was going to greet her, but she spoke first. Good, you are here. One of the guards has been wounded, and I need you to take over his watch for the night. He had to bite his own tongue so hard it bled to stop himself from giving an angry retort. First time she deigned to speak to him in 2 days. And it was to give him an order. Figures. Was that all he was to her? Another subordinate? Did their time together mean nothing to her? To both of them? Was he a fool for thinking that they had built a bond out there? Hello to you too, Neff. I am fine. Thanks for asking. He replied in what he had intended to be a joking manner. But the all-too-real bitterness came out anyway. Did I ask? She stared at him in confusion, the slightest hint of it showing on her stony expression as she moved toward the table and started poring over the maps, her mind already settling on whatever ploy she would employ next. From anyone else, he would have taken it as a taunt. But this was Neff he was talking about. The question was sincere. As much as she had improved at pretending otherwise, she still had the emotional intelligence of a rock, and probably did not even realize why he was so annoyed. At another time, it might have been endearing. He had thought it, so when her poor social skills had shown themselves before. But right now, he was not in the mood to give her that courtesy. So he clenched his teeth, shook his head in silent denial, and moved to leave. He might not like the fools, but he still did not want them to die because there was not someone around to keep watch. Another sleepless night added to the list. The bags under his eyes were starting to grow concerningly large. As he passed by her side, he noticed that she was exhausted. Maybe even more than he was. And he could also tell the signs of aspect overuse. Just how much pain had she been in? What was it that she wanted so badly that she could keep on suffering day after day? He also recognized her expression. It was her, I am tired and miserable, keep me company face. He could tell because her left brow had a slight incline, while the right was perfectly straight. Not to be confused with her, I am tired and miserable, leave me alone expression, whose alignment was the opposite. Whatever her plan was, She better succeed soon and get them out of here. The lack of sources of entertainment must be doing terrible things to his brain if he was managing to guess her mood by such small signals. He felt tempted to ignore her. She might not have avoided him like Cassie did, but her indifference hurt just as much, maybe even more, though he was not sure why. But, and curse his soft heart for it, he could not. He would not. They were friends, or at least he thought so, no matter what that traitorous voice had to say. And friends were meant to support each other even if they were going through a rough patch. Hey Neff, it has been a while since you told me one of your stories. Do you mind telling me one before I go? Now. She stopped poring over the maps and turned to stare at him in open confusion this time. Her confused expression could be so cute at times. Why not? He answered with a cheeky smile. Nephi sighed and motioned toward one of the makeshift couches, inviting him to take a seat. Despite her apparent irritation, he did not miss how her shoulders had slightly relaxed, how her frown had become a little less prominent, and even the slight upward tilt of her lips. He took a seat, and immediately after, she sat too, right at his side, close enough that they could almost feel each other's warmth. She needed to learn about proper distances. If he did not know how bad she was at socializing, he might have misinterpreted the action. Fortunately, he was saved from going further down that rabbit hole by her voice. It sounded as neutral as always, but he could detect small traces of nostalgia in it. She liked telling stories, probably because it reminded her of her grandmother, which was why he kept asking for them when he saw her in these moods. There once was a man named Sisyphus, who was wise and cunning beyond any other. He accomplished many miraculous deeds, though none as impressive as fooling the god Zeus and death itself. It was a beautiful sight to see how she progressively relaxed as she told the story, going on about the myth of that man with a passion she rarely showcased. However, no matter how smart his ploys and how much he fought to avoid it, he was eventually caught and sent to Tartarus, where his punishment was decided. As she talked, vividly depicting the events of the story, exhaustion was taking hold of her. Her eyes were half-lidded as she fought to cover the increasingly obvious yawns threatening to escape. It was so adorable that he had to look away lest his smile give it away. His sentence was to push a massive boulder to the top of a mountain, the moment upon which he would be free and absolved of his conviction. However, it was not that simple. The boulder was enchanted to always escape him and roll down to the bottom just as he was about to reach the peak. Such was the cruelty of the gods. Every single day, he would rise and start pushing his boulder from the bottom to the top of the mountain, always hoping it would finally be the day he would succeed and be freed from his punishment. No matter how hard he tried and how much he wished to be free, he never managed to bring the boulder to the zenith. Sonny felt a weight settle on his shoulder, as well as a warm breath tickle the side of his neck. He turned to glance at the source, idly wondering if a nightmare creature had sneaked up on them. It was no nightmare creature. Instead, Nephis had fallen asleep, her head resting on his shoulder with a peaceful expression on her beautiful face for the first time in ages. She must have been truly exhausted if she could lower her guard enough to fall asleep like that. A small smile came upon his face as he moved as softly as possible to grant her a more comfortable position. How he wished this moment could last forever, that they could live more moments like these, to just spend time together without any distractions. He missed when it was just the three of them, when he did not have to deal with all the jealousy, bitterness, and sense of inadequacy that was growing more prominent day by day. Was he asking for that much? Was it so unreasonable to be granted such a small wish after enduring so much pain and suffering? Did the dead gods hate him so much that they would deny him even that? Thankfully, he was saved from his increasingly depressive mood when he felt Nephis snuggling closer, probably seeking warmth in the chilly night. Right. It was not the moment for those thoughts, nor was it the moment to stay here. No matter how much he wished otherwise, he still had to take that watch. With a titanic effort of will, Sonny got up, lifting Nephis as softly as possible so as not to interrupt her rest, and carried her to her room, where he tucked her into bed. It proved hard to get out, too. She was holding on to him with impressive strength despite being asleep, and he did not want to wake her. Minutes later, he had managed to escape her clutches and had already relieved the current guard of her watch. He ignored the stare the woman gave him upon seeing his snickering shadow and carried on with his task with stoicism, trying very hard to ignore his reddening cheeks as he remembered the warmth of her body pressed against his. Maybe it was not all so bad. Maybe he should just tell them how he felt, and they could all laugh about it. They would reassure him that his insecurities were just that and prove there was nothing to worry about. A few days later, a sleeper named Harper arrived at the lodge, and he never had the chance to. Present day, the Odachi fell on the herald with unerring precision. The pink skin parted in the path of the blade as red blood started flowing from the wound. A second later, he felt a burst of essence enter him, and the voice of the spell announced the kill. He did not have time to feel satisfaction at his victory. There were more on the way, and it was becoming harder and harder to resist the unnatural wrath. He ducked low, a hook tearing through the space where his eye had been just a fraction of a second ago. The offender did not have time to try again before the Odachi struck once more, and its life was snuffed out as well. They should have known better than to send awakened beasts after him already. He immediately regretted the thought when a fallen beast came barreling at him, its hooks long and sharp enough to be mistaken for curved swords. Sunny took hold of its string of life. The string fought him just as viciously as the beast itself would. It was far too healthy to bend easily to his will. He did not need it to. He sent a portion of his shadow essence into it, the string growing longer and darker. He could have spent all of his essence, and the beast would not even have been halfway dead, which was why he did not try. A portion of his essence was enough to make the beast stumble, the sudden loss of strength disorienting it just enough to allow him to evade the charge and leave a nasty cut across its eyes that blinded it. The beast went mad, attacking everything in its vicinity with reckless abandon, doing more harm to its brethren than to him, since he had already retreated to a safer distance. Judging it not to be an immediate problem, he moved on to deal with the other heralds while it thrashed madly. A slash sent the arm of one of the heralds flying, and just as he moved to capitalize on it, the headache spiked, and his rage along with it. He delivered a slash that left it blind as well. The eyes were just the beginning. The other arm would follow, and then the legs. Let the thing crawl like a worm so it could know the consequences of wronging him. Maybe he should do that to all of his enemies, to everyone who had wronged Hai. Mom reading a book to Rain and me. Mom's death, playing silly games with Rain, being separated from Rain. He came back to his senses with great effort, the wrath clinging to him like tar. It had lasted only a few seconds, and yet he was already in a bad position. The Odachi was stuck deep inside a herald while its fangs were buried in his shoulder, viciously threatening to rip it from its socket if he did not act immediately. He ordered Serpent to crawl back into tattoo form as he summoned the Moonlight Shard, the swift stiletto penetrating through the eye of the creature and into its brain. You have slain an awakened demon, Herald of Wrath. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. Lover's Noose. He kicked the creature off him, the fangs tearing through his shoulder as they were dragged out. The wrath increased once more, but he managed to fight it off through a combination of pain and his new technique. The remembrance chain was working, but it was not as effective as the method he had used the first time. It also was not as destructive to his psyche, so he considered it a worthy sacrifice. He had come up with it while recovering from his wounds. The mind hex was too insidious to fight reliably without external help, so he needed a form of defense he could use at all times. He refused to spend all day thinking of her, so he came up with an alternative. The rapid contrast of emotions was the key, so he created an imaginary chain inside his mind, composed of sets of happy and sad memories that he would cycle through quickly at all times. As mentioned before, it was not as effective at breaking him out of the hex, but at least he could keep it up without straining what little remained of his sanity. It was the reason he was reminiscing about old times during a fight, though that one particular memory was one he would have rather avoided. At least the heralds were kind enough to distract him from the lingering bitterness as they attacked him with savagery. He summoned Serpent in Odachi form once more and rejoined the fight. He could use essence far more freely now that he could use Serpent's weapon form to recover it. Last week, he had finally achieved good enough control of his essence to fight without Serpent in tattoo form, and he was already seeing the benefits. He even preferred the Odachi to his usual Tachi, which sadly had fallen behind in comparison to the foes he faced nowadays. It did not help that, besides its durability, he could not make use of its enchantment without being at death's door. His internal musings were interrupted when he felt the foreign wrath clouding his mind disappear, the relief so palpable that he almost stumbled. You have slain an awakened devil, Herald of Wrath. Your shadow grows stronger. He finished the herald that had tried to disembowel him in his moment of distraction and turned toward the awakened devil, only to see Saint's menacing form standing over it, her shield dripping with blood where she had used it to bash its head to a pulp. The fight became a blur after that. Without the devil to direct the heralds, they had lost all cohesion, making them easy prey for Saint. The only fallen was the one he had blinded. So he even managed to finish it on his own while Saint dealt with the awakened heralds. Before he even realized it, the fight was over, silence returning as he gazed upon the remains of his enemies. He approached the corpse of the devil slowly, feeling oddly disappointed with the result. He had been building up the devil as this ultimate enemy in his head. He had met it a few times over the last month since their first encounter, and the damn thing had always forced him to retreat in the end. At some point, he had started to consider it a supreme obstacle on which he could blame all his problems, whose demise would somehow spell a new phase in his life, one in which things would only improve, in which he would find the gateway immediately after, in which he would return to the waking world and finally be happy. And now, the devil was dead. Saint had killed it as she could have killed any other enemy. No climactic battle was fought. No closure could be found, and all his problems were still there. He hated the damn thing, and yet its death hurt him like that of a dear friend. Sunny exhaled dejectedly, doing his best to ignore the hollow feeling that had been growing for months. Not wanting to dwell on that, he gave Saint a thankful nod for her help and petted Serpent's head, who had returned to its animal form. He summoned his runes to check the new memory while scavenging whatever he could from the fallen foes. Memory name, Lover's Noose. Memory description. The followers of the twin gods believe that from the day of birth to the day of death, one should always be accompanied in everything they do. For to be alone was akin to blasphemy against their gods. It is for this reason that, when one approached death, their companion would put a noose around their neck and end their lives so that even in death they could be together. Well, that was disturbing. He was already reconsidering visiting that temple if this was the kind of thing their followers believed in. For a second, he even felt hope rise at the mention of the twin gods. But then he dismissed it. He had killed Arden in the Forgotten Shores, and Alaras was nowhere in sight. For all he knew, he was nowhere close to it. He also checked the enchantment, but it was useless. When held by two people at the same time, the noose would extend as much as the user wanted. It did not work when he held it along with Saint, so there was no use to the damn thing. At least she got a meal out of it. With that done, and having retrieved the spoils of the battle, he drank from the rain to quench his thirst and began climbing the hill in front of him. A month had gone by since he found the graveyard, and he was yet to find any clue about where Alaras or the temple of the twin gods could be, which was why he kept climbing hills and mountains, hoping to eventually see them in the distance. Who knows? Maybe this time it would be the one. One thing was certain. If he ever managed to go back to the waking world, he was going to secure a memory that allowed flight no matter the cost. He was sick and tired of so much climbing. An hour later, he finally crested the hill, hoping to see a tower or temple on the horizon. Instead, he saw what he expected but not what he hoped. He would have done anything for a different site. Maybe some ruins. A castle. A city. A lake. Or a forest perhaps. He could handle anything. Anything but more of the endless, fucking rivers and valleys. At the moment, he had not paid much attention to the story. Far too enamored with her to care about the myth. And now, it was almost poetic how similar he was to that man. Was this how Sisyphus felt? He would wake at dawn and start rolling that damn boulder across the mountain, somehow convincing himself that, unlike all other times, today was going to be the day. His mood would lift as he approached the peak, his heart swelling, his aches lessening as he felt how close he was to the end of his penitence. Hope stubbornly taking root despite knowing better. And then, just as he was about to do it, millimeters away from freedom, the boulder would roll away, back to the foot of the mountain, where he would have to start again the next day, and the next, and the next, over and over until reality itself turned to dust, and sweet oblivion finally claimed him. The only reprieve he would ever get. Sunny exhaled dejectedly once more, a hand running through his hair to rid it of the irritating dampness in a futile attempt to distract himself. Less than a second later, it was just as drenched, if not more. He considered making some joke, starting to ramble about what he would do if he escaped. talking to his shadows and pretending to understand what they were saying. He had done it time and time again in the last months. But at some point he had started doing it less and less until he finally stopped completely. The only answer he got was silence. A silence that made him feel even more alone than he already was. So what was the point? He shook his head and drank once more from the rain, the cool water lessening the pain of his wounds as he began the arduous descent. A sardonic smile appeared on his face during the descent, caused by a massive boulder he had seen along the way. He truly was just like Sisyphus. Chapter 15. Sonny stared down at the mask in his hands, feeling like he was about to commit the biggest mistake of his life. And he had made many mistakes. Waver's mask returned the stare, completely indifferent to his plight. The terrifying mask could not be bothered to care about his fears. Well, of course it did not. It was not alive, after all. The isolation was doing terrible things to his mind. He almost expected the mask to start talking. Shaking his head at the absurd idea, he checked the runes once more, with the faint hope that sheer persistence would finally reveal the secrets of the mysterious enchantment from which he could glean no details. It did not work. He exhaled, feeling like an utter fool. Here he was, hiding in a cave in the middle of nowhere, slowly recovering from the ghastly wounds he had received during the last fight. For some reason, he thought that now, of all times, was the moment to try the enchantment of the divine memory. Was there ever a good moment? He was about to activate an unknown enchantment from a memory that belonged to a daemon, of all things. It was not a matter of if something bad would happen, but of how much. He could just dismiss the mask and forget about it. There was nothing forcing him to use it, after all. He could just keep looking, keep traveling, until he found it. Nothing was stopping him from doing just that. Nothing but the despair he felt. 10 months had already passed. 10 long, harrowing months. 10 months since the assault on the Crimson Spire. 10 months since he was made a slave. 10 months of pain, of loneliness, of fearing for his life at every moment. He was tired. So damn tired. Sonny had found nothing. No clues, no traces, nothing. 3 months since he had learned about Alaras and the temple. And still nothing. At times, he felt like he was already dead. That this spell-forsaken land was nothing but his very own purgatory. A purgatory that he would have to traverse for all eternity. Just like how Sisyphus was condemned to roll that boulder forever. At other times, when he was at his worst, when the pain or the grief or both proved too much, he wished that he was. Nothing was forcing him, true. But at the same time, nothing was stopping him from trying either. At best, it would give him something to work with. And at worst, he would die. And that would be it. No more pain, no more suffering. Even the bond would break, and he would be liberated. Freedom in death. There was beauty in that, too. So he summoned Saint to keep watch and put on the mask, followed by sending a trickle of essence into the mysterious enchantment. The enchantment, however, was not satisfied. All on its own, it started to drain more, and more, and more, until nothing was left. His meager reserves could not handle activating the enchantment for more than a fraction of a second. That fraction of a second was almost enough to destroy his mind. The most horrifying pain he had ever experienced pierced his eyes and mind. It was like being submerged in acid, like being stabbed by millions upon millions of needles at the same time, like being flayed alive, like being set on fire. Except it was worse, infinitely worse. And then, as his mind threatened to unravel, the world changed. He saw everything. Countless threads appeared in his vision, connecting everything that ever was and ever would be. It was beautiful, the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. And then, the knowledge came. He understood. He understood everything about those threads, about the strings of fate. He knew that the cave had formed untold eons ago, after a devastating earthquake. He knew that the rock he was sitting on was once part of a mighty mountain that no longer existed. It had arrived in the cave after a flood dragged it in. And since then, it had stood there. He knew that the hole in one of the walls was made by a nightmare creature that was long dead. He knew the story of every crack, of every nook and cranny, of every molecule of oxygen in the vicinity. A silent scream died in his throat. Blood flowed out of his eyes, from his ears, from his nose and mouth. It hurt. Gods, it hurt so much. And yet it was so beautiful. Then the world changed once more. The countless threads disappeared. And instead, he saw only himself. Except that his situation was different. Where everything else had threads, strings of fate so thin as to almost be invisible, he had chains. They enveloped him. Every millimeter of his body and soul was covered by them. Some of them even fighting among themselves for the right to own more of his self. Mine, they seemed to say. Mine. They repeated time and time again, like a mantra of madness and obsession. The golden chains were moving, trying to drag him in all directions and none at the same time. Their possessive embrace only ever tightening. Mine, 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 mine. They did not want to let go. They would never let go. They would rather see him dead than free of them. Among the chains, two shone much brighter than the others, their light so intense as to almost be blinding. One of them was made of pure white flame. It stretched long into the distance, trying to drag him southeast toward the hollow mountains. It was stronger than the others, its pull so overwhelming. Then he started stretching to get rid of the remaining stiffness. Hearing the pop of his abused bones, the pain came back, both from his previous wounds and the one lingering from using the mask. He did not care. He had better things to do than care about some meager pain. Sonny ignored the command still blaring loudly as he took a step forward and embraced Saint's stony form. She was just as cold and hard to the touch as he expected, but he paid it no mind. Thank you, Saint, for everything. She froze, her body so still as to almost look like a statue, her ruby eyes somehow managing to transmit embarrassment. When he let go of her, she gave a barely visible nod and left in a hurry. How cute. He offered a cheery smile to his shadows. It did not reassure them. In fact, they seemed even more worried. Ah well, a problem for another day. He left the cave and cupped his hands to gather the rainwater. He was so very thirsty these days. How fortunate that there was an endless source of water constantly falling on him. He drank his fill and then some more. It always made him feel better. Like the pain was less intense. Like his grievances did not matter as much. Sonny went back into the cave and summoned the safe box of greed, from which he retrieved some dried meat and started eating. When he finished, he let out a content sigh. He was well fed. He had as much water as he could ever want. And he even had a roof above his head. Was not life great? His younger self would love this. One had to appreciate the small things in life. After all, he was alive. That was all that mattered. Then his gaze turned north, and his eyes became cold as ice. Whatever was there, fate wanted him to see it. He would oblige. He would gladly oblige as much as was required of him. He would obey its orders. He would accept its guidance with a smile on his face. He would even bark if he was asked to. Did the accursed thing consider him its child? Well then, he would play the role. No child more loving or loyal would ever be found. Also that when the time to slit its throat came, it would not see him coming. A dangerous smile blossomed on his face. He would break those chains, both the ones belonging to fate and to her. He would do it even if it was the last thing he did. That he also promised. And there was no man more honest in the world. 2 worlds, even. Chapter 16. You are such a curious abomination, Sonny said, not a hitch to be noticed in his voice even as he sidestepped the hook that was coming for his face, missing by mere millimeters. Why is it that you fight? Why is it that you insist on surviving despite living such a wretched existence? He ducked under another attack and kicked off the creature, using it as a trampoline to gain distance. Why is it that you have not given up yet? Why? Answer me, you bastard. The demon's only answer was to pounce on him once more. He had to admit that there was something commendable in its single-minded focus. Was it the answer, perhaps? To choose an objective and pursue it relentlessly no matter what. The idea had some merit. It certainly worked for Sisyphus. But, as amusing as the thought sounded, he was not insane enough to follow through with that. Why? It always comes down to that accursed question. As expected, the demon paid no mind to his question. The wretched thing was rude like that. Ah well, he had already prolonged the fight long enough. It was time to end it. There were more of them, and he could not allow Saint to have all the fun. He stepped in, leaned to the left to avoid one of its hooks, lifted a leg to avoid its attempt at sweeping it, and then tilted his head to avoid the fangs coming for his face. When he stepped back, the Odachi had already struck, and the awakened demon fell to the ground in 2 pieces. And yet, the thing still stared at him with murder in its vile eyes. The eternal wrath that the heralds embodied not diminished at all. In a rather impressive yet futile act of defiance, it dragged itself toward him. It was going to die, and yet its eyes were saying that it would do so gladly as long as it could take him down with it. He saw its string of life growing. It was probably the largest he had ever seen aside from the one belonging to the mountain. Unless the string was lying to him, the creature was staying alive through nothing but grit and anger. Was this how it felt to fight himself? An annoying little beast that kept coming no matter how wounded it was? How amusing to be on the other side of it for once. Did he see right? For a moment, he could swear that he saw many tiny strings of life around the creature, all of them moving lazily. It was not the first time he saw them either. They always. Sonny shook his head, feeling like he was forgetting something important. Then he saw the herald almost upon him and completely dismissed the thought. The blade struck once more, and the creature's wrath was extinguished forever. You have slain an awakened demon, herald of wrath. Your shadow grows stronger. No memory once again. The spell was being annoyingly stingy. The fact that he had not received a single memory from killing that mountain and the carnage it unleashed still irked him. Maybe Neff had a point about destroying it. But why stop there? First the spell, then Mom reading a book to Rain and I, Mom's death, playing silly games with Rain, being separated from Rain, finding out where Rain is. Rain does not need me. The world came back into focus. The wrath still clinging to him desperately, whispering sweetly about how much easier it would be if he just gave up and allowed rage to paint the world red. He had to pass. There were far too many hands holding his chains, all ready to want any more. As if invoked, the accursed command never failed to remind him of its existence. After what had almost happened the day, he activated the mysterious enchantment. Where's my eye? Waver must have had a poetic soul. It had never stopped. Never. It was maddening. A constant low whine that he could not ignore no matter how much he wanted to. Not wanting to fall into another downward spiral, he focused back on the fight. He checked his surroundings and how the battle had evolved during his mental absence, then decided that he had only been enthralled for a second. His remembrance chain was getting better and better at fighting the curse of wrath invoked by the heralds. And what an annoying little fact that was. He had thought himself free of that particular trouble when Saint killed the devil, only to find out that, while not as strong, all of the heralds could still inflict it in some way. They were similar to the brood in that aspect, as they too were all capable of inflicting a poison that heightened emotions no matter their rank and class. There were many similarities between the two clans, which made it quite puzzling why they seemed to hate each other so much. If the two tribes ever met, they would instantly descend into a murderous frenzy and fight each other to the death. No hesitation, no retreat, just pure savagery. Such was the case now. There were contingents of both of them, and they were fighting with a zeal that disturbed him. It almost made him feel sidelined. Here he was, probably the tastiest treat in all of the tiers, and they would rather kill each other than him. Sonny snorted. Something was very wrong with him if he could get angry about being ignored by 100 nightmare creatures. He rolled to the left, just in time to avoid a claw that would have ripped his head off. It looked like not all of them were willing to ignore him. How sweet. Another attack came from behind, and he had no more time for idle thoughts. He approached the first assailant, an awakened devil belonging to the brood. Its claws, which sizzled under the endless torrent of rain, already coming once more for his head. He parried the blow with the odachi, their clash giving birth to a rain of sparks that momentarily blinded the creature. It did not have time to recover before the moonlight shard was stabbed into its heart. You have slain. Your shadow. You have received a memory. Mask of Lost Echoes. He did not have the chance to pay attention to what the spell said before he was forced to jump back to avoid the hooked strike of another herald. While he succeeded in avoiding the worst part, it still managed to open a jagged wound across his chest. Although it hurt far less than expected, he made the herald pay for it with a slash that saw its right hook separated from the rest of its body. The abomination paid no heed to the wound, and instead charged fangs first. The thing would keep attacking until it died, or he did. Their single-minded aggression made them simple yet dangerous opponents. Simple, because they would always attack in the most direct, and thus predictable, fashion. Dangerous, because they would gladly receive any kind of wound as long as it gave them the chance to inflict even the most minimal injury on you. He had learned that fact in a very unpleasant manner. The missing pinky on his right hand could attest to it. He had made that herald pay for it. He would make them all pay for. Survival lessons with Teacher Julius. being pursued by the shark devil. Seaweed bikini. His thought process halted, cheeks reddening against his will as he felt rather embarrassed by the intrusive memory. Fortunately, it still managed to break him out of the pervasive wrath. Just in time, too. Odachi met Fangs, and the Fangs lost. The herald screeched in pain. A deep cut had been opened in its hideous face, painting the pink skin red. Any other creature, even the most stupid, would have reeled, retreating to assess the situation before trying again. A herald? The mad creature kept going. Just as he expected, Sunny evaded, one of its fangs passing close enough to his face to leave a red line on his cheek. Before it had time to turn around and keep attacking, he swung the Odachi and left far more than a red line on its neck. You have slain a fallen beast, Ra son of Aleras. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. Wrathful might. Did the spell hear him complain about receiving no memories? He should do it more often if that was the case. A thought for another moment. He still had a battle to win. Sunny sat down with shaky legs on the remains of a stone-like brood. His breath was heavy and erratic. So tired was he that he did not even bother turning off Endbringer. He allowed Serpent to go back into tattoo form, an action that his exhausted arms greatly appreciated. He was completely spent. The battle had been close. Far too close for his liking. In fact, had the two tribes not been so fixated on eradicating each other, he would be dead. A month had passed since he made the decision to follow fate's whims, and he was already regretting it. Battle after battle after battle. That was all he found on his way. The odds only becoming worse with each one. Was the damn thing trying to kill him? It made no sense otherwise. Worst parent ever. He dragged a hand through his hair in annoyance. He should cut it soon. It was getting in the way more and more often. Vowing to do it later, he opened the runes in order to check the new memories he had received. Memory name, Mask of Lost Echoes. Memory type, Tool. Memory description, desperate to avoid another tragedy. The seer gazed too far into the murky waters of fate. Horrified by what he saw, he took his own sight in the hopes of erasing the memory of the bleak future to come. Alas, it was not enough, for the knowledge had already planted a seed of darkness in his heart, a seed that led to the downfall of a once proud city and eventually that of the pitiful seer. Enchantments, Lost Echoes. Gaze into the abyss. Lost Echoes. This memory takes away one's sight. In exchange, it greatly enhances all other senses. Gaze into the abyss. Moderately boosts divination capabilities. Beware of gazing into the abyss. The memory reminded him of the webtoons he liked to read as a child. Whenever a high-class event happened, the characters would always end up wearing adornments just like this one. It looked like a masquerade mask, made of aquamarine steel decorated with golden lines that almost looked like runes. There were no slits for the eyes, which was not too surprising considering the first enchantment. Cassie would love this thing. For once, the girl's name did not carry an instant burst of anger with it. He was far too tired to muster the energy for rage, so he settled for deciding to wear it in front of her to rub it in if he ever escaped the tears. The memory description interested him far more. Could the seer mentioned be the same one who had led the surviving Alerasianes to the Temple of the Twin Gods? What was it that he saw? Could the mentioned seed of darkness be the corruption that ended up turning him into a nightmare creature? Lacking the energy to keep pondering the questions at the moment, he archived the thought for later and moved on to the next memory. Memory name, Wrathful Might. Memory type, Charm. Memory description, the brave knight fought the tides of darkness unrelentingly, hoping to lead his loved ones to a safe haven where they would never have to fear what hides in the silence of night. Tragically, his hopes were dashed when the visions of the mad seer were proven misleading. Consumed by rage, the seed of corruption bloomed in his heart, and in the end, the knight slaughtered all those he had once cherished. Enchantment, Herald of Wrath. Herald of Wrath. Overwhelming wrath consumes one's mind. In exchange, all physical capabilities are greatly enhanced. The charm looked like a brooch. It was painted a coppery color, and the image of a blood-stained knight laughing madly was sewn on the front. Another Ularasan dead by his hand. It was disheartening. He felt like he was trampling on what little remained of the city. He offered a mournful nod in the direction of the remains of the man. At least his nightmare was over. Feeling an idea take shape, he called Saint, who had been dutifully patrolling the battlefield in search of any stragglers, and at the same time, keeping watch for newcomers. He was only alive because of her, that he could admit without shame. When the taciturn night arrived, he silently gave her the brooch, which she equipped without question. Upon activating the charm, she punched the air, the pressure of the movement alone raising a low breeze. She showcased no change in her behavior, so he considered it a tentative success. Saint was immune to mind attacks, which he had theorized to be the source of the wrath, since she was also immune to the devil's hex. She had already been among the most dangerous beings of the area, but with this charm and his shadows, she might very well be the apex predator. Sunny smiled sincerely. She deserved this and much more. Shadow name, Marble Saint. Shadow fragments, 134 out of 200. She was progressing very quickly too, thanks to the great amount of useless memories he had been receiving. Saint might just become a saint soon, which was both reassuring and crushing at the same time. His own weakness was like another chain around his neck. At times, he wondered if he would end up as the proud owner of a divine shadow while still being a pitiful sleeper. It was depressing and hilarious at the same time. Deprelarious? Sunny snorted and, annoyed with himself, ran another hand through his hair. He needed to get out. His mind was taking some really dark turns. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Shadow cores, 4 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 3,870 out of 4,000. At least he was earning plenty of fragments. By next month, his 5th core should be completed. At this pace, he would earn all 7 before escaping, or before dying, though one was far more likely than the other. Sunny exhaled tiredly. He was too exhausted to bother with depressing thoughts. In fact, he was very tempted to go to sleep there and then, his eyelids growing heavier by the second. He was not sure why, but in the last weeks, he had started to feel more and more lethargic. A hand clasped his shoulder right as he was about to fall asleep, forcefully snapping him out of the stupor he was in. He blinked his bleary eyes, trying to focus his sight on whatever had touched him. It was with great effort that he finally managed to recognize Saint. Her ruby eyes were shining with concern as she gently shook him in an attempt to wake him up. After giving her a thankful nod for stopping him from falling asleep, he finally dismissed her so she could recover from the damage she had received. What was wrong with him? He was exhausted, but he had never allowed himself to relax so much as to fall asleep right after a battle. Suddenly thirsty, he cupped his hands to collect some of the rainwater, his mind seemingly clearing at the mere action. Once he gathered enough, he lowered his head to drink only to stagger at the sight. The water had strings of life, which was not surprising since everything did. But what was he thinking again? His eyes fell once more on the water, and he realized that, was he forgetting something? Sunny shook his head. He was curious by nature, and the tiny strings of life in the water must be distracting him. He was about to turn off the vision provided by Endbringer when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the runes changing, altering at the bottom, right where her information was located. Against his better judgment, he decided to check. It had been months already since he last did it, and he was curious about what had changed. Master, changing star. Soul cores, 7 out of 7. Soul fragments, 120 out of 7,000. He stopped dead in his tracks, bitterness washing over him like a violent tide. She was already a titan. Naphis was out there growing stronger, probably gathering allies, rallying support for her mad crusade. Living. A sardonic smile came upon his face. Maybe that was his way out. Wait until she destroyed the spell and hope that it would somehow kick him out of the dream realm. Or maybe she would save him. She sure liked to play the savior. Like she even remembered the pathetic slave she had left behind. Like anyone did. He shook his head once more. Any traces of good mood already lost. What was he expecting? The world was not going to stop until he was back. She certainly did not. Feeling his growing thirst, he went back to the water in his hands, mind still besieged by the conflicting emotions that always came up whenever he thought of her. When his gaze lowered once more, he saw the strings of life, lazily moving around. His blood froze while his heart raced, beating like a drum. Everything had strings of life, both living and non-living. The easiest way to distinguish them was through movement. The strings of living beings were always in motion, while those of objects were inert. The rain was alive. He felt his mind clouding, the realization half forgotten already. There was only a fraction of a second to react. He resumed his remembrance chain, and instantly went back to reading her runes. The combination of both actions just barely managed to keep him lucid. His gaze went up at the dark clouds hanging straight above him, the source of the living rain. There were more of the living strings of life in the rain, but he could not see any on the clouds. Whatever the source of the rain was, it must have been too big and powerful for him to witness. He did not think. He did not decide to. It was nothing but an intrusive thought that he could not stop from putting into motion before it was done. His sight shifted to the one granted by Bloodweave. At first, almost disappointingly, he saw nothing. There was literally nothing. But then, he looked farther into the distance. And there, so far that he almost missed it, he saw it. A sun. No, 7 of them. They were dark and vile. So much so that his eyes started weeping blood at the mere sight. And the size. The size alone baffled all common sense. If he were to put the cores of all the nightmare creatures he had ever seen together, they would not amount to even 1/100th of just one of the dark suns. He did not know why or how, but he knew. He knew what he was staring at. An unholy titan, a living god of darkness, an existence so exalted that he was not even a speck of dust in comparison. Saint was the apex predator? What a joke. All of the transcended of humanity could be put together and they would not even be able to tickle it. The second he spent staring at the suns proved too long. Powerful nightmare creatures could tell when someone was staring at them. And this one, there was no being that could confidently claim to be mightier. He felt it, as much with his body as with his soul. The unholy was an ancient being, so powerful and vast that the world itself shook when it stirred. During all that time, 6 months of travel, he believed he was nearing the end of the region. And now, he finally understood the truth. He was right at the edge, the proverbial gateway to the domain of the ancestral being. It was that vast, and it was because he was still at the edge that he was still alive. Its passive influence only enough to induce ever-increasing apathy and lethargy, as well as an addiction to its water when drunk. The clouds above him trembled, and then, for the first time ever, they parted. What revealed itself, his mind refused to process it. He simply could not. There was nothing but a hole in the fabric of reality where the clouds had parted. The unholy being was so abominable that his mind refused to acknowledge its existence for fear of completely falling apart. The pain hit right then. It was horrible, only second to gazing into the tapestry of fate. Although just barely, the abyss was staring back, its mere attention enough to wound his body and mind, his soul slowly crumbling under its regard. The command was screaming, ordering him to do something, anything. His body did not move. He heard fate, its almost whisper panicked and fearful. He still did not move. What was he expected to do? He was a mere rat against a god. This was not one of the webtoons he used to read, where sheer grit and the power of friendship could save him. Was he going to die? He expected to feel many things. Rage, regret, hate, sadness, bitterness, maybe even indignation at dying in such a way. But in truth, he felt relieved. He was going to die. Finally. Had he not wanted to break the chains of fate? Well, here was an easy answer. A smile came upon his face, warm and joyful. His arms opened on their own, as if welcoming death like a dear friend. Do it, you bastard. End it. Set me free, he screamed cheerfully, his smile widening to a mad degree. The unholy made no move. What are you waiting for? End me. Here and now. I am ready. Still no reaction. Stop stalling and do it already, you bastard, he screamed again, anger starting to seep into his voice. The clouds trembled once more and started moving, the world itself holding its breath in anticipation of what was about to happen. Then the clouds closed, and the vast being whose stare alone had almost killed him went back to sleep. His arms fell to his sides, the mad smile cracking and turning into a broken, desperate one. Kill me. Come on, you bastard. Do it. Do it, he roared, repeating himself time and time again until his voice broke. It was to no avail. The clouds did not move again. He was still alive. He was so insignificant that the unholy titan could not even be bothered to kill him. Sonny laughed. Chapter 17. 1 year ago, Nephice stared at his face silently. She was sitting on the ground, knees hugged to her chest and chin resting on them. Their duel was replaying in her mind over and over again, especially the words they had exchanged and the way it had ended. I am sorry, she whispered, voice so low that she did not even hear herself. A sarcastic reply should have come, maybe a witty remark or one of his annoyed stares. Instead, all that answered her was silence. His face was peaceful, the body completely unaware of what the spirit had gone through, of what she had done. She stared at him for what could have been minutes or all of eternity, her mind going over and over again over their last moments together. Guilt and shame ate at her from the inside out. It should have been me, not you, she whispered once again. And once again, she got no answer. She stayed there in the silence, wallowing in regret until she heard steps slowly approaching. The door opened, and in came a petite blonde, her steps shaky and unsure. A relieved expression appeared on her beautiful face when she saw her, only to be replaced by a sorrowful grimace when she also saw the boy sleeping in the pod. Did you do it? Cassie asked, her voice wavering. Yes, she answered coldly, her gaze never leaving the face of the boy. He looked so small, so innocent, so vulnerable. It was hard to reconcile the image with the deadly killer she knew was hiding underneath the fragile exterior. She heard Cassie taking a seat at her side, but did not turn around to look at her. She was afraid of seeing the same guilt that was gnawing at her in her friend's eyes. What happened? Cassie asked, her voice low and afraid. She wanted to know the answer, and yet, at the same time, she was afraid of what she was going to hear. Nephi stayed silent for a long time, her fists slowly starting to tremble in anger, both at herself and at the girl along her. It was with a Herculean effort of will that she stilled her shaking hands. Belatedly, she realized that her palms were bleeding from how tightly she had clenched them. The pain did not even register in her mind. It was nothing in comparison to what her flaw could inflict, and even more insignificant in comparison to the bleeding wound in her heart. Only one of us could leave. So we fought. I was going to let him win. She spoke at last. She heard the hitch in Cassie's breath, but paid it no mind. But then, right as he was about to deal the finishing blow, I did it. I used his true name. The horrified eyes, the pained laugh, the betrayal in his voice. All of them and more played once again in her mind. I realized it immediately. Whoever uses it becomes his master. Their every order absolutely binding. It should have made it easier. Just tell him to go, and he would have to do it. But then, I was weak. I was in so much pain. Afraid of dying out there. Afraid of never fulfilling my objective. She continued, her voice cold as ice. So instead, I ordered him to stay there and left. She finished, voice still perfectly calm and controlled. You did what was best for yourself. Nobody can blame you for that, Cassie said. Despite her words, her tone made it clear that not even she believed it. Nephi did not answer. The seer kept talking, trying to comfort her as much as she was trying to comfort herself. Nephi stopped listening at some point. It only made her feel worse. Guiltier, Cassie eventually realized that she was not convincing anyone, least of all herself. A tense silence settled among them, a silence that was broken when she heard a concealed sob, followed by progressively less and less discreet ones, until finally, the blind girl started crying openly. Nephi's felt arms wrap around her desperately, a head resting against her shoulder and tears slowly wetting her clothes. She wrapped an arm around her. The action broke any barriers left in Cassie as she started crying even more, her grip strengthening to an almost painful degree. She still did not say anything. She was afraid of what would come out of her mouth if she spoke. Eventually, the girl stopped crying, the sobs slowly abating until none remained. They stayed in the same position, embracing each other. It should have been comforting. Holding a friend was supposed to bring warmth and joy to one's heart. It only made her feel colder. Present day, Nephi looked at the ship in front of her with a mix of pride and wonder. It had taken them months to perform the repairs, and now it was finally done. What had once been a pitiful sight was now a magnificent vessel that looked like it could handle anything the dream world threw at it. She hoped it could live up to that expectation. It would have to survive crossing the Hollow Mountains, after all. So, how is this thing going to fly? Effie asked, munching loudly on a piece of roasted meat. I have explained it more than 3 times already. This week, Cassie answered, voice composed, or that was what she probably intended. Instead, it was obvious that she was clenching her teeth in irritation. You did, was Effie's answer, munching even louder. Nephi had to hide a smile when she saw the seer's reaction. Cassie was closing and opening her hands repeatedly, probably wondering if she could get away with strangling the annoying huntress. She hoped she would not. The others would be disappointed if she did. Nobody had bet on this month being the one in which Effie would finally break her composed mask. Fortunately for them, Cassie managed to control herself, although she was still glaring daggers at the woman. What a beautiful ship. I wonder how it feels to fly on it, Kai said, a mirthful smile on his enchanting face. He was pointedly looking away from the scene as if it would not be real as long as he did not acknowledge it. You fly all the time. Is there any difference? Effie asked. She had moved at some point and was now beside Cassie. She tried to rest her elbow on the seer's head. However, she was so tall and Cassie so short that she could not quite pull it off, which made for an amusing sight. But of course, I have never boarded a ship, much less one that can fly, he answered, already floating a few meters into the air to take a better look at the magnificent vessel. What about you, princess? Did you ever board a ship? The memory of a gigantic tree came to mind, of red fruit, of spending weeks in a stupor, completely unaware of anything happening around her. Then came the memory of a short shadow, desperately trying to get them out of there. She half remembered building a boat from the bones of the carapace demon, the desperate scramble to get out of the ashen barrow, followed by hours of tense silence as they traversed the dark sea, lost from light. When the moment comes, you can use it against him. She remembered that part too, Cassie revealing those accursed words to her, back when she still believed that Sunny might be an assassin sent to claim her life. How wrong she had been. I did, she answered, not a trace of what she was thinking to be found on her face or voice. Wow, a full 2 words in a sentence. You sure are talkative today, princess, Effie said with an annoying grin. She was currently hunched so she could rest her elbow on Cassie's head. The posture must have been very uncomfortable, and yet she still did it just to irritate the seer, who looked like she was seconds away from murdering the huntress. Effie, stop annoying Cassie, Nephi said, as amusing, though she would never admit it, as she found it, they still had things to do and were already behind schedule. She had lessons with Rain in a few hours and did not want to be late. The woman pouted and begrudgingly straightened her posture, pointedly ignoring Cassie's glare. Kai, not so coincidentally, came back then, looking giddy to get started with their first flight in the ship, an emotion that most of them seemed to share, including the firekeepers, all of whom had been doing their best to pretend not to notice the interaction between Effie and Cassie. A somber mood came upon them. They had spent months repairing the ship. It had been arduous and difficult, more than a few of them believing that it was a pointless endeavor. However, they had persevered, and now it was finally done. Next, it only remained to test it. And if it worked, they would descend into the sky below, where a tower was supposed to be found. The tower would then give them the means to access the ivory tower high above, where a nightmare seed of the 2nd rank awaited. All of them, including the firekeepers, were going to enter. Only a few, who willingly chose to, would stay behind to keep the manor safe and also keep watch over Sunny. For many, it would be the last step. Becoming a master was already a monumental achievement, and they had neither the will nor the skill to try and go further. For her, it was just a stepping stone. She was going to conquer that seed. No ifs or buts. She had decided that she would do it, and that was it. Then she would come back stronger. Strong enough for the ghouls to think twice before sending more of their minions against her. After that, she would start looking for a nightmare seed of the 3rd rank. She would conquer that one too. There was not a single shred of doubt in her mind. Her gaze turned north toward the hollow mountains. There was someone awaiting her beyond them, and she was not going to make him wait a second more than necessary. She was Nephi's, changing star of the Immortal Flame clan. She had decided to save Sunny and mend what she had broken with her own hands, and nobody was going to stop her from doing so. Well then, shall we board the ship, Captain Princess? Of course Effie had to ruin the mood. Nephi only saw darkness around her. The test had proven successful. The ship was capable of flying even better than they had hoped, and they were currently cruising in the sky below to make sure that it could handle prolonged flight. They were not going to descend all the way yet, both because they wanted to perform more tests before taking on the long journey toward the hidden tower, and because they were still missing a member of their cohort. She felt conflicted about the last part. Cassie had assured her how important it was to recruit the man she named Mordred, but she still was not convinced. For once, she would be the one to put her faith in someone else. She trusted Cassie fully. So if she said he was indispensable, she would believe her. It would not stop her from watching the man closely. What little the blind seer had told her about him did not exactly generate a good impression. She let out a tired sigh. Why could not life be more simple? Being constantly on watch for betrayals, while doing her best to promote herself as the future of humanity, and at the same time having to deal with the machinations of the ghouls. It was utterly exhausting. She was sure that Sunny was having an easier time. Slave, lost from light. Shadow cores, 4 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 3,882 out of 4,000. Speaking of him, he was close to becoming a tyrant. She wondered what kind of adventures he was living. What creatures did he face? What were the sights? Was he still on the forgotten shores, or had he left? She had those and many more questions to ask. Soon, she promised herself. The bickering between Effie and Kai pulled her out of those thoughts. They were arguing about some nonsense she had not been paying attention to. She was going to approach so she could watch the spectacle closely. But then she saw Cassie giving her a gesture to indicate that it was time. She turned around and left toward the stern of the ship, an action that Cassie followed after leaving a firekeeper in charge of steering. The stern was vacated. Everyone was either on the prow or inside the ship, but they still summoned a silencing memory and activated it just to be safe. Once they were sure that nobody could be listening, Nephice summoned the covetous coffer, and from inside she retrieved a shard of glass. She stared at the glass, doing her best to avoid being seen by it. She still had doubts, but she had already decided to trust her friend and as such stayed silent. "Greetings, Mordred," Cassie said, voice completely calm. They had agreed that she would be the one to talk since she could use her awakened ability to predict every answer he could give. A few seconds passed without an answer, the oppressive silence of the sky below fraying their nerves. My, I must admit that you caught me unaware. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?" A calm and pleasant voice answered at last. "I will wait to see if we can come to an agreement before introducing myself," Cassie replied without missing a beat. Silence engulfed them once more. The man on the other side clearly pondering whether he should keep talking or cut the connection and ignore them. "Well then, go on. What is your offer?" The voice came once again. It was still calm and pleasant, but now there was also an edge of curiosity in it. "You want to destroy Clan Valor, and you also want to challenge the second nightmare," Cassie said with complete certainty. "Guilty," the voice answered in amusement. "We want the same things, so it only makes sense to ally ourselves. This is our offer. We will rescue you from the Night Temple." Cassie was stopped when she heard the involuntary hiss of Mordred. It must have stung to have his situation laid out so openly. My, you sure know a lot about me. It only makes me more curious about who I am talking to." The amusement had vanished, leaving only a cold edge. "Accept the deal, and you will. As I was saying, we will rescue you from the Sanctuary of Night and challenge the second nightmare with you. In exchange, you are to help me to the best of your capabilities in destroying Clan Valor." Silence engulfed them once more. Mordred was taking his time before answering. While they waited, Nephice could not avoid having second thoughts. If he were to accept, they would have to storm the citadel and kill everyone inside. They could not afford to leave anyone alive, not when a single survivor might be enough to reveal their actions. What would follow in that case was obvious. Valor would forget about any reluctance and strike them down. They would not survive, not when a single saint, and Valor had 12 of them, would be enough to kill them all. Was she ready to do such a thing? She had been thinking about eradicating the Valor and Song clans for as long as she remembered. But now that it was time to convert those thoughts into action, she found herself hesitant. Then the memory of the one time she had allowed her will to falter came, and her doubts were mercilessly crushed. She intended to destroy both clans. What difference was there if she started now? "Well, I doubt I will get any better offers than this, so I will have to accept my mysterious benefactor," Mordred said at last, sounding oddly wistful. A mix of relief and regret settled in her stomach. Their path was set. Now it was only a matter of following through. "I knew you would listen to reason," Cassie said, a small smile present on her beautiful face. "Now, may I know the name of my benefactor?" "Oh, also the name of the lady who has not talked yet," he asked. So he was somehow aware of what was around the glass. She would keep that in mind. "I am Cassie, and my partner here is Nephice. Pleasure to make your acquaintance." "The pleasure is all mine, I assure you. You already know, but my good manners will not allow me to leave it at this." The voice paused, then continued. I am more dread of valor, prince of nothing, and the man who will kill anvil of valor. The voice finished elegantly, proudly announcing his intentions. Killing anvil? He would have to beat her to it if that was his intention. Now, may I ask when you intend to rescue me? As you so elegantly put it? Mordred asked. That was probably what he was most interested in knowing. In approximately a month, we will assault the Night Temple. We will warn you before. So be ready, Cassie answered. Excellent, he said, his voice full of glee. I have just the feeling that we are going to be the best friends ever. Chapter 18. Are you crazy? Captain Steele of the NQSC police force could feel his blood pressure rising. He was usually a stern and composed man with nerves of steel, a joke he had heard a million times already. The kind who could take charge in any situation and have no one complain about it. Today, however, was proving that even that was not enough. This was the 10th time some dumb kids had shown up at the station and shouted that in the last hour. It did not help that the government had announced the release of the director's cut of A Song of Light and Shadows today, on Sir Sunless' birthday. He only hoped they would not cut his scene from it. He did not speak, and the actor did not look much like him, but he still felt a sense of pride in being on it. Another scream came, and he decided that he was going to kill the newbie who bragged about this being the station where Sir Sunless had faced his first nightmare. Captain, you are scaring Robert. Again, Officer Harris said admonishingly. Harris was no less irritated by the day's events, but he was a massive stick in the mud and a stickler for the rules. Steele had almost seen him cry that one time a newbie did not properly secure his gun. The thrice-damned idiot deserves it, Steele muttered, glaring at the newbie even harder to prove his point. Sir, we have talked about your language before. When had the man become his damn mother? You spoke. I pretended to listen. Great. Now Harris looked hurt. Are you crazy? 12th. At least these ones were not so loud. Robert, wisely, left to get rid of the dumb kids before Steele was tempted to pull out his gun. Whether on the kids or on him was left a mystery. Maybe it was not a bad idea to shoot a few times into the air or fake the emergence of a gate. Forget about it. The paperwork would kill him if the higher-ups did not do it first, though the muffled screams of the kids outside still tempted him like a siren's song. What a mess. The last thing he expected when he met that emaciated kid was that one day he would become one of humanity's brightest, darkest stars. It still felt surreal at times. The kid had not inspired any confidence when Steele had first seen him. He already has one foot in the grave, was the first thought he had back then. And that is what he and his men kept thinking while they waited in tense silence for an awakened to arrive. Steele had the dubious honor of watching many aspirant sleepers undergo their first nightmare. And among them, he could count on one hand the number who had survived without rigorous preparation beforehand. And there would still be fingers left. It was nothing short of a miracle that the kid had somehow survived the first nightmare, and then an afternoon with that psycho soul reaper. And now, there were saints less famous than the kid. He even heard ridiculous theories, like how the kid would return in humanity's greatest moment of need. The government needed to tone down the propaganda. Any day now, they would proclaim him some kind of messiah. Steele almost snorted in amusement at the thought. The kid was younger than his own son. Yet somehow, he had already made himself a paragon of humanity. And yet, despite his misgivings about the sleeper, the kid was still out there, fighting the good fight in the dream realm. As far as Steele was concerned, every nightmare creature the kid killed was one less humanity had to worry about. That alone had earned him Steele's respect. So, despite his growing irritation, he raised his cup of coffee in silent toast. Happy birthday, kid. Come back soon. I fear what story they will make up about you next. Julius sat down and exhaled in both relief and exhaustion. He was getting old. Being an awakened helped. But his age had caught up with him all the same. Maybe he should retire soon? It was disheartening. But fewer and fewer students bothered to take his classes, which had culminated in today's result. Another winter solstice was upon them, and he had no students to say goodbye to. None had signed up for his classes. Bah! What did they know? They could kill a nightmare creature 10 different ways. But none of them had a clue how to start a fire, build a shelter, or purify water to make it safe for drinking. A disgraceful state of affairs, that was for sure. He shook his head sadly. Where would the world go without proper education? The silent ping of his communicator broke him out of his morose mood. He had received a message. It was from his good friend Obel. There were few old fossils like the two of them left, and they liked to stay in touch. The message was a preliminary analysis of the sudden and unexplainable extreme precision showcased by the Obel scale. Just last week, it had managed to predict the opening of a gate a full day in advance. Usually, he would love to delve into the report and then spend long hours discussing it with his friend. But today, he did not feel in the right mood for that. It was the winter solstice, the day in which many young and brave students, even if they were not his, would be sent into the dream realm and be forced to face its horrors on their own. In a good year, 20% of them would come back. In a bad year, none would. Maybe it was his age making him soft, but his heart broke a little each winter solstice. So many lives extinguished. So many bright minds gone just because they were unlucky with their landing. How many possible Da Vincis had they lost to it? How many Einsteins? How many Teslas? The spell was like the gods of old that he had been so enamored with in his youth. With one hand, it offered delectable rewards, power, wealth, and increased lifespan. An irony if there ever was one. The number of awakened who had died of old age could be counted on one hand. And fame. With the other, it brought ruin. It sowed calamities and pitted its champions against impossible challenges until they died or broke under the pressure. The ratio of suicide among the awakened was concerningly high. He sighed dejectedly. If there was a day he hated, it was this one. It was quite ironic that it was also the birthday of one of his most cherished pupils. His mind drifted to his favorite student. How was he faring? Was he eating well? Was he getting enough sleep? Did the things Julius had taught him help? He missed being able to visit Sunless whenever he wanted to. Before Changing Star had taken him, he would visit almost daily and read a book aloud in his presence. He knew very well that the spirit was completely unaware of what happened to the body in the waking world. And yet, he still hoped that it somehow helped bring some comfort to his student. If his efforts had made even the smallest difference for the young man, he would consider himself satisfied. A wistful smile appeared on his face. He had promised that his teachings would make him immortal, and so far, he had not been proven wrong. Happy birthday, Sunless. Come back soon, my dear student. There are still far too many things left for me to teach you. Jet slashed with her glaive, and an arc of blood flew into the air, followed by an agonized scream. Kurt fell and writhed on the ground. Every sense overtaken by the immense pain he must have been suffering after receiving such a vicious strike directly to his soul. Once upon a time, the screams of her prey had horrified her to no end. She lost sleep for a full week the first time she heard it. Nowadays, it barely fazed her anymore. At some point, all of the screams had merged together, leaving in their place an amorphous mass that did nothing but mildly disgust her. This particular man disgusted her more than most. Please, Jet, stop. We were friends once, Kurt begged between ragged breaths, his face pale and covered in cold sweat. Funny that, she replied with a cold smirk. I guess being a condescending asshole instead of treating me like a living corpse is considered being a friend. It was better than what you deserved. The man screamed, all pretensions of civility gone. His face contorted into an ugly rictus of pain and anger. Maybe I did, Jet said flatly. But it does not change your current fate. They were just mundanes, for spell's sake. Their only worth is producing more of us. It was just a mistake. We all commit them sometimes. Kurt pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. A mistake, you say? Then what about all the other killings after the slaughterhouse? Or were those mistakes too? She asked, her voice icy. It still pained her that the bastard had managed to escape her that night at the club. Especially when he had continued killing until she finally caught him. Like you have not killed way more people than I have. An ocean could be filled with the blood you have spilled, Soul Reaper. What is a few worthless cattle in comparison to that? Jet shook her head in disappointment. It always baffled her. Why did his vile ilk always resort to that argument? Did they think she would let them go just because her kill count was bigger? Oh well, no point in trying to understand psychos like him. An amusing thought considering how often people called her precisely that. Her glaive flashed, and his arms were gone before he could enact whatever desperate plan he had in mind. You bitch. My masters will kill you for this. Her glaive flashed again, and his legs were gone too. Another scream came, followed by more pleas. She ignored them. Those, too, had also merged into an amorphous mass at some point. Her glaive struck a final time. and his head separated from his body. You have slain an awakened human, Kurt. Your final respite draws away. Ignoring the blood that had stained her suit, Jet left the dilapidated building, calling the cleaning team on her way out. She saw their fearful and disgusted faces, but did not pay them any mind. She knew her reputation, and she could not be bothered to change what they thought of her. Outside, the dirty streets of the outskirts greeted her. Shadowblade Kurt had thought himself smart when he decided to hide here. The outskirts were barely policed, after all. It would have been a smart idea if not for the fact that most fugitives thought the same thing. The government had plenty of informants among the residents who would gladly sell his location for a reward. She saw her PTV but decided to forego going back just yet. It was not often that she came here, and she was in the mood for a walk. As her feet carried her away, she could not stop herself from reminiscing. The streets were just as dirty and uncared for as they had been in her childhood, maybe even more. The people were sickly and malnourished. The drug use rampant, and yet she could not avoid feeling like she was home. An ugly, toxic home, yes, but home nonetheless. It felt more honest, perhaps. This place was hell, but at least it did not hide it behind a paper-thin veneer of civility. Or maybe that was just her bias. There were plenty who would kill for far less than she had, after all. An ironic smile appeared on her face. Once upon a time, she had sworn she would do anything to escape the outskirts. And now, here she was, feeling nostalgic about it. It was hilarious in a sad sort of way. At some point, her feet had dragged her to a small park. It was not much of a sight. The vegetation was small and sparse, barely clinging to life. There were people sitting on benches, enjoying a quiet moment of peace from their otherwise hectic lives. However, what attracted her attention most was the lone tree in the park. It stood tall and dark, staying alive against all odds. She approached it and gently traced the 3 lines carved into its bark with her fingers. Feeling oddly sad about it, she felt like the lines had some deeper meaning to them, some sort of message that nobody could remember anymore. For some reason, they reminded her of the kid. It was his birthday today, was it not? They had not spent much time together, just a few hours, and yet she felt attached to him. He evoked memories of the past, back when she, too, had been lost, when she had persisted in living only because dying would be admitting defeat against a cruel, uncaring world, when she had felt like her life was just a nightmare from which she would never wake up. When she met him, she thought that it was her chance to be what she had wished to find back then, someone she could rely on, someone who would have her back against a world that had no mercy for people like them. She had failed. A sardonic smile blossomed on her face. She had thought herself some sort of wise mentor, offering advice like the old wizards she had read about in comics. Fat good it had done him. Sunny was still stuck in that hell, and she could do nothing about it. Was he even alive anymore? Changing Star said he was, but it had been 6 months since then. Would she even admit it if he died? Or would she keep it quiet so that her little dark secret could stay hidden? The old temptation to kill Changing Star resurfaced again, only to be buried once more. It was not worth it. She would die in the aftermath, and she did not like the kid enough for that to be an acceptable outcome. She exhaled once more. Jet missed the kid. Or, more accurately, she missed the fleeting idea that there could be someone she could relate to. A fellow outskirt rat who understood how she felt. She should have known better. Life was too cruel to allow her to harbor any hope. Oh, now she remembered why she did not come back here more often. She always ended up in a depressing mood. Jet shook her head to dispel the gloomy thoughts and left the park. There was still plenty of work to be done. Before she left, however, she gave one last glance at the lines carved into the tree, especially at the one that seemed the most recent and which reminded her of him for some reason. A sad smile appeared on her face. Happy birthday, Sunny. Come back soon. There are far too few of us to lose anyone. Kai entered the room silently. He offered a small smile to the firekeeper who had been on watch and whom he was about to relieve. The man nodded and promptly left, the gates sealing behind him with a final hiss. Kai glanced around, taking in the pods of his cohort, which, despite having no discernible distinctions, he could still tell to whom they belonged. He looked at them slowly, a wistful smile on his face as he contemplated the small quirks left by their owners. Finally, against his wishes, his gaze settled on Sunny's pod. It was facing Naphis's. She was such a hopeless romantic sometimes. And inside, he could be found. If he was honest with himself, he hated being here. In fact, he despised it. He felt like he was attending a wake, mourning the death of a dear friend despite the fact that the man still breathed. He hated how silent it was here, how peaceful his face looked when, instead, there should be a mischievous smirk on it. And most of all, he hated how powerless he was to do anything about it. Kai shook his head. This was not the time for such thoughts. He sat down and began his breathing exercises, just like he did before his concerts. It helped, though only barely. Good morning, Sonny. I am sorry for not visiting more often. He spoke aloud, if only so the silence would not feel so oppressive. Whenever he had to be here, he spoke about the news in his life. That way, it felt like he was catching up with a friend instead of standing vigil over Sonny's corpse. Nightingale is going to disband. I tried to go back to how it was before, but I just could not do it. He had tried. He had tried so hard to pretend like nothing was different, that the years he had spent on the forgotten shore were just a bad memory he had already moved past. But he could not forget, no matter how hard he tried. On bad days, just hearing rushing water was enough to give him goosebumps. Going back to concerts had been his idea to get away from it. Maybe music could heal his scars, he had thought. At first, it had worked. He could pretend that nothing was wrong. But then, the same fear came back with a vengeance. Last week, I had a panic attack during a concert. The media had loved it. Poor Nightingale, they said. He used to be such a great singer, they lamented. He is so brave for still trying, they added. Their patronizing words hurt far more than the harshest of critics. Gil had been very understanding about his decision. Kai did not expect anything else. They had been the best of friends once, after all. And yet now he felt more and more like a stranger. Their worlds were too far apart. Each time they spoke, he felt like they were speaking different languages. How could he explain to a man who had never gotten so much as a scratch that he only felt safe when holding his bow, or when in the company of the cohort, that he was deathly afraid of not being on high enough ground when the sun set? It had been easier to run away, to let the friendship fall apart completely rather than fight for it. He was a coward. He could admit it freely, and yet it still stung. Tomorrow we are going to start the trek to a nightmare seed that will allow us to challenge the second nightmare. It still felt surreal. Him, of all people, becoming a master. Part of him feared this was all a wild fantasy, that at any moment he would wake up and find himself back at the bright castle. Or worse, down in that well. Inadequacy reared its head like it always did. He feared he was not good enough, that he would drag everyone else down with him. He had already feared it when he was just a singer, and now it was even worse. Back then, the worst that could happen was backlash from the media. But now, for some reason that escaped all logic, people trusted him with their safety. If he failed, they would be wounded, or worse, die. How did Naphis live with that? How did anyone? His hands trembled just at the thought. How did you do it, Sonny? How were you always so confident? Were you not afraid to? His friend did not answer, but Kai could still hear him as if he had. Of course I am afraid, you handsome bastard. I just deal with it. Now stop wasting time and help me not die. No, that was not quite right. He would also nonchalantly add an anecdote about some impossible feat he had somehow performed and lived to tell. The fact that Sonny was still alive was all the proof Kai needed of the existence of a god. Tears welled in his eyes, but he wiped them away before they could fall. Gods, how he missed him. The world always seemed brighter around him, like he could find a way out of any danger no matter how dire. If the sky were to fall, Kai was certain Sonny would find a way to come out unscathed. He laughed at the thought. The sun had died on the forgotten shore, and Sonny was still alive. So in a way, he had already accomplished that. What kind of adventures are you living out there, my friend? Have you killed a god? Charmed a princess? Saved the world, perhaps? I cannot wait until you tell me. A notification from his communicator chimed, the signal that his watch was over. He stood. The less time he spent here, the better. He moved toward the door, though not before offering his best smile to his friend. Happy birthday, Sonny. Come back soon. We miss you. Effie greeted Kai on her way in, boisterously denying his offer of help. She knew he meant well. He always did. It did not stop the bitterness that welled in her stomach every time. She was an awakened, one of the strongest in the world, and yet people always treated her as if she were made of glass when outside the dream realm. She did not bother dwelling on it. Soon, she would be free of the accursed body she had been born with. She settled her wheelchair in front of Doofus's pod and stared at him for a long few moments. Damn, He looked so small in that infernal contraption. He always looked small, but it was even more pronounced now that she was staring at nothing but the empty shell of her friend. He had a presence to him. One moment you would not even notice he was there, and the next, you could not look at anything else. His low stature forgotten entirely. It was one of the reasons she loved teasing him so much. It was hilarious to see such a dangerous man sputter indignantly. "Hey, doofus. We are leaving tomorrow, so I will not be able to visit for a while." It felt wrong to leave him behind again. As much as she liked some of the firekeepers, they were not truly friends. And she did not feel comfortable entrusting his care to someone she would not trust with her own life. They would have to do it anyway. Princess had not said it outright, but it was obvious she had plenty of powerful enemies. They had to get stronger as soon as possible. It still felt wrong. Her family had watched over her for years without break or complaint. And here she was, leaving for who knew how long after only a year. She would not lie either. As much as she justified her decision by saying she was doing it for Princess, she knew she was doing it as much, if not more, for herself. She could not bear a single second more chained to her wheelchair. She hated it with every fiber of her being. After years spent as her spirit self, it was stifling to be forced back into her physical body, to be reminded of all the insecurities that plagued her back then, of all the things she could not do simply because she had been born broken. She was not one to lie to herself. She was doing it for her own gain. So what? She would just have to make it up to him when she came back and he woke up. Maybe spare him from teasing for a few days? Like she could go that long. His adorable flustered face was a drug she could not live without. She was going to tease him even harder. A sad smile appeared on her face. In a few days, a full year would have passed. Was he lonely? She knew better than anyone how painful it was to have no one in the world but yourself for company. She had spent years as a pariah in the dark city and knew just how crushing it could be. It still amazed her at times that she had escaped. She never admitted it. But she had resigned herself to dying out there. To the idea that she was doomed to wander that damned city until Gunlog deemed her enough of a nuisance to kill. Or until a nightmare creature did. Then a princess, a seer, and an angry little shadow arrived in her life. And everything changed. Was that what fate was? How much would have been different if she had not met them that day? Would they have even bothered recruiting her if not for that previous encounter? She did not know, and she dreaded imagining the alternative. Would she still be there, hunting in the darkness? At least she could keep Doofus company in that case. She should say that to Princess. It was adorable how jealous she got about him despite denying it. I spent a night with Sir Sunless. A candid confession of a former idol trainee. She remembered that headline well. Princess had almost burned her communicator to a crisp when she found out. Effie had nearly choked to death with laughter. Princess, Naphis worried her. It was hard to tell with that stoic poker face. But she was not all right. She had not been since she returned. At first, Effie thought it was remorse over accepting Sunny's decision to stay behind. But her intuition told her something more had happened. Something in the Red Spire. Something that was eating Princess alive. Whatever it was, Cassie knew. As much as the girl tried to emulate Neff's stoic attitude, she could not pull it off. Not with how downcast she looked whenever she left after her watch over Sunny. It was one of the reasons she messed with her so much. She wanted to crack that mask of hers and see for herself what she was hiding behind it. Did Princess confess and Doofus reject her for Cassie? It would make for great drama. But she doubted it. She was going to say it anyway when he woke up. Their faces would be priceless. A notification sounded from her communicator, signaling the end of her watch. She began to turn her wheelchair away, but not before offering a soft smile, the kind she would mercilessly tease anyone for showing, to his sleeping body. Happy birthday, Doofus. Come back soon. Life has been too boring without you. Rain entered the room gingerly, suppressing a yawn. She offered to help Effie on her way out, but she refused without a word. Once Rain was alone, she found herself unable to look at her brother. It was still shocking sometimes. She had a brother, and he was the famous Sir Sunless. She was not ready for this. She started hyperventilating. What was she thinking when she asked Big Sister Naphis? She still blushed when calling her that, to see him, and alone at that. As instructed by her big sister, she inhaled slowly, then exhaled. She repeated the breathing exercise several more times until her nerves began to settle. It is okay, Rain. He is just another sleeper like any other. He just happens to be your brother. and he is famous enough to have a movie about his adventures. This was not working. She took another deep breath, followed by another yawn, then ripped off the bandage before she could back out. She moved in front of his pod and, for the first time, looked directly at the real him. He was more, and less, than she expected. He was not the midget the film and Effie portrayed him as. But he was not the all-encompassing giant Kai. Her heart almost burst of joy at referring in such a casual way to Knight himself. Seemed to believe he was either. Instead, he was just human. She could understand why Big Sis recognized her immediately as his sister. They looked so much alike. They shared the same pale skin, the same black hair, and according to everyone, their eyes were the same color too. His peaceful face, which she had to admit was quite cute, resembled her own. They were even the same height, something she was secretly proud of. She was going to become taller than him someday. She could not wait until he woke up so she could tease him about it. It was her birthright as his sister, or so Effie said, and Rain had no reason to doubt her. It would serve him right for never visiting. Her face fell. Why had he not visited? Had he stopped caring about her? Was she just another face in his wondrous life? A curiosity he remembered once in a while, only to forget again? How would he react when he saw her? Love? Anger for forgetting him? Indifference? She dreaded the idea of him treating her like a stranger. She dreaded even more that Sisyphus and the others would stop caring about her if he did. No, bad Rain. Sisyphus said that he loved her, and she believed her. And yet, her insecurities remained. She approached his pod and placed her hand on the glass, as if being closer would somehow reveal the answers she sought. It did not, but it did reinforce what she already knew. She wanted to meet him. She wanted to know what he liked, what he hated, the real stories behind his adventures. She wanted to know about their biological parents. She could hardly wait. They would be inseparable in no time. She smiled, small tears slipping down despite her efforts. She stayed like that for a long time, trying to recall as much as she could from the fragments of memories she had of him. Only when her communicator chimed did she stir. It was time to leave. Another yawn escaped as she moved away. She had been very sleepy these last days, for some reason. As the door started to open, she wiped the tears from her cheeks and gave his sleeping face one last bright smile. Happy birthday, big brother. Come back soon. There are so many questions you need to answer. Happy birthday, Sonny. Come back soon. We need you. I need you, Cassie said. Sisyphus entered the room with perfect composure, every step measured and elegant. She greeted Cassie, who greeted her back, then immediately entered her pod. The cohort was leaving for the Ebony Tower tomorrow, but the two of them would enter the Dream Realm today to rescue Mordred. How fast a month had passed. Sisyphus almost dreaded the coming hours. It was time to take her first step toward long-planned vengeance. It was exhilarating and terrifying at the same time. There would be no turning back. Valor would never stop hunting her, or any of them. If they found out, she could still back out. An insidious, cowardly voice whispered, "Forget her revenge against the clans and focus solely on the spell." Then her gaze fell upon his face, and all doubts vanished. She had already allowed her will to falter once. Never again. She opened Sunny's runes, more out of habit than intention. She checked them anyway. The mere idea of waking one day to find his runes gone frightened her more than any nightmare creature ever could. The shadow fragment counter was increasing in real time. He was fighting. Was he winning? Losing? Was the battle over? She did not know, and the uncertainty terrified her. "Wake up," she ordered softly. She hoped to see him stir, to watch his eyes slowly open, to witness one of his adorable yawns as he returned from a long sleep. As expected, he did not. She had tried it many times, and it never worked. No matter how strong the bond was, it could not force him to do something he was not capable of. She still tried, if only for the remote possibility that one day it might. "You would hate this, would you not? Here I am, ordering you around even when you are not awake to listen." She approached his pod and rested her forehead against the glass, the closeness offering her some faint comfort. How she wished all of this were a bad dream she would wake from at any moment, that they were still in the forgotten shore. At the time, she could not wait to leave that dreary place behind. Now, she wished she had never left. You do not value what you have until you lose it. The old adage had proven itself true yet again. In a cruel irony, her time in the forgotten shore had been among the most harrowing of her life, and yet also among the happiest. She would give almost anything to return to when it was just the three of them, facing whatever danger came next together. Her eyes grew wet, but she wiped the tears away before they could fall. She could not allow herself to be weak. Not now. Not ever. It was while wiping her eyes that a terrible idea occurred to her. Maybe she could. No. She had already violated his trust enough. Anything more would be too much, no matter how she justified it. And yet, her hand was already moving, entering a code into the pod. It could not be opened by any means without triggering an alert. By any means, except the code only she knew. It had been created as a precaution, so she could extract him silently if the manor was ever attacked. Using it for this was yet another betrayal. Why did her will falter only when it came to him? Was she truly so weak? The glass door opened with a quiet hiss, and she forgot all about that line of thought. Her arms extended slowly, carefully, as if he would shatter under the slightest touch. When her fingers brushed him, she recoiled, startled. She did not know what she expected, but it was not this warmth, this softness. Her hands reached for him again, more firmly this time, and she gently pulled his sleeping body into her embrace. The world clicked into place. The warmth of his body melted the cold that had encased her heart for so long. With it, all her fears and worries seemed to vanish. She inhaled deeply, memorizing his scent, her fingers brushing through his unkempt hair as she studied his sleeping face. She decided, then and there, that one day she would recreate this moment. With him awake, with him choosing to hold her back. Her grip tightened. She pulled him even closer, as if trying to merge their bodies, to map every millimeter of him through touch alone. She rested her chin atop his head and found the position perfect, as if they were meant to fit like this. She could stay like this forever, and she did stay for the rest of her watch, embracing him as if he were the answer to all the realm's mysteries. When her communicator rang, she ignored it. She did not want to leave. Not yet. It rang again, and logic finally forced its way back. Slowly, painfully, she loosened her grip. The cold returned the moment they separated. With a heavy heart, she settled him back in the pod, carefully positioning him exactly as before, and closed the glass door. Once a firekeeper entered to take over the watch, she moved toward her own pod and accessed it. The last thing she saw was his sleeping face. "Happy birthday, Sonny. Please, wait just a little longer. I am coming for you." She whispered the words before falling asleep, an almost invisible, content smile on her face. Sonny sat on a rock, staring numbly at the blood and raindrops dripping from his hands. "Why do I keep doing this?" he asked softly. "Why do I fight? Why do I insist on surviving? Why?" No answer came, neither from him nor from his shadows. Why he had begun talking aloud again despite how lonely it made him feel was another mystery he added to the list. He tilted his head. He had been keeping a close watch on time. It helped maintain sanity, as relative as his was nowadays. And if he had not made a mistake, today was his birthday. He was 19 now. Just a few more days, and a full year would have passed. A humorless chuckle escaped him. Time sure flew. For the first time in months, he commanded Gloomy to look at him. Really look. What a harrowing sight he was. His hair was wild and shaggy, long from lack of maintenance. His already pale skin had taken an unhealthy white tone resembling sun-bleached bone. The scars covering him stood out starkly. Blood weave improved healing, but it did nothing for scarring. Most of his left ear was gone, taken by a brood creature. A long red line ran over his left eye from when a herald dragged a hook across his face. The eye itself had survived by sheer luck. Half the fingers on his right hand were missing, joining the pinky he had lost long ago, and the puppeteer's shroud was shredded nearly to destruction. The fact it was not broken yet was a miracle. Beneath it, more scars formed a ghastly map of the tribulations he had faced during the last year. If anyone were to see me, they would think I am a nightmare creature. Hell, he would, if he did not know he was staring at himself. Advancing through the path of ascension was meant to fix issues like these. He could only hope. He never learned, did he? That it could fix him too. Sonny exhaled tiredly and pushed himself to his feet, legs shaking. Break time was over. He took a step and froze. Warmth, radiating from his heart, spreading through his chest, his limbs, filling him with a comfort he had not felt in so long that his knees buckled. He fell backward, thankfully onto the rock. A mind hex? When another wave of warmth trickled down his face, he decided that yes, It must be. There was no other explanation for why he felt like this. He did not care. He did not resist. Whatever this was, it felt good. He had not felt so content, so relaxed, in so long. The nightmare creature could live as long as it did not interrupt. He wanted to enjoy it. He wanted to bask in the warmth for as long as he could. He sat there for hours, soaking in the foreign sensation, letting it wash the exhaustion from his bones. Eventually, the warmth faded until it vanished completely. A dejected sigh escaped him. Nothing good ever lasted. At least it had been nice while it lasted. He stood again, his legs steadier now after the rest, and resumed the climb, his heart just a little lighter, the mountain peak ever so slowly growing closer. A few hours later, he reached the jagged summit. From his vantage point, he saw a massive river so wide it almost looked like a lake. And far beyond it, a wide smile bloomed across his face. There, months of travel away, stood a building flanked by two massive statues. He blinked several times, pinched himself. He was not dreaming. After such a long journey, he had finally found it. The Temple of the Twin Gods. His smile widened, pure joy shining through it. Happy birthday to me. Chapter 19. Nephi quietly descended the steps towards the Night Temple, clad completely in the undying chain. The armor made her look like a ghastly revenant of old, returned to deliver bloody revenge on those who had wronged her. In a sense, she was. She saw the sentinels ahead, their faces barely illuminated by the torches perched along the wall. They tensed upon seeing her, the grip on their weapons tightening in expectation of violence. She kept walking, not a hitch to be noticed in her steps as she slowly approached, like she had all the time in the world. Halt! One of the sentinels barked, her voice shrill and authoritative. Against their expectations, she did stop. The sentinels exchanged baffled stares at her action, quietly wondering what she was planning to do. Nephi did not offer an explanation. She just stood there, quietly examining the massive open gates in front of her. She could not destroy them. Cassie had already said so, and she corroborated it upon seeing them for herself. If the Night Temple were to be sealed, they would not be able to escape before St. Cormac returned, at which point they would be doomed, which is why they went with the current plan. Identify yourself and your reason for approaching this citadel, the same sentinel ordered. Her shrill voice was starting to get on Nephi's nerves. Instead of answering, Nephi summoned the mordant mimic. The sentinels tensed at the action. She saw one of them knock an arrow in preparation to shoot, only to be baffled once more upon seeing the coffer. Their confused stares grew even more when the coffer morphed into a plush chair. She sat down without any hurry, every movement measured and elegant. She crossed a leg over the other and steepled her hands over her lap as if settling in for a long wait. She even reclined slightly, as if to convey the message that she could not find any reason to worry about the menace they posed. The sentinels whispered among themselves, clearly unsure about how to react to her actions. They spent several minutes like that, their whispers slowly rising in volume as they could not reach an agreement. She had not moved at all in that time. She might as well have been a statue to them. Then call Sir Pierce if you do not know what to do. She heard one of them shout at last, their face red with fury. Call a superior. The most obvious response when confronted with an unexpected situation. Cassie could have predicted that result even without her aspect. They kept arguing for a minute or two more, but in the end, they seemed to agree to that idea. One of them glared at her and left, probably to retrieve Sir Pierce. Still, she did not move. A few minutes later, the sentinel came back, accompanied by a tall, dark-haired man. He carried himself with the confident air of a killer, his steps completely calm as he approached. "And who might you be?" the master asked, though it sounded more like an order. Nephi tilted her head slightly, the action made far more sinister by the terrifying armor she wore. She made sure to visibly look him up and down, and then she shook her head in open disappointment. "I expected more of a knight of valor," she spoke at last, her voice distorted by a memory, yet still carrying obvious displeasure. Tall words for someone who has yet to identify themselves. Pierce's eyes narrowed, his hand falling toward the long sword attached to his hip. She did not answer. Pierce stared at her coldly, his hand resting on the pommel of the sword, preparing to unsheathe it. "Are you the one who slaughtered that poor girl's cohort?" he asked once more, his voice carrying the message that violence would unfold if she refused to answer again. So Cassie had succeeded in entering the temple. She did not doubt that she would, but it was still good to get confirmation. For answer, she laughed loudly, macabrely, the memory's distortion making it a harrowing spectacle. Then, slowly, without any hurry, she pushed herself back to her feet. So what if I am? She asked back, dark amusement tinging her voice. Pierce unsheathed the long sword in response and dropped down from the wall. He fell in front of her, cold fury burning in his eyes. You committed a mistake by coming here, you monster, he spat, venom lacing his words. He sure got attached to Cassie quickly, or more accurately, to the image of the friend he had lost in a situation quite similar to this. Whoever thought that Cassie's aspect was not dangerous just because it did not offer offensive power was a fool. You will be dead in 4 strikes of my sword, she said. It was not part of the script, but it still did its job of unsettling him. One of the armrests of the plush chair unfolded, and before any of them could react, she plunged her hand inside and retrieved something that she promptly threw toward the sentinel with the shrill voice. By pure instinct, the woman caught it, only to blanch upon seeing what was in her hands. A mirror shard. Chaos erupted immediately. She dashed toward Pierce before he had the chance to issue orders. Her left hand raised to deliver a punch, while the right summoned the cruel sight. The master was no slouch. He blocked the attack without any difficulty and retaliated with his sword. She parried the edge of the blade with her vambrace, the collision producing a rain of sparks that neither of them were distracted by. Nephi stepped back before he could try again. The cruel sight finished forming in her hand, Pierce's face paling upon seeing it. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, she advanced once more. The mirror blade coated in a deadly poison belonging to a manticore-like nightmare creature she had killed a few days ago. He recovered just in time, his sword coming up to face hers. They clashed swords, her arms growing numb from the force with which the master had responded. He was strong. There was no doubt about it. It would not save him. She risked a quick glance toward the sentinels, only to find that none of them remained alive, their corpses lying broken over the gates. Only the shrill sentinel was missing. Mordred sure worked fast. A furious attack came, and she dismissed the distracting thoughts. He had his task, and she had hers. She parried the blow and riposted with one arm, her blade aiming for his throat. A split second before the attack connected, white flames ignited her form, unbearable pain following right after. Pierce blocked the strike, but unprepared for the sudden increase of strength, he staggered, his equilibrium broken for just a moment. She did not need more. Her free arm gripped his right and set it ablaze, the smell of molten iron and burnt flesh following right after. To his credit, the man did not scream, choosing instead to disengage in order to assess the situation. He probably thought that he could afford to stall. After all, as strong as Mordred was, he was still just a man against a little under 100 awakened and the other master in the Citadel. How wrong he was. She did not educate him. Instead, she channeled all of her flames into her body and erupted into action. The distance between them disappeared in a fraction of a second, her blade once more coming for his throat. He blocked again, but this time, limited to a single arm against her too, he faltered, the block folding against her might. In an impressive showcase of skill, he still managed to redirect the worst of the blow toward his shoulder, where a deep gouge was left on the armor. He attempted to disengage once more, recognizing that he was in a disadvantageous position. She allowed it, or rather, she allowed him to think so. Distracted by their fight, Pierce had not noticed that the plush chair was gone from its position. Had he done so, he might have had a chance to escape the inevitable. Alas, he did not. Pierce carefully stepped back, his gaze trained solely on her. This is why he did not realize in time when he stepped on something that was not the ground of the Night Temple. The jaws snapped shut instantly, and with it, his right leg was broken, the mordant mimic having transformed into a bear's trap. Before he could react, she dashed for a final time, her blade once more aiming toward his neck. He tried to block, but limited to a single arm and unbalanced by his broken leg, he could not put up a significant resistance. The block folded without stopping her at all, and soon, a red line was carved across his neck, his head falling down a second after. You have slain an ascended human, Pierce. Your soul shines brighter. The rush of soul fragments stunned her briefly, but she recovered quickly. In comparison to what she had obtained from killing Solvain, this was nothing. Not paying any heed to the man's corpse, though she did feel a sort of cold amusement at having predicted correctly how many strikes it would take. She quickly advanced into the temple. The commotion was dying out, but if she could still hear it, then it must not be done yet. She ran into a few awakened on her search for Cassie, but they all died without much in the way of effort. They were skilled, sure, but they were nothing in comparison to her. A minute or two later, she finally arrived at the inner sanctum of the temple, where she saw Cassie accompanied by a sentinel, a man this time, who was smiling cheerfully. "If it is not my other savior," the man said exuberantly, his voice calm and pleasant. She merely nodded to Mordred's vessel. After what she had done, she was not in the mood to talk. "Have you killed Pierce?" Cassie asked, her head slightly tilted as if she was carefully listening for something. "Yes," was her immediate answer. The seer nodded and stepped aside, revealing the corpse of the other master, a familiar rapier piercing the back of her skull. Cassie's task was to enter the Night Temple and lay the groundwork to lure Master Pierce away, and once the fight started, to assassinate Master WLV before she could muster a proper resistance. In the distance, Nephi's heard a scream, followed by complete silence. Cassie nodded as if waiting for precisely that, and her shoulders relaxed. "It is done. No one remains alive but us," she said, her voice carefully neutral, transmitting no judgment over what they had just done. Another person joined them in the sanctum, a red-haired woman carrying an ivory knife, a woman who revealed herself to be a carbon copy of Master WLV, or rather, as her echo. Cassie was quite lucky when it came to receiving them. A slow clap dragged their attention toward Mordred, who, upon having their focus, repeated the action, this time far more animatedly. My, I must admit that I am a little embarrassed. Here I was, trapped for years, and yet you two rescued me so easily." The smile on the man's body grew even wider. All in all, from start to finish, the raid had taken little more than 7 minutes. 7 minutes. In just 7 minutes, so many lives had been extinguished. An astounding success that could only be attributed to their meticulous planning and strength. The triumph did nothing to stop her from feeling sick. "Thank you. I only hope that you will be just as willing to fulfill your part of the deal as you are to praise us," Cassie answered. She took the ivory knife from her echo's hand and quietly offered it to Nephis, who stored it in the mimic. Nephis did not miss the displeased look that briefly appeared in Mordred's eyes. "But of course, my fair lady, there is nothing my heart yearns for more than to choke the life out of my dearest father," he answered, his voice sending a chill through her veins. They kept talking, but Nephis had stopped listening. Her gaze settled on the lifeless eyes of WLV's echo. Echoes had no mind of their own, being little more than puppets in the image of their originals. So why did it feel like the echo was accusing her with its eyes? Nephis looked somberly at the burning temple in front of her. It was a necessity. They could not afford to leave any proof of their deed. She still could not avoid being slightly horrified by her actions. They had spent a year in the Forgotten Shore, desperately looking for a way out. They had mounted a suicidal assault on the Crimson Spire to reach the only gateway in the whole region. He was still out there, presumably looking for one himself. And here she was, destroying one of her own free choice. Life sure loved its ironies. At her right side, there was Cassie, just as somber as she was. At her left, there was Mordred. The flames, not her own. She did not want to risk leaving any more traces reflecting in his mirror-like eyes. It was impossible not to notice the sheer glee in his eyes as he watched his prison burn. They left after a few more minutes of watching the conflagration, the temple still burning behind them as they fled the scene of their crime. An hour later, they found the ship, right where they had left it. It still amazed her that it could fly fast enough to get them from Shipwreck Island to the Night Temple in less than a day. Cassie had truly outdone herself. "Well, this is it for this body. It was a pleasure while it lasted," Mordred said cheerfully. Then, walking to the edge of the island and giving them a courteous bow, he let himself fall back into the dark abyss. Just before he did, the body lost all motion, as if it were a puppet whose strings had been cut. He was going to travel with them in a mirror, a necessary precaution in case they were intercepted on the way toward the island where they would pick up the cohort. A week later, their descent across the sky below ended. The ebony tower came into view, its ominous appearance making it look like a dark spear aimed at the heavens. Nephis felt relieved at the sight. The ship was big, but not big enough to avoid attention if someone wanted to find you. And there was always someone who wanted to speak to her. Why could they not get the hint? Her right brow had a slight incline, while the other was perfectly straight. It was obvious she wanted to be left alone. Sunny would understand. She shook her head before she could get lost in that line of thought and stepped onto the aisle, her eyes scanning the ruined buildings in search of any danger. When she found none, she advanced toward the pagoda, the others quickly joining her only to be stumped when they found no handle, keylock, or any other discernible way to open the gate. Fortunately, Cassie seemed to have an idea about how to open it, as she walked ahead confidently and slowly traced her fingers across the smooth surface, as if searching for something. She must have found it, for the door opened soon after. You are free to enter and explore the first floor, but under no circumstances are any of you to go into the second floor until a day has passed, Cassie said, her voice completely serious. Brooking no argument. Nephice nodded, adding her support to the order. Cassie had already explained what awaited there, and she was just as unwilling to face it as she was. A day and a half later, they were finally free to explore the Obsidian Tower, something that everyone seemed happy about. It made sense. They had spent a week on a ship with not much to see besides darkness and divine fire. And now here they were, in a place that had been hidden for ages. Even the least adventurous among them wanted to take a look around. She ascended the stairs toward the second floor, with Cassie and Kai behind her. As she ascended, she idly wondered how the arm of a god would look. She did not have to wait much. Just a minute or two later, they arrived at the second floor, which was a massive hall in which only a massive silver brazier could be found. She saw something inside the brazier, which she assumed to be the arm mentioned by Cassie. She was going to approach to get a better look. But just as she made her first step onto the floor proper, golden strings came to life around the brazier. The strings started shining, their intensity growing with each second until it became blinding even for her. She could also see the same light coming from the stairs that would lead them to the next floor. There was a flash, and then the strings disappeared. "It is gone," Cassie whispered, a quick look revealing a horrified expression on her face. Along with the strings, the arm inside the brazier had disappeared too. Within the tomb of Ariel, inside a nightmare that millions had tried and failed to conquer, beyond the estuary, a tomb could be found, belonging to none other than a daemon. Along the tomb, there was a tree that had produced a single golden fruit. Under the watchful gaze of the vile, thieving bird, a being hated by both the divine and the profane, the fruit was surrounded by golden strings and then disappeared. Under the real bastion, inside the great mirror, a city could be found. Within the city, in the basement of a church, another great mirror existed, even more radiant than the original. It had lasted untold eons, and it would last untold more. However, under the horrified gaze of Omer of the Nine, a crack appeared on the great mirror, followed by the disappearance of a fragment of said mirror. In the Jade Palace, within the playroom, a board of death of a tyrant could be found. The pieces were settled in position, still awaiting the next play thousands of years after the game had been interrupted. Within the game, a massive black moth felt a strange sensation arising within it, a sensation that the spirit of doubt recognized as belonging to Waver's own essence. However, before it could react, a bright light erupted out of its body, taking its life along with it, and with it, the jade figurine resting inside it. Deep beneath the storm sea lay the eternal city, where immortals walked the streets. At its center, a glorious castle rested, watching over the once glorious city. Within the chamber that had once housed the horror known as the Flesh of Connacht, as well as the shadows of the city's residents, a star could be found. Within the star, a scroll resided, patiently awaiting the arrival of its master's heir, only to be surrounded by golden strings and disappear. Deep in the underworld, in a place that had not seen anything akin to light in an age, golden strings appeared. They roamed as if lost, searching for something that was no longer there. They doggedly continued the search, only to be snuffed out by the horror ruling the dark expanse. Chapter 20. Pain. That was all she felt as she fed her flames into the obsidian arch. It had some novelty at first. The runes inscribed into the structure were fascinating, but sadly, she was not even close to having a good enough grasp of the language to decipher them. so trying to read them was not an option to distract herself from the agony of using her aspect. It would be a little more tolerable if not for the tediousness of it all. It had already been 2 days of doing nothing but staying here, feeding her flames to the arch, then waiting to replenish enough essence and repeating. She could not wait to be done. At least it looked like she was close. Just 2 or 3 rounds more, and they should have enough power to activate. Speaking of runes, she opened up hers to check the progress she had made. She had not been in the mood to look at them after the raid on the Night Temple, and now was as good a time as any. Soul cores, 7 out of 7. Soul fragments, 3,003 out of 7,000. It felt wrong to see such big progress. Like the spell wanted to encourage her to kill more humans. That single raid had earned her more fragments than 10 battles against nightmare creatures combined. Did the spell want to turn her into a monster like those she fought? To make her become another ghoul feeding on humanity, rather than helping carry it to greater heights? If that was its intention, it would be sorely disappointed. She would rather die than become like the ones who had taken everything away from her. In the end, you are just like the legacy clans. Her mind did not miss the chance to repeat the words uttered by Master Jet. It was vexing, like she had a devil on her shoulder, constantly trying to undermine her conviction, to remind her of how weak she had been when it truly counted. Her teeth clenched, but she did not ignore the thought, nor did she deny it. She had done it. She had already accepted such a fact. She had already made a decision about the matter, so there was no point in dwelling on it anymore. It did not sting any less, though. We bring dinner. Fortunately, Kai's angelic voice was there to distract her from the gloomy thoughts. He stepped into the hall, carefully balancing the steaming plates in his hands as he approached the table they had set up for her sake. Behind him, Effie arrived too, carrying more plates. And coming last, looking pale, was Cassie, carrying a glassy water pitcher. The seer still looked shaken no matter how hard she tried to pretend otherwise. After the disappearance of the arm 2 days ago, she had been distant, abstracted, unwilling to engage in conversation no matter who tried to speak to her. At least she seemed a little more lively than the last time she saw her. "Thank you," she replied simply. She sent another burst of flames into the arch. The pain was maddening. And then, with her essence completely spent, she left her position near it and moved toward the table where the others were already seated. She sat down and started eating. The food was tasty, if a little basic. However, it was the company that made it truly enjoyable. And then I told her, "Stop distracting me if you do not want to become dinner instead of the nightmare creature." Her face was priceless. Effie was telling a story about her time hunting in the Dark City, wildly gesticulating with her arms for emphasis under the amused gaze of Kai and the distant but still attentive blind stare of Cassie. She had not been listening, more interested in studying their reactions to the tale. But she still offered a ghost of a smile to the huntress when she looked her way in search of a reaction. The topic was not important. Being with them was. It was that realization that finally settled the conflict she had been feeling since reforming their cohort to challenge the Chained Isles. "I am going to destroy the Valor and Song clans." Kai choked on his drink, while Effie spat the food in her mouth. Even Cassie came out of her distant state to stare at her in shock. "Princess, I am the first to encourage you to joke more often." "But that was a poor one," Effie said, looking like she dearly hoped it truly was a joke. A quick glance at Kai's paling face dashed those hopes. Her bronze skin paled too, in response to the realization. It is no joke. Destroying them, as well as the man known as Astron, has been my objective for as long as I have memory. For a second, she felt a strange sensation coming over her, but she quickly dismissed the notion and forgot about it. "Princess, I love you. So I hope you understand that this is coming from a good place." "What? The fuck?" What Effie is trying to ask is if you could explain why. Kai asked as much as he pleaded, a strained smile on his face. Had she not been clear enough? Maybe she had not improved as much as she thought when it came to communicating. "They killed my father, ordered the assassinations of many of my clan's retainers, as well as mine. They have all but abandoned the waking world to the spell. And if that is not enough, they are a blight on humanity, forcing us to remain beneath them so that we cannot challenge their power, all the while being too weak themselves to protect humanity from what is coming." She listed each one dispassionately, like they were accusations in a courtroom. From an outside perspective, she might look like she did not care about those crimes. when in truth the reminder stoked the flames of her hatred into a roaring inferno that threatened to consume her. She reined it in with ease born of practice. But it was still there. It was always there. Neither Kai nor Effie seemed to know how to react to what she had told them, and were instead exchanging worried glances, hoping the other would speak first. Seeing their unwillingness to talk, another voice decided to intercede. Although not quite how I would put it, that certainly is a quick way to explain, the voice said, its tone calm and pleasant. To the astonishment of the others, the face of a young man with pale skin and dark hair appeared on the surface of the water pitcher. His face was beautiful, although in an eerie way, and instead of eyes he had two silver pools that reflected what was in front of him like mirrors. Ah, but where are my manners? I am Mordred, the Prince of Nothing and last member of this marvelous cohort. Seriously, what the spell? Kai asked. He must have been quite shaken if he used such an expression. Nephice explained it all, this time in more detail. The crimes of her father's cohort, the attempts against her life, the way they strangled the world. At last, she explained the way they had rescued Mordred, hiding no detail about what they had done. When she finished, Mordred explained his part too. The abuse faced under Asturion's care, the treatment he received upon returning home, and at last, his imprisonment in the Night Temple. By the time all was said and done, both of them looked horrified, having a hard time processing all they had heard in such a short time. She did not miss the way they looked at her when she revealed what she had done in the Night Temple. It hurt, but it was better to reveal it all now than allow it to fester. Ironic, considering the other dark secret she held, one she was not ready to reveal yet. I understand about Anvil and Key Song, but what about those who had nothing to do with their decisions? Are you really going to kill them all just because they follow someone you hate? Kai asked, looking like he desperately wanted a negative answer. My objective is the head of the serpent, but if the body fights me, I will not refrain from killing it too, she answered truthfully. She would allow the subordinates of Song and Valor to live, as long as they did not get in her way. Kai seemed slightly reassured by her answer, even if it was not the one he wanted to hear. Effie, on the other hand, looked at her intensely, as if trying to fit the pieces of a puzzle together. And what about us? You seem determined to follow through. But we never agreed to any of this, she asked bitterly, her voice betraying a sense of distrust. Theirs was a friendship forged in fire. But what she was indirectly asking was still too much. If they were to help her, they would be pitted in a war against humanity's strongest. The balance was so lopsided against them that it was not even worth thinking they had a chance. I would greatly appreciate it if the two of you were to join me, but I will not ask nor demand it. We can challenge the second nightmare together, and then part ways forever if that is what you want. You can even leave with the other firekeepers if you do not trust me. I will not stop you in any manner, she answered neutrally, carefully avoiding injecting any emotion so as not to influence their decision. Faced with her sincerity, they were left conflicted, unable to come up with a proper answer after a series of revelations as shocking as the ones delivered. What about you, Cassie? Are you fully committed to this too? Effie asked the seer, who had stayed quiet and inconspicuous during the whole conversation. Yes, she answered instantly, not a hint of doubt to be found. And you, Mordred? You already told us about your intentions with Valor. But what about Song and Asterion? Oh, believe me, Asterion holds a very special place in my revenge list. There will not be any complaints from me on that part, he answered, his usually friendly voice tinged with venom at the mention of the man. As for Song, I do not hold any grudge. But after what I heard, how could I in good conscience not do something about her too? Changing Star has my full support. Kai flinched upon hearing the second part and looked at her. She returned the stare, indicating with her eyes to say nothing. He looked dubious, but did as asked and stayed silent. A tense silence came over the hall, in which none of them said anything. All that had to be said was said, and now it was time for the two of them to decide. They looked at each other, having a silent conversation with nothing but their eyes. A few minutes later, they seemed to reach an understanding as they both nodded and turned back to her. We want to challenge the second nightmare with you. Kai started, but we will not be joining your revenge plans just yet. We love you, princess. But this is not the kind of thing we can decide lightly. Effie finished. She nodded in acceptance. It was a decision best thought on deeply before taking, and she would not blame them for requiring more time. Thank you. Whether you help me or not, I hope that you will still consider me a friend, Nephis said, a small smile visible on her face. Of course, there is nothing in this world that can break our bond, Kai answered, smiling radiantly. Huh, like you can get rid of me now, princess? Effie replied, laughing boisterously. Her smile widened. She would not have it any other way. Nephis had to admit that the sight from the ivory tower was truly impressive. Everything looked so small from up there. Even the islands seemed like tiny ants from such a height. It was refreshing in a way. Everything was so peaceful up here, where they were completely disconnected from the happenings of the lower world. She would not mind staying a few days here and enjoying the chance for respite. Sadly, their schedule was tight. Even if it was not, she could not afford to leave the waking world, and the one who awaited her there, for long. There was no telling what kind of ideas the ghouls would get if she were to go missing for too long. She would come back one day, though. It was too nice of a place not to. Maybe it would even be a good place for a dad. Fortunately, the chatter managed to distract her before she could go further into that line of thought. The firekeepers were talking animatedly, enjoying the fresh air up there and having a good time in general. Of the 47 firekeepers who had traveled down to the Ebony Tower with them, only 43 remained. The ones who would challenge the second nightmare at their side. The other 4 would return the ship to its hiding spot and then go back to the waking world, where they would join the other 9 who had stayed behind and together keep guard over the manor. It is time. The voice came from her right. Little more than a whisper. Cassie seemed to have finally recovered from whatever had been haunting her. It is, she agreed. Are you ready? The seer asked. Outwardly, she looked confident, but Nephis could spot the slight tremble in her hands. Yes. Why did I even bother asking? Cassie smiled ruefully and shook her head. For answer, she placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, trying to reassure her. The action seemed to work. The tremble lightening almost immediately, even if it did not disappear completely. It would have to do for now. Nephis took a last look toward the hollow mountains and then left, walking with purpose to the gate of the White Pagoda, an action that everyone else followed. When she came face to face with the seed, she did not hesitate for even a second before walking inside, her world quickly becoming enveloped by darkness. Awakened. Prepare for your second trial. For a moment, the image of a lighthouse superimposed itself over the darkness. She felt her own longing toward that image of the past, one in which she had been happy, in which her everyday life was not plagued by pain and guilt. Then, she mercilessly crushed that image. It had been a good life, but she would build a better one that would be real, one in which no one else would have to suffer what she did. 48 brave ones, welcome to the nightmare. She saw time flow in reverse, the way the ruins of today disappeared, replaced by the glorious edifices of the past. She saw the flames in the sky below, their radiance growing with each second until they shone once more like newborn stars, bathing the abyss in their light. She saw the ivory tower descending until it was surrounded by a vast, sprawling city, spread among many flying isles connected by beautiful bridges and aqueducts. Her attention was turned toward the west. There she saw a great citadel, a colosseum, and on the final island, a vast river flowing endlessly, forming a circle around the statue of a beautiful woman. There was a small moment of disconnect as her incorporeal form disappeared, and instead she found herself once more possessing a body, standing in front of the statue. From up close, she could discern the details better. It depicted a beautiful woman wielding a spear in one hand, and with the other, gripping a beating human heart. She wore nothing but a beast hide to cover her nakedness, her face lost in the shadows. As impressive as the statue was, she was far more interested in the vessel she had taken, or rather, in how different it felt from her own body. She was shining, her whole form seemingly made of some sort of white light that was both solid and liquid at the same time. Her hands and feet ended in long, sharp talons that looked like they could rip and tear through anything. Her hair was long and silvery, looking like it was made of fire. She tried to step toward the river to take a better look at her form, only to stagger, losing balance when she did not account for the weight on her back. A quick glance revealed that she had 6 wings. They shone just as much, if not more, than the rest of her, and the white feathers that covered them gleamed with a sharp edge that indicated they were far more dangerous than they looked. The look back also revealed a beautiful woman, the most beautiful she had ever seen, kneeling in reverence toward the statue. The woman looked at her with interest. a dangerous edge shining through her enchanting eyes. Did she look familiar? Or was that just her imagination? It has been a long time since I have seen with my own eyes one of the descendants of the sun, the woman said at last. A breathtaking smile painted on her enchanting face. Greetings. My name is Nephis. She presented herself. The vessel's voice was pure and melodical, every word sounding like music. A pleasure, O descendant of the sun. I am Solvain, priestess of war. The dangerous shine in her eyes grew even more as she stood up and retrieved a wooden knife from her robes. Nephis froze. She recognized that name and the knife. Was this lovely woman the one she had killed on the shipwreck island? Oh, do you recognize me, perchance? It must be a matter of fate, after all. It was the sun god himself who cursed me, and it will be his descendant who will set me free. Fanaticism tainted her voice now, madness seeping from every word. Come, give me the glorious death I have been looking for so long. Solvain moved before Nephis had the chance to answer. So fast was she that Nephis did not even have the chance to react before she was already in front of her. Her left hand delivered a devastating punch to Nephi's gut, easily breaking through the hasty defense she had put up. A violent crack could be heard, the blow having broken bones with insulting ease. She tried to gain distance, giving up all conscious thought and instead allowing the vessel's instincts to take over. Sadly, Solvain was still too fast. The woman moved again, her foot rising to deliver a kick to her chest. This time, she was a little more ready. The light that made up her body shone brightly, emboldened by the flame of her aspect. She stopped the kick with both arms, though it would have made no difference if she had not. She was sent flying back, the might behind the attack too much for her to resist. Just like that, her arms were broken. She landed near the edge of the island. With no time to plan, she got back up, ready to face the next assault from the mad woman. She did not heal herself yet, preferring to keep it as a surprise to catch the transcended off guard. Except that Solvain looked disappointed now. The fanaticism was gone, replaced by a murderous, icy gaze. Then the beautiful woman sighed and shook her head sadly. I should have expected this. A descendant of the sun you might be, but you are still a mere awakened. Do not fret, radiant one. I will gift you a death most glorious. Nephis blinked, and the woman was already in front of her, softly caressing her neck. I am nothing if not merciful, after all. Before she could react, a loud snap was heard as her neck was broken. Her body swiftly fell back into the abyss under the mad priestess's gaze. It was only because her body shone naturally that Solvain did not realize the way Nephi's neck had been enveloped by white flames. Undoing the damage before it could become lethal. She allowed herself to fall for a few minutes, not moving even a millimeter so as not to reveal her survival to the mad woman. Finally, when she decided that enough time had passed, she tried to move her wings to stop the fall. Except she did not know how. She was still as unfamiliar with her new body as she had been at the beginning. Letting instinct take over once more, the wings started flapping, shakily at the beginning, but quickly gaining momentum a second after. She came to a stop in the middle of the air and looked up, a relieved sigh escaping her when she realized that she could not be seen from the island above. She looked for a few more seconds, silently vowing revenge, and then turned toward the direction of the Iron Hand Island, where the cohort had agreed to regroup. Thus, she began a shaky flight in that direction, hoping to find another island before she became too tired to keep flying. Noctis was a man who enjoyed the small pleasures of life. A good tea in the morning, the air caressing his face during a voyage on his beloved ship, and the marvelous sights that were native to the kingdom of hope. He exhaled contently. His life was truly perfect. He positioned his teacup back on the table and reclined, lounging comfortably in the chair while enjoying the morning breeze. A small scream was all he heard before something crashed onto his ship, right onto his beloved and expensive table. He blinked slowly, not sure how to react when he saw the beautiful, shining woman, who could not be anything else but a descendant of the sun god, lying on top of the remains of his favorite table. He was about to offer his services as a healer when flames enveloped the woman, and a second later, she was as good as new. Well, what an interesting person had fallen into his lap. If his senses were not lying, the woman was an awakened titan. How that was even possible, he did not know. He did not mind. for he had the sense that he had just met what he was looking for. Truly, he was the most fortunate man in all of the Kingdom of Hope. Chapter 21. Nephi's could feel a headache taking shape. Do not be so sullen, my new friend. The moon shines on us today, the annoying man said, spreading his hands flamboyantly, as if he were the lead actor in a play. The headache took root, settling into a slow, relentless pounding that made her skull feel like a drum. Here I was, prepared to take some rather unsavory measures when you fell out of the sky. It cannot be anything but the will of fate, Noctis continued cheerfully. She resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of her nose and simply shook her head at the eccentric saint. To think she would meet two of them in a matter of days. Of all the absurd possibilities. And this one seemed even crazier than the last, despite hiding it better. I have agreed to none of your requests, she said in a deadpan tone. Or at least, that was her intention. Instead, her voice came out melodic and pure. It still felt wrong, as if she sang as naturally as she breathed. Neither have you rejected them, my shiny new friend. She was tempted to just fly away and leave the man behind. Give me a chance, and I will show you why it is necessary. I am, after all, the most convincing man in the entire Kingdom of Hope. The headache and the temptation, both intensified. She sighed inwardly. She hated the fact that he was not wrong. If anything he said was true, and she was leaning towards believing him, she would need his help. To think there was a daemon here, in this very nightmare, a true divine being, on par with the gods themselves, imprisoned in what she assumed to be the ivory tower, given Noctis's description. Her power locked behind 7 chains that represented the lives of 7, now 5, transcendents who had been made immortal by the sun god himself. It sounded like one of the stories her grandmother used to tell her before bed. She was not completely certain, but everything pointed toward the same conclusion. The purpose of this nightmare was to free hope. The seed's placement, the constant attention the ivory tower received as time and the world rewound itself. The 2 convenient encounters with 2 of her future targets. It all aligned too well. And was not that daunting? 5 transcendents stood between her and success. It was absurd. Awakened candidates expected to ascend by killing beings 2 whole ranks beyond them? The accursed spell never made things easy, did it? Good. She would not become stronger if the challenges ahead of her were not up to par. She did not say so, but she had already accepted Noctis's offer of alliance. She welcomed challenges, but she was not suicidal. There were too many things waiting for her in the waking world to die that easily. Where are we heading? She asked. If only so that the man would not go into another self-aggrandizing tirade. Noctis blinked, as if surprised that she had noticed the fact that the ship had changed direction, then smiled exuberantly, catching the indirect agreement. We? My oh my, have you fallen for my charms already? He fluttered his eyelashes, contorting his face into what he likely imagined a seductive smile. He managed to hold it for all of 1 second before bursting into laughter at her expression. My apologies, I could not resist. She was leaving. Noctis hurriedly shook his hands in apology, a silent plea to wait present in his eyes. Allow me to explain. The obsidian and ivory knives are already in your possession. The wooden knife rests in that mad wench Solvain's hold. That leaves only 2 unaccounted for. The ruby knife is safeguarded by a dear friend of mine and can be retrieved anytime. The glass knife, however, was hidden by the Shadow Lord before his death. We are heading to his fortress, where his last servant still resides. I hope you can persuade him to reveal its location. Noctis said, a measure of seriousness finally appearing in the eccentric man. Why can you not convince that servant yourself? She asked. And then, just because of how much he had annoyed her, she added dryly. You are the most convincing man in the Kingdom of Hope, after all. Instead of being offended, the transcendent seemed amused by her retort. Well, you see, that servant is a little skittish and will not reveal himself easily, least of all to someone as magnificent and mighty as I. You, however, he might approach. Why is that? She asked, genuinely curious. There is a certain smell to you. It is barely there, almost indistinguishable, but I could recognize it anywhere. She blinked and surreptitiously smelled herself. Did she stink? You, my shiny friend, have the smell of a shadow on you. A divine one at that. A sly smile took form on his beautiful face, raising alarm bells in her head. I am rather curious about finding out the story behind it myself. A descendant of the sun and one of shadow getting close enough for that? How deliciously scandalous. She betrayed nothing. No flinch. No blush. No twitch. Her face remained a calm mask. Internally, she felt like dying of embarrassment. It had been just a hug. How could that be enough to smell like Sunny? What do I get in exchange? She asked, if only to distract herself. The mischievous smile on Noctiz's face told her he had not fallen for the attempt to change the topic. But he acquiesced nonetheless. Come now, we are friends. What is a little favor between us? The saint was truly shameless. It is because we are friends that you should pay me back, she replied evenly. I do not want you feeling guilty for taking advantage of me. Effie had used that line 1,000,000 times already. She was immune. The saint pouted. The expression oddly endearing despite the man being centuries old at the very least. Yes, you are right. What would people think if I were to ask for a favor and offer nothing in return? I am the most generous man in all of the kingdom of hope. After all, if she was honest with herself, Noctiz reminded her of Sunny. A more open, unashamedly himself version at least. And just like Sunny, she did not allow the exuberant exterior to fool her. As much of a clown as Noctiz pretended to be, he was a dangerous man. Perhaps the most dangerous she had ever met. Necessary as he might be if they were to free Hope, she refused to be treated like a puppet. She would have gone to meet that servant anyway, since he held vital information. But demanding payment for her actions was a message she had to send. If he wanted her help, he would have to make it worth her while. What would be an apt reward for such a priceless service? He tapped his own chin, seemingly in deep thought. You claim to be the greatest sorcerer of this kingdom. Can you teach me? She asked. She was always on the lookout for ways to become more powerful, and this one seemed like a good avenue. Of course, if we start after you retrieve the information, you will be a capable sorcerer in no less than 200 years, Noctiz said brightly. The worst part was that he was not even being cheeky. He meant the words sincerely. Of course it could not be that easy. She lamented internally. Although, with that beautiful voice of yours, perhaps there is something else I could teach you that should not take that much time. Tell me, Nephis, my friend, have you ever heard about the sorcery of names? Nephis dreamed. She dreamed of being a lady, witnessing the end of the kingdom of hope. She dreamed of being an old priestess, watching the death of her mother by Solvain's hands. She dreamed of being a princess, bound and chained by her own brother, tortured endlessly in search of a secret she did not even remember knowing, of being imprisoned within a metal cage and then burning alive for hours. That was the first time she woke up, but it did not last before she was drowned under the tide of sleep once more. She dreamed of being the Shadow Lady, of entrusting the glass knife to a servant and then leaving to take a last stroll with her trusty steed. Right as she was about to plunge the knife in her heart, she woke up once more. Her will and conviction too great to be smothered again so easily. She staggered upon recovering conscious thought, quickly stowing away the knife lest she hurt herself by mistake. A single scratch would mean her end, and she could not risk it. She turned around when she heard the hooves of a horse approaching. What she saw was the loyal steed of Shadow, except that it looked subtly different. Its crimson eyes still shone menacingly, but in them, she saw a madness that could not come from anywhere but a nightmare creature. It is you. You are the source of these dreams, she said with complete confidence. The black steed huffed, seemingly confused by her addressing it directly. Then, madness overtook its mind and it charged. Horns first, ready to fight to the death. It was fast, incredibly so, but the body she inhabited was that of a saint. She sidestepped the charge with ease and delivered a kick to its side that sent it sprawling on the ground. The single blow alone enough to crush most of its bones. Had she still been enthralled under the image of the Shadow Lady, she would have been horrified by her action. But she was not. The only thing she felt was contempt for the creature as she finished it off. She thought it was over. The steed dead. The information gained. But the dream unfurled again. And again. And again. Nephis dreamed of being burned at the stake. Of being eaten alive by a nightmare creature. Of drowning. Bleeding to death. Being thrown into the darkness of the sky below by her own mother. Of being turned into a doll. Screaming endlessly yet unable to utter a single word as she loyally followed the every whim of a vengeful sorcerer. She dreamed of much more. Of so much more. The only similarity across the many lives she incarnated was that in every single one of them, she woke up and fought. For most of them, it was fruitless. Her incarnation far too weak to fight back. Whether against the main danger of the dream or the horse itself, she did not mind it. She did not falter. She did not doubt. No pain was too harrowing. No despair too much to bear. No situation dire enough to break her will. She was changing star, and she would not give up in the face of adversity, least of all against a nightmare creature. She fought the steed across endless dreams, every death coming only after being wounded far past the point any other would have given up. For every death, she made the steed bleed, suffer, slowly but surely chipping away at its will. And it worked. The Stygian steed was smart. She suspected it to be a terror, and it was starting to fear her. It stopped initiating fights. It hid in shadows. It forced her to hunt it. And with every new life, she killed it more easily, even in bodies that should never have stood a chance. Which led to now. She was inhabiting the body of a knight, brave but weak. The lady she was meant to protect was already dead. It pained her to fail, even if it was not real. But that was not important at the moment. What was important was finishing this. She limped toward the dying steed, clutching tightly the shattered remains of a sword with broken fingers. Her every breath was like fire, burning through her throat and lungs. The broken fragments of her armor bit into her skin with every movement, bringing another dose of fresh pain. Blood flowed out of her like a broken dam. It did not deter her. She did not let a single hint of the pain she was feeling show. She tolerated far worse from her flaw on a daily basis. The steed, on the other hand, did not seem as capable of handling pain. His eyes were still burning with hatred. But now, what could be recognized as fear was unmistakably there. He had faced her countless times. And among those countless times, he had seen no sign of surrender, no sign of weakness. She did not even show any trace of pain he could cling to. The creature had started as the hunter, but now it was prey to her, trapped in this nightmare just as much as she was. The shattered sword pierced its eye, and she saw a strange light coming over the other. She recognized it. It was the eye of a cornered animal, one ready to make a last-ditch attempt before it died. The world changed, and just as fast as it started, it ended. Despair took hold of her heart upon seeing the scene unfurl before her. She was in a building that was actively crumbling, stones falling around them with thunderous impacts. The walls were made of some sort of red stone that evoked fear in her at the mere sight. It was dark, only illuminated by small rays of light coming from the floor beneath and the flames covering her own body. And in front of her there was a man, one she recognized very well. "Are you ready, Sonny?" she heard herself ask, her voice cold and indifferent. He hesitated, thinking, hurting, before offering a crooked attempt of a smile. "I am not. What about you?" "No, not this. Not again." "I am." She rallied her will, strained as hard as she could against the control of the dream, the edges of it fraying against her resistance. But her body did not stop, the steed exerting all of its might to stop her from taking control. Despite how hard she resisted, they still engaged in battle, every clash of their blades drawing a mournful cry out of her very soul. She watched in despair as the fight developed the same way it had, and before she even realized it, they had already reached the turning point. His Tachi was already striking toward her chest, aiming to end the battle. It would, just not in the way he expected. Lost from. It was just as she was about to utter those accursed words. Words that would lead to the biggest mistake of her life. That the nightmare broke, shattering like glass. The black horse had been unable to break her through the lives of others. So he attempted to do it through hers, making her relive her biggest moment of despair, only to have his plan backfire in the worst way possible. It was her biggest moment of despair, yes, but it was also the one that reinforced her will the most. She had betrayed the man she loved for the sake of her objective. To surrender now, or any time, no matter the motive, was something she would not, do. Never again. She had promised herself so, and she would not go back on her word. The dream shattered around her, the world peeling away like the skin of an orange. The Crimson Spire dissolving like smoke, growing fuzzy around the edges until everything started looking like blotches of color mashed together. The dissolution was quick, but not quick enough to miss the horrified stare that Sunny had given her. She steeled her heart. This was not the time to let emotion take over. A few seconds later, She was back in the fortress, and by her side lay the stallion. His trembling body sprawled on the ground. He looked worn down, weak, broken, and pitiful. Every breath was slow and painful. Madness and hatred still burned in his eyes. But eclipsing them both was fear. She returned the stare blankly, her eyes as cold and deadly as steel. The cruel sight formed in her hand as she stepped closer. The horse tried to rise, to back away. When that failed, it made an attempt to attack with its horns. But even that was denied to him. The nightmarish beast had gambled everything on the last dream and failed. He made for a sad sight. This time, she did feel a hint of pity for the creature. It did not stop her from swinging the mirror blade and putting it out of its misery. You have slain an awakened shadow, nightmare. Your soul shines brighter. Nephi's exhaled tiredly. Physically, she was fine. But mentally, she was exhausted. She was not sure how many lives she had lived within the dream. But it had been too many. The mental toll too hefty even for her. You have received a shadow. The mocking voice of the spell finished speaking. Its last announcement delayed as if unsure about delivering the words. She was glad to get something out of the fight, whatever receiving a shadow actually meant. But right now, she was not in the mood for that. The only thing she wanted now was to go to bed. Maybe hug Sunny. And most important of all, punch Noctis in the face. Chapter 22. I welcome you all to my humble abode, Noctis said, arms spread wide exuberantly, as if to show them a magnificent sight. In clear contrast to his words, the firekeepers seemed more at ease upon taking in the sight, a silent cheer taking shape among them. They had found most of them on Iron Hand Island, confidently awaiting her arrival. 2/3 were with her now, while the others stayed behind to direct the stragglers to the sanctuary, which would act as their base during the second nightmare. All in all, everything seemed to be going well. Aside from the difficulty the challenge posed, and her not-so-charming meeting with Solvane or Nightmare, or with Noctis, he still sported a black eye, which he wore proudly as if it were some sort of badge of honor. The saint was mad. There was no doubt about it. Back to the situation. Today marked her 3rd week inside the nightmare. She had spent a few days putting distance between herself and Solvane's lands, then was ambushed by nightmare creatures. In the fight that ensued, she had been forced to flee, resulting in her not-so-graceful landing on Noctis's ship. The man kept insisting that it was a matter of fate that he had decided to take a tour so close to the priestess of war's lands. She was starting to believe him, which was rather troubling. Cassie never missed a chance to curse fate. After that, they spent a week traveling to the fortress of the deceased Shadow Lord. It was still strange to think that he was, in fact, a man, where she had fought and killed Nightmare. And now here they were. It was strange to see the sanctuary of Noctis like this. There were far more people than she had ever seen in the sanctuary of her own time, and most were not even awakened. And they were happy. She saw children running, laughing, playing, with no trace of fear to be found in their joyful faces. The adults seemed relaxed. Some were taking a stroll, others working, and the merchants were peddling their wares to bemused onlookers. She even saw a little family having a picnic. The sanctuary of Noctis, ruled by Saint Tyrus, was a fortress. A peaceful one since most of the nightmare creatures in its vicinity had been long decimated to almost extinction. But a fortress nonetheless. People were always on guard, always awaiting the next danger they would have to face. And the mere idea of children living there? Ridiculous. This one was a home. It felt like she was staring at the future instead of the past. One day, unless she managed to destroy the spell beforehand, humanity would have to leave the waking world behind. They would have to settle in citadels like these. They would have to cower in fear of every odd sound or sight, of every little bump in the night, praying that no nightmare creature too strong for their defenders would show up and end them all. Hell, that was already the case in plenty of places in the waking world itself. Europe and North America were nothing but giant death zones nowadays. But once upon a time, they had been among humanity's most important hubs. What little accounts remained of the time before their fall painted a chilling image. What was worse, Cassie's intelligence network had caught rumors about the same thing repeating with Antarctica not too far into the future. Although those rumors were muddled by the fact that the Obel scale had never been as precise as it was today, she could not avoid sighing. The future was bleak and uncertain, and she would have to be ready to face it. No, she would be ready. All the more reason to become stronger so that she could destroy the ghouls and the spell sooner rather than later. The ship had made its landing while she was pondering the matter. So without any further ado, she disembarked and followed Noctis's lead, who was directing them toward what she assumed was his home. As they walked, they passed many of the sanctuary's inhabitants, most of whom greeted Noctis with smiles and friendly waves. Reassuring, in a way. Noctis, mad as he was, clearly took good care of his people. What was more intriguing was the way everyone looked at her. She had expected this. Her current vessel was clearly not human after all, but it was not about that. Or at least not only about that. A brave child dared to come closer, spurred on by his friends. In his hands, he carried a little fruit that seemed like an odd mix between a pear and an apple, which he offered reverently to her, all the while doing his best to avoid her eyes. "O great son, we offer you this sacrifice." For a moment, she was about to refuse. After all, she was not anyone worthy of a sacrifice. But then she noticed the look Noctis gave her. Silent, almost pleading, and she reluctantly accepted it. The boy immediately bolted away, clearly pleased with his act. Noctis gave a subtle nod, silently indicating that he would explain later. They continued on in silence, eventually leaving the streets behind and entering Noctis's domain. She left the firekeepers to rest while she followed Noctis to a courtyard. He gestured to a seat and then took one himself. Moments later, a wooden doll appeared with wine and food, setting it before them. "I had my hopes high, but it might very well be even better than what I thought," the man said with a smug expression while he sipped his wine, his face reflecting on the golden surface of his goblet. "Explain yourself," she asked, as much as she ordered. "Well, my shiny friend, as you can imagine, you are quite the sight to behold. There is divinity in you, far more than there is in me in fact, which is a rather impressive feat. If I had not seen him for myself, I would even think you are Sun's own divine vessel." Did they think she was one of the sun god's avatars? The sacrifice made sense now. However, she did not understand why they would think so. She knew well enough that she was nowhere near strong enough to pass as one. Noctis seemed to read her confusion. "Oh, I know. None of the lords will be fooled. But the mundanes, the awakened, even some ascended with poor senses, they can be convinced. And that will make our objective far easier." "How am I supposed to pass for a god's avatar?" she asked skeptically. "Oh, you will not." Sun was not so desperate for attention as to parade his power around. But he was certainly prone to spectacles to impress his conquests, he answered. And then, as if on second thought, he added, "And I do not mean the violent kind of conquests." That was information she would have been happier without knowing. She would rather forget about the way he had wiggled his eyebrows when saying it too. At times, dealing with Noctis felt like dealing with the unholy fusion of Effie and Sunny. A disgusted expression appeared on her face for a second at the mental image. Noctis, unaware of her internal musings, kept going. "Anyway, we do not need them to believe the ruse for long. Our main opponents are Solvane and the princes. Solvane's followers are fanatical believers of war, so you will not have much sway with them. But those of the princes? Their zeal towards the sun is second to none. Show up a few times, offer them some sweet words, and then disappear. We repeat this a few times. And the day before we attack, you ask them to either stay away from the fight or join us." He finished, seemingly proud of his plan. It was a good idea. Logically, she could see the merits of it. Any fighter that could be dissuaded from fighting them was one less they would have to worry about upon attacking the Ivory City. If some were to join them, they might even balance the odds in their favor. "No," the saint blinked, not quite believing what he had heard. "No," he repeated, tilting his head like an owl. "No," she reaffirmed her answer. He narrowed his eyes, his lackadaisical attitude disappearing for a second, replaced instead by the dangerous man she knew was hiding beneath the exuberant facade. Then, the second passed, and he acted the fool once more. "May I know why?" he asked, a hint of curiosity shining through his eyes. "I will not pretend to be what I am not just to make things easier," she said simply. It was hypocritical of her to say so. She knew it very well. She had cultivated the image of a saint back in the dark city. And even now in the waking world, she was doing her best to become one of humanity's paragons. However small, it was different now. Her intentions might not be entirely honest, but she still fully intended to deliver what she had promised in those cases. But this? To pretend to be a god? To offer hope to those who thought themselves abandoned by their object of worship, only to abuse said hope, to set innocents against each other, just so that she would have an easier time destroying their home? The more she thought about it, the more parallels she found to what she had done in the Dark City. Well then, all the more reason to not repeat it. Saint Nephis was dead and buried, and she would not bring her back. Not now. Not ever if she could avoid it. She refused, as much out of principle as it was to stop herself from falling even lower than she already had. She could justify this decision if she tried. She was sure of it, but she refused to. It would be another step toward hell. Another step toward becoming what she hated. A step she could not afford to take. If she justified doing this, then what else could she justify? Where would she draw the line? Before she even realized it, she would be just as bad as the ghouls. Or, and she shuddered at the mere idea, as bad as the spell. She knew that she was a hypocrite, that her choice might make it all harder, that it would bring more death upon the inhabitants of the Ivory City. But sometimes, one had to make a decision and live with the consequences of it. Well, that makes things a little more complicated, a calm and pleasant voice said. Under the amazed eyes of Noctis, fog started to emanate from his goblet. Fog that quickly coalesced into the form of a man with dark hair and mirror-like eyes. Can I perhaps convince you to choose otherwise? Mordred asked. How long had he been around? Watching them? Nephis narrowed her eyes, studying the man before her with suspicion. Then, she shook her head. No, she answered without a trace of doubt. A brief look of disappointment appeared on his face, only to be masked immediately after, replaced by his usual friendly attitude. A pity, but such is life, I guess, he said nonchalantly, even shrugging to better sell the image. May I know who your friend is, Nephis, my friend? Noctis asked, measuring the man with a calculating gaze. Oh, my apologies, he said smoothly. Allow me to introduce myself. White flames flowed out of her hands, quickly covering the body of the burned man in front of her. For a few seconds, there was nothing but pain in her mind. And then it was done. The man took down his bandages with shaky hands, revealing pristine skin underneath and a face that was even more handsome than his original one. Kai sure had luck when it came to vessels. And in general. Thank you, he said. A sincere smile plastered on his face. It is a fascinating sight, Mordred said, a gleam of interest in his mirror-like eyes. Is there any wound you cannot heal? He asked. If there is, I have not found it, she answered. It was not even a lie. The poison used by the would-be kidnapper was not a wound after all. Kai had arrived a few days ago, right as they hit their second month within the nightmare. He had been in a state that could be, not so generously, described as extra crispy. Since then, and with Noctis's help, she had been healing the damage done by Severas, the Sun Lord. As annoying as he could be, Noctis's claims about being the best healer in all of the Kingdom of Hope were not unfounded. In fact, she had even found herself learning a thing or two from him on that matter, besides the sorcery of names. Though sadly, not as much as she wanted to. Too much of it relied on sorcery that she could not replicate without centuries of practice. Now that our friend Nightingale is completely healed, I think it is time to speak about our plans for the future, Noctis said, looking excited to get started. Ah, yes, the other knives, Mordred started, looking excited too. There are only 2 of them missing, right? Indeed. One is in the hands of a dear friend of mine, and the other's whereabouts were found by dear Nephis here, Noctis answered. We will retrieve the one in the Temple of the Chalice first, Nephis stated. Why? Kai asked, looking confused. If what Noctis said is true, the other lords know about the ruby knife's location and, as such, will be able to find out immediately once we retrieve it. The glass knife's location, on the other hand, has been a secret for a long time, and presumably, none of them, bar perhaps Solvane, know where it is. That means we will be able to retrieve it without raising too many alarms, as well as rescuing Effie from whatever problem she has gotten into, she explained. A quick look around telling her that they seemed to agree with the plan. Is there anything we should be aware of at the temple before we pay a visit? Mordred asked, barely perceptible wisps of fog coming out of his mouth as he spoke. He hid it well, but he was not human either. Just the usual for a temple. Lovely, beautiful ladies who will murder you at the slightest provocation. Ladies whom, may I note, are quite formidable fighters and will not make it easy if you try to take the knife by force. What kind of temples did Noctis frequent? She was about to ask, but thought better of it. She suspected that whatever answer she would receive would only give her more questions. You can trust us, Lord Noctis. Everything will go perfectly, Kai said with a bright smile. You had to jinx it, did you not? Kai at least had the good sense to look mortified. Nephis shook her head at him, taking in the charred remains of the temple's main hall, as well as the corpses. The smell was rather offensive. How was I supposed to know they would be so crazy? He asked in exasperation. Effie offered him an unimpressed stare that made him wilt in embarrassment, which looked quite comical considering that her vessel was a 12-year-old girl. To be fair to Kai, they truly could not have predicted the kind of depravity the War Maidens had fallen to. Nephis would have gladly retrieved the knife and left without touching a single one of them. But then she saw how they treated her student. A student that turned out to be Effie. She could not stop herself the moment she found out. Not when they demanded she prove herself by killing her. After that, things took a terrible turn. For them, that was. The giant brazier with divine flames on it was the perfect weapon for her awakened ability. The masters did not even have the time to react when the fire suddenly surged and enveloped them. Not with how close they were to it, reducing their bodies to ashes in less than a blink. After that, it had not been too hard to deal with the remaining maidens. That was fun. Mordred, unlike everyone else, seemed cheerful, currently inhabiting the body of one of the War Maidens. You are weird, Mirror Boy, Effie told him. The usually vivacious huntress looking somber. Not a very imaginative nickname, he replied, apparently offended by the name. They kept arguing, but she had stopped paying attention, having instead moved to retrieve the glass knife from the bottom of the brazier. Once she had it in hand, she stashed it inside the coffer and then moved on to check for any survivors. They searched but found no one else alive in the temple. All of Effie's fellow students had died before they arrived, something that reassured her that she had made the correct choice when she decided to kill them all. Nephis landed softly on the edge of the island, her wings raising a low breeze as she did so. Soon after, the other four joined her. They approached the calm lake warily, all of them aware of the terrifying reputation of the creature awaiting inside. When she set eyes on the surface of the lake, the only thing she saw was herself, the waters so reflective that she could not even peer into its depths. The creature inside could strike at any moment, and she would not see it coming. She could feel it. Her instincts were screaming at her that she was in danger. All the more reason not to provoke it, as if the fact that it was feared even by saints was not enough. She cleared her throat and then, in a firm tone, addressed the lake. I am here to retrieve the ruby knife. There was a moment of silence, and then a pale hand flowed out of the water, holding within its grasp a knife that seemed to be made out of blood. She hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward and took hold of the knife, her sight blurring the moment she touched it. She did not blink. She was certain of it. The world had changed all the same. 1 microsecond, she was still on the island, her cohort at her back. The next, she was alone, standing over a massive lake that extended as far as she could see, the waters silvery under the light of the moon. There was a ripple in the surface of the water, and then, just as fast as she had been transported, there was someone else atop the lake. It was a woman, pale as bone, her features lovely as if sculpted by the most skilled artisan in the world. Her white hair seemed to reflect light itself, and her eyes were blue and crystalline, almost like a lake's surface. She was wearing a plain white dress, which was flowing softly as if under a breeze that no one else could perceive. In contrast to the beautiful image, her reflection in the waters was grotesque beyond imagination. There were no words that could do justice to just how horrifying the creature was. How quaint. I have never met someone with such a pure heart as yours. The creature whispered in 1 in 1,000 voices, all of them carrying different tones and emotions, yet conveying the same message. Nephis looked the woman in the eye, offering no sign of the horror that her true form inflicted upon her. She suspected that if she were to show even the most minimal amount of reticence or fear, the creature would strike her down. The creature smiled, the curve of her lips forming the most harrowing smile she had ever seen. And then, as if aware of her thoughts, the smile widened. What do you mean? She asked at last. Once it became clear that the creature would not continue. Once upon a time, so long ago that this realm did not even exist yet, I was blessed by the most powerful of the gods with the capability of seeing the truth in the hearts of others. The creature explained, the 1,000 voices tinged with pride. And what a sight it was. You could never imagine the kind of things I have learned. The glorious secrets I could glean. Secrets that not even the person themselves seemed aware of. The creature's smile widened once more. Impossibly so. Her face stretching vilely to accommodate the expression. And the most beautiful part? It was seeing their convictions. All of the little vows they would make to themselves. The unbreakable promises that shaped a person's life. Nothing is more pure in this and all other realms than conviction. Than the will to see something through no matter the price to be paid to achieve it. The creature exhaled wistfully. A fond expression to be found in her beautiful, yet horrifying visage. And then, one day, little Noctis came to me, asking to safeguard a paltry knife for him. No sadder day have I lived, O descendant of the sun. He was radiant once. So full of vigor, of passion. A conviction so pure shone in his heart that it almost blinded me. So imagine my grief when dear Noctis came to me. His great ambitions reduced to embers. The creature shook its head sadly, her mourning reflecting on the lake itself, which trembled as if something was about to erupt out of it. Something horrifying. Then the creature looked at her, and the waters settled. Her smile returned, soft and tender, and all the more horrifying for it. And then you came. You, my little friend, have the most radiant heart I have ever seen. I could be standing in front of the sun instead of you, and I would not be able to tell a difference. Nephice did not blink, and yet the woman was already in front of her, one of her hands softly caressing her cheek. She had been completely unable to perceive her movement. It is beautiful, child. Oh, so beautiful. She lowered her head and whispered softly, lovingly into her ear. Do not give up, my sweet child. Waver's little scheme has already been thwarted. Now, only following your heart remains. Nephice blinked, and the hand and the woman were gone. She was back on the island, ruby knife firmly held in her hands. She shivered for a moment, feeling like the creature had peered right into her soul and loved what it saw. She looked at the surface of the lake, but nothing could be seen there. Even the sense of danger was gone. The creature had left without any of them even noticing that it did so. She shivered once more. Whatever that creature was, she did not like it. Even less the fact that it seemed to know some of her secrets. When they met again, and they would, she had no doubt about it, she would get answers. Whether it wanted to give them or not. Mind set, she turned to the others. Seemingly not even a second having passed since the hand came out of the water. Considering their lack of reaction. Well, that was easy, Effie remarked, looking like she could not quite believe they had achieved their objective so easily. Are you surprised? Cassie asked in turn. Have you seen how she looks at Doofus? There is nothing pure going on in there, she replied with a teasing smirk. Maybe her heart was not so pure after all. She was going to kill Effie. Nephice could not sleep. She turned and turned in bed, but could not bring herself to sleep. In just a few days, their 4th month within the nightmare would arrive. And on that very same day, they would assault the Ivory City. If they succeeded, they would become masters. If not, they would die. It was not that made her unable to sleep. The odds were just as bad when they assaulted the Crimson Spire. And she had slept soundly the night before. So what was it? She turned a little more in bed, but could not bring herself to sleep. Nor could she find an answer to her sudden insomnia. She briefly checked Sunny's runes. And while it made her relax a little, that was not the source of her restlessness. So what was it? Nephice decided to take a walk, hoping that it would help clear her mind. She left her room silently, trying to avoid waking anyone. Her steps eventually led her to the garden, where she found Noctis and Tempiesta, or, as she preferred to be called, the one in the north. Noctis was sipping wine, gaze lost into the moon, though he did briefly turn toward her when he noticed the light she emitted. The one in the north, on the other hand, did not acknowledge her presence at all. Instead, she was staring blankly at one of the flowers. The only movement she could detect on her was her breathing, and even that seemed to be more effort than she wanted to put in. Hope's influence was terrifying to behold, especially in one who had fallen to it so deeply. The saint was so apathetic that she would not move for anything unless strictly necessary. She even required to be fed and cleaned by others, as she would not otherwise. How Noctis had managed to convince her to help them was beyond her. Her attention went back to Noctis when he offered her a goblet of wine of her own. But she refused it wordlessly. Cannot sleep either? The saint asked. He was staring wistfully at the moon. seemingly lost in thought. Yes, she replied, taking a seat beside them. Well, maybe I can help you with that. Tell me, what occupies your mind so much, my friend? I do not know, she answered honestly. Noctis nodded and sipped from his goblet. Silence settling between them. For once, he did not seem willing to play his exuberant persona, deciding instead to stay silent and contemplative. You once told me that you are the most wise man in the kingdom of hope. The words escaped all on their own, without any conscious effort on her part. Indeed I am, he answered calmly. None of the usual theatricality to be found on him. She was going to stop. She did not even want to say the previous sentence, but she found herself speaking nonetheless. Maybe it was the weird mood she was in, denying her sleep and at the same time making her talkative. Maybe it was the fact that the nightmare would soon end, and anything she said would be lost in a matter of days. No one but them aware of it. Her dark secret hidden once more. Maybe the guilt was just too much, and she could not bear it anymore. And she wanted someone, anyone, to speak with. Someone who could offer a different perspective to that of Cassie. Maybe it was the three of them and more. Hypothetically speaking, if you had wronged someone, wronged them in such a deep, harrowing way that it cannot be ignored nor forgotten, how would you try to achieve their forgiveness? Noctis looked away from the moon for the first time and instead looked at her, his gaze serious and contemplative. Well, my dear friend, I cannot quite offer you an answer for a hypothetical scenario with such vague information. So instead, allow me to tell you a little tale. The saint took a breath, a forlorn look briefly appearing on his face before continuing. There once was a man who had it all. Power, pedigree, beauty, and fashion that held no rival within the kingdom of hope. That man, however, was arrogant and foolish beyond measure. No mountain was too tall, no peril too dire, no opponent too strong. That man had a little brother who followed him everywhere, wishing to become just like him one day. He fell into silence briefly, as if contemplating how to continue the tale. One day, the man heard about a powerful creature whose fur was the most beautiful and soft in all of the realm. Despite all the warnings he received about the power of the creature, the foolish man still decided to hunt it. His brother, as was to be expected, followed him in his mad venture. Pain and regret briefly flashed in his eyes. He took a shaky breath and then continued. They traveled for months, facing challenges that make the man shiver to this very day. Eventually, the brothers found the mighty creature and engaged it in battle. Noctis fell silent once more and sipped from his goblet as if it would give him the strength to continue. The man fought bravely. The man fought skillfully. The man fought wisely. The man still failed. Mighty as he was, the creature was far mightier still. Even the combined strength of the brothers not enough to leave a scratch on its hide. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. So the foolish, arrogant, cowardly man fled. He fled faster than the wind. Only when he was far away did he stop and think about a tragic fact. His brother did not follow him. He raised the cup and downed all of the wine in one go. The man went back. As foolish and cowardly as he was, he still loved his brother and he would not abandon him willingly. By the time he arrived, the fight was over already. The creature was nowhere to be seen, and yet his brother still lived. It did not deem his younger brother a worthy meal, so it had allowed him to live as a cripple. The creature tore his limbs away and left them there, as a reminder of what happened to those who dared challenge it. Noctis fell into silence, staring down at nothing, seemingly lost in memory. What did the man do after that? She asked softly. His eyes returned to hers, sorrow shining clearly in them. He brought his little brother back to their home. He learned to become a healer, the very best in all of the kingdom, in the hopes of restoring his brother's limbs. He succeeded eventually. He could not restore the ones he had lost, but he could grant him new ones that were just as good. He did that, and so much more, hoping to earn the forgiveness of his dear little brother. Did he succeed? Noctis looked away for a moment, shame and sorrow clear on his face. He did, slowly, patiently, building trust back step by step. And yet, it was never the same. What was whole once had been broken, and while they put the pieces back together, the cracks could not be ignored no matter how hard they tried. He fell silent, this time definitively. She knew that no more words would come out of him no matter what she said. Thank you for your tale and advice. She made a small pause and then, in a whisper, she added, my friend. He nodded, a small impish smile on his face, and then stood up. quickly leaving the garden after a quiet goodbye. She was about to do the same until she heard two words, said so lowly that she almost did not hear them. He lied. Surprisingly, the one in the north had spoken. She was still in the same position, staring at the same flower, not having moved a single millimeter since she first saw her. "What do you mean?" she asked. There was a long pause before she spoke again. His brother did not forgive him. The saint replied and went silent once more. Hers no less definitive than that of Noctis. Nephi stared at her for a long time, and then she nodded. I know. The tale was not the definitive answer that she sought, but it helped, even if just a little. It would not be easy, not even close, but that had never deterred her, and this was not going to be the first time. She had promised to make amends, and if the creature was to be believed, no one had as much conviction as she had. Chapter 23. Nephi kept her gaze fixed on the silent sanctuary as they departed. It lay abandoned, its inhabitants gone for days now, driven away by fear of the battle to come. There was something strangely nostalgic about the sight. For the second time in little more than a year, she was leaving behind an empty settlement to march toward a battle against almost impossible odds. It was a troubling pattern, one she hoped would not become a habit. Cheer up, princess. How many people can say they have killed a saint while still awakened? Effie said brightly. Her youthful smile was encouraging, but it did not quite hide the tension beneath. I can, Nephi replied flatly, and she was very much looking forward to repeating the feat with this nightmare's version of Solvane. She was more dead than alive already. I would call that half a saint. Effie waved the comment away, nodding sagely as though it were an undeniable truth. Nephi smiled despite herself, then shook her head. Not for the first time. She was grateful to have Effie as a friend. The woman had an uncanny talent for easing tension, even on the brink of catastrophe. What is there to worry about? Mordred chimed in cheerfully. We either succeed or we die. Either way, it will not be our problem by the end of the day. Unlike the rest of them, he appeared to be in an excellent mood. His silver eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement. I, for one, would prefer to stay alive, Kai said dryly, a faint tremor of his hands betraying the fear he felt. Agreed, Cassie added, her grip tightening around the hilt of her rapier. Oh, come now, Mordred protested. What is life without a little risk? Unlike you, Nephi said calmly. We only have one life. Princess, you are only marginally easier to kill, Effie shot back. You are the last person I want to hear lecturing about mortality. They continued bickering as they descended into the darkness of the sky below. Somehow, surrounded by shadows and impending death, Nephi felt that everything was, if not right, then at least as it should be. They have sensed us, Noctis muttered, grinning madly as he guided the vessel upward in a steady ascent. In mere minutes, they would face an army led by 3 saints. For the briefest moment, doubt slipped into Nephi's heart. Just a speck. Barely there. She crushed it before it could take hold. As the leader of the cohort, she could afford nothing less than absolute confidence. She turned to face her people. Somber expressions met her gaze, save for Mordred, who looked positively thrilled. Nephi straightened her posture and summoned the cruel sight. White flames wrapped around the blade in an instant. Tonight, she began, her voice calm and clear. We face what may well be the greatest challenge of our lives. Her words carried effortlessly through the vessel. Against us stand thousands upon thousands of soldiers. Among them, countless awakened like ourselves. And many ascended. And leading them, she paused. 3 immortal saints. She saw uncertainty ripple through the firekeepers. A few of them looked as though they were questioning the wisdom of this battle. And us. Nephi continued, her voice rising. We are 48 awakened and 2 saints. Do you know what I think when I see those odds? Silence answered her. I think we are going to crush them. Her certainty was absolute. We faced the darkness of the forgotten shore, and we survived. We shattered Gunlog's tyranny and left his corpse to rot in the ruins of the bright castle. We destroyed the Crimson Spire, broke its armies, and trapped the dark ocean once more. We faced the wrath of the sun. Her blade flared brighter. And now, the sun is dead. A spark ignited in their eyes. We achieved all of this together. And together, we will do far more. The tension drained from the firekeepers. They gripped their weapons with renewed confidence. Eyes burning with resolve, Nephi raised her blade. What are soldiers and transcendents against our will? She demanded. Nothing. By sunrise, the armies of the Colosseum and the Ivory City will be broken and scattered to the winds. Their saints will lie dead and buried, where they should have been centuries ago. She paused. If that is our will, then who dares stop us? They roared in unison, the cry echoing through the sky below. Nephi smiled triumphantly and raised the cruel sight high. Its white flames blazed like a newborn star. One by one, they followed suit. Weapons raised, spirits aflame, ready to conquer the nightmare or die trying. Moments later, they burst from the darkness. Before them lay an armada of flying ships, thousands of silent silhouettes staring down at their lone vessel. Are you ready, Nephis, my friend? Noctis asked, laughter bubbling from his lips. He no longer bothered to hide his madness. I am, she said without hesitation. She extended her arm. Palm turned upward, and the pain came. The pain began, as it always did, from deep within. It ignited in her chest, a roaring inferno that surged through her veins like molten silver. Her nerves burned to nothingness, only to be reforged in the same breath. The agony spread outward, relentless and consuming, racing toward her arm. The stench of scorched flesh filled her senses, though no one else could perceive it. Beneath her armor, her skin blistered and bubbled. Searing pain coursed through her body. Once, this alone would have brought tears to her eyes. The torment would have been unbearable beyond a heartbeat. Now, she endured it. Not resisted, never resisted, but endured. At last, a flickering silver flame bloomed above her open palm, bathing the night in its pale radiance. Nephis gave a slight nod. Noctis met it, his grin widening, and together they drew a breath. Fire, Nephis roared. The flames swelled instantly. Tendrils of molten silver unfurled and curled through the air like living fingers, reaching hungrily into the darkness. It was destruction and creation intertwined, devouring in its hunger, yet offering warmth and solace to those who stood beneath its glow. Each flicker cast fleeting shadows that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. Wind, Noctis whispered. His voice was sharp, merciless. The night answered with a howl like grinding glass. Invisible currents tore through the sky, whispering of endings and beginnings alike. The wind seized the inferno in Nephi's palm and carried it upward, higher and higher, feeding it, shaping it, exalting it. In the heavens above, a sun was born. Silvery light flooded the sky below, washing over the enemy armada. For a single, breathless moment, it hung there, perfect, radiant, lethal, a proclamation of divine might. Then its shape twisted. The sphere strained against itself, its form buckling beneath the weight of its own power. A rupture appeared, and fire poured forth. The first torrent obliterated the leading ranks of ships as though they were paper, continuing onward without slowing. Its fury unquenched. Another tear opened, then another. Streams of silver fire cascaded from the ruptured sun, descending like starving beasts, their fury unleashed upon their prey. The enemy formation collapsed into chaos, vessels disintegrating midair, burning debris raining into the abyss below. By the time the sun finally dissipated, its brilliance spent, more than half of the enemy fleet had been erased. Nephi sagged, breath hitching. 2/3 of her essence was gone, drained in a single, overwhelming attack. The thought that one day she might wield such power alone was unsettling. What unsettled her more was the flood of soul fragments pouring into her cores. She did not allow herself to think about how many lives had just ended. Well, Noctis declared proudly. That was certainly impressive, as befitting the most powerful sorcerer of the Kingdom of Hope. She could not deny it. Without his winds to shape and amplify her flames, the devastation would have been far less. It did not stop her from being annoyed by his smug grin. As if sensing her thoughts, the saint smiled even wider. This is where we part, my friends, Noctis said lightly. It is time for me to deal with Solvane and the Sun Prince. Do try not to die. It would dampen the mood of my victory feast. He winked at them and approached the bow of the ship, ready to jump into the darkness. It was then that the moon was devoured by darkness. You have slain your soul. Another burning ship fell away behind Nephis as she flew, weaving through a storm of arrows and bolts. The air was thick with screams, fire, and the thunder of clashing powers. Far in the distance, she glimpsed the one in the north battling the Sun Prince. The woman had become a living tempest, her form dissolving into a spirit of wind. Each movement unleashed hurricanes that tore at the sky itself. The steel colossus answered with titanic blows, each strike shaking the world as metal met air with cataclysmic force. An arrow flashed past Nephi's head, missing her by mere millimeters. Her focus snapped back. She dove toward another ship, the cruel sight already blazing as she prepared to set it aflame. From the corner of her eye, she spotted Nightmare tearing through a vessel with feral efficiency. The shadow steed struck from darkness and vanished just as swiftly, leaving devastation in his wake. A sudden shockwave tore Nephi off course. Violent winds hurled her toward a nearby floating island. She barely managed to stabilize herself, turning what would have been a lethal collision into a brutal landing. It hurt, but she had dealt with worse. And then she realized she was not alone. At the center of the island stood Solvain, her hand clenched around Noctiz's throat. Before Nephi could react, Solvain drove her arm into the sorcerer's chest. The saint recoiled a heartbeat later, horror twisting her features. Noctiz laughed. It was a mad, rasping sound, yet his presence swelled, terrifying, overwhelming. Despite his corpse-like appearance, Nephi watched in stunned silence as Solvain began to change. Her skin writhed as though something crawled beneath it. Pain contorted her features as her body convulsed, vines tearing their way free. With shaking hands, she retrieved a wooden knife from her robes and thrust it toward Noctiz. He accepted it. Then, with casual contempt, he tossed it aside. "You want me to kill you?" Noctiz murmured mockingly, gray eyes blazing with contempt. "I am afraid I will not. In all the kingdom of hope, no one deserves to suffer quite as much as you do. Consider it Idrua's final gift." History repeated itself, in another place in another time. But it was repeating itself. If Nephi did nothing, Solvain would remain trapped, alive, aware, suffering, and unable to even end her own existence. That was fate's decree, just like how it had decreed that a shadow and an angel would fight. Nephi hated fate. She retrieved the fallen knife and drove it into Solvain's chest. There was no glorious battle, no final stand, only silence. Solvain, priestess of war, died where she stood. The saint who had searched for a glorious death for centuries found it at last. Not in splendor, but in mercy. "You have slain a transcendent human, Solvain. Your soul shines brighter. You have received a memory." Nephi felt no triumph, only exhaustion. "Nephis, my friend," Noctiz said mildly. "I must admit that I am rather cross with you right now." She exhaled slowly. An annoyed transcendent was the last thing she needed. Nephi landed heavily on the floating island. Behind her, the thunderous clashes between Noctiz and Severas echoed beneath the rising sun. She wanted to help, but she knew better. She would only be a hindrance in a battle of such magnitude. So she turned to what she could do. The steel colossus lay in ruin before her. Most of its limbs were gone, its massive chest torn open, revealing the iron cage within. Inside lay the man who had once been the Sun Prince. Beside the broken golem stood the one in the north, still and silent. She had already returned to her human form. Her task complete, she summoned the mordant mimic, and from inside, she retrieved the ember knife, ready to deliver death to the transcendent whose body she had inhabited once within a dream. Putting him out of his misery was the only mercy she could offer him. She approached, leaving the coffer behind. Footsteps touched down behind her. "Mordred." He offered her an encouraging nod. She narrowed her eyes at him, but climbed atop the shattered colossus nonetheless. Nephi laid eyes on the man inside and felt nothing but pity. If the dream's nightmare had shown her were to be believed, he had suffered through centuries of torture, followed by being imprisoned within the iron golem, where every moment was one of pure agony. Even now, as he weakly tried to drag himself out of the cage, his face was still contorted into a rictus of pain. "You can rest now," Nephi whispered. "Your nightmare is over." She plunged the blade into his chest. The man struggled weakly, hands clawing at nothing. Then his resistance faded. The agony drained from his face, replaced by something like relief. For a moment, she thought she heard him whisper, "Thank you. You have slain a transcendent. Your soul shines brighter. You have received a memory." Nephi inclined her head in silent mourning and turned away. Two were dead. One remained. She turned toward the one in the north, intending to ask for her aid against Severus, and froze. The woman stared down at the knife buried in her own chest, expression distant, almost bored. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to the man before her. "Took you long enough," she muttered almost resentfully. Her body went limp. "My apologies," Mordred said pleasantly. Changing Star is not in the habit of leaving that delightful coffer of hers unattended. He turned toward Nephice and smiled brightly. "Two more to go." "Why?" The word tore from her throat like a curse. "Oh, come now," he said lightly. "You cannot expect to handle everything yourself. I would have been terribly sad if the nightmare ended without me killing at least one transcendent." "You have never been sad." "Guilty," he admitted cheerfully. Then his expression darkened. "Honestly, I was considering helping you. With this nightmare. With valor. I rather like the idea of killing my dear father with allies by my side." Flames licked across Nephi's skin. "What changed?" she asked coldly. His smile sharpened. "Your selfishness, for one. Hoarding those knives was not very nice. Friends are meant to share after all." He shrugged. "And then there is your plan to make me an enemy of all the sovereigns. A bit much, even for me." Footsteps echoed. Two mirror creatures emerged, reflecting Nephi's form as they flanked her, sealing every path of escape. "But what truly convinced me?" Mordred's voice turned venomous. "You are too soft." The word struck like a blade. "We would already be finished if you had not refused to manipulate this kingdom's people. What is next? Refusing to strike Valor's strongholds because innocence might be inside? Asking me to spare those who were not involved?" He shook his head. "No, I will not risk my life for a weak partner." She looked at Mordred, at the vile man who considered the idea of not causing a civil war weakness. She stared at him, and instead, she saw herself, not as she was, but as she might have become, stripped of restraint, of compassion, a creature that paved its path with bones. Not because it had to, but because it would be easier, convenient. What was in front of her was not human, but a nightmare creature wearing the skin of one. That thing disgusted her. Never. She would never become like Mordred. She refused to. She would rather die. Her flames roared brighter, pain flooding her senses. She welcomed it, pushed it further, commanded it to burn hotter still. Impossible heat poured from her cores. "Do not worry, Nephis," Mordred said warmly, summoning his weapon as his reflections prepared to strike. "I will take excellent care of the others once you are gone." She met his gaze. Burn. Something inside her cracked. A core shattered. Fire exploded outward. A blinding conflagration that devoured the entire island. From afar, it looked as though a second sun had been born in the sky below. When the flames faded, only Nephice remained. The island was nothing but scorched stone. Nephice was standing on the surface of a calm ocean. The world around her was suffused with sunlight, and the perfectly still water below her bare feet glowed beautifully, reflecting the brilliance of heaven. Above her, 6 suns shone brightly, quickly joined by another one. She had gathered enough fragments during the battle to immediately recover the lost one. Before her stood Mordred, alone, his smile brittle. The explosion had destroyed his body and reflections, smothered by radiance. Escape had been impossible. With nowhere left to flee, he had no other choice but to invade her soul's sea. Now, he said weakly. "It was just a little disagreement between friends. Those happen, do they not?" He asked, his friendly smile cracking upon coming face to face with a death he could not avoid. His cavalier attitude gone now that he truly was under the risk of dying. Nephice said nothing. The sun swelled. Light consumed him. "You have slain an awakened devil, Mordred. Your soul shines brighter. You have received a memory." "Princess, are you all right?" The world rushed back. Nephice stood aboard Noctis's ship. Her cohort and the firekeepers surrounded her. Battered, drained, but alive. She nodded. Nothing more. A thunderous crash drew her gaze skyward, where the saints still clashed. Beyond them stood the ivory tower. And inside, the objective of this nightmare. She had to see her. "I will handle this," Nephice said. "Stay here." Someone called out for her to wait. She was already gone. Nephice landed before the ivory tower. Behind her, the battle between saints still tore through the sky, thunderous and distant. She ignored it. There was no urgency left in her steps. No fear. No anticipation. Her emotions were gone. Her aspect had burned them away. leaving only a single, quiet compulsion. Enter the tower. She walked forward and pushed the massive doors open. The hall beyond was exactly as she had seen it in the future. Vast, ancient, and silent. 7 chains came out of the walls, anchored into the stone. Only 2 remained intact, and bound by them was not what she expected. The moment Nephi's laid eyes on the being imprisoned at the hall's center, everything shattered. Emotions surged back into her all at once. Violent, overwhelming, uncontrolled. The damage wrought by her flames was undone in an instant, erased simply by proximity to the woman before her. She was the most beautiful thing Nephi had ever seen. She was the most terrifying. Divinity radiated from her, an assurance that everything would be all right. That victory was inevitable. At the same time, she exuded despair so absolute it whispered that nothing mattered. That death was the only release. My, the woman said lightly. A child of war, bearing the lineage of the sun? Her voice was silk and poison intertwined. Has he truly fallen so low as to bed his own siblings? Come closer, child. Let me see you. Nephi moved without meaning to. The woman was human and not. Caught between states. Belonging to both and neither. Light and darkness wove through her form. She knelt upon the stone floor, her left arm and leg bound by the final chains. Nephi's mind fractured with contradiction. Free her. Bind her. Save her. Kill her. The woman reached out and lifted Nephi's chin with a velvet grip. Soft, inescapable. You are a Nephilim as well, she murmured. And is that a nascent domain I sense? One so very similar to my own. A smile curved her lips. What a delightful little mongrel you are. Nephi loved her. Nephi hated her. Nephi, enough, child. This has stopped being funny. Her blood ran cold. Hope had not spoken, and yet she heard her loud and clear. She felt as if the world were speaking to her, as if the words had been uttered by the wind, by the stone beneath her feet, by the broken chains still standing, even by her own body. The foreign emotions vanished in an instant, evaporating like mist. Nephi staggered as control returned to her mind and heart. Better? The woman asked. Amused. Nephi nodded, unable to speak after such a display of overwhelming power. You need not be afraid, the daemon said casually. I am not so ungrateful as to harm my savior. I am Nephis, she said hoarsely. Good. I was beginning to wonder if you ever intended to introduce yourself. The daemon smiled. Now tell me, why did you free me? It is the objective of this nightmare. The words left her mouth before she could stop them. Nephi froze. Hope's eyes gleamed. So Waver finished his little spell after all. How interesting. Waver created the spell. Did Hope know how it worked? How to destroy it? The realization flared and slipped away, like water through her fingers. Nephi shook her head, disoriented, feeling like she was forgetting something of utmost importance. It explains my weakness, Hope continued calmly. This is only a reflection of my true self. As terrifying as that statement was, she did not have time for it. Noctis and Severas could end their fight at any moment, and she could not afford to waste the opportunity to gain knowledge directly from a demon. Nephi forced herself to concentrate. Why did the gods imprison you? Hope blinked, then laughed, the sound bright and joyful. You are a rude one, are you not? She teased. But I suppose you have earned answers. Her smile faded. Because we are their flaw. Nephi frowned. Their flaw. The gods were once 7, Hope said softly. Now there are 6. We are what remains of the 7th. Their siblings' final fragments. Their shame. Their reminder. Her gaze drifted. They imprisoned me because I was adored, child. They cannot allow the demons to be worshipped or have descendants of their own. Not when it risks awakening the corrupted husk of my progenitor. Nephi's world tilted, her mind spinning impossibly fast, coming up with innumerable questions and discarding them just as fast. Did that answer your question? Hope asked lightly. Yes, Nephi replied, barely aware of her own voice. Good. Hope's expression sharpened. Then allow me one of my own. The air grew cold. Why do you smell of Waver? Nephi's heart thundered. She tried not to speak. She failed. Her mouth moved against her will, revealing everything. Sunny. Bloodweave. Her suspicions. Horror crushed her as she listened to herself betray secrets she would have died to protect. She had never felt so horrified, so powerless, so violated. She screamed at her own body to stop, but it was no use. She was a prisoner inside her own body, dancing to the tune of the demon of desire. Only when she finished explaining, when she uttered every detail Hope wanted to hear, did she regain control. Fascinating, Hope murmured. So he succeeded where all of us failed. Nephi summoned the cruel sight and struck. The blade shattered against Hope's neck. Come on, Nephis. You should know better than to try and use such an insignificant weapon. A punch to the face answered her, a loud crack echoing down the hallway. Her hand had shattered against Hope's incredibly resilient body without leaving a single blemish. She did not care. The flames engulfed her, and in less than a second, she was as good as new. She tried to attack again, but felt her body stop, crushed by an overwhelming apathy. She remained motionless, unable to move, unable to even think, while Hope watched her thoughtfully, as if pondering something. Seconds later, she seemed to reach a conclusion, then reached out and tapped Nephi's forehead. You have acquired a new attribute. What have you done? Nephis asked, her voice trembling. She was so shaken that it took her almost a minute to realize she had asked the question aloud and regained control of her body. The demon's face, both radiant and shrouded in darkness, contorted into a smile. A beautiful, harrowing smile. Where would the fun be if I told you? What have you done? She repeated the question, each word uttered with barely contained fury. She could feel it. Something powerful was taking root in her soul. The demon smiled once more. Her eyes, one light, one dark, gleaming with both joy and malice. I have just granted you a gift. It is the least I could do for someone who has gone to such lengths to free me. Footsteps echoed. Noctis arrived, ruined, hollow-eyed. Another man followed, dragged along like a puppet. Both stared ahead, unresponsive. Hope clapped her hands. They have finally arrived. You have no idea how stifling these chains are, child. To think I would have to struggle to control mere transcendence. The shame alone nearly killed me. The demon shook her head, disappointed in herself. Now, be a dear and kill them so I can finally leave these accursed chains. Foreign emotions assailed her again, overwhelming her mind with the sole desire to kill the two men. She tried to resist with all her might, rebelling against the chains that controlled her mind. She dedicated her entire will to fighting against their control. She failed. You have slain a transcendent human, Severus. You have received a memory. You have slain a transcendent human, Noctis. You have received a memory. The final chain shattered. Hope rose, towering, radiant and abyssal. Nephis did not look at her. Her gaze rested on Noctis's lifeless eyes. She had found him unpleasant, shameless, egocentric to the core, and far too boastful for her taste. Yet he was also a friend, someone who had offered her genuine wisdom and comfort on occasion, and whose teachings she deeply valued. A hand rested on her shoulder. She did not turn around, knowing that it would be Hope. She did not look at her. She did not dare to. She dreaded what she would do if she looked at the demon of desire. Do not be sad, child, Hope whispered. One day, you will thank me. The demon vanished. Your nightmare is over. Prepare for appraisal. Nephis did not move. The nightmare had ended. Her fury had not. She would make Hope pay. She would find a way to make her do so. Chapter 24. You have slain an awakened tyrant, breeder of the emotion, eater. Your shadow grows stronger. He did not have time to celebrate the kill before he had to evade another herald coming at him. He parried the hook, the strength behind it making his arm bend slightly. Instead of trying to hold his ground, a futile action, considering this was a fallen, he allowed himself to be pushed back. The herald, not expecting the lack of resistance, wobbled for a second too long, for the moonlight shard was already stabbed inside its left eye. You have slain a fallen beast. Your shadow. He allowed himself a second to breathe and analyze his surroundings before diving back into the fight. Nestled in a quiet valley, the forest he was currently in was made up of a tapestry of delicate trees, each no taller than 2 meters, their trunks slender and gnarled, their leaves of vibrant green. It was beautiful, idyllic even. What he appreciated the most about it was the fact that the canopy served as a shield against the rain, letting barely a few drops through. It was a change he welcomed. He swore to never shower. He would still take baths, though. He was not a savage. Again, if he managed to return to the waking world. To his right, Saint was facing a horde of creatures belonging to the brood and was winning handily. She already was a deadly fighter. But with the addition of the wrathful might charm and the reinforcement of one of his shadows, she made it look downright easy. To his left, Serpent, reinforced by two of his shadows, leaving the other two for himself, was slithering between heralds, delivering quick and devastating bites or bone-crunching swipes with his tail before retreating back into the shadows, only to repeat it again from a different angle. He almost felt bad for the poor bastards. Almost. He took a look at the tachi in his hands and sighed dejectedly before rejoining the fight. He had achieved the third step of Shadow Dance a few weeks ago, and since then he had been relegated to using the Midnight Shard once more. Serpent was far more useful as an active fighter now that he was an Ascended, so he could not justify using him as a weapon anymore, and he had more than proved his worth. His might allowed him to safely take on bigger groups like this one without relying too much on pitting them against each other. It did nothing about the bitterness he felt. Once more, he was relegated to being the weakest in their small, merry family. The thought almost made him smile. Saint was the awkward elder sister he never knew he wanted until he had. Serpent was the pet, cuddly but absolutely lethal when provoked. What did that make him? The younger brother, perhaps? He almost snorted. Saint was absolutely stunning under that armor, and Serpent looked elegant and regal. At their side, he looked like a vagabond. He would probably be the poor neighbor they took pity on from time to time. Sonny snorted. Even in the sanctity of his own mind, he always ended up as the pitiful guy. At this point, he had turned self-loathing into an art form. Thoughts for another time, he reprimanded himself. Focusing back on the battle going on, he advanced toward the last tyrant remaining, one belonging to the heralds this time. And what an ugly creature it was. Where all others had pink skin that under a certain light could look human, this one's was bright and eye-catching, spotted with little gray dots. The differences did not end there. Where other heralds were slim and spindly, this one was short, shorter than him even, and obese to the point of morbidness. And instead of hooks, it had mouths. Mouths that were half its size, from which small dormant beasts, covered in a sickly-looking yellow pus, poured out by the minute. The sight was revolting even for him, which was why he was going to put it out of its misery sooner rather than later. The heralds, of course, did not leave their tyrant defenseless. A small guard of awakened demons barred his path. Survive. The command reminded him of its existence, like he could ignore the fact that it was always there, whispering in the background. He took a deep breath and started running toward them. The apparent leader of the guard, it was twice as big as the others, moving to intercept him. The herald met him halfway to the tyrant. The creature a storm of hooks and fangs that would have loved nothing more than snuffing the life out of him, and then devouring his body like it was some sort of delicatessen. The creature only made a single mistake, which was one too many as far as he cared. It had thought he would engage it in a straight fight. A split second before his tachi met the first descending hook, he dived under its legs, sliding past the creature and kept running. Not a trace of momentum lost. The other guards moved to intercept him. One pounced on him fangs first, ready to turn him into its chew toy. It was greeted by a moonlight shard to the face, killing it instantly. Another, smarter than its dead sibling, organized the other guards into a pincer maneuver that left him no path of escape. Good. He kept advancing toward them, running even faster rather than slowing down. Just as he was about to come into contact with them, he stopped and ducked, the leader of the guards passing right over his head, millimeters away from tearing his head off his shoulders. Their clash gave him a second to act before they could recover. A second he did not waste, as he ran again, and, using one of the fallen creatures as a foothold, jumped, clearing past the line of guards and landing right on top of the tyrant. The creature tried to put up resistance, its minions attempting to defend their vile progenitor. But it was futile. The tyrant did not have combat skills of its own, and the minions were far too weak and slow to pose a danger. He reinforced his arms with essence and slashed at the creature's head, its life ending in a second. You have slain an awakened tyrant, Maron of Alaras. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory, staff of eternal binding. He allowed himself a heartbeat to check the enchantments. His heart thundered upon reading them, a wide smile taking shape on his face. The heartbeat passed, and he did not have any more time to pay it attention before he was forced to contend with the enraged guards he had left behind. The fight turned into a blur after that. The strongest creatures had been dealt with already, and now it was only a matter of cleaning up the dregs. And what a ridiculous thought that was. Sleepers were supposed to face dormant creatures, awakened beasts at most. Anything higher was considered suicide by any normal metrics. And here he was, regularly facing tyrants and fallen beasts, though not without help, all on his own. His boast about being the greatest sleeper ever was not empty after all. He would show them. He would show everyone who had ever doubted or underestimated him. Then, he would make them pay for ever doing so in the first place. He would drink their BLO, first time trying real meat, being placed second to last in the Academy's rankings, having a room of my own in the Awakened Academy, almost dying to the Carapace Centurion, swordsmanship classes with. He stopped his thoughts in time, the remembrance chain managing to pull him out of the insidious wrath. He shot a resentful glare in the direction of the creature responsible, kilometers away, and its passive aura still caught him at times. It was maddening. A particularly big raindrop fell on his nose, drawing his attention to another maddening fact. The addiction was still going strong. Yesterday marked 5 months since he last drank from the rain, and he still craved it like he could not live without it. The calm, the numbness, the brief relief that made him forget, even if only for a moment, just how dire his situation was. And who cared that it was just for a moment? There was an infinite amount of the heavenly rain falling on him constantly. Maybe it would not hurt to drink a little. Master, changing star. The usual conflicting emotions slammed into him with the subtlety of a train, dragging his mind back from the mire he always ended up in whenever he thought for too long, namely, 2 seconds, about the rain. He exhaled in annoyance and started walking. He had considered leaving the tears after his staring contest, which he totally won, with the unholy, but in the end saw no point in it. The Titan did not harm him, if you ignored the fact that he almost died just by being stared at by it, even after he had looked directly at its soul. So he was tentatively sure that it would not make itself a problem. Besides, fate had practically screamed at him when he considered leaving, and he was still pretending to be a dutiful son to it, which, honestly, seemed to work fine. After all, if he were to look a little up, he could see the silhouette of the Temple of the Twin Gods just a few hours of travel away. Maybe it would not hurt to drink a little, just for old time's sake, now that he was so close to escape. Survive. Master, changing star. He exhaled in annoyance and started walking. As he did so, one of the dead creatures caught his attention. It was an awakened devil of the brood, its ability being the growth and control of hair in battle, which could have been quite deadly if not for the fact that Saint had killed it in one stroke. The poor guy's horrendous face was still set in surprise. It was its hair that he noticed. If he were to squint a little, or maybe a lot, it looked like that of the first dead person he ever saw. Hey guys, have I ever told you about the first time I saw a corpse? Saint, walking by his side, gave him a sidelong glance but chose not to answer in any other way. Serpent, on the other hand, poked his head outside the tattoo to shake it, then went back to his resting mode. Gloomy shook his head, somehow conveying the idea that he would rather do anything else than listen to his ramblings. Rude. Happy gave him an effusive thumbs up. He could always count on that guy to have his back. Creepy seemed delighted to talk about corpses. It made him question the choices that had led him to making the creepy fellow happy. Haughty raised its chin, pointedly looking away from him, as if saying that it was beneath it to listen to such a thing. Honestly, where did the shadow get such an attitude? Naughty seemed interested. A bad omen all on its own. Sunny shook his head, desperately wishing he had more normal company. I was 10 years old, I think. I was looking for food when I noticed a terrible smell coming from an alleyway, he started. He sidestepped a puddle of blood as he kept walking, his eyes and ears peeled for any indication of danger. The forest was positively infested with nightmare creatures of both clans. After all, it smelled terrible, sweet yet rotten, with an undercurrent of urine and feces that still makes my stomach revolt at times, he continued in a low voice. He crouched behind a bush, avoiding the gaze of a pack of heralds with a single second to spare. He advanced through the bush silently, doing his best to stay as inconspicuous as possible. An hour later, he had left the detection range of the creatures and was once more in the clear to resume his tale. I checked it out of morbid curiosity. I entered the alleyway, and there I found Harry Ron. I do not think that was his name, but it is what everyone called him. He found his first objective a few steps ahead. An incredibly wide river that was currently clogged by a set of massive boulders he had placed on it with Saint's help. The rocks slowly but surely crumbling under the wrath of the currents. He looked far into the distance, where the river split into two forks, perfectly circulating around the temple of the twin gods. He made some quick calculations and, after checking once more his new memory, took hold of the strings of life of the boulders. He was a very hated man, even by the standards of the outskirts. Ron had the bright idea of stealing from pretty much every small and big fish in our district, which made him plenty of enemies. The bastard even stole from me once. He poured essence into the strings as he talked, keeping a careful eye on their rapid deterioration. It made sense that eventually someone would catch him off guard, and they made sure to deliver a message. I counted no less than 27 stab wounds before puking. Once he judged that the boulders were ready, he stopped and started walking once more toward his second and last objective. On the way, he had to hide many more times, even going so far as to crawl to avoid detection. "Do you guys know what I felt after that?" he asked in a whisper, eyes carefully tracking a fallen demon belonging to the brood that was mere meters away from him. Silence answered him. He would kill to have someone answer. He shook his head at the stray thought and kept waiting with bated breath for the fallen to leave. 20 minutes later, the demon finally left, giving him a narrow window of time to reach his objective. He stepped carefully, heart thundering in his chest. He crouched once more and kept advancing like that for a good quarter of an hour, his legs and chest burning from the accumulated exhaustion. At last, he came upon his goal, the leftmost statue. He sent his shadows atop it to check, and once they signaled that he was in the clear, he dismissed Saint and started to climb quickly, fingers and feet nimbly finding the climbing holes he had made on previous visits to ease the task. 10 minutes later, he reached the top and hid behind a crease that made him impossible to see from outside. He had learned that fact when he was ambushed upon first climbing it. He owed the scar crisscrossing his face to that. He sat as comfortably as he could and summoned Saint once more, the space in the crevice barely enough to hold both of them. "I felt nothing," he said at last, his voice so soft as to be almost silent. He searched for the string of life of the statue, and, upon finding it, began channeling essence into it. "I felt nothing," he repeated, this time more clearly. "I hated that man, and yet I felt nothing." He saw the string growing, its shade far darker than it had been the first time he did this. "He had been dead since the first time I met him," he continued. That day was just the day on which he finally realized it. His gaze remained fixed on the string, but his mind drifted elsewhere, adrift with memories of the past. Harry Ron was a hollow man, clinging to life like a rat to a sinking ship, too desperate and ignorant to realize it had already gone under. Each breath he took was just another cycle of self-destruction. He wore misery like a second skin, suffocating in it, yet somehow believing that it was the only thing keeping him alive. His every movement was a desperate grasp at some sort of meaning he had lost long ago, if he ever had it to begin with. Disgust welled inside him at the memory, the urge to spit growing by the second. Back then, I always wondered if he was so far gone as to not even recognize his reflection. He did not even realize he had already been dead for years, too caught up in pretending to live to realize it. He spat at the memory, and then he did it once more, because he realized just how similar he was to him. Why? Why did he do it? Why did he keep surviving? Did Harry Ron ask himself that question too? Did he find an answer before his death? He did not know, and it scared him. He arrived at his current lair at the edge of night, or what he considered it to be. The light was always the same under the eternal downpour of rain, and found himself relaxing a little. He covered the entrance of the cave with leaves and branches, then went to take a seat on his favorite, and only, rock. Sonny summoned the safe box of greed, and from inside he retrieved some meat as well as a weirdly shaped fruit that had a sweet taste when dried. He had found it on a tree a few months back and had saved it for this very moment. Tomorrow he was going to raid the temple. The least he could do was treat himself to something sweet for a change. He ate in silence, then drank from the endless spring. Unwilling to wait any longer, he dived straight into his soul sea. The waters were as calm as ever, the 5 dark suns hanging over him ominously, as if they too were awaiting with bated breath tomorrow's challenges. He took a look toward the legion of shadows, many more having joined their ranks since his last visit. He saw the Mountain King, mighty and tall, blind eyes looking ahead as if he were still staring down Hero. He saw Harper, just as pitiful as his owner had been in life. He saw the shadows of the first bright Lord's cohort, immobile yet conveying a sense of solace upon being reunited. He saw Harris, the hunchback, still eliciting disgust from him even in death. He saw Castor, young and hale despite having died a fragile old man. He, too, elicited disgust. He saw many more shadows stretching into the distance, the brood and heralds holding the advantage in numbers by far. Inevitably, his gaze was drawn to the gargantuan black moth. It had shown up one day, its presence completely unexplainable. It had given him a terrible scare when he first saw it, but after determining that it behaved just like the others, he had settled into a quiet, yet nervous acceptance of its presence. Its provenance was a mystery he intended to solve one day, but for now he would settle for monitoring it for any sudden activity. Checkup done, he moved on to his actual purpose. He pulled up the runes and, at the same time, summoned the memory. Memory name, Staff of Eternal Binding. Memory description, and so the priest retold. In a storm of deadly waters and mighty winds, the twin gods clashed at the edge of existence, their powers shaking the very fabric of the realm. Their eyes burned with ancient rage, and their voices roared like thunder across the heavens. One, a goddess of water, corrupted by knowledge that none should possess. The other, a god of the free skies, mournful yet determined to stop his sister before she could destroy what they had built together. In the end, the god of the sky triumphed over his sibling, and yet he did not kill her, for they had always been together and could not bear the idea of being left alone. Driven by grief and sorrow, he consumed the still-living flesh of his sibling, merging their bodies so that they would never be separated. Mirroring the tenets of their gods, among the priesthood of the twin gods, no greater virtue existed than having someone always by your side, and no greater sin than being alone. He found himself snorting in dark amusement upon rereading the description. He had already claimed to be the greatest of sinners, and it turned out that he was right when it came to that particular religion. He shook his head and rechecked the enchantments just to be sure he was not making a mistake, but he truly could not find any use for them. Saint manifested by his side and took hold of the staff. She stared at it for a second before crushing it without hesitation. Shadow name, Marble Saint. Shadow fragments, 200 out of 200. He watched silently as dark flames enveloped her, a mighty gust of wind following right after. Mere seconds later, it was done. Saint had transcended. For once, bitterness did not rear its ugly head. He could not bring himself to feel anything but happiness for his greatest ally. He raised a hand, but as usual, Saint ignored the request for a high five. Now, if only growing in rank could also make her more personable, it would be perfect. It is fine, Saint. You are still awesome even if you do not talk much, he said with fake cheer. She looked at him strangely, her ruby eyes conveying some emotion he could not quite understand. A problem for another day. This one had already been eventful enough, and he would rather go to sleep. Tomorrow was going to be a long day, after all. He stood once more beside the river, the string of life belonging to the biggest boulder already within his grasp. In the distance, he saw the battle that was about to unfurl. Along the leftmost statue were the heralds, individually stronger but fewer in number. Leading them was the reason he had spent the last 2 months hunting memories to make Saint transcend. His chances were already low, but otherwise they would have been zero. It towered like a walking monolith, its body hewn from obsidian so dark it seemed to drink in the light around it. Jagged plates of glassy stone shifted as it moved, grinding together with the sound of distant breaking rock. Where hands should have been, cruel, curved hooks jutted outward, polished, razor-edged, and heavy with purpose. Its face was the most unsettling thing of all. A vertical split ran straight down its head, opening into twin rows of interlocking fangs that flexed and clicked as if tasting the air. Its eyes were massive, like 2 fiery orbs that boiled the rain around them. Heat and malice radiated from it, and with every slow step, the ground seemed to tense, as though the world itself feared what the creature had come to claim. Surrounding it was an aura of unquenchable fury, driving every herald under its command into a mad frenzy that threatened to spill at any second. Despite appearances, the beast possessed a surprisingly sharp intellect that had nothing to envy from nightmare creatures of a higher class. The creature was the one he suspected to be Wrath, A corrupted beast whose mind hex he could feel threatening to drive him mad, even kilometers away. Along the rightmost statue were the brood, generally weaker but far more numerous. Leading them was the reason, among many, of his sleepless nights. Their vile poison too tyrannical to allow rest. The creature lurked like a living blight, its long claws scraping softly against the ground as if impatient for something unseen. Its skin hung in brittle layers, sickly and pale, flaking away in dry fragments that never quite touched the earth before fading into nothing. The air around it felt wrong, stale, heavy, and cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. It did not hunt flesh, but feeling. Wherever it passed, warmth drained, courage thinned into doubt, and joy withered into a dull, aching numbness. The creature seemed to swell with quiet satisfaction as the rage evoked by its rival ebbed away. Its posture straightening, its claws flexing as though fed by it. To face it was to feel yourself slowly hollowed out, left standing and breathing, yet stripped of everything that made you feel alive. The creature was most likely the emotion eater, a fallen terror whose mind hex was no less insidious than that of its rival. Since he arrived 2 months ago, he had seen the two abominations engage in battle for dominion over the temple countless times. It had already changed hands more times than he could count, and yet they still kept battling each other. The hatred between them too great to ever stop. It would have been convenient if one of his main enemies killed the other and, in the process, weakened themselves enough to grant him an easy kill. Sadly, they did not work like that. The two leaders never engaged directly in battle for more than a few seconds, completely unwilling to leave any opening the other could exploit. The battles were usually decided by their minions, with the losing side leaving the temple to regroup and try again later. Just my luck. Nightmare creatures that act more like generals than mindless beasts, he groused to himself once more. He had had a few direct encounters with them as well, and each time he had escaped only by pure luck. He sported quite a few new scars that could be attributed to them, and today he would make sure to settle the debt. The prize, for him and the creatures, lay straight ahead. Between the two hordes, the temple still stood, though only by stubborn memory and stone. Once, its towering steps and gilded arches must have inspired awe, but now they were cracked and sunken, softened by centuries of wind and rain. The walls bore the faint scars of old carvings, stories and symbols worn so thin they were little more than whispers etched into the rock. On either side of the entrance loomed two massive statues, their forms colossal and solemn. Time had not been kind to them. Faces once carved with divine authority were eroded into blank, fractured masks, and great chunks of stone lay scattered at their feet like fallen crowns. Moss crept along their legs, and vines wound through broken fingers, as if nature were slowly reclaiming them. Together, temple and statues formed a silent monument to lost splendor, a place where glory had once ruled, and where only echoes now remained. The most striking feature had to be the gates of the temple, still holding strong unlike the rest of the structure, and just as firmly closed as they had been in the mural he had seen so long ago. And from inside, he felt a calling, so vague and faint that he could not be sure whether it was real or just his imagination playing a cruel prank on him. There was a gateway inside that temple, or at least he hoped so. Quite real was the almost whisper of fate, urging him toward the temple with an insistence that did nothing but worry him further. He steeled his nerves. That was a problem for future Sunny. The current one had a battle to win. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Shadow cores, 5 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 3,879 out of 5,000. He briefly considered postponing this until he completed all 7 cores, ensuring his chances were as good as possible. He considered it, and then crushed the idea immediately. His plans were already in motion, and he might not have another chance. Both the emotion eater and wrath were hunting him just as much as they hunted each other, and despite Saint's new might, he had no guarantee he could keep escaping them. More importantly, he wanted to do this. He wanted to end it today. Whether that meant victory and a return to the waking world or death did not matter. Glory or death, those were his only options. Sunny took a deep breath and brought up the runes once more. If he succeeded, and there truly was a gateway inside the temple, he would have to deal with her sooner or later. So it was as good a time as any to check. Master, changing star. Rank, awakened. Soul cores, 7 out of 7. Soul fragments, 5,001 out of 7,000. Still no change. She had been inactive for a while now. As if waiting precisely for that thought, the counter changed. Soul fragments, 7,000 out of 7,000. He shook his head in almost fond exasperation. Just what was she doing now? He guessed he would find out soon enough. If he survived. Sunny took another deep breath, sent a fresh stream of essence into the boulder, and summoned Saint. Then he started walking toward the battle about to unfold, his steps firm and steady. The war over the temple ended today. Chapter 25. What is the essence of combat? Sunny asked, his eyes carefully tracing the two clans about to engage in battle. From his vantage point atop the crown of a tree, the closest he could find to the battlefield, he could see everything in detail. The current champion of the Heralds, a fallen monster, was about to engage the champion of the Brood, the same fallen demon he had hidden from just yesterday. Back then, my answer was survival. And I genuinely believed that. Who cares about honor? Who cares about glory? Leave those to the legacies, and may they choke on it. Who am I to stop them from dying if that is what they want? I, for one, will do whatever it takes to survive. He summoned the bow of the lone hunter. Serpent left the tattoo and instead turned into an arrow, dark as night and just as deadly. He knocked the arrow, the bow slowly accumulating power through to pierce the heavens enchantment. Below, the champions were already fighting, tearing into each other with a savagery that mere words could not even come close to describing. She rebuked me, claiming that it is murder. In battle, the only thing that matters is murdering your opponent while stopping your opponent from doing the same to you. Nothing more. Nothing less. Saint, hiding behind the line of trees, readied herself. Her stone armor glistened under the eternal rain, her sword and shield ready to follow her into battle once more. Her ruby eyes shone balefully, an uncompromising vow of victory gleaming in them. She had a duty, and the world would break before her will did. The champions were slowing down, the wounds they had taken during the short duel already making themselves known. Surprisingly, despite being of a lower class, the Herald was winning. The unquenchable wrath and willingness to take any injury, as long as it could deliver the same onto its opponent, proving more than a match. At that moment, I believed her. She was a far more experienced fighter than I was, the daughter and student of humanity's first saint. If she said so, what reason did I have to doubt her? It made sense after all. And then, without even realizing that he voiced the thought, he added, "It is quite hard to argue against a beautiful woman in a seaweed bikini too." Unaware of his slip, he continued watching the fight, eyes cold and sharp as he took in the duel that was about to end. Soon, other creatures would join, descending into a vicious melee that would only end when one side was in far too much of a disadvantage to keep fighting. He could feel his pulse quickening, heart thumping louder in his chest, vision sharpening as adrenaline started to flood his veins. Soon, he promised himself. The command stirred, rising from a quiet whisper to a low drone that held his attention like nothing in the world could ever do. At times, and curse his soft heart for it, he appreciated it, cherished it even. It had been a year and 4 months already since he heard any voice but his own. Ordinary rock aside. And the command sounded just like her. He felt hate roar to life. A mad, relentless beast that would never stop until rightful revenge was claimed. He felt love answer the challenge. An insidious and stubborn creature, still clinging to him against all logic. It was like a poison to which he could find no cure. He banished the thoughts. This was neither the time nor the place. He would think about the conflicting emotions at another moment. Never, if he could get away with it. As I crossed the forgotten shore and the tears, he murmured, battling horrors that knew nothing but madness, I began to doubt her answer. Murder is simple, elegant even, honest in its brutality. He muttered. It is not, however, an acceptable answer for me. Behind him, a thunderous crash could be heard, and the violent currents of the river he had clogged came back to life. The river flooded immediately, water building up and then spilling as a tide that washed over the battling creatures without mercy. The creatures were taken by surprise, the mighty current strong enough to make them stagger and even drag away some of their weaker members. It did not, however, harm them. How could it? They were all awakened at the minimum. The flood was nothing but an inconvenience for the creatures. their leaders even exuding a deranged sort of amusement at the predicament faced by their minions. What did not amuse them, however, was the way the river started bubbling, as if there was something inside it ready to erupt out of the water at any moment. The essence of combat is control. Almost a year ago, a creature had ambushed him from inside a river. He remembered it because it had granted him the memory that allowed him to make Saint into an ascended. Since then, he had never seen another of its kind. Never. Until he had sent one of his shadows to scout the endless rivers that populated the land. Inside, he found veritable swarms of them, refusing to come out unless provoked, or they had an easy prey, namely him, in reach. The Azure Claws were the third clan that reigned over the Tears, their dominion over the rivers uncontested and absolute, leaving an opening for your opponent to strike, unaware that in doing so they are leaving themselves open to your counter, taking a smaller wound so that your enemy will receive a grievous one instead, pretending to be unaware of the creature stalking you, when in truth, you are leading it into a trap, slowly culling the ranks of your rivals, pitting them against each other, making sure that when the time of the decisive battle comes, there will be far less of them for you to face, luring a third enemy horde into a battle between two others. The waters bubbled savagely and then erupted into tall sprays as creatures started emerging from it. Massive crustaceans with pincers just as big as he was, their blue shells emitting a low bioluminescence that banished the darkness that pervaded the eternally clouded lands. There was a nest not too far from where he had placed his improvised dam, and when it broke, crushed by the combination of the violent currents and his tender ministrations through Endbringer, it had been violently disturbed, displacing them too close to the fighting clans to be ignored. Thinking themselves attacked by the Brood and the Heralds, the Claws could answer in no other way but murderous fury. And then, coming last, it appeared. From the dark waters it rose, a colossal crustacean whose shell glowed with an unholy blue, each plate veined with bioluminescent lines that pulsed like a cold, alien heartbeat. The light did not comfort. It revealed. It cast jagged shadows across the land, illuminating hooked spines crusted with ancient scars and layers of calcified growth, as though the creature had been molting and hardening since before memory had names. Its carapace shimmered like drowned starlight, beautiful in the way a toxin is beautiful, seductive, lethal, and utterly indifferent. Long antennae drifted outward, tasting the air for movement, for fear, for the faint electrical whisper of living things. When it moved, the air seemed to recoil, silence thickening as if sound itself dared not linger. And the creature was furious. The fallen tyrant set its baleful eyes on the clans and exploded into motion. It all comes back to control. Control your enemy, he continued, so they act how you want, while losing the ability to act how they want. Control the battlefield, turning the environment into an extension of your will. Control time. Strike when they are weakest, when you are strongest. The three leaders engaged in battle, forced to contend against each other lest the others wipe out their subordinates too quickly. But most importantly, his shadows coiled around the bow, the wood creaking under the might it was suddenly infused with. He took a deep breath, casting aside all thoughts and distractions. The world narrowed into a tunnel, and then it narrowed to a single point, a jagged glassy plate that was slightly cracked from a previous fight. The damage was already undoing itself, but it had not done so yet. It would never do, if he had anything to say about it. He let go of the serpent-turned arrow, his shadows leaving the bow at the last possible moment and reinforcing his companion instead. The shaft leapt forward, screaming through the air as though the wind itself had been split open. Fletching blurred, steel sang, and the space between Sunny and Wrath collapsed in an instant. Time faltered around it. Raindrops hung suspended. The blood of battling beasts froze mid-fall, unwilling to interrupt the arrow's furious pilgrimage. It flew true, bearing the weight of his will and unspoken prayers. The great enemy loomed ahead, vast and terrible, yet for the first time cast in the shadow of something smaller and unstoppable. When the arrow struck, it was not impact alone that thundered across the battlefield, but meaning. The moment declared that even the mightiest could bleed, that inevitability could be challenged, and that even a slave, condemned to die alone and forgotten, could still rebel against fate. Control yourself, Sunny finished softly. eyes gleaming. And even the gods will fall. Below, Saint surged forward. The signal had been given, and she answered eagerly. Ahead, Serpent shed its arrow form and tore into the enemy ranks. Just as faithful as she was, sparks gathered around Sunny's arm, coalescing into an austere tachi that settled into his open palm. He had but one chance. Glory or death. That was the only choice he had. Chaos took over the battlefield. Sunny dove into the fight head first, heart thundering in his chest as he did so. He saw a herald tearing a claw in two, then savagely feeding on its still-breathing form. He saw a brood clashing against a herald, claw and hook meeting in a shower of sparks that cast ominous shadows along the battlefield. The clash ended with the brood victorious, its claws drenched in the blood of its enemy. He saw a claw savagely stomping on a brood with its long legs. Two of his shadows returned, coiling around him, breathing new strength into his body. Shadow essence flowed through him, bringing even greater might to bear. He had neither the time nor the option to play it slow and steady. If the battle dragged on, either wrath or the emotion eater would retreat to lick their wounds and try again later. His arm came down, the tachi striking with all of his might behind it. The claw did not have time to realize he was close before its life ended. You have slain an awakened demon, Azure Claw. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory, the essence of combat. He heard the spell announce the kill, but did not have time to listen before he was besieged by a new opponent. It did not stop him from feeling a small sense of foreboding, though. A hook came for his face, and he did not have time to keep pondering the matter, having to focus on the enemy ahead of him instead. He saw Saint in the distance, having joined the three-way fight between the leaders. One of his shadows coiled around her to augment her even further. He saw Serpent, currently in the form of a spire messenger, tearing into packs of nightmare creatures with a savagery that the normally placid snake did not usually showcase. The fight became a blur, scenes of savagery merging together, his whole world reducing to nothing but the battle going on. The tragedies of the past disappeared. The uncertainty of the future stopped mattering. The command, fate, and even the shadow bond were cast away from his mind. He could deal with them later. What mattered now was victory. Breathe. No time to think about anything else. They were moving. He could feel the ground shift beneath their weight. Do not look at the eyes. Do not let the eyes take you. Focus. The first strike was coming. Left. Duck. He knew the motion before it even began. The angle. Right arm, quick jab. Hit. The sound of bone cracking. Good, but not enough. Do not let up. Keep your pace steady. One down. Two more to go. They never stopped coming. Another one. Right, sharp turn. The claws swished past his cheek. Close. He could smell it. Flesh, rotting. Do not let the stench distract you. Get lower. Move fast. Right leg. Sweep. Another down. That is two. One more. He could feel the heat from the last one. It was different. Heavier. The air felt thick with the tension of its movements. The others were still circling. I cannot let them regroup. Breathe. No hesitation. I am not tired. I am not scared. It was only the battle. Only the battle. Strike. 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 Focus. I know their movements. They know mine. There is no surprise left. Only the rhythm of the fight. Jump. Pincer misses by a hair's breadth. Counter. My tachi arcs. Right through. The beast stumbles. Not enough. Not yet. Cannot slow down now. Back. Right. Left. Parry. Slash. Another step back. They are gaining ground. Left leg. Sweep again. Focus. Focus. The final one was ready to charge. It was faster than the others, but reckless. He could not allow it to close the distance. He could not let it get too close. One mistake. Just one. No. Keep moving. Keep moving. The strike was perfect. Straight through. The claw's form crumpled. It was done. Silence. Glorious silence, for a full second. And then, the battle resumed. More creatures arrived, madness shining in their eyes as they approached him. He avoided the first one and countered the blow. From the corner of his eye, he saw the progress made by Saint and determined that it was time. He ran as fast as he could, chest and legs burning like they were on fire. What felt like hours, but was mere seconds later, he arrived. The leftmost statue, standing tall and proud ahead of him. He took hold of its string of life, big enough to do so even at a distance, and started channeling essence into it. His grip did not waver as he danced between nightmare creatures, dodging claws and hooks while continuing to pour essence into the string. A minute passed. That was all. It was enough. He was already bleeding, wounds carving themselves into his body, the inability to retreat costing him dearly. Then, a groan. Deep. Ancient. That sound was all the reward he needed. Stone groaned once more as the statue tipped. The sound deep and ancient, as if the earth itself recognized the surrender. The divine posture broke mid-fall. Symbolism stripped away, leaving only mass and inevitability. The statue toppled and fell, right onto the still ongoing battle between the leaders, Saint having led them there. When it struck, the impact sent a dull tremor through the soil, a punctuation mark at the end of centuries of fruitless resistance. Fragments scattered, a hand there, fingers still curled, as if grasping for a future that had already passed. A face split cleanly in two, expression completely erased at last. Dust rose and settled quickly, as though the world were eager to forget the moment. You have slain a fallen tyrant, Azure General. Your shadow grows stronger. The first leader to fall was the one belonging to the claws. It was the weakest among them, and had already been too wounded to avoid it in time. The fall of thousands upon thousands of tons too much for it to bear. The emotion eater came out unscathed. It had been the farthest from the statue, and too smart and healthy to be caught within the attack. Wrath had been hit too, though unlike the general, he had received no damage from it, mere stone proving to be nothing but an inconvenience. It had, however, trapped it under the remains of the statue. The wound he had delivered through the bow at the beginning of the battle, and the ones it had received during the struggle with Saint and the other leaders, proving too much even for the mighty corrupted beast to escape from. He sent Saint to finish the emotion eater, while he sent Serpent to deal with the remaining nightmare creatures. He, in turn, approached the trapped corrupted beast, still struggling against its stone bindings. The burning orbs it had for eyes fixated on him and blazed alight. The aura of wrath that surrounded the creature surged, dragging him under its will, except that the anger had not arrived all at once. It had gathered quietly, folding itself into his thoughts until it spoke with his own voice. He felt it press behind his eyes, heavy and insistent, turning every memory sharp, every slight unforgivable. He told himself it was justified. He had been wronged. Again and again, the thought repeated until it drowned out all others. Reason tried to surface, but it was slow, fragile. Wrath was faster, clearer. It promised certainty where doubt once lived. The remembrance chain tried to fight it. Sets of happy and sad memories battling the unnatural wrath. It fought it and was utterly defeated. He summoned the runes. But even the conflict of emotions proved itself insufficient against the tide of wrath. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the strain of holding himself still. Every breath felt like resistance. Every moment without release felt like betrayal. The world narrowed, colors flattening, sounds dulling, until only the heat remained. Somewhere, he knew this was not clarity. Somewhere, he understood he was losing something. But the anger did not care. By then, it was no longer something he felt. It was something he had become. A scream died in his throat. Too small, too weak to contain what raged inside. Tears slid down his cheeks, mourning all the chances he had to end her life, and had not. It kept building, feeding on all the anger and hatred that had been festering inside him for a year and a half. No, even from before. His life had never been lacking in things to evoke anger in him. The fury grew, an inferno building in his chest that threatened to come out and set the world aflame. And then, it happened. The wrath grew so much that it burned itself out, leaving a chilling clarity behind. "Who are you?" Sonny asked softly, his face settling into stone. "To speak to me about anger, beast?" Wrath recoiled as much as it could upon being addressed, realizing it had committed a mistake. Pushed too far. "I have lived with wrath for as long as I can remember," he whispered. "I have been betrayed more times than you can count." The shadows around them trembled, stirring from their slumber, awaiting with bated breath what the heir of their lord would do. "I have faced no less than 2 death zones as a sleeper and survived." The tremble of his hands settled. "I have fought against creatures that, by all rights, should have killed me 1,000 times. And by the end, stepped over their corpses." The tears stopped on their own. "I have sealed an ancient evil a whole civilization could not contain. Then watched the death of a son. He raised his arm, the midnight shard shining sinisterly under the burning orbs that wrath had for eyes. I have stared at an unholy titan's soul, and it did not dare to strike me down. The tachi fell, a narrow wound opening on the creature's neck. I am lost from light, rightful heir of death and beloved son of fate. I have been wronged more times than there are stars in the sky. Felt emotions so intense they could stop a man's heart. Battled against my own mind to keep a sliver of sanity intact. So tell me, beast, who are you to lecture me about wrath? The tachi fell again, and once more. It kept falling until the light left the eyes of the beast. You have slain a corrupted beast. Wrath, Vorthal of Alaras. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. Crown of wrath. He stared with cold eyes at the remains of the creature and felt nothing but contempt. His gaze turned toward Saint, still battling the emotion Eater, every second bringing victory closer. Saint, he ordered calmly. Defeat it. Do not kill it. He would not risk another Crimson Spire situation. Then he focused on Serpent, just in time to see him end the last of the remaining nightmare creatures. It had not ended yet, but it was done. Glory it is, he thought, a mirthful smile taking shape on his face. Sunny took in the remains of the battlefield. It no longer resembled a place meant to exist. The ground was churned into uneven ridges and depressions, as if the land itself had tried to flee and failed. Broken corpses lay half-buried in the soil, too large, too crude, too varied to belong to any single kind. Jagged armor fragments marked where 3 clans had collided, their shapes clashing even in death. The remains were scattered without order. Some bodies lay where they had fallen, others crushed into the earth or pinned beneath debris. It was impossible to tell who had been winning. Whatever strategies once guided them had dissolved into chaos long before the end. The air was heavy and still, carrying a faint, sour tang that clung to the throat. Marks of different kinds scarred the terrain. Deep furrows where massive force had torn through the ground. Blackened stone where heat or corrosive power had lingered too long. Nothing here spoke of victory. Only persistence. Only destruction, repeated until nothing remained to fight for. He inhaled and immediately regretted doing so. This victory looked nothing like the ones he saw in the webtoons he liked to read as a child. There, it was a glorious moment, filled with satisfaction and joy. Here, it was sad and depressing, filling him with nothing but the desire to curl into a ball and cry. He shook his head to dispel the thoughts. This was not the time. Serpent coiled around him, taking back his tattoo form to recover from whatever damage he had taken during the battle. His shadows pooled around his feet, just as exhausted as he was. All of them too subdued by the events of the day to offer any reaction. Saint stood tall and proud. Her armor was cracked in many places, covered in tears that bled ruby dust. Even her helmet was damaged, revealing the left side of her bewitching face. At her feet lay the broken body of the emotion eater, limbs torn so that it could pose no threat, yet still clinging stubbornly to life. Even now, it tried to sap his emotions, to feed on him. Let it. Its life would soon end. He turned around to face the temple, its form miraculously untouched by the chaos of the battle that had taken place. As if awaiting precisely the moment he would look at it, a quiet grinding sound could be heard. Then the grind grew in volume, the wide doors trembling for the first time in eons. Slowly, glacially so, they moved, parting outward as if to welcome him into the interior. The calling, vague and faint, grew tenfold. It was not his imagination. He was sure of it now. Led by his own wish for salvation and at the urging of fate, he approached and climbed the steps that separated him from the entrance. He advanced quietly through a long, narrow corridor, lavishly decorated, the interior perfectly pristine, at odds with the withered exterior. At long last, the corridor ended, leaving him face to face with the main chamber. And what a beautiful sight it was. The main hall stretched wide and luminous, as if the elements themselves had conspired to shape it. Blinding light poured from elegant chandeliers, impossibly burning still, eons after the temple was abandoned, scattering across the polished stone in shifting patterns that mimicked the rippling of waves. Above, the ceiling arched in graceful curves, painted in pale blues and soft whites, giving the impression of an endless sky bending overhead. Columns rose like slender waves frozen mid-crest, adorned with filigree of clouds and flowing currents. spiraling toward the vaulted ceiling. Soft sprays of mist rose from hidden fountains, mingling with warm drafts that carried the scent of incense and the faint ozone of distant storms. At the far end, twin altars faced one another across the hall. The goddess of water was carved from deep azure stone, fluid and flowing in every line, hands cupped as if holding the tides themselves. The god of the sky was sculpted in alabaster, light and expansive, arms raised as if lifting clouds, gaze eternally reaching toward the horizon. Between them, a raised circular platform made of polished glass shone mesmerizingly. The platform was the gateway. He stepped toward it softly, carefully, fearfully. Glacially slow yet blazingly fast, he arrived in front of it, the calling growing stronger with every step. He stared at it for a long time, unable to believe that he had done it. Tears prickled at his eyes, but he wiped them away before they could fall. The aches plaguing his body seemed to disappear. His heart swelled with emotion. A wide smile appeared on his face. For once, his hopes were proven true. He climbed onto the platform, idly noting that it could hold dozens at the same time. The glass started shining, revealing beautiful carvings carved into the floor. The radiance slowly built up, his joy growing along with it. And then, just as it was about to become blinding, just like the gateway in the Crimson Spire had, the light died out, leaving him in the exact same place he was. Chapter 26. The silence lingered. Sunny remained on the platform, breath slow, hands clenched at his sides. The glass beneath his feet was cold now, utterly inert, as though it had never stirred at all. For a long moment, he did nothing. Then he laughed. It was quiet, short, almost disbelieving. So that is how it is, he murmured. The gateway stood mute and flawless, its carvings dim once more, offering neither rejection nor acceptance, only indifference. The calling had faded, not vanished, but retreated, like a tide pulling back from the shore. Sunny stepped off the platform. The ache returned to his body all at once. Sharp and undeniable, exhaustion crashed into him, the kind that sank into the bones and refused to be ignored. He welcomed it. It grounded him. Behind him, the chamber remained unchanged, eternal, pristine, patient. He exhaled softly and began walking out of the hall, every step slow and measured. A few minutes later, he was outside once more, the downpour soaking him within seconds. "Saint, take that thing and follow me," he ordered dispassionately. The taciturn knight looked at him strangely, a flicker of concern appearing in her ruby eyes. Still, she did as asked, hefting the emotion eater onto her shoulder and following him back inside the temple. In no time, he stood in the hall again, but it had lost all splendor for him. Who cared about beauty when it felt like the weight of the world pressed down on his shoulders? At his instruction, Saint climbed onto the platform and dropped the dying nightmare creature onto the glass. Sunny followed. The moment his foot touched the surface, the glass began to shine, light blooming beneath him and steadily intensifying. Just as before, the radiance grew, and just as it was about to become blinding, it died out. Name, sunless. True name, lost from light. Shadow cores, 5 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 4,296 out of 5,000. Gateway, Temple of the Twin Gods. He had been bound to the temple the first time he stepped onto the platform, yet he still could not use it. The reason why was spelled out plainly in the next line. Gateway component. Many awakened may make use of it simultaneously. Minimum amount, 2. He exhaled slowly once more. Then a laugh escaped him. Short, painful, hollow with despair. As far as he knew, no other gateway behaved this way. It almost looked like the world itself made it with the express purpose of mocking him. He lifted his gaze to the ceiling. The painted sky, impossibly blue and serene, did nothing to distract his thoughts. "Is this it, fate?" he asked softly, his voice barely a whisper, his fists clenched without his consent, so tight that his entire body began to tremble. "Is this my grand fate? The thing I am supposed to be the centerpiece of?" He tried to steady his shaking hands and failed. If anything, they trembled harder. "Am I a joke to you? A puppet for you to parade around?" There was no answer. "I guess it is my fault," he continued, "for having hope, for thinking that something good might happen to me for once, for believing I could escape this hell." His voice rose. "Was it fun, leading me around, throwing me into every little danger along the way?" He laughed harshly. Look at the foolish little slave. Playing right into your hands. Is this not hilarious? Are you not entertained? The words echoed off the walls, twisting and weakening as they returned to him. Stripped of whatever power they once held, the temple did not react. The platform remained lifeless. The painted sky stayed serenely blue, mocking him with its calm. Sunny let his head fall forward. Laughter burst from his chest and died just as quickly, leaving behind a hollow ache. His breathing turned ragged, each breath scraping on the way in. He trembled, not with fear, but with the effort of holding himself together. So this is the punchline, he muttered hoarsely. This is where all that effort leads. He looked down at the glass beneath his feet, once radiant, now dull and lifeless. It felt fragile, cheap, like a prop in a poorly written play. Is this your revenge? He asked. For defying you? For refusing to lie down and die in my first nightmare? For all the times I should have died and did not? Silence answered him. His voice hardened, no longer searching for a response. Of course you are silent, he went on bitterly. You always are when it matters. You whispered just enough to keep me moving, then disappear the moment I reach for something real. He dragged a hand through his wet hair, slicking it back. Every step, every scar, every near-death moment. I told myself it meant something, that you were testing me, preparing me for the challenge ahead. A dry chuckle escaped him. Turns out it was all for nothing. Sunny spread his arms, palms up, as if presenting himself to the empty chamber. Look at me, still breathing, still standing. Impressive, right? That is what you wanted. Endurance, persistence, a good little slave who never quite breaks, no matter how much you pile on. His hands curled slowly into fists. I am no child of yours. Just entertainment. A toy, sharp enough to survive, stubborn enough not to shatter, and desperate enough to follow along in your sick designs. He shook his head, eyes burning, and I played along. I believed in signs, in a better future if I just tried hard enough. I believed that if I kept going, you would eventually lead me to a way out. Laughter bubbled up again and vanished. Is this it? He whispered. Is this my destiny? To suffer? To search endlessly for a way out, only to find there is none? He drew a deep breath, bracing himself for another outburst, only to realize how pointless it was. The almost whisper was completely silent. Fate did not even pretend to listen. Rage surged through him, sudden and overwhelming, then vanished just as quickly, leaving emptiness behind. You win, he said softly. Yet the words echoed as if shouted. I give up. Whatever little plot you have planned next, you can keep it. The silence that followed sealed his words with finality. I give up. He turned to Saint, meeting the same strange emotion he had seen the day before, just as unreadable now as it had been then. He extended his arm, palm open. The moonlight shard materialized in his hand. He noticed Saint tense immediately, her body coiling, ready to react at the slightest movement. She need not have worried. Sunny stepped toward the still-breathing creature. The stiletto clenched so tightly it hurt. The emotion-eater stared back with blind eyes, still struggling stubbornly against its end. Its ability was still active, greedily sapping at his emotions, trying to leave him hollow. For a moment, he almost welcomed it. Would it not be nice to stop feeling? To forget the emotions that had brought him nothing but pain? He exhaled, knowing he would never allow that. Then he stabbed forward and ended its pitiful life. You have slain a fallen terror. The emotion-eater, Valderake of Aleras. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. Ring of Sorrow. Sunny pulled up the runes, if only for the distraction, and read the description of the new memory. Laughter burst from him at once. Even the spell was mocking him now. He only stopped when he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. Saint stood beside him, her grip gentle, the same strange emotion shining clearly in her eyes. At last, he understood it. Compassion. He could handle contempt. He could handle any number of negative emotions. He despised being pitied, but he could tolerate it too. He had received plenty of pitying gazes from his shadows and from her over time, so it was nothing new. But this broke him. The compassion in her gaze stung his eyes, tears welling despite his efforts. She seemed to realize it, withdrawing her hand. But then she hesitated, as if coming to a decision. Her movements were swift and deliberate. Seconds later, her chest plate hit the floor, followed by her cracked helmet and vambraces, revealing the gambeson beneath. Before he could even process it, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Careful, gentle, and pulled him close. Saint. Saint was hugging him. He thought to speak, to push her away, to do anything at all. In the end, he did nothing. His trembling arms rose and returned the embrace. And the tears finally fell, freely and without restraint. For a long while, neither of them moved. The temple seemed to recede around them, its vastness dimming into irrelevance. There was only the steady sound of rain far beyond the walls, the quiet echo of Sunny's uneven breathing, and the gentle, grounding pressure of Saint's arms around him. He had not realized how tightly he had been holding himself together until now. The moment he allowed it, just a fraction, the cracks widened. His shoulders shook. Once, then again. He pressed his face against the gambeson. Teeth clenched as another breath hitched in his throat. The tears came faster now, hot and relentless, soaking into the fabric he gripped with white-knuckled fingers. He hated this, hated the weakness, hated the exposure, hated that after everything he had endured, after all the blood and fear and stubborn defiance, it was this quiet kindness, that finally unraveled him. Saint offered no reaction. She did not stiffen, nor pull away. Her hold remained steady, arms firm but careful, as though afraid he might break if she squeezed too tightly. One gauntlet hand rose and rested behind his back, fingers pressing there, not patting, not soothing in any obvious way, just present, as if to say, I am here. I am not leaving. Sunny's breath shuddered. I am tired, he whispered, the words slipping out before he could stop them. They sounded small, childish. I am so tired. Saint's hand tightened, just a little. He swallowed hard. I kept going because stopping felt worse. Because if I stopped, then everything I went through, everything I lost, means nothing. His voice cracked. But it already feels like it does not mean anything. The admission hurt more than any wound. He waited for judgment, for rejection, for the silent, unspoken agreement of the world that he was right to feel this way, that he truly was alone. None came. Instead, Saint shifted, carefully lowering herself so that she sat on the cold glass floor with him, never once breaking the embrace. She adjusted her grip, one arm wrapping securely around his back, the other bracing against the ground so she could support his weight. The simple practicality of the gesture stunned him. She was not trying to fix him. She was not trying to stop his tears. She was just making sure he did not have to stand alone anymore. Sunny let out a broken laugh that turned into something dangerously close to a sob. You are really bad at comforting people, he muttered weakly. Saint tilted her head, ruby eyes studying him with that same quiet focus she brought to battle. After a moment, she nodded once, as if conceding the point. Then, awkwardly, she tightened her arms again. It was enough. Minutes passed. Maybe more. Time lost its edge, stretching thin and indistinct. The runes hovering at the edge of Sunny's awareness faded, dismissed without thought. Even the temple itself seemed to grow distant, its eternal patience turning from oppressive to irrelevant. Eventually, the storm inside him slowed. His breathing evened out. The shaking subsided, leaving behind a deep, aching exhaustion that settled into his bones. His eyes burned, his head throbbed, and his chest felt sore, as though he had been holding his breath for far too long and only now remembered how to exhale. Sunny pulled back slightly, just enough to wipe the tears off his face. He grimaced. Sorry, he said reflexively. Saint shook her head. It was a small movement. Simple. Absolute. No apology needed. He huffed out a breath and lay on the glass platform, staring up at the painted sky above. It looked just as fake as before, just as indifferent. But somehow, it did not hurt quite as much. I still do not know what I am supposed to do, he admitted quietly. Saint followed his gaze to the ceiling. After a pause, she looked back at him and shrugged. He chuckled. You do not either, huh? Sunny took a deep breath and, with great effort, managed to get back to his feet. I will think about it later. The only thing I want now is to find a nice, soft bed and sleep for a few days. He stepped off the platform and started walking toward one of the many doors of the hall, looking for the quarters of the temple staff. A few rooms later, he finally found what he was looking for. It was a vast chamber, decorated opulently with plenty of gold and beautiful paintings that were somehow still pristine. Who knew how long after the temple had been abandoned? Against the wall, there was a bed, big enough to hold 5 people of his size at the same time. It looked comfortable beyond words, and he could feel himself getting drowsy just by staring at it. Beside the bed, There was a truly massive wardrobe made of white wood, decorated with carvings that resembled a cloudy sky. The last thing of note in the room was a stone pedestal, painted a soft blue that vaguely resembled flowing waves. Upon setting sight on the contents atop the pedestal, he felt blood weave stir, a hungry growl seemingly emanating from it. In order, he could see a blackened phalanx, a golden fruit, a mirror fragment, a jade figurine, and a scroll resting on the pedestal. And behind them all lay a thick book, quietly glowing with divinity. Chapter 27. Sunny was not sure what to do. On one hand, he could practically feel Bloodweave salivating at the sight of the trinkets atop the pedestal. On the other hand, every single neuron in his brain was screaming, "Do not eat random stuff you find in an abandoned temple at him." And somehow, Bloodweave was winning. "Am I crazy?" he muttered to himself. He shook his head and did his best to ignore the amused stares from his shadows and saint. Deciding to deal with them later, he grabbed the book and opened it, hoping it would explain what the objects on the pedestal were and why Bloodweave was so desperate to have him consume them. The book itself was unsettling. The cover was cracked and faded, its surface covered in symbols that seemed to shift when stared at for too long, as though alive. The pages were unlike anything he had ever seen. Old, yellowed, and not just from age. The markings twisted and turned in impossible ways, as if written by something that did not follow the rules of language at all. And they were completely undecipherable. The markings resembled nothing akin to the runic languages he had learned from teacher Julius, and neither did the spell seem capable or willing to translate them. Then another pang of hunger from Bloodweave hit him, and inspiration surged. He shifted his sight, and suddenly, the book transformed under his hands. The impossible shapes and runes that had made no sense before now seemed legible, but not in the way most languages were readable. If someone asked him what language it was, he could not answer. It was like every language he knew and none of them at once, as if it were so ancient and archaic that all other languages had drawn inspiration from it. And somehow, he could understand it perfectly, like he had used this language all his life. But despite understanding it, the meaning of the words eluded him, slipping away like water running through his fingers. He flipped back to the first page, just to be sure, and found that he could understand it. But the second page? Nothing. "Greetings, my EPIH gone. If you are reading this, it means the fate I divined has already been lost and broken." Who starts a message like that? And what the spell is an EPIH gone? You and that pesky master of yours have ruined plans thousands of years in the making. His blood ran cold. The writer was speaking to him. How? How could they know he would be here? How long had it been since this was written? And what did they know about her and the shadow bond? I could regale you with tales of all that has been lost because of you too. Of sacrifices rendered pointless. Of atrocities done for nothing. Of blood, sweat, and tears now gone to waste. I will not. I did it for myself and for no one else. Let historians spin their tales of heroism, or invent chilling stories about the monstrous acts I performed purely for my amusement. I do not care. The only thing I cared about was breaking fate, and you have already managed to do so. I could feel proud if I was not so vexed that an amateur did what I could not. But I must applaud you wholeheartedly. Goosebumps crawled up Sunny's arms as he read on. The letters practically oozed with glee. Deranged, bitter, and vindicated. You, your master, and the blind oracle have changed fate. This is a feat so monumental that even I cannot find the words to describe it. Once again, I applaud you, my EPIH gone. He was certain of it now. The writer was referring to him. The details, vague as they were, fit too well to be a coincidence. A pity that you have most likely condemned all the realms in doing so. Even if the world ends, be proud. There is no greater achievement than defying your own fate. What you see before you are the other pieces of my lineage. If there are 6, ruin is unavoidable. If there are 5, you might still have a chance. He quickly checked the pedestal and breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing there were only 5. Then, he shook his head at himself. He did not even know who the book belonged to, and he was already taking its word as truth. Wait, their lineage. Consume them all in one go. The pain will be the second worst you have ever felt. If you have not used the charm of my mask yet, do so. It should prove enlightening, and you will be left unconscious for weeks. Might as well get it done in one go and save yourself the trouble, right? The order in which you shall consume them is as follows. Eat the golden fruit. Eat the black phalanx. Break the jade figurine. Trace with your fingers the a new beginning part of the scroll. And finally, reflect yourself in the mirror fragment. He was beginning to doubt the wisdom of reading this book. You may ignore my instructions if you wish, but you will not survive otherwise. Well, that was reassuring. This is it for now. You may continue reading after attaining my lineage. The page ended there. And, as before, the rest of the book was beyond his comprehension. It left him in a dilemma. The entire situation was suspicious. Here he was, in a temple that had been abandoned for eons, in a land no one knew, and right under the nose of an unholy titan of all things. Yet, in his moment of utmost despair, he found the remaining pieces of his lineage, meaning the mysterious writer could be no one other than Waverer, which would surely make him far more powerful. Bloodweave had already proven invaluable, and if the other pieces were even half as useful, he could not ignore the fact that the book seemed to contain further instructions after consuming the lineage, instructions that might lead to a way out. Now that the temple's gateway had proven useless, it felt almost tailor-made for his situation. A glimmer of hope after losing it all, but he did not like it. He had met plenty of conmen, and this one smelled like the worst of them all. On the other hand, what other option did he have? He had no clue, no information, no hope. Trust an ancient daemon who, by their own admission, committed immense atrocities and did not care as long as their objective was fulfilled? Or just ignore it all and leave the temple behind, forgetting the priceless treasures inside? Why is it that every time I have a choice, it is between bad and worse? He muttered bitterly. He would like to say he thought long and hard about it, but in the end, he knew exactly what he would do. Bad it is, he whispered with resentment. He summoned the safe box of greed and the endless spring, offering them to Saint. Thankfully, the bleeding of Ruby Dust had stopped. While not fully healed, she should be able to take care of him while he recovered from the lineage acquisition, however long it would take. There is food in the safe box, and if it runs out, you can harvest meat from the nightmare creatures outside. The bottle has unlimited water, so at least that is covered. Saint accepted the memories with a resolute nod, her eyes silently vowing to take care of him as long as it took. Unable to stop himself, he embraced her once more, thankful beyond words for her presence through everything. Then he looked at his shadows, all of whom were looking somberly at him, silently encouraging him to do it and come out stronger. He smiled at them and gave them a thumbs up worthy of Happy, who looked moved by the action. Serpent left the tattoo and settled himself beside the door, a silent vigil against any danger that could pose a risk to him. Sunny patted Serpent affectionately and moved back toward the pedestal. Here goes nothing. Following Waverer's instructions, he quickly consumed the golden fruit. It was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. Then swallowed the phalanx, smashed the jade figurine against the pedestal, traced the anew beginning part of the scroll, and finally, angled the mirror fragment at himself. He froze when, instead of seeing himself, he saw who he assumed to be Waverer. For a moment, nothing happened. No pain, no sudden change, just stillness. Then it hit him. The pain was unlike anything he had ever felt, as if his entire being was being torn apart, piece by piece, his body reshaped in ways he could not understand, each shift sending waves of agony through his bones, his flesh, his soul. First, his soul screamed as it grew and expanded, like it was too small to contain everything inside. Then his bones shattered like dry wood, breaking and reforming in a cycle that seemed endless. His skin burned, as if ants were crawling over him, their fire-like march spreading deeper, from his skin into his flesh, his organs, and further still. A foreign sensation coiled around him, granting a power that was within reach but completely unusable for now. How did he even know that? It eluded him in the haze of pain. At last, his mind shattered. Millions of thoughts ran simultaneously, endless fragments of consciousness flaking away before reforming. It felt like his mind was being pulled in every direction at once. Through it all, a pain that was second only to staring at the tapestry of fate ran through him, overtaking every other thought. Unconsciousness came quickly, mercifully, saving him from the unbearable torment. 3 weeks, 6 days, 5 hours, 34 minutes, and 7 seconds later, his shadows had been keeping count. He woke up. The pain had subsided, though its echoes lingered. making him shudder involuntarily at the memory of what he had endured. Fortunately, the echoes soon dissipated, leaving him free of it. Sonny found himself tucked into a bed, carefully arranged by who he assumed to be Saint, who was sitting on a fancy-looking chair beside him, endless spring grasped in her hand, seemingly about to offer him water. "Thank you, Saint," he whispered in a hoarse voice, his tone full of gratitude. She nodded calmly at him, her eyes telling him that there was nothing to thank her for. He smiled at her and tried to sit up, his body creaking in protest. It had been the first movement in weeks. He felt good, if he was being honest with himself. The pain from old wounds that had not healed properly had vanished. As if they were nothing more than a bad nightmare, he had already forgotten. The hideous scars etched into his flesh had faded, growing faint and indistinct. Soon, there would be nothing but smooth skin where they once were. The changes did not stop there. He felt lighter, as if a weight he had not even known he carried had been lifted, leaving him unburdened for the first time in ages. His mind felt different, vaster, deeper, like a lake. He realized he was thinking about the changes in his body all at once. Every thought clear and vivid, as if he were dedicating his entire mind to it. It was dizzying, yet exhilarating. And the best part? His right hand, which had lost half its fingers, was now growing them back. They were nothing more than stubs at the moment. But in a week or two, they would be whole again. It was as if he had been reborn in a new, better body. A body that should be able to withstand whatever challenges lay ahead. He looked at his shadows, and in an unprecedented show of unity, they all seemed to be happy for him. Serpent, still standing guard by the door, hissed in what he assumed was a congratulatory gesture. Sonny smiled at them all, grateful to have them by his side. Minutes later, having eaten and drunk, he grabbed the book again, eager to see what Waver had to say next. "You are done. Everything you could do has already been done. Now, be a good boy and stay right where you are. In a few years, your master will arrive to save you. To keep you occupied during the wait, there are instructions about my own brand of sorcery further in the book, and some basic enchantments for you to practice. Everything else, you will have to figure out by yourself. Follow what I have said, and you might have a chance yet. Best of fortunes, my Epih gone. Just one last piece of advice. Become as famous as possible." That was it. That was all Waver had to say. Further pages contained instructions on how to perform the sorcery known as weaving, along with basic enchantments mentioned by Waver. An anger that dwarfed even the rage evoked by wrath consumed him, painting the world red. That is it. Just give up? Wait for someone else to save him? Be a good boy. The fury built and built. But then, just as it had with wrath weeks before, it burned itself out, leaving nothing but bitter acceptance behind. He had already given up, had he not? And Waver had, in fact, given him an answer as to what to do. Nothing. Just wait for Nephis to save him. Again, he laughed bitterly. He was seated on the glass surface of the gateway, the same fancy chair Saint had used in front of him. Sonny's fingers, completely restored now, moved quickly, flowing effortlessly through the motions as he practiced weaving. It was surprisingly relaxing, almost therapeutic. His gaze caught the silver ring on the middle finger of his right hand, and his mind flashed back to its origins. It was the Ring of Sorrow, the reward for killing the emotion Eater. He still felt like the description was mocking him, but its enchantments were undeniably powerful. It had two. The first enhanced essence regeneration, and the second increased the regeneration based on the amount of sorrow the wearer felt. As of now, it provided him with more essence than he could even use. It was the only reason he could weave at all. His first attempts had been futile since the amount of essence required to use the technique would drain him within seconds. But thanks to the ring, he could practice endlessly, weaving as much as he wanted. As his fingers moved, his mind churned. He could still hear it, a voice that sounded just like his own, calm and certain, telling him to stop, to just wait. Be a good boy and stay right where you are. Waver seemed to whisper in his ear. But how could they say that? How could they? He had been fighting for so long. Almost a year and a half of struggling, of fearing for his life, spent battling enemies that wanted to tear him apart. Every step forward felt like dragging himself through a field of glass. Every ounce of strength he had pulled from somewhere deep inside, like he was emptying himself out just to keep moving. And now, after everything, after all the blood, sweat, and fear, Waver wanted him to just sit down and wait for someone else to come. He could not, would not, just give up now. Not after everything he had been through. Not after all of it. How could he live with himself if he just stopped? But then there was that voice. That damned insidious voice. The one he had been trying to ignore. It had been whispering to him for as long as he could remember. Through every bad moment. Through days of hunger, thirst, pain, loneliness, and so much more. Maybe they are right. The voice whispered sweetly. Maybe you have done everything you can. It continued softly. What if it is true? What if no matter how hard you try, you will never find a way out? The traitorous voice finished almost placatingly. The thought sat there like a stone in his stomach. What if it really was for nothing? What if he had been chasing something that did not even exist? He could feel the weight of that truth, crushing down on him. It was more than he could bear. He wanted to scream, to fight, keep going, keep trying. But there was a part of him that just wanted to stop, to rest, to forget about everything and wait. He stilled the shaking of his hands before the weave could be ruined. But it did not stop his mind from teetering on the edge of breaking. He had pushed himself so far past the point of no return that he was not sure he could even recognize himself anymore. He could not even remember what rest felt like. He had been running for so long, even when there was no more ground beneath him to run on, that he did not even know how to stop. Every second was spent moving, fighting, and even when he made camp, he trained, thought of ways to become stronger or escape, refined his control over essence. He did everything he could to tire himself out, so that when it was time to sleep, he would be too exhausted to think about himself, about his situation, about her. But waiting? Could he do that? Could he really just sit back and trust that she would come? That she would save him and fix all of his problems? It made him feel sick. So why did it feel like everything he had done, everything he had fought for, was slipping through his fingers? He should keep fighting. He had to. He had come too far to just stop now. But maybe, just maybe, the idea of giving up did not sound so far-fetched anymore. The weight of it was too much. The doubt too strong. And then there was her. She had not forgotten. She had not given up on him. If Waver were to be believed, and what was the point of lying? She would show up in a few years, like some sort of knight in shining armor to rescue him. Hate and love warred inside him, neither ceding ground, neither willing to admit defeat. It was maddening. In an attempt to distract himself, a futile action, since he could think about many things at once thanks to Mind Wave E, he pulled up the runes. Master, changing star. Rank, ascended. Soul cores, 7 out of 7. Soul fragments, 3,141 out of 7,000. She had ascended. His master was a master now. He chuckled, almost bitterly. What else could he expect? If anything, he should be surprised she had not done so earlier. But that only highlighted another problem. If he waited, he would remain a sleeper, while she would be a saint at the very least. The balance of power was already tilted in her favor. But in that situation, his autonomy would begin and end with whatever she decided. And he could do nothing about it. If he waited, he could forget about ever having control over his life again. Control? Had he not said that it was the essence of combat? He was such a fool. Of course, he had not found what he had been looking for in this temple. Of course, Waver had not given him an answer he was willing to accept. He had already given up all the way back in that damn cave. Right after using the Where Is My Eye enchantment, he had allowed fate to dictate his actions, to lead him to this spell-forsaken temple. And then, he had allowed Waver to control him, followed his instructions without pause. Even now, 2 weeks after waking up from his transformation, he was doing nothing but following those instructions to Weave. It was time to stop, not because he was giving up, but because he needed a break before going back into the madness. It was time to think hard. It was time to take back control, over his life, over his destiny, over the world itself, if he needed to. His gaze snapped eastward. If the murals were to be believed, and they had been accurate so far, the Temple of the Twin Gods lay west of Alaras. Gateways often formed around important landmarks or locations, and there was no other place he knew of that could match. He would travel east and find Alaras. If there was a usable gateway there, great. If not, he would leave the tears behind, return to the Dark City, and from there explore either the east or the north. And if, even then, he did not find a way out, he would cross the Hollow Mountains. He had already done the impossible countless times. What was one more? No more weeping. No more self-pity. He was taking back control. The control he should have never given up. As if to prove himself right, he completed the weave just as that thought finished forming. You have acquired a memory. Shadow chair. His first successful attempt at turning an object into a memory. He grinned. Prepare yourself, world. I am coming back. Sunny dusted his hands off. Having just finished scavenging everything he could from the remains of the nightmare creatures outside the temple, he grinned proudly at the safe box. He had decided to use his only transcendent shard to improve it, knowing that he would always find it useful to have more space to store things. It was a worthy upgrade as far as he was concerned. The exterior of the safe box still looked the same, but inside, the space had expanded by an entire order of magnitude, allowing him to store much more than before. Currently, it was full of meat, some furniture from the temple he wanted to keep, and spoils from the creatures he could use later. The most notable was the obsidian he had recovered from Wrath's body. It was sharp and surprisingly sturdy, perfect for makeshift blades or arrowheads. He glanced back at the temple, the incarnation of his hope and despair, and felt like it was time. All in all, he had spent 2 months inside the temple. He had rested, trained, practiced his weaving, and gotten used to his new and improved body. Now, it was time to leave, to find his way out, to take back control. He could hear Fate's almost whisper in the back of his mind, urging him to stay, telling him he would not find what he was looking for. He heard it, and he ignored it. If Fate wanted him to listen, it should have delivered on its promises from the start. He looked east once more, toward Alaras, toward his salvation, if luck decided to smile on him for once. Or, if it did not, to his last visit in the tears. Beside him stood Saint, just as ready as ever to back him against the world. He smiled despite it all. I know it is going to be a long and harrowing journey, one that will test every part of me. There will be danger, grief, and pain. But I also know this. I have faced the darkness before, and I have survived. I have walked through hell and come back, scarred but stronger. No matter how much it hurts, no matter how many times I fall, I will not stop. If that is my will, then who dares stop me? It was a long and harrowing journey, filled with danger, grief, and pain. But we did it. 2 months later, he had found it. Alaras. There, a few days of travel away, stood the remnants of the city. He had found what was left of Alaras. The tower loomed high, its silhouette cutting against the sky like the last remnant of a forgotten age. It stood tall and magnificent. Though time had not been kind, the stone was worn, etched with the scars of centuries. Its once vibrant surface had faded, cracked and weathered by the elements. Yet, despite its decayed appearance, the tower stood proud, unwavering against the endless passage of time, an indomitable monument to something ancient and enduring. Around it stretched an eerie, impenetrable circle of nothingness, a void so deep and absolute that it seemed to consume everything in its path. Not even raindrops could reach its hollow expanse. It was as though the world itself had been erased, leaving only the tower to guard the emptiness. And before it, he saw it, a seed of nightmare. Chapter 28. For months ago, the howling wind cut through the ship like a living thing, a deafening roar that drowned out everything else. Thunder rumbled overhead, shaking the very air, while the rain hammered the deck with brutal force, each drop like a whip against the wood. Lightning flashed in sudden, blinding bursts, illuminating the monstrous sea outside, the black waves crashing against the hull like the hands of some unseen giant, trying to tear the ship apart. Inside, the air was thick with tension, the sound of the storm seeping through every crack and crevice. They were all reunited for the month's most important event. In this kind of meeting, heads rolled. Fortunes were made and lost. Favors that could affect the future of the house were exchanged, and alliances and enmities were reignited in equal measure. It was a dark and stormy night. Typhaon started sinisterly, his eyes carefully tracing his hand. Everyone groaned in annoyance. Father, we are in the storm sea. Every night is dark and stormy. Master either chided him, his tone practically begging him to stop. Typhaon was a man worthy of having songs and myths written in his name. He was a saint, one of the mightiest in the world, a pillar of the House of Night, the man, the legend, the one who put fear in the hearts of all nightmare creatures in the storm sea. Pouted at being scolded by his son. You used to love my stories, he whined. Not as much as I love stripping you of all your shards. Bloodwave rumbled in annoyance. Play already. Your stories suck, someone at the end of the table called out. Typhaon, at last, played his hand, showcasing a pair of twos, earning him the win of the current round. He must be cheating somehow, his nephew Knave muttered resentfully. It was poker night for the House of Night, a joke everyone had made at some point. The tradition had been started by Nightwalker, and nobody had any reason to stop it after he was gone. So it had eventually turned into their own equivalent of a congress. All in all, it was foul, filled with backstabbing, profanity, and childish disputes. So just Congress. He does, Nas agreed, caressing his long beard. We just do not know how. All I hear is poor losers, Typhaon retorted smugly. Anyway, where was I? Ah yes, it was a dark and stormy night. Everyone groaned, but did not interrupt again, as the saint went on to regale them with another of his overly dramatized stories. As he did, they kept playing, jeers and insults being thrown around the table as they did so. A few more rounds were played. In them, Bloodwave got to witness the birth of no fewer than 3 blood disputes, 2 new lifelong grudges, and a very dramatic breakup between Saint Charybdis and Master Scylla, after the latter baited the former into going all in. Just the usual for poker night, as far as he was concerned. Should we not discuss yesterday's announcement? Master Scylla asked, still smiling smugly about her victory over her now ex-lover. Bloodwave groaned inwardly. They would make up. They always did. He would just have to be sure not to be anywhere close to their quarters when they did. Like we discussed not lying to each other, Saint Charybdis retorted bitterly, her beautiful face contorted in annoyance. Nas intervened before they could get into another of their lovers' spats. What is there to discuss? We offered, and she refused. Then the old man played his hand, revealing a pair of kings that earned him the victory of the round. Much to everyone's dismay, Changing Star has just returned from her second nightmare. Barely a year has passed since she became an awakened. And not only has she ascended already, she also has no fewer than 45 other masters under her. Scylla insisted. Bloodwave could not help but agree. It was a feat of absurd magnitude. Of a cohort of 47 that had entered the seed, only 1 had died. It was the kind of thing that would be decried as unrealistic if it were a movie. So, he rumbled calmly, we offered her good terms for joining us, and she refused. Should we not worry? The master was not dissuaded. We are witnessing the revival of the immortal Flame clan in real time. Let Song and Valor worry about that, Typhaon replied calmly. The playful man serious for once. Is not that the problem? Either interceded. Surprising, considering he usually preferred to stay silent in this kind of discussion. If any of them manage to court her to their side, the balance of power will be greatly tilted in their favor. The terms we offered were quite generous. I seriously doubt any of them will be willing to offer more, Knave answered calmly. I cannot fathom any way they could get her to agree without outright gifting her their clans, Charybdis added. But what if? A slam echoed as a hand violently smashed onto the table, spilling the tokens to the ground. They all turned in unison to Nas, the laid-back old man glaring at them fiercely. Enough, he said, his voice as sharp and cold as a blade sliding free from its sheath. We are the House of Night. We stayed neutral in all the petty squabbles before this, and that is how we will stay. Let Valor and Song rip each other apart for all I care. Our duty is with humanity, not with our pockets. Who cares if either of them destroys the other? We will brave this storm like any other and come out the other side unscathed. I agree, Bloodwave added his support, quickly joined by Charybdis, Typhaon, and the other pillars. There was plenty of grumbling after that, as well as some attempts to reignite the discussion. But lacking the support of any of the saints present, it could not go beyond petty displeasure. Bloodwave could feel it in his bones. They were making the right choice by staying out of it. He was old enough to know danger, and Changing Star was a flaring red beacon of it. Wake of Ruin could feel a headache taking shape. It was nothing new. He dealt with enough stress in his daily life to give a heart attack to a dozen mundane humans. But this time, it was shaping up to be even worse. The room exuded power, a space where decisions that shaped the world's future were made. The long, polished mahogany table stretched out in the center, its surface gleaming under the soft, ambient light that filtered through the tall, darkened windows. Around it, High-backed chairs were arranged with precision, each one a symbol of authority and command. The walls, lined with dark wood panels, held framed portraits of past leaders, their gazes fixed, almost watching over the proceeding. She refused. That arrogant wench refused, one of his colleagues complained loudly. His attempt at staving off the headache by focusing on his surroundings was rudely interrupted. He shared a commiserating look with Thane, the other saint looking just as exasperated as he was with the whole situation. She refused, the same woman reiterated. Yes, we heard you already, he said, his arms raised in what he hoped would be a placating gesture. She refused. Master Leah was not one to be dissuaded easily. She seemed about to go into another tirade, one that was fortunately interrupted by a not-too-convincing cough from the current leader of the government. Thank you for the reminder, Leah. Now, since we cannot do anything about this topic, let us please move on. Her tone implied quite clearly that she was not asking. Wake of Ruin exhaled in relief. He was already dreading having to listen for hours on end to his colleagues ranting. She was a good and competent professional, but her flaw made her handle rejection rather poorly. How President Angela could rein her in so easily despite being a mundane was a mystery. The monitor screens before each of them came to life, displaying charts and data in ordered rows that painted a clear yet complex situation. Quite worrying, too. Professor Obel sent us the final results of his investigation a few hours ago. Angela started to explain, her tone carefully controlled despite probably feeling the same creeping dread everyone else did. How sure is he? Thane asked. Angela gave him a stern look, one that made clear what she thought of such a question. She replied nonetheless, as sure as he can be on such a thorny topic. The creeping dread built up. They were all experienced enough to know better than to hope, and yet they did all the same. So this is it, Leah muttered bitterly. We are either safe, or we are about to witness another America, only a whole order of magnitude worse. They all grimaced at having their thoughts voiced aloud. Yet none refuted her words. It had started almost a year ago. The Obel scale had shown a streak of incredible accuracy. At the moment, no one paid it much mind. It was rare, but it did happen. So it was flagged as a curiosity, and they moved on. But then the accuracy kept increasing. As of now, no gate had opened without ample warning in a year. What was more, the information about the gates had never been so precise. The accuracy of predictions regarding opening gates stood at a staggering 99.9%. The remaining 0.1 belonging to a mistake committed by one of the department's newbies. Normally, it would have been a thrilling fact. Humanity had never been as safe against the natural disasters known as gates as it was now. The problem lay in the fact that they did not understand the reason behind it. And in their fields, the unknown was 10 times worse than the known. The government had spent a veritable fortune on the investigation, even going so far as recalling Obel from his current post in Antarctica back to NQSC to personally lead it. The end result lay before them. The first possibility posed by Obel's research was the one everyone hoped would come true. The situation had stabilized at last. The ripples of the Category 5 gate in America had settled, and now they were in the clear. If it were true, humanity had at last earned itself a well-deserved respite, one that might allow them the time to rebuild and even reconquer some of the lost lands. Like Europe, the second and final possibility was the one everyone feared would come true. Dr. Obel posed the possibility that they were witnessing the prelude to something far worse. The first Category 6 gate to appear on Earth. Just as water recedes before a tsunami, the ripples caused by the opening of gates had calmed, only to come crashing down far worse than ever. A somber silence spread through the room. No one willing to break it. No one but the president. Se vis pacem, pare bellum, she recited, her voice made of pure steel. How do we prepare for something of that magnitude? Thane asked bitterly, the flamboyant man looking more somber than Wake of Ruin had ever seen him. She replied instantly, by going all out. There was no speck of doubt in her voice. Cor, speak with the great clans. You have my full authorization to do whatever it takes to get them on board with the evacuation of Antarctica. Thane, start driving up the propaganda. Make that kid sunless into the son of God if you have to. But by the time we announce the mobilization, I want awakened and civilians alike to fight each other for the privilege of joining. Leah, prepare plans to have the economy survive the acceleration of operations. Cut whatever is not strictly necessary if you have to. The air in the room changed. It was still somber, but now they at least had a plan. Something to do so as not to feel as useless as they had felt just minutes before. Heat seemed to invade his weary body, filling him with a newfound energy he had not felt since he was a young man. "What are you waiting for?" she pressed. "The nightmare creatures will not stop. So neither can we." Spurred on by her words, they all got up and left, ready to do whatever they could. Cor brought out his communicator, inputting the digits so fast his fingers were a blur. He had to visit the strongholds of the clans. But he could also do one more thing before leaving. It rang for a few seconds before the call was answered. "It is my free day, you asshole." The sleepy voice of Jet could be heard from the other side. "This is too important to leave for later. Say, Jet, how do you feel about challenging the third nightmare?" "How tedious. And I am telling you we have to do something," the elder replied, his voice increasingly loud and whiny. Had he left his forge for this travesty? "Calm down, Master Lancel," Morgan chastised him, her voice clearly conveying what would happen if he did not. The master, whose name he had not bothered recalling, seemed properly castigated, sulking in silence. It might have been a good sign for her future, had she not looked at him from the corner of her eyes, silently checking for his approval. Morgan was a woman he had forged with mastery and the best of steels, hard when needed and flexible when not. Quite sharp, too. And yet, he had the certainty that she was not what he was looking for. She had not failed him yet, but he was sure that she would. "We should not act hastily," Maddock intervened. "Changing Star has already proven herself dangerous, and a frighteningly good leader to boot. Whatever we do must be done only after proper preparation and reconnaissance. We cannot underestimate Leg of the End either. Our diviners estimate her to be the most powerful seer in the world, after all. His brother was a good blade, lethal and trustworthy. He was, however, too soft, too cautious. If allowed, he would spend years researching his opponent before even drawing his blade. Faced with an unexpected situation, his confidence would disappear and break all too easily. What a disgrace. Years of effort, and not a single one of them was worthy. Why should we act at all?" Gilead, foolish and naive as he was, added his own voice to the discussion. "As far as we can tell, she is not aware of what happened with Broken Sword. There is no grudge between Valor and Immortal Flame to justify any action. It was a pity. He could have been a good blade, were he not so obsessed with his ridiculous concerns about honor and chivalry. The sun holds no grudge against us, yet it would burn us all the same in its immortal flames if we were not careful," Jest intervened smoothly, his face as calm as the surface of the mirror lake despite championing the death of little more than a child. The elegant air he carried was shattered by his next words. "Get it? Immortal Flame." He snickered. Just was a good blade, the best in the whole room, in his opinion, yet not lacking faults of his own. He was too content with his current life, too willing to stay right where he was and not move any further. Rust was slowly but inevitably covering him. He also was not completely sure that Jest had not lied about his flaw. His sense of humor was worse than Broken Sword's pitiful attempts at wooing Smile of Heaven. How the two of them had ended up together was still beyond him. To think she chose that fool over him. Everyone in the room froze upon feeling the edges of his will pressing down on their shoulders. He reined himself back a fraction of a second later, but the damage was already done. They were too afraid to invoke his ire to speak again without permission. Another notch in their list of defects. "Continue," he said simply, if only so the meeting could end faster. They kept arguing, but he stopped paying attention, his mind drifting to that vexing girl. He had ordered her death, and yet none of his blades had delivered. Mundane and awakened alike had tried and failed, whether by luck, fate, or skill. She had survived time and time again. He could have sent ascended, but Aztaron's menace still hung over his head. Years after he had been trapped on the moon, he did not trust that demon wearing the skin of a human not to have some sort of backup plan. What-ifs were not worthy of his time, so he stopped pondering the matter. Now it became a question of what to do. She was dangerous. That was undeniable. And if his suspicions were true, she had the support of the other's child. It fit too well. Her public appearances had stopped right after the assault on the Night Temple and the mysterious disappearance of that accursed thing, which meant she had entered the second nightmare before she said she did. Devious. Cunning, even. Maybe she was the blade he had been looking for. Perfect, without flaws. The blade that would end his life. No, he should not get his hopes up. She had succeeded so far, but so had Morgan. It was time to put her to the test, to see if she truly was worthy of being forged into the perfect blade that would one day claim his life. The room grew vastly colder. Words smothered in the throats of their owners before they could be uttered. A crushing pressure descending over all of them. They had squabbled long enough. Now it was time for them to listen. Morgan, you are to assault the immortal flame manor and kill everyone inside, he ordered, his voice brooking no argument. As you wish, father, she replied instantly. Her eyes lowered to avoid his gaze. Another disappointment. How many knights can I take with me? A good question. There were 46 masters inside that manor to contend with, as well as some awakened. The menace of that devilish child could not be ignored either. He allowed the silence to stretch, sweat slowly building on their foreheads. Good. Better they think twice before questioning him. Take Maddock and jest with you, and as many ascended and awakened as you see fit, he replied at last. A small crease of her brows was the only hint of the surprise she felt. Her control over her body language was lacking. And the time? She asked next. That is for you to decide, he replied with finality. If she could not figure out a proper time and plan to win despite such overwhelming odds, she would at last prove just how unworthy she was. Let us see if you have what it takes. Changing star, he thought, his attention once more drifting away from the meeting. The throne room gleamed as though carved from moonlight itself. White jade rose in smooth, seamless walls, its surface cool and luminous, catching the light and bending it into soft, pearly reflections that drifted across the chamber. The floor was polished to a mirror sheen, so that every step seemed to float above a pale, glowing reflection of the world. Despite the vastness of the room, there was barely anyone occupying it. Just Kisong and her daughters. All of them seated behind a round table as they waited for Death Singer to finish her divination. Death is coming. Our blood will flow like a river. Our flesh will fester and rot. Our eyes will be eaten by hungry ravens. Our viscera will become a feast for maggots. There will be no hope, no escape, no relief, no salvation. Death is coming. It is here. Little Hell cried out. Yes, we know. You have been saying that since we met, Little Sean replied, irritation subtly creeping through her composed mask. Can you please tell us about the current situation instead? Little Unbean prodded, trying to steer her eccentric daughter back to the topic. Hell scrunched her adorable face in confusion, as if questioning herself why they would disregard her warnings so easily. Then she shrugged and went back to her seat on the table, hands still dripping blood. Not much I can tell you with certainty. The tapestry of fate is in shambles, and my revelations are not as trustworthy as they once were, she explained nonchalantly. Wait, what? Little Revel, ever the recluse, had missed the meeting in which Hell had explained the situation and, as such, was quite surprised by the revelation. Oh yes, I noticed a few months ago, but in truth it started a little over a year ago, Hell said, still as indifferent as before. It was just details, small enough to go unnoticed, but quite telling in hindsight. And now, my prophecies are as trustworthy as Mooney's promises to not eat all the cake. You promised to keep it a secret. Moonvale cried out in indignation. And stop calling me that. When you stop eating all my cake. Hell retorted immediately, sparks seeming to clash between the eyes of her adorable daughters. Now, no fighting here, she chided them softly. Her daughters kept glaring at each other a little longer, but in the end they stopped and adopted serious faces once more. It did not stop them from giving each other sharp stares when they thought she was not looking. Children, Changing Star has denied our offer. What should we do about it? Seishan, ever the serious child, brought them back to the topic at hand. It hurt to think that she would be leaving soon to initiate her own second nightmare. A year and 4 months was too little time since her return. It could not be avoided. Little Hell and Moonvale would brave the third nightmare in no later than 2 years. And she wanted to join them. We should kill her and her cohort before they can grow further, Revel replied instantly. She always preferred the blunt approach. We should keep trying to recruit her, Unbean retorted, preferring the soft approach instead. Can I keep Sir Sunless if we kill her? He is kind of cute, just like a porcelain doll. Hell asked, her eyes shining with excitement at the prospect. Maybe she should gift the boy to her. Her birthday was still a few months away, but it was not like she needed an excuse to dote on her daughters. Hell being creepy aside, We need to come to a decision on this matter, Moonveil said, still glaring daggers at the oracle. What are the chances she will pose a menace if we leave her be? Seishan asked Hel. The petite woman shrugged, seemingly uninterested in the topic. The chance is around 86% that she will be a problem if we ignore her. But, as I said before, my divinations cannot be trusted. It could be lower. It could be higher. For all I know, she might retire tomorrow and become a cheesemaker instead. What do you think, Mother? Silent Stalker asked at last. She preferred to stay silent. But when she spoke, they all listened. We should do. She started, her voice low to add to the dramatic effect. Nothing. The effort was worth it to witness the puzzled faces of her daughters. Her answer had surprised them, all of them wearing shocked expressions upon hearing it. Why? Lonesome Hal intervened for the first time, the conversation having been of no interest to her so far. She smiled at them, silently prodding them to figure it out. A mother's job never ended. She wanted to coddle and hold their hands forever. But at the same time she knew that they needed to be able to stand on their own feet. The kind of sacrifices she made for them. It could truly break the heart of a lesser woman. They were silent for a few minutes as they all pondered the matter, trying to understand the reasoning behind their mother's answer. At last, one of them broke the silence. Valor. Revel spat the name like it was a curse. Correct. She congratulated her daughter. Revel might prefer a direct approach, but she was no less smart than her sisters. Moonbeam narrowed her lovely eyes, seemingly coming to the same conclusion. Valor will not stay idle. If Changing Star rejected us, she will most likely reject them too. They will answer just as always, with overwhelming force. And when they do, they will either resolve the problem or they will fail, forcing her to reveal her hand in the process, as well as making her unable to stay neutral anymore, Seishan continued. Neither the government nor the Nightwalkers can protect her from them, which leaves only us, Moonveil finished. But what if she still joins the House of Night or stays firm on being neutral instead? Lonesome Howl asked. A tense silence followed the question, one that she decided to break herself. Then I will go there personally and crush them myself, Kisong answered, her will flaring along with her words. Menaces are better strangled in the cradle, after all. No ill will was directed at them. And yet her daughters shivered all the same. Good. As much as she loved her daughters, they should never forget she was their sovereign too. Oh, I really wanted to keep her sunless. The moon hung in perfect silence, a pale witness suspended in a black sky that never breathed. Its surface was locked in stillness, dust frozen where it had fallen, shadows stretched long and unmoving. There was no wind to erase footprints, no sound to soften the emptiness. The cold had been absolute, seeping into everything, an unfeeling presence that denied warmth, motion, and time itself. There, loneliness was not an emotion but a condition of existence. The horizon curved away into nothing. An earth gleamed faintly in the distance, vibrant and impossibly far. The moon did not welcome or reject. It simply endured, ancient and indifferent, a place where silence pressed in so completely that even thought felt exposed, echoing in the void. Or it would, were it not for the ceaseless calling he could hear at all times. It had been fascinating at first, filling him with endless curiosity. Now it only vexed him. A Category 6 gate. To think humanity had it right under their nose? Or was it over? He never quite mastered these idioms, all along, and did not even realize. How amusing. He had spent years trapped there already. His only companion, the little marks he still had in the world before him, feeding him information and what little of the events of the world the pitiful owners could find out. And what a tasty morsel they had delivered today. So little Nephis has ascended, he whispered to himself. The only reason he could even hear himself was the sphere of will he maintained around himself at all times, replicating the atmosphere of Earth. It was a fascinating application of will, one that he would love nothing more than to study in depth. The possibilities opened by being able to will the world into obeying his whims never ceased to amaze him. Alas, it was quite hard to do so in this dreary place. His will was better spent keeping the facsimile of an atmosphere around himself. And, besides, the calling in the presence of his unholy neighbor made concentrating quite difficult. Maybe I should expedite my return, he muttered. My curiosity about this place has long been satisfied. He looked to the planet before him. So big yet so small, filled with endless little curiosities he wanted to discover. So vast, and yet so fragile. Yes, he should start his return early. The faces made by his fellow sovereigns upon reuniting would be exquisite. She walked confidently, smiling at those who greeted her and engaging in small talk with those who wanted to speak with her. However, she did not dally, ending the conversations as quickly as politely possible and kept moving, advancing toward her destination. Soon, she arrived. She carefully inputted the code on the door, which opened with a quiet hiss. She exchanged words with the firekeeper who had been standing guard inside. But the man, thankfully, seemed to catch on to the fact that she was not in the mood to talk and left promptly, leaving her alone at last. She activated her awakened ability. In this quiet, sealed room, with no one but herself and the sleeping body of her dear friend, she could almost pretend to be able to see. Her ascended ability was priceless, but it was not real sight for herself. Without the chaos of endless possibilities running at the same time, she could appreciate the scene before her. He was pale, with hair that had grown long enough to reach his hips. Incredibly thin, his face was calm, almost vulnerable, just as it had been for the past year and 4 months. What is he doing? She asked herself. Was he well? Did he miss them? Hate them? Feel nothing at all? She had tried to use her ascended ability on him already, but sadly, it did not work. The separation between body and spirit was too much for her aspect to bridge. She would have to wait to know, just like everyone else did. It was only then, in the silence of a completely sealed room, accompanied only by someone she loved like a brother, that she allowed herself to let go of the tight control she held over her body. It started slow, like it always did. First, her shoulders started to tremble. Then her whole arms did. Before it could extend to the rest of her body, she sat down. And just as she did, she could feel her blindfold starting to grow wet. Soon, she was crying, knees hugged to her chest, her face buried in them. It did not work, she whispered to herself amidst sobs. She had thought that ascending might grant her clarity. About herself, about him, about fate itself. Instead, the only thing it did was reveal just how truly blind she was. Nephi walked inside the room confidently, offering a quick nod to the firekeeper who had been on watch duty. Once she was finally alone, she allowed herself to relax, her shoulders sagging sharply upon being liberated from the tension they had been carrying for so long. They had returned from the second nightmare a week ago, and it had been a long and stressful one that had kept her every moment too busy to allow her to visit. The hounding of the clans and the government had been rather unpleasant, too. Fortunately, all of it was settled now, and she could relax at last. She smiled a little upon seeing the person inside the pod, her tired heart conjuring warmth out of nothing upon setting eyes on his lovely, peaceful face. She hesitated for a moment, and then her hand moved, inputting the code that would open the pod silently. Soon, he was safely tucked inside her embrace, the warmth of his body melting away all the tension left behind. Nephi exhaled contentedly and allowed herself to just be. Minutes later, when the curiosity proved too much, she opened the runes. She had been so busy that she could not afford anything but a quick check to make sure he was still alive. Shadow fragments, for 1,296 out of 5,000. Sunny had earned a worryingly high number of fragments, which meant that he must have been in quite the battle. She looked down, and fortunately, there were new memories to be seen. It was a hobby of hers, one she would never admit having. She was endlessly curious about what was going on his side. Was he curious about hers? And the memories he earned were the only hints as to what he was facing. If only he stopped feeding them so quickly to that shadow of his, it would be far easier. She complained inwardly, but she welcomed the challenge. It was like a game, trying to figure out what adventures he had over there with just the descriptions of the memories. Without further delay, she viewed the first, all the while tightening her hold on Sunny, as if she were holding a teddy bear while watching a movie. Memory name, the essence of combat. Memory rank, awakened. Memory type, tool. Memory description, what is the essence of combat? The treacherous lost from light asked his shadows, as he bore witness to a meaningless battle, fought by creatures consumed by madness over nothing of value. He pondered the matter, ultimately coming to a conclusion that only someone as lacking in honor as him could. Back then, my answer was survival. Who cares about honor? Who cares about glory? Leave those to the legacies, and may they choke on it. Who am I to stop them from dying if that is what they want? I, for one, will do whatever it takes to survive. She rebuked me, claiming that it is murder. In battle, the only thing that matters is murdering your opponent while stopping your opponent from doing the same to you. I believed her. If she said so, what reason did I have to doubt her? It is quite hard to argue against a beautiful woman in a seaweed bikini, the lecherous shadow added. Murder is simple, elegant even, honest in its brutality. It is not, however, an acceptable answer for me. The essence of combat is control. Control your enemy so they act how you want, while losing the ability to act how they want. Control the battlefield, turning the environment into an extension of your will. Control time. Strike when they are weakest, when you are strongest. But most importantly, control yourself. And even the gods will fall. And just as the shadow promised, he took control of the battlefield, luring his enemies into trap after trap until only he remained standing. She did not need a mirror to know her face was completely red. To think he would say such things openly. Maybe the accursed spell was right to call him lecherous. Wait, was that why he looked at her like that at the beginning of their journey? She had thought he was coming up with ways to kill her due to how closely he watched her. She buried her face in his hair, trying to smother the embarrassment she felt. It did not work. If anything, it made her feel even more embarrassed. Although she was not against him thinking of her like that, she shook her head violently to get rid of the thought and paid attention to the other part of the description. To think he had come up with his own philosophy of combat was interesting. The spell seemed to approve, considering that it had gone so far as to record his speech about it. She would have to test him when he returned. See for herself if that mentality was worthy of superseding her own answer. Mind set, and still quite embarrassed, she moved on to the next memory. Memory name, Crown of Wrath. Memory rank, Transcended. Her eyes widened. She knew that the marble saint was transcendent now, but to think he had killed a corrupted beast on his own as a sleeper was still a staggering feat. Memory type, Tool. Memory description. There was a king who once ruled a proud city, filled with wonder and happiness that few could claim to compare to. When darkness spread across the streets and everything was lost, he was missing, having left to visit faraway lands. Upon returning, he witnessed in despair what remained of the city he loved. That fateful day was the one on which the seed of darkness was planted in his heart. Bent but not broken, the king led his people toward the salvation promised by the mad seer, only to succumb to an unquenchable fury upon discovering that there was no hope left for his people. Thus, he roamed the lands he once ruled, waging eternal war against the seer and his vile progeny, his wrath never to be satisfied or overcome, until one day, the king met a treacherous shadow. Who are you, to speak to me about anger, beast? I have been betrayed more times than you can count. I have faced no less than 2 death zones as a sleeper and survived. I have stared at an unholy titan's soul, and it did not dare to strike me down. I am lost from light, rightful heir of death and beloved son of fate. I have been wronged more times than there are stars in the sky, felt emotions so intense they could stop a man's heart, battled against my own mind to keep a sliver of sanity intact. So tell me, beast, who are you to lecture me about wrath? True to his words, treacherous lost from light faced the wrath that no man or creature had bested before and came out unscathed. Having met his match at last, the king who had outlived his land died in despair. Nephi's did not, in fact, squeal. Nobody had heard her, and as such, it did not happen. She stared at Sunny to make sure and found him still asleep, which brought a sigh of relief from her. Why could she not have been there to witness that? It must have been such a glorious moment. And surely Sunny would look even more handsome than usual as he delivered that speech. She would get him to repeat it. She promised herself that. Then she recalled a part of the description, and her face paled. An unholy titan. Just what was he doing? And how had he survived? He had so many questions to answer. She tightened her embrace on him. Had her hair not been gray already, it would have become so after worrying over him for so long. She moved on to the last memory, curious about how the battle he had been in had ended. Memory name, Ring of Sorrow. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory type, Tool. Memory description. In all of the realms, no greater poison is known than the one called hope. No one knows this fact, as well as the mad seer, who, in his desperation to avoid another tragedy, hoped to find a way to save his people by gazing into the waters of fate, only to doom his beloved city to a far worse one in the process. No one, but the treacherous lost from light. The shadow, who had journeyed through a land consumed by darkness, and then another smothered by inconsolable sorrow, found at last a beacon of hope in a sea of despair, only to have his hopes dashed upon finding the truth. Is this it, fate? Is this my grand fate? The thing I am supposed to be the centerpiece of? I guess it is my fault. For having hope. For thinking that something good might happen to me for once. For believing I could escape this hell. Look at the foolish little slave. Playing right into your hands. Is this not hilarious? Are you not entertained? Is this your revenge? For defying you? For refusing to lie down and die in my first nightmare? For all the times I should have died, and did not? I am no child of yours. Just entertainment. A toy. Sharp enough to survive. Stubborn enough not to shatter. And desperate enough to follow along in your sick designs. Is this it? Is this my destiny? To suffer? To search endlessly for a way out. Only to find there is none? You win. I give up. Confronted with the crushing hopelessness of his situation, the treacherous shadow broke down, unable to keep on moving like it had through many tragedies before. In the end, it was not the tides of darkness that defeated Lost from Light, but the loss of all hope. Her arms tightened without her input, so much so that she heard a harrowing snap. She quickly relaxed upon hearing it, and immediately after, her silver flames enveloped him, undoing the damage. It hurt, but not as much as her heart did, for right under the description of the memory, she could see it. Gateway, Temple of the Twin Gods. Gateway component. Many awakened may make use of it simultaneously. Minimum amount, 2. He had found a way out. He had done the impossible. Crossed 2 death zones as a sleeper. Somehow survived an encounter with an unholy titan. Then battled what looked like a corrupted beast and a fallen terror. Coming out as the undisputed victor. Right now, at this exact moment, he could have already escaped. Except that he could not. Because he was alone. Because she had abandoned him. Because she had forced him to stay behind. An image of an alternate, happier world appeared in her mind. The two of them staying together. Braving the darkness of the forgotten shore, and then that of the land he had ended up on. Battling side by side against anything that dared to bar their path. And then, at last, coming upon a gateway that could bring them back to the waking world. It was a beautiful image. One she cherished with all her heart. It was also a lie. How was she meant to earn his forgiveness after this? How could she make it right, when even the soul salvation he had found was useless because of her selfishness? Tears prickled at her eyes, threatening to spill at any moment. She wiped them away before they could, then returned her hand to where it had been, holding on to him in despair. It was another sin added to the list. One she would have to make up for too. She would do it. She already knew it would be hard. Hellishly so. In the end, this changed nothing. She would make amends, even if it was the last thing she did. It did not stop her heart from breaking a little more. Present time. Nephice entered the room quietly, opened the pod, and soon had Sunny in her embrace. She opened the runes, curious to see if more of the strange memories had appeared. It had started a little over 2 months ago. Memories with strange names and even stranger descriptions. Like, memory name, Shadow Chair. Memory description, AABBBBBCCCC. Or, memory name, Fancy Knife. Memory description, does this work? Also, memory name, Painkiller Rock. Memory description, a rock that alleviates pain when held. Pity it is so damn rough. And her favorite, memory name, Shadow Cloth. Memory description, a cloth. A cloth made of dark silk. A shadow cloth, if you will. Why do I bother writing this crap? She found herself eagerly awaiting the appearance of more of them, curious to see what would come next. She had no idea how. But Sunny had seemingly figured out a way to either create memories or change their names and descriptions. Sure enough, right under his attributes. How had he even acquired 5 fragments of his lineage at the same time? She could see his list of memories. And at the end, a second after she checked, a new memory appeared. One that filled her with a foreboding sensation. Memory name, read this. She felt herself almost afraid to continue. Yet she did so anyway. Whatever he considered important enough to name a memory like that, she had to see. Memory description. Hey Neff, it has been a while, has it not? This last year and a half has been quite eventful for me. Let us see. I escaped the Crimson Spire by a hair's breadth. Then I buried everyone who died, hunted down all the remaining nightmare creatures in the Dark City, and then left to look for another way out. It took a few months, but I found a new region. I called it the Tears since it is always raining. Poetic, I know. There, I found traces of a forgotten civilization and hints of the existence of a gateway. So that is where I went. Along the way, I had a rather unpleasant meeting with the one who governs this land. A quite rude fellow, that one. I also stared at the tapestry of fate. 0 out of 10. I do not recommend. Anyway, I ended up finding the gateway. And after defeating the nightmare creatures outside, I entered, only to find out I could not use it. You might be right about the spell. It is a real asshole. I was a little down after that. But then I found a book written by Waverer. Yes, the Daemon. They are an even bigger prick than the spell, if you can believe it. But they also inspired me to get back up on my feet. So there is that. So I left the temple behind and moved on to search for Alaras, the city to which that civilization I mentioned belongs. And now I have found it. Worthy of note is the fact that there is a seed of nightmare before it, one that I intend to challenge once I am done weaving this memory. Just between you and me, I am afraid. I am deathly afraid. But, well, it is not like I have much of an alternative, do I? I guess I could just leave this place behind and keep looking. But honestly, I will not. I have been trapped in this hell long enough. Glory or death. I was ready to stake my life on that before. And I am ready to do so again. But enough of depressing topics. Let us talk about what I will do if I succeed instead. The first thing I am doing is finding myself the nicest, softest bed ever and sleeping for a few weeks. When I wake up, I am going to the best restaurant in the city, and I will eat until I get sick. You have no idea how tired I am of eating nothing but dried meat. Then, I will go visit my sister Rain. I will tell her everything. Who I am. About our parents. My reasons for not talking to her. If she is willing, I will try to be the best big brother ever. If not, I will respect it. She has a life, and I have no right to barge in on it. After that, I guess I will go find Kai and go with him to one of those concerts he would not stop talking about. I also cannot wait to see his reaction when I tell him about all I have been doing here. I will also visit Effie and prepare her a feast the likes of which she has never tasted before. Then I will not allow her to eat any of it until she apologizes for all her pestering. Okay, maybe I will not. But I will still be very petty about the whole thing. Cassie, I will listen to what she has to say before making any decision. Until then, ask her to take care for me. And then, there is you. Nephice, changing star of the immortal flame clan. The very star of my ruin. My master, I hate you. The kind of things I have gone through. The pain. The sorrow. The sheer despair. I have been betrayed before. But not like this. Never like this. The idea of taking revenge was the only thing keeping me warm on many cold nights. Which only makes the following fact even more ridiculous. I love you. The memory of you. Of Cassie. Of what we have gone through. Even your runes, as much as they infuriated me. Or even that thrice-damned command of yours, are the only thing that keeps me going even now. Quite pathetic, right? I hate you. I love you. I love you. I hate you. Even now, I am not sure what I will do once we meet. Maybe I will kill you. Maybe I will kiss you. Maybe both. Though not in that order. I guess I will find out when I come back. Until then, I have a task for you. As the one responsible for my current predicament, I hope you will at least have the decency to fulfill it. Or maybe you will not even read this before I die. And I am just wasting my time. But a man can have hope, can he not? No matter what happens next. How long it takes me to come back. Or even if I die. From now to the day of your death, whether by my hand or other means. I want only one thing from you. Remember me. Silence lingered in the room. Her soft breath the only thing that could be heard. The silence was deep and heavy, almost deafening in its stillness. And then, it was broken. Had the room not been soundproofed, one could have heard the great changing star cry for the first time in years. Sonny was seated on the shadow chair, numbly staring at the seed of nightmare before him. His message had been finished minutes ago, and now there was nothing left to do but enter. It was a foolish act, that he knew. To think he had fallen so low as to beg the same person who had put him in his current situation to remember him was just another pathetic deed in a long list of them. But he wanted to leave a message, a proof of what he had been through, to express what he felt, what he feared, to be remembered if he died, even if it was by her. He felt the usual war between hate and love take place in his heart, but he could not be bothered to pay attention to it, not when he was staring at what might very well be his death. He shook his head and stood up, the chair dissolving behind him in dark sparks. It was time. Without fanfare, he walked to the seed and plunged his arm inside. Sleeper, prepare for your third trial. Wait, what? Brave one, welcome to the nightmare. End of Volume 1. Beloved Child of Fate. Chapter 29. Sunny saw time flow in reverse. Countless years passed in a matter of seconds. The lone tower watching somberly over the circle of nothingness that held it prisoner. Around it, the rain flowed upward, returning home to the heavy clouds hanging above. He was forced to watch this for what felt like hours on end, seeing how the scars slowly but surely disappeared, as if paint was wearing off. The carvings on the tower came back to life, filled once more with meaning, yet one that was beyond him. The stone it was made of lost the damage etched into it by time, slowly recovering from the scars left by the elements. At last, when the tower, which before seemed to stand only due to stubborn pride, once more looked like a magnificent landmark, there was a change in the passage of time. It was almost jarring. One moment, what felt like months passed in seconds, and now it was reduced to what felt like just minutes. Then, something even stranger happened. Time buckled and reversed. He was high up in the sky, a starry night above him, the moon shining on him so brightly that he could feel tears prickling at his currently non-existent eyes. It was the first time he had seen it in years. Its light felt like a promise of salvation, like finding a safe shelter under the rain, like eating for the first time after starving for days. Below him, a magnificent city rested, countless torches shining as if it were another starry sky. However, something was wrong with it, like some sort of sickness he could not see but could perceive. And was that? Yes, right at the edges, on the city walls, hanging above them, there was some sort of silvery barrier, completely sealing off the city. He tried to take a better look, but he could not move from his position. Then, someone appeared beside him, and he forgot all about the barriers. He could not even begin to describe them. He tried, over and over, to focus on the figure in front of him, but each time his mind grasped at details, they slipped through his fingers like water. The person was there, right in front of him, just close enough to feel their presence. But every effort to define them, to pin down their features, left only a haze. It was like looking at living mist, hazy and incorporeal. The only thing he could tell with certainty was that the being had the shape of a woman, one with wings. The woman-shaped haze turned around and stared directly at him, as if she could sense him despite the fact that he should not even have a body at the moment. He was not completely sure, but he almost felt like the shape laughed bitterly upon noticing him. Then, the woman turned around and stared at the beautiful city below them. She raised her arm, or was it a leg? One of her wings? It was impossible to tell through the haze. And just like that, without any fanfare or proclamation, the city below disappeared in a circle of nothingness. A single, lone tower left standing. There was a long second of silence, one in which horror flowed through him unimpeded. Had he blinked, he would have missed it. 1 second it was there, and the next, the city had disappeared. There was no flash, no big explosion, no drawn-out battle. The woman had simply willed the city to be gone, and that was what happened. Then, the second passed, and his soul screamed in pure terror and elation. The moon and the stars disappeared, devoured whole by a shadow of a magnitude he could not even begin to ascertain. The shadow did not stop there. It flooded the world under its mighty presence, painting it black. For one fraction of a second, he was alone with the hazy woman, and the next, a being of shadow appeared. His non-existent eyes hurt upon setting sight on the living shadow, as if they were not made to witness what was in front of him. They could not even penetrate through the mantle of shadows despite being able to see in them. It felt like the shadows covering the being were looking down on him. Who are you to dare gaze at us? They seemed to say. The shadow gave him a brief look, one filled with complicated emotions, then looked away, dismissing his presence as inconsequential. Then, the living shadow and the woman-shaped haze exchanged words. Angry ones. He could not hear what they were saying, and even if he were able to, he was certain he would not understand it either. It did not matter. For mere seconds after, they engaged in battle, one whose opening move almost unraveled his mind. When sleepers fought, they brought out their weapons, or their aspect to bear. As far as he had seen in the webtoons he liked to read, it was the same for awakened and masters. When it came to saints, they usually transformed spectacularly and dramatically, and then clashed. The two beings? The world bent. A loud, keening wail of agony seemingly coming out of it, followed by their disappearance from sight. Yet he could hear thunderous clashes taking place all around his incorporeal self. Mercifully, time buckled once more, and he witnessed what was probably the aftermath of the fight. The land had been savaged beyond repair. The many mountains that surrounded the city were gone, some reduced to rubble, others erased out of existence itself. Deep lines, resembling those he had seen during his travels, were etched in the ground, just as deep and unfathomable as the ones he had seen before. Even more so, perhaps. And yet, despite the cataclysmic battle that had taken place, the lone tower was still standing. Worse for wear, but still whole. Protected behind it, he could see fields of verdant green grass, having survived against all odds thanks to resting in the shade of the tower. The dark veil that covered the world receded, the living shadow revealing itself once more. It gave him another stare, one filled with regret and disappointment. And then it was gone. For a long time, nothing happened. Hours went by before something came out from the depths of the nothingness. It was the unholy titan he had met so long ago. Although at this time, it was still just an unholy monster. During the battle, it had stayed beneath the circle of nothingness, hiding in fear of the two beings he had just seen engage in battle. His mind, even with the help of the mind weave, still could not process it. There was nothing but a hole in the fabric of the world where it passed. Soon it settled in the skies just above him, and the rain started to pour down, just as unrelenting as it had been during his travels through the tears. Time buckled for a third and final time, and he was once more staring at the city. It was still nighttime, the moon shining merrily, completely unaware of what would come to happen. The barriers sealing off the city were up, but he had the feeling that it was earlier in the timeline than when the woman had erased the city. Then, he felt his stomach drop, a bizarre sensation considering that he did not even have a body at the moment, and he started to plummet. The distance between himself and the city disappeared in a matter of seconds, and in no time, he could see it in detail. From above, the city seemed to breathe, its labyrinth of winding streets and shimmering lakes laid out like the veins of an ancient creature. The lakes, dark and still, cut through the city like veins of glass, their mirrored surfaces reflecting the polished stone of the buildings that flanked them. The moon cast long shadows across the landscape, lighting up the stone facades of the towering edifices, which gleamed as though they had been scrubbed clean just hours before. Each structure, with its tall, thin spires, seemed to rise with an elegant defiance, cutting through the mist like spears poised against the heavens. From up there, he could see how the city's gleaming exterior was only a layer, a thin veil over something much older, something much darker. Dominating it all, like a watchful giant, was the tower. Its massive, jagged form loomed above the city, stark against the sky, its height both awe-inspiring and unnerving. The tower seemed to command the world below, the space around it empty, as if none dared to stand beside it. It stood at the city's center, its surface inscribed with carvings that went beyond his comprehension, catching the light just enough to make it shimmer like the surface of a blade. There was a sense of foreboding in the way it stretched upward, as though it held knowledge that no mortal could grasp. His gaze wandered further, taking in the intricate patterns formed by the parks and the paths that twisted like veins between the mansions. The greenery, though soft, was sharp in contrast to the cold, unyielding stone of the architecture. Each element of the city, every tree, every lake, every spire, seemed to belong to a different age, caught in a moment just before or just after something important had happened, something that he might never have the chance to understand. Then, the distance reduced further, and he did not have time to appreciate the view anymore. A cathedral came into sight, radiant and well cared for, its design reminiscent of the temple of the twin gods. He kept falling and was met with the strange sensation of going through the roof, as if he were a ghost. A vast hall came into view, just as beautiful as the one in the temple, though he did not have time to appreciate it before he collided headfirst with the crystal-clear pool of water resting in the middle of it. Not again. Sensation rushed back at him, shocking, cold, and merciless. He sputtered, fighting desperately against the water. So shaken was he by the revelations faced that day that it took him a shamefully long time to realize that the water was only knee-deep. Thank the dead gods nobody saw this. He muttered beneath his breath and stifled a yawn that came out of nowhere, then glared at his snickering shadows. He shook his head and got up, only to realize a shocking detail upon looking at his reflection. Why do I look like myself? It was true. The face that stared back at him in the surface of the pool was his own. Not even a line or pore out of place. His height, his weight, skin tone, hair, and eye color. Even the length of his nails were exactly the same. Were not challengers supposed to get different bodies when facing a seed of nightmare? Maybe it was an exaggeration? Fake information? No. Teacher Julius had been the one to tell him that. And if he trusted something, it was the fact that the old teacher would rather die than provide wrong information, which still left him with the mystery of why he was inhabiting what looked like his own body. He scratched his head and then shrugged. He would not forget about the matter, but there were more important things to focus on at the moment. Feeling the creeping cold, he finally left the pool. Even his equilibrium was the same. Just what was going on? And stared at last at the hall. The analysis he had done before was correct. The room looked just like the one in the Temple of the Twin Gods. The only difference being the pool of water instead of the raised platform of glass, and the fact that there was a third statue, standing before the pool, which put it between the statue of the sky god and that of the water goddess. There was the statue of a woman, except that where the others, for lack of a better term, seemed to be worn out, this one looked pristine and unmarred by the passage of time. The woman depicted on the statue was beautiful beyond words, her stony gaze inducing a strange sense of calm in him. He could not avoid feeling some sort of kinship toward the woman, as if they had some unseen relation. The Lady of Sorrows? He asked himself. She was the only notable figure he knew who belonged to the ancient city, and the murals had depicted her as a figure of veneration. So he felt like it was a fair assumption, a mystery he would have to leave for later. He stifled another yawn and opened his runes. It was as good a time as any to review what he was working with. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Dreamer. Class, Terror. Shadow cores, 6 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 1 out of 6,000. He smiled despite himself. It had taken him a year to achieve his monster core. And here he was, just a year and a half later, having reached his terror core already. Memories, Silver Bell. Puppeteer's Shroud. Midnight Shard. Ordinary Rock. Prowling Thorn. Endless Spring. Dark Wing. Moonlight Shard. Waver's Mask. Bow of the Lone Hunter. Safe Box of Greed. Mask of Lost Echoes. Wrathful Might. Shadow Lantern. The Essence of Combat. Crown of Wrath. Ring of Sorrow. Shadow Chair. Fancy Knife. Lie Detector. Warming Rock. Cooling Rock. Painkiller Rock. Shadow Cloth. Read this. Sadly, his list of memories had taken a serious hit. Transcending Saint had taken a great amount of them, and he sacrificed many that he could not see much use for anymore. Like the Broken Oath, whose soul damage was so minimal that he never ended up using it. Quite annoyingly, he had received none worth keeping during his travel to Ularas. At least, thanks to Weaving, he was starting to refill the list. So far, he had focused on making utility memories like the warming and cooling rocks. Since the few enchantments with offensive utility in Waver's book were far too complex to master yet, he had also started upgrading some of his memories, like the Midnight Shard and Puppeteer's Shroud, to Ascended. If there was something he did not lack, it was shards. Shadows, Marble Saint. Soul Serpent. Attributes, Beloved Child of Fate. Flame of Blasphemy. Child of Shadows. Bloodweave. Endbringer. Stone Shell. Soul Weave. Bone Weave. Flesh Weave. Spirit Weave. Mind Weave. Aspect, ShadowSlave. Master, Changing. That was it. Impressive for a sleeper, but all too little for a third nightmare. He cursed inwardly. What was he thinking? Of course, he could not tell the category of the seed. He had never seen one since being infected by the spell. There goes my dream of a quiet, lazy life as a memory and cafe shop owner, he muttered bitterly. It was already unlikely that he would be allowed to go back into obscurity after beating a second nightmare as a sleeper. But a third one? With how rare saints were. Not a chance. He was lucky that it was just a third nightmare instead of something even stronger. Lucky? Who was he trying to fool? Beating a second nightmare as a sleeper had already been an absurd expectation. And here he was, facing a challenge that even elite masters dreaded with all of their soul. Humanity as a whole did not even have 50 saints. And that was not due to lack of trying. Oh well, just another impossible achievement to add to the list, right guys? His shadows gave him a stare that could only mean you are doomed. Even the happy guy had joined in on it. One of the few times the 7 of them agreed on something. And it was for this. Honestly. Wait, 7? He counted again. And yes, he did have 7 shadows. Shadow cores, 6 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 1 out of 6,000. He checked the runes and saw the same number of cores. He was still a terror. There was no doubt about that. And yet, inexplicably, he had 7 of them. Except that the 7th was different. It gave him a strange sensation, like it was caught in a twilight state, somewhere between the shadow of an object and that of a living being. He also could not control it in any way. It was completely inert, like it did not belong to him. Where did it come from? Was it the original shadow of the body he was inhabiting, perhaps? He stifled another yawn and decided that he could deal with that question later. Sticking to the shadows, he moved to leave the cathedral to see what he was facing. When he reached the doors, he saw that they were slightly ajar, allowing the passage of a small beam of light through. He carefully approached and then peeked through the opening, only to retreat immediately as silently as he could, his heart beating like a drum. There is a corrupted beast sleeping right outside, he whispered to himself, almost as if the world would realize the ridiculousness of the situation and make the creature disappear. He peeked again, and the creature was still there. Figures. At least it was still asleep. Impossibly, he yawned again, his eyelids dropping like they were made of lead. He was stuck in a third nightmare as a sleeper. For assistance, he had only Serpent, an ascended terror, and Saint, a transcendent demon. Among his memories, the only transcendent ones were the safe box, which, while extremely useful, did not provide him a way to fight back, and the Crown of Wrath, which, while incredibly powerful, if he were to use it, he might as well sign his death warrant. He was on a time limit before the hazy woman would show up to erase the city, which meant that he would either have to solve the scenario before or find a way out of the city. And he suspected that the second option was quite unlikely to happen. Right outside the door, there was a corrupted beast. And with his luck, he suspected that it would not be the only one in the nightmare. To cap it all, he was quickly falling asleep, probably due to some sort of mind hex. Damnation, he summarized to himself. He only had time to summon Saint before he fell asleep. Doofus. He heard the voice as if it came from afar, or as if there were a wall between them. Doofus. Sonny. A hand grabbed his shoulder roughly, and he snapped awake, his eyes coming into contact with Effie's hazel ones, which had a worried look on her face. Doofus, what is wrong? I have been calling you for 5 minutes already. He looked around, his gaze slowly taking in the cafe. It was warm inside, the walls painted in soothing colors. The cafe was small, cozy, perfect for a peaceful ambience. There were only 6 more clients inside, a few of them giving him a worried stare before going back to their drinks. That is right. He was awake and sunless, the proud owner of Sonny's brilliant emporium, Memories and Cafe. He dispelled the scenario he had been daydreaming about, him challenging a third nightmare. How absurd. And then squashed the feeling of something being wrong. He smiled reassuringly. Sorry, I must have spaced out. Chapter 30. So how is life? Sonny stopped for a second to give Effie a flat stare, then went back to preparing her coffee. Same as last time you asked, he said dryly, which was half an hour ago, by the way. Soon, the aroma of fresh coffee assaulted his senses. It was perfect, made with precision that machines could not compare to. The beans were specially imported. The water completely pure thanks to the endless spring. The cup made of porcelain that most people could not even find, let alone buy. He could cry out of pride for such a perfect creation. Then his heart broke when he started adding the insane amounts of sugar and syrup that Effie liked to drink it with. The end result was more of a coffee-flavored soda rather than an actual coffee. The sacrifices he made for his friends. Sonny settled the cup in front of her, as well as a plate of cookies, thrice the usual size, in front of the huntress. Okay, he said. Shoot. Tell me what you want. Effie, already stuffing her face full of cookies, stopped, giving him a confused glance that did not even come close to being convincing. What do you mean? He quirked an eyebrow. You have been showing up more often and keep asking me if I enjoy my current life. It is obvious you want something. So go ahead already." She looked away and took a sip of the monstrosity she called coffee to sell it better. Then the absolute monster went ahead and added even more sugar to the brew. How she did not have diabetes yet was a mystery. "Can I not visit a friend?" she tried to deflect. His eyebrow climbed higher, trying to convey just how unconvincing her act was. "You can. Just as I can stop giving you preferential treatment when it comes to my pastries." She folded instantly. Okay, I do want something." She shivered as if he had threatened her entire family. "You did not have to go that far, you monster." You were still trying to deflect. His hand moved to take away the plate of cookies. But she was faster, snatching it and shoveling every last one into her mouth. It was almost impressive, her cheeks puffing out like a squirrel's. Sunny felt like he was watching a cartoon, not helped by the fact that she somehow managed to swallow them all at once. It was both horrifying and fascinating. She took another sip of the coffee. "Fine. We are going to challenge the second nightmare. And we want you to join." "No," he said simply, not a trace of doubt to be found in his voice. "Ah, I get it," she said, smirking. "You are afraid you will not be able to hold your feelings for me back if we spend that much time together." She even fluttered her eyelashes, like the lead in a bad rom-com. "If you mean my deep desire to stab you with my sword," he replied flatly, "then yes." It was the wrong thing to say. He knew at the instant the smirk spread across her face. Already wanting to go that far with me? How salacious. She covered her mouth in a flawless impression of scandalized shock. "At least buy me dinner first." Then she fluttered her eyelashes again. He had been dealing with her for a long time. He was somewhat used to her antics. The things he heard on a daily basis from his clients, who for some reason thought he could not hear them despite speaking at a normal volume, were far worse. So why was he blushing like a maiden? "You know that is not what I meant," he protested, flustered. She teased him a little longer before finally relenting, her expression turning serious. "Can I not convince you otherwise?" "No," he denied once more, his voice conveying finality. "My only dream was retiring and living a peaceful life. And that has not changed now that I have achieved it." She nodded, sadness flickering across her face. "They miss you, you know. Cassie and Naphis." For a second, he felt a pang of indescribable sadness and rage. Then the world itself trembled, as if it were a knot whose strings were fraying against an impossibly sharp blade. A spike of pure pain penetrated his brain, driving him to his knees in sheer agony. He did not know how long it lasted. The world unraveled, revealing silvery tendrils beneath reality, like threads forming a vast, fragile canvas. He glimpsed it for barely half a second before the tendrils snapped back into place, mending themselves and knotting together again, restoring the cafe that moments ago had been on the verge of vanishing. The pain faded and went away, and with it, the memory of the strange occurrence disappeared too. Sunny blinked and found himself alone, the feeling of something being wrong assaulting him again. "How rude," he muttered. She did not even say goodbye. He shook his head, then glanced around and realized the other customers were gone too. He shook his head again. He sure was airhead today. "Get a grip, Sonny," he scolded himself. "What kind of reputation will this place get if I keep daydreaming on the job?" A soft giggle drew him away from his musings. It seemed like a new client had arrived while he was chastising himself. She was a woman, half a head taller than him. Her skin was just as pale as his, with dark hair and eyes. And she was beautiful. The most beautiful woman he had ever seen, even. She also seemed oddly familiar, like he had seen her before. "Hard day?" she asked. An amused smile painted on her lovely lips. "You can say so," he replied, a strained smile appearing on his face. "What can I get you?" She eyed the menu, her eyes going through the many things listed but unable to settle on one. "Surprise me," she said at last. He nodded, grateful for the excuse to step away. When he returned, he brought a cup of coffee and a slice of strawberry cake. Sunny smiled upon seeing her digging in eagerly. It was for things like this that he liked his job. It always made him feel better to see others enjoy the fruits of his work. It made him feel like he mattered, like he could do more things than just wield a sword. "What can you tell me about the city?" his new patron asked, still eagerly devouring the cake. Had she just moved in, perhaps? It would explain why it was the first time he had seen her. "Plenty. Anything you want to know in particular?" She blushed, realizing just how vague her question was. "Well, what about that tower?" He nodded, not even needing to ask which one she meant. Well, to begin with, it is the most famous landmark of Alaras. Why had he hesitated? He had lived in Alaras his entire life. For a fleeting moment, the image of a vast city rose in his mind, its radiant center standing in stark contrast to its hellish outskirts. The sensation of wrongness crept over him once more. Stronger this time. The pain of his flaw dragged him back from his musings. He had not completely answered the question, so it was making itself known. Shaking the feeling of wrongness away, he continued. According to the legends of old, it was built by the daemon of choice himself as a gift for the twin gods. Why? She asked eagerly, her face flashing with interest. Well, that is where pretty much everyone disagrees. Some say that it was meant to endear them to him, since they were the descendants of the storm goddess. Others say that he was trying to court the water goddess, while others claim that it was the sky god he was trying to charm instead. He lowered his voice conspiratorially, and some say that it was both. She laughed, her voice pure and melodious. The remaining traces of wrongness disappeared like morning dew, leaving him unburdened from the strange sensation. He could stay there forever, as long as he could keep hearing that breathtaking laugh. What everyone agrees on is the claim made by the daemon after it was completed. He cleared his throat in preparation and then put on his most pompous voice. This, as all of my creations before, is the pinnacle of all crafts. Nothing but the gods themselves will be able to damage it. And even then, only their focused and unrelenting assault will be able to topple it. Did he really say that? She asked between sips of her cup. Oh yes, the historians were quite sure of that fact. Nether sure was humble, the woman said amidst giggles. Nether, was that supposed to be the name of the daemon? How did she know? The wrongness tried to creep back, but was crushed immediately. Oh yes, you should try to join one of the many tours they organize for tourists inside the tower. You would be surprised by the amount of statues of him that can be found inside. She laughed once more and finished her cup. This was a pleasure. But I have to leave, she said while getting up. Inexplicably, he felt sad seeing her go. The pleasure was all mine, I assure you, he replied with his best customer service smile. Though this time, it was more genuine than usual. See you next time? She asked almost hopefully. Of course. It is not like I can take my shop and leave, Sunny joked. She smiled at him and left, leaving behind a vague scent that reminded him of home for some reason. Belatedly, he realized that he had not asked for her name. Oh well, she would come back. Tell me more about yourself, she said imperiously. At times like this, she looked less like a mundane girl and more like an empress issuing a decree. Sunny found himself smiling as he prepared a cup for her. She had started visiting daily, always at the same hour, as punctual as clockwork, and she was always curious. About everything. You will have to be more specific than that, he chided her playfully. She put a finger beneath her chin, seemingly in deep thought. Cute. What do you want out of life? She asked at last. The question hit harder than he expected. Bitterness welled in his stomach. Sharp and sudden. Had anyone ever cared enough to ask him that before? Or cared about him at all? The familiar sense of wrongness crept in, stronger than before, but he brushed it aside with practiced ease. His flaw pressed at the edges of his mind, urging him to answer. In the end, Sunny shrugged nonchalantly. I do not know. She looked at him quizzically, clearly not believing his answer. A low chuckle escaped him. Do not look at me like that. It is true. When her expression did not change, he sighed. If I had to elaborate, I guess I want so many things that I do not even know which one I want the most. She tilted her head. He had to ask her name one of these days, some strange, alien emotion seeming to pass through her eyes. Well then, how about you tell me some of them, and I help you narrow it down. He shook his head in fond exasperation. When she wanted to know something, there was no stopping her. He set the coffee down in front of her, along with a plate of cookies. He would have to bake more soon. Effie and Kai had stopped by earlier and nearly wiped him out. Mostly Effie. I suppose I want to keep the peaceful life I have here, he began. I want to feel safe. As ridiculous as it sounds, I still have trouble sleeping at night. The awakened life is behind me, but the memories are not. His gaze drifted, dragged under by old recollections. Long, sleepless nights. The constant tension. Fingers locked tight around a sword. Breath held as he waited for something, anything, to go wrong. And something always did. Then I want to have friends. Friends I can trust. Friends who will always have my back and whom I will have in turn. So why had he refused to join them in the second nightmare? Friends who will not forget me. His eyes stung and his breath hitched. But he continued. I want to be strong enough to control my own fate. I want to love and be loved. I want to be able to look at myself in the mirror and not feel disgusted. I want to get over all the insecurities that plague me. I want to stop hearing that damn voice that is always whispering that my life is worthless. He stopped when he felt arms enveloping him. Their grip surprisingly strong. Why was his sight so blurry all of a sudden? He wiped at his eyes and was met with wetness. They had not started falling yet, but it was a close thing. With his sight restored, he was able to see her face right in front of him, just millimeters away from his. His cheeks reddened, embarrassment following right after. Despite the shame he felt, there was none in her. Instead, she was looking at him seriously. Not a trace of pity or disgust to be seen. Just a quiet reassurance that he was not alone. He tried to chuckle, to make some self-deprecating joke that would reduce the tension, to push her away, and yet instead he pulled her closer, fully returning the embrace. Minutes later, when he regained control, she let go of him and returned to her previous position. Fortunately, there was no one else in the cafe to witness his pitiful show of weakness. I am sorry, he said, scrubbing at his eyes. I did not mean to. She shook her head gently. If anyone should apologize, it is me. I am the one who asked. Her hand slipped into his. Warm and careful. His face flushed again. He really was not used to this. And what about you? He asked quickly. What do you want out of life? He hoped she would let the subject change. Her eyes told him clearly that she was not fooled. But she acquiesced nonetheless. I want to create a world without suffering, she said. Her voice full of conviction. Then her expression fell. I do not seem to be that good at it, though. Just look at what I just made you go through. Unable to come up with words that could make her feel better without lying or sounding patronizing, he chose instead to squeeze her hand, trying to convey as much comfort through the simple gesture as he could. Fortunately, it seemed to work, for she gave him the most heartwarming smile he had ever seen. Seeing that smile, he felt like everything was right with the world. Sorry, have you been waiting long? She asked as she arrived at their meeting point. Do not worry. I arrived just a few minutes ago too. Technically the truth. Half an hour was still a few minutes. After all, why did he even bother to come so early? This was just an outing between friends. Nothing special. He had gone to countless ones with Kai and Effie. Maybe it was time to do it with them too. The thought made the world shiver faintly. The wrongness returned. But it was weak now. Flickering. Like a dying flame. He squashed it without even realizing that he did. Feeling a soft pinch on his cheek, his attention snapped back to the beautiful woman before him, who was pouting at him. Honestly, I managed to get you out of your shop for once, and you ignore me. How rude. Sonny chuckled and raised his arms in surrender, trying to appease her. Sorry. I was just lost in thought. She pouted a little longer, but in the end let go of his cheek, only to grab his hand instead and start dragging him toward the queue. She should stop doing that. One of these days, he might get the wrong idea and think that she liked him. Shaking away the ridiculous thought, he focused back on the situation. They were at the end of the queue, wearing casual clothes. Perfect for a casual afternoon with friends. Wait, was she wearing makeup? Nah, it must have been his imagination. He shook his head again. He was doing that far too often nowadays, and allowed his gaze to rise to the tower standing before them. She had been wanting to visit it for a while, and he had agreed to keep her company while she did. Why she could not go on her own was beyond him, although he could admit that it was nice, especially the fact that she still had not let go of his hand. The afternoon slipped by easily. They ate, talked, laughed, took photos of statues and artifacts, watched a play about Neth-Er building the tower. Ridiculous, exaggerated, and strangely fun, though he had to say that the depiction of the sun god, who flirted with every single character and succeeded with more than a few, felt rather blasphemous. Seemingly reading his mind, she spoke. That one is actually accurate. Sonny chuckled. Oh, and how do you know that? Were you alive to witness it, perchance? She laughed nervously. No, I just read it in some of the history books. She deflected suspiciously fast. You are a terrible liar. But fine, keep your secrets. She kept trying to deny it a little longer, but seeing that he was not convinced, she eventually relented with the most adorable pout he had ever seen. He was curious about how she knew. Being alive during the age of the gods. Ridiculous. But he could wait for another moment. After that, they left and climbed to the top floor, from where they could see the city in full. It was nighttime already, the countless little lights making it look like a sea of colorful stars. At some point, without even realizing it, they had closed the distance between each other even more. She was currently behind him, chest resting against his back, her arms around his neck and her head resting on his shoulder. Their bodies were pressed against each other in a way that seemed perfect, fitting, as if they were meant to be like that. Sunny found himself exhaling in contentment. Everything felt right at that moment. There was nowhere else he wanted to be and nobody he would rather be with. Another spike of wrongness rose at that thought, but it faded away on its own, too weak to even be noticed. "Is there something you want to tell me, Sunny?" she asked softly, her warm breath tickling his ear. "No," he answered immediately, then added, feeling puzzled. "Should I?" He felt her arms tense, followed by an exasperated grunt. "Do I have to do it all myself?" When she let go of him, he turned around to look at her annoyed, yet still beautiful, face. "What do you mean?" For an answer, she closed what little distance there was between them and leaned in. Why was everyone he knew so damn tall, bringing their faces close? Was she going to whisper it or something? Then her lips met his, and his mind short-circuited. It felt wrong. The most beautiful woman he had ever met was kissing him, and the only thing that came to mind was gray eyes and silver hair. She stepped back, her cheeks painted red, and he brushed that thought aside. There was something far more important he had to ask. She stepped back, feeling like she had just committed a mistake. He had not answered. Instead, he had locked up, still as a statue, and the look on his face, it was the saddest thing she had ever seen. He was afraid. No, scratch that. He was terrified. His hands were shaking, eyes darting around in a frenzy. "Do you love me?" Sunny asked, his tone so insecure and broken that she wanted nothing more than to hug him. She restrained herself. There was something wrong going on. She was not blind to the fact that he was not accustomed to physical affection, but this reaction worried her. He acted as if he were about to face a dangerous nightmare creature instead of a confession. Seeing the growing worry in him, she answered, trying to make her voice sound as soothing and honest as possible. "Yes, I love you. I love you as much as I possibly can." The reaction that met her was heartbreaking. She saw it happen the moment the words left her mouth. He went still, as though something inside him had locked into place, and his shoulders drew inward, folding toward his chest in a way that made him seem even smaller than usual. The breath slipped out of him slowly, uneven, and for a second she wondered if he had stopped breathing altogether. His jaw tightened, a hard line forming as his eyes lost focus, no longer looking at her, but somewhere far past her. His hands curled at his sides, fingers digging into his palms, and she noticed the slight tremor there, quickly restrained. He shook his head once, faintly, as if rejecting something he could not afford to touch. His posture sagged, spine bowing under an invisible weight, and his chest rose and fell in shallow, careful breaths. To her, it looked like disappointment settling in real time. His throat worked as he swallowed, lips pressed tight, holding back a reaction he refused to give voice to. There was no anger in him, only a quiet collapse, like someone bracing for a blow they had always expected. She could see the heartbreak in the way his body guarded itself, as if every kindness before this moment had just turned sharp, and he was already preparing to be hurt again. He looked defeated, like he had been informed of suffering from a terminal illness rather than of a love confession. "I was afraid you would say that," he said at last, his voice tinged with sadness. The world was still for a moment, her face frozen in surprise and sadness. And then it broke down. He saw with cold eyes how the fabric of the world frayed and broke apart. The world lost color. Then it lost consistency. And finally his vision turned black. Mere seconds later, he opened his eyes to see that he was still in the cathedral, Saint watching over him dutifully. Sunny laughed bitterly as he rose to his feet. "Like I could believe that someone loves me." Chapter 31. How long have I been asleep? Sunny asked his shadows. They answered with looks of concern. He exhaled in annoyance at the sight. He had not meant to say that sentence aloud, but it had slipped out all the same, as his thoughts so often did these days. Sunny had developed a dangerous habit of speaking his thoughts out loud, one he would have to break sooner rather than later. It would not do to go around parading his secrets if he somehow managed to overcome the nightmare. What a funny joke that was. Yes, Yes, I know, he said, waving a hand dismissively. Now answer the actual question. They continued to stare at him for a moment longer before finally acquiescing. Gloomy raised 2 fingers, while Happy made a circular motion that clearly indicated hours. Only 2 hours, Sunny muttered, incredulity coloring his voice. He could not tell how long he had spent inside the dream. But for all of it to have happened in just 2 hours? That did not feel right. Not at all. The passage of time inside the mind hex had been strange. Warped. It had felt incredibly slow and incredibly fast at the same time, stretching and compressing in ways that defied logic. If not for Gloomy and Happy's answer, and the fact that he did not feel particularly hungry or thirsty, he would have assumed he had been trapped inside for weeks, months even. The experience itself felt paradoxically real and false at the same time. He could recall his conversations with the illusory versions of Effie and Kai with perfect clarity, every word etched into his memory. He even remembered speaking to some of his clients. Although, frustratingly, he could not recall a single concrete detail about who those clients were. He could also remember fragments of his dream self's life, vague impressions and half-formed memories that were already growing turbid, slipping away faster with each passing second. And then there was that woman, the one who had taken center stage in the dream. Sunny could still feel the phantom warmth of her lips on his. He blushed despite himself. He could recall the subtle scent of her perfume, the comfort and safety he had felt when she embraced him. His blush deepened, and the unshakable conviction in her voice whenever she spoke about her dreams and hopes for the future. In a world of lies, she was the only truth. So why had she gone to such lengths? Why lie about loving him when she could have remained just a friend, without risk or deception? Why? Just why? At first, he had experienced frequent moments of disconnection from the dream world, brief flashes of awareness that something was wrong. But those moments had weakened with every second he spent inside the hex. By the time of their date, he could not have freed himself anymore. If she had not made the mistake of lying so blatantly, he might very well never have woken up at all. Sunny ran a hand through his hair in irritation, fingers digging into his scalp. It did not bode well, not in the slightest. He had been completely helpless, and whoever had cast the hex was nowhere to be found. Whether it had been a person or a nightmare creature that had ensnared him in the mind hex did not really matter. What mattered was that they had done so without revealing themselves, and that he had not been able to escape on his own. Sunny extended his hand, palm up. A second later, the read this memory materialized and fell neatly into it. Waver's book, transformed into a memory for the sake of convenience. He flipped through the pages quickly, his movements bordering on frantic, desperately hoping that he had overlooked something during earlier perusals. He had not. There was no enchantment that directly boosted mental resistance. The defensive enchantments woven into the puppeteer's shroud and the underworld mantle were far too complex for him to decipher yet. Maybe staying a little longer in the temple to develop his skills would not have been such a bad idea after all. Sunny dismissed the book with an annoyed exhale and forced himself to move on. He had been dealing with hexes ever since he arrived to the tiers. This one would be no different. Turning, his gaze fell on Saint, who still stood guard beside the door, unmoving and vigilant, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. He smiled faintly. "Thanks, Saint." She nodded, the motion so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Sunny approached the doors silently. He needed to check whether the corrupted beast outside was still there, and more importantly, whether it was still asleep. It was. He nodded to his shadows, silently instructing them to spread out and scout the surrounding area. 5 nerve-wracking minutes later, they returned with both good news and bad. The corrupted sleeping in front of the cathedral was the only one of its kind nearby. However, there were dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of dormant beasts in the vicinity. There were also around 10 awakened creatures, and even one fallen. Every single one of them was asleep. "It is too much of a coincidence," Sunny muttered under his breath. "Whoever put me under a mind hex does not discriminate." The implications were troubling. Putting both a corrupted beast and a dormant terror like himself to sleep at the same time was one thing. Doing the same to who knew how many other creatures was something else entirely. The perpetrator had to be a transcendent, at the very least. Even worse, they had put him to sleep without any obvious signs beyond simple yawns. His remembrance chain, something that was always running, had made no difference at all. That alone lent further credence to his theory. Considering the only other being who had ever bypassed it so effortlessly was Wrath, a corrupted beast. He needed a countermeasure, and he needed one fast. But first things first. Sonny's attention returned to the corrupted beast sprawled in front of the cathedral. If he wanted to leave, he would have to pass dangerously close to it. The risk of waking it up was too great to simply ignore. "Saint," he whispered as he stepped away from the narrow gap between the gates. "Can you kill it in one blow?" She stepped forward and peered through the opening, her ruby eyes glowing ominously behind her helm. For a long moment, she simply watched the creature, silently calculating. Then she nodded. A smile spread across Sonny's face. He had expected nothing less. But confirmation was always reassuring. He extended his arm again, summoning the silver bell, and rang it immediately. Instead of its usual melodious chime, however, no sound emerged. Instead, an invisible bubble expanded outward, swallowing all sound within its radius. The silencing charm was one of the simplest enchantments in Waver's book, but it had already proven its worth many times over. All of Sonny's shadows, with the sole exception of the strange, inert one, coiled around Saint, imbuing her with incredible might. He trusted her skill and judgment implicitly, but he would rather be safe than sorry. Overconfidence was a slow and insidious killer, and he had no intention of falling victim to it. With preparations complete, Saint pushed the gates open. They resisted stubbornly, and without the silencing barrier, the noise alone might have woken the dead. Once there was enough space for her to move freely, she stepped out. In just 2 seconds, she reached the sleeping corrupted. Saint raised her stone sword high and brought it down in a single, fluid motion. A simple yet elegant chop that looked like a work of art. Sonny had prepared for numerous outcomes. He had mapped out no fewer than 11 escape routes in case Saint failed to kill it in one strike. He even had contingencies for the possibility that the commotion might wake the other sleeping creatures. He need not have worried. The stone blade passed through the creature's neck as if it were cutting warm butter, and its severed head rolled across the ground. "You have slain a corrupted beast, Reynold of Aleras. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. Edge of Solace." Well, that had been anticlimactic. Relieved to have avoided a prolonged battle, Sonny gave Saint an enthusiastic thumbs up. She responded with what looked suspiciously like a proud nod. Memory name, Edge of Solace. Memory description, lost and broken. They welcomed the lady with open arms, unwittingly embracing the one who would become their doom. Enchantments, Gift of Solace. Gift of Solace. A sliver of the solace brought by the lady still rests within this blade. Those struck by it will slowly, but inevitably, fall into a deep slumber. His first transcendent weapon. Overjoyed, Sonny summoned it immediately. An action he regretted the instant he did. The blade appeared in his open palm. But before he could even properly examine it, its sheer weight forced him to let go. Any longer, and it might have crushed his hand outright. The damn thing must have weighed as much as an elephant, whatever that was. The crater it left in the stone floor upon impact proved the point. Thankfully, the silencing bubble was still active. Once the dust settled, Sonny finally got a proper look at the weapon. It resembled a German Zweihander. Teacher Julius had shown him plenty of illustrations of ancient weapons, except this one was twice as wide. Instead of being double-edged, the left side was sharpened while the right was lined with vicious spikes. All in all, it looked dangerous and deadly. A pity he could not use it. Even empowered by all 6 shadows, it was too heavy to wield comfortably, and its sheer length made it unwieldy in his hands. With a resigned sigh, he offered it to Saint. She took it easily with one arm and swung it in a few practice arcs, making the massive blade look completely weightless. At least she seemed pleased. Sonny could not wait for this nightmare to end. He was beyond tired of being weak. Sonny crept carefully through the window. The silencing charm was still active. The essence cost was negligible, and with infinite essence thanks to the Ring of Sorrow, there was no reason to let it lapse. But even so, he preferred not to tempt fate. He had already passed many creatures on the way here, all of them sound asleep. Yet he was not foolish enough to assume there were no exceptions. Once he cleared the window's ledge, he slipped fully into the room. It appeared to be a dining room, an impression immediately reinforced by the large table positioned at its center, still set with plates of rotting food. 4 dormant beasts lay sprawled around the table, asleep amid shattered fragments of wood that Sunny strongly suspected had once been chairs. His theory grew more convincing by the minute. After scavenging the shard from the corrupted he had slain earlier, Sunny had killed the fallen and several awakened creatures as well. Every single one of them had possessed a name. When that fact was combined with the remains of clothing many of the creatures wore, the ones before him included, and the way they appeared to have been in the middle of ordinary tasks before collapsing, the picture became painfully clear. Everyone inside the city had been corrupted. Every last one of them had been transformed into a nightmare creature. Sunny examined the food more closely. Judging by its state of decomposition, it must have occurred around 2 days ago. 3 at most. Unless it had happened earlier, and the people in this room had simply resisted longer. He doubted that, though. If even a saint had succumbed, there was no reason to believe ordinary people could have lasted long. He exhaled slowly, silently mourning the fact that there was almost certainly no one left in the city who remained uncorrupted. He had hoped to find fellow humans within the nightmare, people he could learn from, maybe even rely on for assistance. But more than anything else, he had hoped for someone he could talk with. Not just two. Probably my fault, Sunny muttered bitterly. Even the spell calls hope a poison, and I keep swallowing it anyway. Shaking his head to dispel the creeping melancholy, he climbed back out through the window. He had wanted to confirm whether people inside the houses were corrupted as well, and now he had his answer. Back outside, he glanced up at the sky. It was still night. The moon had not shifted even a millimeter, despite 9 hours having passed since his arrival. He hoped it simply meant the nights here were long, not that days did not exist at all. He missed the sun more than he cared to admit. Pushing the thought aside for later, Sunny climbed onto the rooftop, gaining a clearer view of his surroundings. He appeared to be in what passed for a medieval suburban neighborhood. Rows of single-story houses stretched outward, moderately sized, brightly painted, and richly decorated. Each home had a small parcel of land attached to it, though it seemed more ornamental than practical. Behind him, if he squinted, he could still make out the roof of the cathedral he had landed on. It remained close, unsurprising, given how cautiously he had moved to minimize risk. And further ahead, if he tilted his gaze just slightly upward, he could see the center of Alaras, where the tower rose above everything else. He did not dare to stare at it for long. A shiver ran down his spine at the mere glimpse, and he forcefully pushed the image from his mind before turning back toward his objective. Ahead lay the city walls, crowned by the softly glowing silvery barrier. He continued by leaping from rooftop to rooftop, vigilant for any sign of danger. There was none. Every creature he spotted remained deeply asleep, but he refused to relax his guard. 2 hours later, he reached the walls and began climbing. They were tall, but mercifully not as towering as those of the Dark City, and he reached the top without much trouble. I really need to get a flying memory, Sunny grumbled as he vaulted over the parapet. He could have asked Serpent to transform into a spire messenger and fly on his back. He had done so during his journey to Alaras, but that form was far too big and conspicuous. He was not willing to risk being seen. Still muttering under his breath, Sunny took in the view beyond the walls. The barrier was slightly translucent, allowing him to see vast fields of lush, green grass stretching into the distance. He could have sworn he saw human figures moving far away, but they were too distant to be certain. For a brief moment, he considered shouting or signaling in some way. In the end, he dismissed the idea. If those outside could notice him, so could whatever lurked within the city, and that was a risk he could not afford. Besides, even if he was seen, it would not matter as long as the barrier remained intact. Summoning the safe box of greed, Sunny retrieved a simple wooden stick and cautiously poked the barrier, ready to drop it at the first sign of danger. The stick made contact and stopped instantly, unable to advance even a millimeter further. Encountering resistance, but nothing else, Sunny pushed harder, still poised to retreat. Nothing happened, except the stick snapping under the applied force. Examining it, Sunny found no damage on it beyond what he himself had caused. That suggested it was meant purely to prevent passage, not to also retaliate. Next, he summoned the Midnight Shard and struck the barrier. The result was identical. The now ascended memory had no more luck than the stick had, which did not change when he tried again while empowered by his shadows and essence. For his final test, Sunny summoned Saint and bestowed upon her both his shadows and the wrathful might charm. She studied the silvery barrier for a moment, then shook her head, clearly unconvinced. Even so, she complied, striking the barrier with the edge of solace using all her strength. Nothing. So escape is not an option, Sunny said quietly. He had expected as much, but it had still been worth confirming. He doubted he could dig his way out either, but he would try later just to be sure. A dark snort of amusement escaped him. Of course it would not be that simple. The easy path was closed, which meant that if he wanted to leave alive, he would have to resolve whatever conflict lay at the heart of this nightmare. Test complete. Sunny turned around and finally tried to look at the tower in the center of the city. Tried being the key word. A dense, unnatural darkness completely surrounded it, swallowing all light and denying his vision any insight into what lay beyond. Worse still, the darkness shifted and writhed, as though it were alive. Whatever I have to do, Sunny murmured. It is definitely related to that tower. The conclusion was obvious and deeply unsettling. The tower was the only thing that remained in the present. It was the focal point of the city, the anchor of the time reversal, and the only structure singled out during the mind hex itself. The obvious answer brought him no comfort. Anything crafted by a daemon was dangerous beyond measure. The mere memory of the Where Is My Eye enchantment in Waver's mask was enough to make his blood run cold. Enough moping. Get to work, he muttered to himself. Waver's book appeared in his hand once more. He flipped through the pages until he found the enchantment he needed near the very end. After committing it to memory, he retrieved a makeshift arrow and an awakened shard from the safe box and began weaving. The enchantment was simple, mercifully so, and he finished shortly after. Memory name, Sunny Arrow. Memory description, the power of the sun in the palm of my hand. Enchantment, flashbang. Flashbang. Explodes into bright light on collision. Reminder to self. Use on Effie the next time she wakes me up by snoring too loudly. It was not his finest work, but he doubted he would need it often. In fact, it was the first time he had ever woven that enchantment at all. He could see through normal darkness perfectly, after all. Elemental darkness, though, it was a whole other beast. Sunny summoned the bow of the lone hunter and handed it, along with the arrow, to Saint. Then he summoned the dark wing and leapt from the wall to a nearby rooftop, continuing to jump until he had put a safe distance between himself and the firing point, all while maintaining a clear view. If he was going to enter the damn tower, he was not doing it blind. Since neither he nor his shadows could see through the darkness, light was the obvious solution. If it worked, he would gain information. If it did not, well, that was information too, even if it was the kind he desperately hoped to avoid. Creating distance was a precaution. If something intelligent lurked behind that darkness, the odds that it could trace the attack back to its source were far from negligible. Sunny signaled Saint. She fired immediately. Reinforced by his shadows, the arrow streaked toward the tower, covering the distance in mere seconds. Just before it struck, Sunny dismissed Saint and recalled his shadows. What followed was blinding. Viewing the result through Happy, Sunny realized he had not exaggerated nearly enough. The flash was overwhelming. A miniature sun erupting against the darkness. It was almost funny. A thunderous, pained hiss echoed through the city. The light faded, and with it, any lingering humor. Coiled around the tower was a cyclopean serpent. Its scale defied comprehension, its immense body stretching far beyond the limits of Sunny's vision, looping and coiling like a living horizon. Each movement was slow and deliberate, graceful in a way that made its enormity feel almost elegant. Its scales shimmered with iridescent obsidian and deep emerald hues, reflecting what little light dared to touch them. A miasma of darkness poured from between its scales like smoke from a bottomless abyss. The air warped around it. Light bent and died, and sound itself seemed to be devoured by its presence. The creature did not merely exist within the world. It erased it. Another deafening hiss rang out as the serpent's head snapped toward where Saint had been moments earlier. Its abyssal eyes absorbed the scene with a terrifying intelligence utterly at odds with its monstrous form. A minute twitch, so small he would have missed it without his mastery of shadow dance, was the only warning Sunny received. It was barely enough. He dove behind a chimney, just as the serpent's gaze swept across the rooftops, hunting for the one responsible. Had he been even half a second slower, it would have seen him. The result in that scenario was obvious. He would have died. There was no doubt about it. That thing was a great beast. Hysterical laughter threatened to burst from Sonny's chest, only to be violently suppressed as he clamped a hand over his mouth hard enough to bruise. How was he supposed to beat that? How? There was no time to think any further. A crushing wave of drowsiness slammed into him with the weight of a mountain, and his eyes closed instantly. Transcendent Sunless opened his eyes, feeling like he had not slept nearly enough. He yawned and rolled out of bed regardless. Once awake, he was never able to fall asleep again, so he might as well make use of the early hour. He went about his day calmly, without any hurry. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom feeling refreshed and ready to face whatever challenges the day might bring. Sonny walked into the kitchen and began preparing breakfast for two, internally lampooning the fact that he always seemed to be the one doing the cooking. Time slipped by, and just as he was finishing, two arms wrapped around his waist from behind. Someone hugged him close, resting their head on his shoulder. "That smells great," a voice whispered in his ear. In response, Sonny lightly jabbed his elbow backward. Not an attack, just a playful warning. She still grunted dramatically, acting as though she had been gravely wounded. "Why do you always have to be so mean?" she complained. "You will never find a wife like that, you know." Sonny did not need to turn around to picture the exaggerated pout on her face. "Who says I am looking?" he shot back. "If you are already up, stop wasting time and set the table." "Always so grumpy in the mornings," she teased. "But it is fine. I love you just the way you are." He rolled his eyes. Then, just to make sure she noticed, he turned around and did it again. She stood there, beautiful beyond words. Dark hair, dark eyes, pale skin, an image so striking it almost felt unreal. What was her name again? A flicker of wrongness stirred inside him, only to vanish an instant later. Her name had always been forgettable, even back when they were kids. She had been his best friend for as long as he could remember. They had been together since he had memory. Shaking his head to dispel the strange sensation of wrongness, Sonny returned to pondering how she had managed to convince him to share a home during their guard duty in Al Aras, despite him knowing full well how much of a slob she was. Oh well, it did not matter. Sonny would not have it any other way. Chapter 32. They ate in silence, quietly enjoying the food in each other's company. It was a comfortable silence, the kind that did not need to be filled with words to feel meaningful. Sonny let out a contented sigh when he finished. It felt good, genuinely good, to eat actual homemade food after such a long period of eating nothing but dried meat. The warmth lingered in his stomach, grounding him in a way he had not realized he had been missing. "Wait, when did that happen? I hope today's watch will be a quiet one." Her voice snapped him out of his impromptu reverie, dragging him back to reality with startling ease. He blinked, shaking his head slightly. His mind was all over the place today, thoughts slipping from one to another without warning. Focusing on her words, he found himself groaning in open exasperation. "You had to jinx it, did you not?" She waved her hand nonchalantly, clearly unconcerned. "It is fine. I am sure nothing bad will happen." He facepalmed. Hard. "Yeah, something bad is going to happen today." Shaking his head at the pure foolishness on display, he decided to get up before she could make it any worse. Sonny left her to clean the table while he washed the dishes, all the while complaining inwardly about the fact that he always ended up with the more arduous task. It was always like this. Honestly, the sacrifices he made for his best friend were endless and criminally underappreciated. Minutes later, it was done, leaving them plenty of time to spare before they had to go to their post, which meant they could take their time and enjoy a leisurely walk instead of having to teleport there through his awakened ability. She seemed disappointed by that last fact. The lazy slob. He could not understand why she liked teleporting so much. It was awkward, for one thing. Having to hold hands made it strangely intimate, and it always left him faintly self-conscious. He shook his head in fond exasperation as he stored away the clean dishes. If he allowed it, she would probably spend all day in bed, doing nothing but reading books or eating. All tasks done, they left the manor early in the morning and started walking toward the walls of the city. Sonny took in the beauty in front of him. The roads were clean and polished to a sheen. He could almost see himself reflected in the white stone. The buildings looked full of vigor, not a crack or crevice to be seen despite their age, as if they had been built only yesterday. The twin gods certainly had not spared any expense to make it shine. Even the mansion they had ordered built for his stay was impressive, and he was only meant to stay for a year. Honestly, that pair was far too eccentric. He still had not forgiven Lirel, the water goddess, for pinching his cheeks until they went red when they met, then having the boldness to declare him too adorable to resist. The gall of that woman. Yes, he was their cousin, but they had barely met in the past. The sheer indignity of it all. He had not missed the way Veilkar, the sky god, had almost burst out laughing either. He would have his revenge. That much was certain. As Sunny walked, he did not miss the stares the citizens were giving him. There was reverence there, as expected when facing a transcendent, especially one who was also a divine shadow and the cousin of the region's rulers. But there was something else too, a faint undercurrent of disdain. The reason was obvious. Walking by his side, far too close in his opinion, was his friend. To the people around here, they might as well have been standing kilometers apart. He needed to talk to his cousins. Their citizens took the whole "never be alone" doctrine far too seriously. Every single person he passed was in the company of others. Walking so close together they might as well have been conjoined twins. Seemingly reading his mind, she whined indignantly. One of the vendors called me a spinster and a sinner when I went to buy some bread alone. She shook her fist in fury, as if she were the protagonist of an overly dramatic play. Sunny tried his best to control his reaction. He had trained his whole life to have perfect control over his body. He had practiced the shadow dance until he could command every micro-expression. He had spent countless, endless hours mastering the art of revealing nothing, ensuring that no flicker of emotion could betray his intentions. And yet, he still failed to hide the amused snort that escaped him. She did not miss it. Her elbow jabbed into his side. Then, for good measure, she did it again. Harder. Worth it. She pouted adorably and closed the distance between them, slipping her hand into his. Almost immediately, the looks they were receiving faded away. Oh, she was blushing. Still, he had not realized she cared so much about the opinions of others. The thought made his chest tighten faintly. He should be more mindful of how he acted. She was his best friend, and the idea that she might have been hurting without him noticing unsettled him deeply. Sorry, he said quietly. She huffed and looked away in obvious rejection, but she did not let go of his hand. The walk after that was quiet, allowing him to take in the view peacefully. The city was truly a thing of beauty, with its tall spires and lush parks woven seamlessly into stone and marble. The view of endless rivers and valleys could not even come close to compare. When had he seen that? We are here, she said quietly. Sunny shook away the strange feeling of wrongness and looked ahead. Indeed, they had arrived. He must have been more distracted than he thought. Standing before them was the city wall, just as radiant as the rest of the city, perhaps even more so, as it stood as the final barrier against the defiled creatures that longed to devour its people. The divine rulers of the city were both a shield and a beacon for danger. Their mighty souls attracted the defiled like fire drew moths, which was why Sunny was here. His cousins could easily deal with any threats, but the strongest of creatures were smart, devilishly so. They gladly sent hordes upon hordes of monsters to exhaust the gods, waiting patiently for an opening. It had happened once already. The resulting battle had nearly wiped out the entire realm, which was why they delegated every battle the defenders could handle to him and his colleagues from the Watch. It was good training and a chance to prove his mettle to his older siblings. It should dissuade them from involving him in their petty schemes if he proved himself too dangerous to be bothered, which was why he accepted the offer when he received it. He had agreed to 1 year of service, and 11 months had already passed. He could not wait to be done. After that, his plan was simple, an act of defiance, then ascension to supreme. Sunny had judged it to be a good spot to stop, strong enough to not be worth bothering, but not enough to be considered a menace by his more ambitious siblings. Let them fight over thrones and inheritances. He would gladly live a quiet, lazy life. Focusing back on the present, he turned toward his friend with a faint smile. Will you get up there by yourself this time? What do you think? She replied shamelessly. He sighed. I guess not. Sunny disentangled their hands and spread his arms in silent invitation. She accepted immediately, jumping into them and allowing him to lift her effortlessly. He could have shadow-stepped. It would have been faster. But today he felt like showing off. Shadows stirred at his feet, flowing upward and reshaping into dark, feathery wings. Huh. Since when could he maintain his manifestations so easily? Usually, it required focus, effort, but now it felt almost natural, as if his mind had grown larger, capable of holding countless thoughts at once without strain. Shaking away the strange feeling, he flapped his wings and took to the air, the city shrinking beneath him as the wind rushed past his ears. Moments later, he landed atop the battlements, startling a poor guard badly enough that the man nearly dropped his spear. Sunny winced inwardly. It should serve as a good lesson. Never assume the enemy will only come from one direction. But still, he offered a quiet apology before moving on. Together, Sunny and his friend walked toward the post of the guard commander. Or rather, they tried to. A soft breeze suddenly swept across the battlements, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of ozone and salt. Both of them stopped at the same time. One moment, there was nothing before them. The next, two figures stood there as if they had always been. One was a woman of exquisite beauty, the kind that could drive mortals to madness with a single careless glance. Her dark hair carried faint hues of blue, like moonlight reflected on deep water, and her eyes were a rich aquamarine that seemed to flow endlessly, as if an entire ocean were contained within them. She wore an elegant blue toga that clung and flowed in perfect balance, emphasizing her divinity without ever needing to announce it. The other was a man whose presence rivaled hers effortlessly. His dark hair bore faint blonde streaks, like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. His eyes were gray, vast and distant like a cloudy sky, promising both shelter and divine punishment in equal measure. His white toga rippled gently, moving in time with a wind no one else seemed to feel. They were the twin gods, born of the same dawn and crowned by eternity themselves, lords of the city and the realm alike. Their will flowed from the deepest waters to the highest reaches of the sky. No power rivaled their splendor. No legend outshone their names, for their story was etched into stone and tide, whispered by wind and wave since the first breath of the world. All elegance and mysticism vanished in an instant when Lyriel lunged forward, wrapping both of them in a crushing, enthusiastic hug. Sunny felt his bones protest immediately. "Let go, you brute," he exclaimed, gasping for breath. His friend, the traitor, did absolutely nothing, having long since accepted that there was no stopping nor dissuading the overly affectionate goddess. "The more you resist, the more she will pull you in," Veilkar said calmly, his expression perfectly neutral, as if he were a sage imparting wisdom to a particularly slow student. What was she? Quicksand. The illusion of wisdom shattered the moment his lips twitched upward, the barest hint of a grin betraying his amusement. Sunny ordered one of the stray shadows nearby to form into a mace and swing at the smug god's head. As expected, it failed to do anything more than gently brush his hair. There was nothing Sunny could do that would even come close to harming Veilkar. That knowledge did absolutely nothing to discourage him from trying. Veilkar, as if reading his thoughts, smiled even wider. Thankfully, Lyriel finally took pity on his abused bones and released him, though not before ruffling his hair affectionately, like he was some unruly child. He was an adult, for spell's sake. What was the spell? Just because she was thousands of years older than him did not mean she could treat him like an infant. Sorry, Lyriel said cheerfully. I just could not resist. That grumpy face of yours is far too adorable. She did not look sorry in the slightest. His revenge would be terrible and cruel. Is there anything you wanted to tell us? Sunny asked, if only to force the conversation forward. If allowed, the pair of idiots would happily drag him into even more inane antics. How they could still be so immature after millennia of existence was beyond him. Lyriel's expression softened, her eyes suddenly sad. Do you not enjoy my hugs? No. Yes. Damn his flaw. She raised her arms in victory, as if this were a feat worthy of legend. I knew it. Veilkar finally gave up all pretense of restraint and laughed openly, his chest rising and falling as even the wind itself seemed to tremble with his mirth. Sunny was beginning to suspect that the only reason they wanted him here was to mess with him. It explained far too much. I enjoy them too, his friend added, clearly far too amused by the situation. He had never felt so betrayed. At that very thought, wrongness crept back into his awareness, stronger than before. For a fraction of a second, the world around them seemed to unravel, reality thinning and fraying to reveal countless silvery threads holding everything together. Sunny blinked. Everything was normal again. The sensation faded, along with the memory of what he had just seen, slipping through his mind like water through open fingers. We do have two things to tell you. Veilcar began. When had they moved? One moment, they had been facing each other. The next, all four of them stood at the edge of the wall, gazing out over the fields beyond. Sunny frowned faintly. He must have zoned out again. The first, Lyriel continued, is that we have already found a replacement for you. She is a descendant of the sun god, Veilcar added smoothly. I believe she is called Changing Star. Wrongness slammed into Sunny once more. Sharp and sudden, but weaker this time. Barely strong enough to seize his attention before dissipating. He shook his head, pushing the feeling aside, and refocused on the twins. He made a mental note to ask later why his friend looked so startled at the mention of that name. She will arrive in a week or two, Lyriel said, and we hope the two of you will help her acclimate to the task before you leave. Veilcar continued. The second matter is that we received a desperate petition for an audience. Apparently, there is a great danger approaching this realm, Lyriel said thoughtfully. The one who discovered it insists on speaking with us directly. It sounds exaggerated to me. But who am I to stop someone determined to make the journey? He should arrive today, Veilcar concluded. So be on the lookout for any new arrivals. And bring him to us if you meet. With that, their business done, the twin gods vanished. Though not before pulling both Sunny and his friend into yet another bone-crushing hug. Veilcar joining in this time, just to be spiteful. Those two would be the end of him. That was fun, his friend said brightly once they were alone again. Sunny found himself smiling despite himself. They were immature and far too affectionate for his taste. But he could not deny that he liked them. He just was not going to admit it. They would never let him live it down. They are coming, Sunny said, his eyes never leaving the horde of nightmare creatures that was quickly approaching. She hummed in agreement, looking at them just as attentively. It does not seem that big. Think you can deal with it by yourself? Sunny shook his head before she even stopped talking. I can. But I will not. There is always the risk that this is just the initial wave. So I cannot tire myself too fast. You are just scared. He rolled his eyes. You will not provoke me into doing all the work again, you lazy slob. She looked away, her ears covered in a faint pink hue. I do not know what you are talking about. He snorted, knowing full well that was her intention, but choosing not to comment. With a flicker of his will, the shadows around them rose, manifesting themselves into an odachi for him and a curved sword for her. Another flicker had them both covered in armor. His fellow transcendents always complained about the fact that he could easily create equipment just as strong as he was, while they had to make do with whatever they could scrounge or craft themselves. For some reason, they did not take it so well when he offered to do the same for them. Honestly, here he was trying to make an honest living, and yet they wanted his services for free. The ingrates. Shaking the thought away, he focused back on the incoming horde. 2 minutes more, and they would be close enough for his initial attack. Whoever kills more does not have to do the chores at home, she proposed instantly. Sunny pinched her side. He ordered the shadows to part for a moment just so he could do it. I am not falling for that one again. Your aspect is much better suited for that. And even when I won, you still squirreled out of doing it. Coward, she retorted immediately, trying to bait him. I am not making dinner tonight, he shot back. She folded instantly. I mean, you are the bravest person I have ever met. He laughed, not bothering to answer that. Shadows pulled around his back once more, settling again into the form of wings. And he launched into the air, flying straight toward the horde. See you there, he called. The ground stretched out like a broken mirror, its stone slabs split and uneven, with deep cracks that swallowed what little light reached the surface. Shadows pooled unnaturally in every fracture, thick and heavy, as though the darkness itself had weight. Sunny stood near the center of the field, odachi pointing down. Not yet needed. His eyes followed the approaching horde instead. The horde broke into smaller groups, heading toward the other defenders who, like him, had preferred to meet them here instead of once they reached the walls. However, as befitted his luck, the biggest group aimed straight at him. The first nightmare creatures arrived slowly, flooding the cracks that scarred the ground with bodies. Their forms were wildly different. Some hunched low with elongated arms that scraped the ground. Others moved on too many legs. their bodies twitching as if struggling to remain solid. Pale eyes opened and closed across their flesh, and their breathing sounded wet and strained. They watched him, spreading out, filling the space with quiet movement and intent. When they finally attacked, it was in waves. The front line rushed him with surprising speed. Claws digging into stone, Sunny shifted his stance, and his shadow stretched forward, flattening and then rising again into a row of dark, jagged stakes. Several creatures were impaled mid-leap, their momentum tearing them apart. Those behind climbed over the bodies without hesitation. He disappeared as the second wave reached him, dissolving into the shadow at his feet. An instant later, he reappeared behind the attackers, his arm already moving, the odachi elongated, sharp-edged and featureless. He cut through two creatures in a single motion before stepping backward into darkness again, avoiding a snapping jaw that closed where his head had been. The creatures reacted quickly. Some began attacking the ground, smashing stone and tearing at shadows as if trying to murder their very shadows in a futile attempt to stop him. Others leapt upward, attempting to strike from above. Sunny responded by incarnating his shadows. Two at first, then one more. They rose from the pools of darkness silently, carbon copies of himself in every sense. They stood still for but a moment, and then they exploded into motion. Each shadow moved independently, engaging the horde from different angles. One charged straight into the mass, drawing attention. Another stayed back, throwing shadow-forged javelins that pinned creatures to the ground and to each other. A third took to the air with a bow in his hand, forcing the horde to split lest they become too easy a target. The real Sunny kept moving. He watched for patterns, noting which creatures coordinated and which acted on instinct. When a cluster tried to surround one of his duplicates, he swapped places with it, appearing inside the ring and unleashing a burst of hardened shadow that flared outward like shrapnel. Bodies were torn apart, scattering across the field in shredded pieces. The ground shook as something larger joined the battle. A massive nightmare creature, a corrupted tyrant, dragged itself forward, the ground trembling with its every step, its body thick and armored, its head split by a vertical mouth lined with grinding teeth. It roared, and several of the smaller creatures rallied around it. Sunny retreated, teleporting from shadow to keep his distance while forming heavy chains around its arms. When the beast charged, he anchored the chains into the ground, catching its momentum and dragging it off balance. The stone beneath it collapsed, and the creature fell, howling. Even then, he did not rush to finish it. Smaller creatures swarmed him, forcing him to divide his attention. He incarnated his remaining shadows, leading them to draw attacks while he dismantled the horde piece by piece. A wall of shadow rose to block a flanking attack. Spikes erupted beneath clustered enemies. Blades, hammers, and restraints formed and dissolved as needed, never lingering longer than necessary. The fight lasted far longer than the initial clash suggested. The creatures kept coming, attacking him in a frenzy, forcing him to stay alert. Each time, he reacted just in time, teleporting, countering, adapting. He took no visible wounds, his movements never slowing into carelessness. Eventually, the numbers thinned. The horde lost cohesion after he finished the tyrant, their attacks becoming reckless and desperate. Sunny pressed forward carefully, eliminating the devils that tried to regroup the horde, driving the rest back toward the open fields they had come from. At last, he stood alone in the ruined field, shadows slowly returning to their natural shapes. He waited, scanning the silence for several long moments. Only when nothing else stirred did he turn away, already preparing for the next threat he knew would come. Sunny lay on the ground, his breath ragged and uneven, lungs burning fiercely from the exertion. Every inhale felt heavy, as though his chest were weighed down by lead. Around him sprawled the remains of countless nightmare creatures, twisted and broken forms that had met their end by his blade or been torn apart by his shadows. The battlefield was silent now, but it carried the lingering echo of violence, soaked into stone and soil alike. 3 more waves had come before the day finally drew to a close, each one pressing him harder than the last. He was exhausted beyond measure, his body trembling faintly as the adrenaline faded. It was a good thing he had paced himself. If he had pushed any harder, he might not have been able to stand at all. "There you are," a soft voice said. Too tired to lift his head, Sunny shifted his awareness instead. peering through his shadows. They followed his instructions obediently, revealing his friend. Somehow, impossibly, she looked mesmerizingly beautiful, even though she was just as covered in blood, dust, and grime as he was. She approached slowly, her steps measured, clearly as drained as he was. When she reached him, she paused, looking down at his prone form. He barely had a second to register the mischievous glint that flickered in her eyes before she moved. She lay down, right on top of him. He let out a pained groan when she prodded one of his wounds. It was minor, barely worth noting in battle, but it still hurt, damn it. Even so, he did not bother trying to push her off. He was far too tired to care, and if he was being honest, it was not entirely unpleasant. He shifted slightly, just enough to make the position more comfortable for both of them. They stayed like that for a long while, bodies pressed together, neither of them speaking. The silence was not empty. It was restful, shared. At some point, her hand began to move, delicate fingers threading gently through his hair, slow and unhurried. The simple gesture was dangerously relaxing, wrapped in her presence, surrounded by the remains of his enemies. Sonny felt safer than he had any right to. Sleep tugged at him insistently, and he might have surrendered to it right there on the battlefield. He would have, if not for her sudden question. "Hey, Sonny, why do you keep fighting?" He groaned, more in spirit than sound. Why did she always ask things like that? Especially now, when he was too tired to think straight. Prodded by his flaw, his mind reached for an answer. He thought of the future he wanted, the quiet life he dreamed of building. That was what he meant to say? Spite. The word slipped out before he could stop it. Wait, what? Why? She asked softly, her voice close, careful not to break the moment. Wrongness stirred at his own answer, a faint sense of unease crawling up his spine. And yet, he kept speaking anyway, the words spilling out without his consent. Unfiltered, undeniable. The world has always hated me. It has always hurt me, always taken everything I value away. His voice rose with each sentence, bitterness bleeding through despite his attempts to stay calm. "So you keep on fighting despite it?" she asked. "Yes," he answered instantly, the certainty startling even him. "As long as I draw breath. As long as I keep moving. As long as I refuse to lie down and give up." His lips twisted into a jagged smile, sharp and defiant, shaped by nothing but stubborn will and quiet fury. "As long as I do that, I win. And you know very well how much I hate losing." Silence followed, heavy and unbroken. Neither of them rushed to fill it, as Sonny struggled to understand where those words had come from, and why they felt so undeniably true. He felt her fingers resume their gentle motion, grounding him. "We are friends," she said quietly, with absolute certainty. "We are," he replied, just as firmly. "I will always have your back against the world." Warmth spread through his chest, pushing back the lingering exhaustion. "As will I." She shifted slightly, lifting herself just enough to look at him. "You are perfect the way you are. Never allow anyone to make you think otherwise." His brow furrowed. Where was she going with this? "Sonny, I low." A polite cough cut through the moment. Sonny felt her body tense instantly, muscles going rigid beneath his hands. For a brief second, it felt like the air itself vibrated with her restrained fury. Deciding that now was not the time to ask what she had been about to say, he turned his head toward the source of the interruption. A young man stood a short distance away, clad in ornate armor that fit him perfectly. He carried himself with natural dignity and grace, noble and composed. His red hair cascaded down his back like a river of fire, almost resembling a crimson cape, and at his side hung a short sword as elaborately decorated as his armor. The presence he radiated made Sonny's eyes narrow slightly. A transcendent, most likely, or perhaps a supreme deliberately masking his strength. Seeing that he had their attention, and receiving a sharp, unmistakable glare from Sonny's friend, the man inclined his head politely. "My apologies for the interruption. I have vital information to deliver to your gods, and I cannot, in good conscience, afford to waste even a second." So this was the mysterious stranger they had mentioned. With a tired groan, Sonny pushed himself up, tugging his friend along with him despite her obvious reluctance. Once upright, he extended a hand. The stranger clasped it firmly, the grip steady and practiced, the kind that spoke of countless battles and hard-won experience. "I am Transcendent Sunless, a member of the city guard. May I know your name?" Sonny asked. The man smiled, easy and confident. You may call me Oro. Chapter 33. The moment the name left Oro's lips, something inside Sunny stirred awake. It was not pain. Not quite. It felt like a fire, burning in his chest, spreading through his arms, and finally settling in his mind. He did not know this man. It was the first time he had seen him, and yet, he was certain of what he was feeling toward him. Hate. Pure. Visceral. And undeniable. Sunny froze, his hand still holding Oro's. For a fraction of a second, his grip tightened without his permission, fingers threatening to crush bone and armor alike. He forced himself to loosen them before it became obvious, withdrawing his hand as though the contact itself offended him. Oro did not seem to notice. Or if he did, he pretended not to. Sunny, on the other hand, was reeling. Why? He searched his memory, trying and failing to come up with an answer. But nothing surfaced. There was no image, no voice, no reason, just that same burning certainty, roaring in his chest like an old wound torn open. He hated him. The realization unsettled him far more than the emotion itself. Beside him, his friend had gone utterly still. The warmth that had lingered between them moments ago evaporated, replaced by a cold, coiled tension. Her gaze was fixed on Oro now, not openly hostile, but sharp enough to cut steel. Sunny felt it like a pressure change in the air. Oro glanced between them, red brows raising slightly. I see I have arrived at an inconvenient time, he said mildly. But circumstances leave little room for courtesy. Sunny forced a smile onto his face. It felt wrong, fake and fragile, but it was better than letting whatever was boiling inside him show. Inconvenient times are the only kind we get, he replied flatly. What kind of vital information is so important as to interrupt people on a battlefield? Oro studied him for a brief moment longer than necessary. There was something cold in his gaze, as though he were measuring Sunny against some internal standard, and the look in his eyes told him that he had been found lacking. The scrutiny only deepened Sunny's irritation, bringing to light a deep desire to end the man before him. The nightmare tide has changed, Oro said. What you faced today was not random chance. The hordes are being directed. Directed? His friend echoed. Yes, by something intelligent. Ancient. Oro's voice remained calm, but the word carried weight. Your gods need to know. Immediately. Sunny snorted before he could stop himself. They always do. We face disasters like this every month. His friend shot him a warning look. Subtle but firm. Restrain yourself. He exhaled slowly, doing his best to rein himself in. The hatred did not fade. It was still there, roaring at the edges of his conscience. But if he could not understand it, at least he could control it. Where did you get this information? She asked, her tone cool and precise. She was not asking, but demanding. Oro turned to her, inclining his head in acknowledgement. From a place that no longer exists. That earned a flicker of interest from Sunny, despite himself. She seemed unimpressed. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Oro smiled faintly, amused by the answer. Then allow me to be more specific. A citadel beyond the Weeping Mountains. It fell less than a day ago. Sunny stilled, just as his friend did. The Weeping Mountains were one of the most dangerous regions of the realm, if not the most dangerous. The only settlement there had a powerful garrison, led personally by a supreme with a way to directly contact the twin gods in case of need. If they were wiped out before being able to raise the alarm, then whatever they were facing was no lesser threat. That is indeed important information, Sunny admitted quietly, almost resenting having to agree with what he had to say. Oro looked directly at him again. Their gazes met, and something passed between them. There seemed to be no recognition there, no shared memory. There was one thing, though. Tension. Oro's smile did not reach his eyes. I thought you might say that. Sunny's jaw tightened. Every action he made seemed tailor-fit to bring the worst out of him. The urge to wipe that calm, knowing expression off his face surged so suddenly that it startled him. For but a second, he considered, truly considered, throwing all caution aside and striking down the man right where he stood. Something was screaming at him that not doing so would be a mistake. And yet, he restrained himself. The man had done no wrong. So as much as he might despise him, he could not justify acting on it. However, he was certain of one thing. Oro's mere existence was a personal affront. Fine, Sunny said after a moment. You have delivered your warning. You can go. Oro blinked, then chuckled softly. I am afraid that will not be possible. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Why? Besides the notice, I also have something else to deliver to your gods, Oro said evenly. Given recent events, I believe the safest way to do that is to accompany you. Silence fell like a blade between them. Sunny felt his friend shift closer. Subtle but unmistakable. It was a promise. She would back him up, whatever he chose. It warmed his heart more than he was willing to admit. He smiled, sharp and dangerous, as if daring Oro to repeat what he had said. That, he said pleasantly, is a terrible idea. Oro's eyes gleamed, bright as the rising sun. Sunny had not missed the fact that throughout the conversation, his hand had been edging closer to the hilt of his weapon in preparation for the emergence of violence. Perhaps, he agreed. But terrible ideas are the only kind we get, transcendent sunless. Sunny's shadows curled at his feet, restless and eager. For reasons he could not name, Sunny knew one thing with absolute certainty. If Oro stayed, this would not end peacefully, and whatever lay between them, real or imaginary, was far from over. The shadows pooling at his feet bubbled, ready, awaiting, wishing to be commanded to rip the man to shreds. For an eternal second, he almost gave the order to do so. In the end, Sunny exhaled slowly and turned around toward the city, silently beckoning Oro to follow him. They entered the city through a narrow service gate, one reserved for returning members of the Watch. The stone there was darker, older, bearing scars that had not been polished away by divine whim or careful maintenance yet. The sound of life still reached them, faint but impossible to confuse. Laughter echoed from distant streets. Somewhere a bell chimed. The city was awake, vibrant, whole. Sunny did not slow down to appreciate the view as he usually would. If anything, his steps grew quicker, more deliberate. The shadows clung close to his feet, thin and alert, stretching to cover more ground. Watching the man following him with complete attention, Oro followed a half-step behind, which was damning in and of itself. Or maybe Sunny was just grasping at straws to justify his distrust of the man. He did not try to walk beside Sunny or his friend, did not try to lead, but neither did he lag far enough to appear deferential. It was a careful distance, almost perfect to react quickly in case of attack. Sunny noticed. It seemed like he was a cautious man, too. People passed them at a distance. When they saw Oro, clearly following them, but all alone, they frowned. Murmurs of displeasure following right after. Oro noticed that too, his jaw tightening almost imperceptibly. For once, somebody else was the objective of the disapproval of those fanatics. It felt almost cathartic. Sunny almost snorted, but managed to restrain himself in time and kept walking. The city unfolded around them as they walked, the pale stone shining brightly under the rays of the setting sun. Couples walked arm in arm. Families lingered near fountains. Children played games that involved far too much noise for his taste, their joy almost palpable. It was a nice view. The bloodshed behind the walls made it all too easy to forget why he bothered to defend this city. Seeing this was all the reminder he needed. Sunny felt Oro's gaze linger on it all, tracking movement after movement with unsettling focus. There was wonder there, as if it was the first time he had the chance to see such a scene in a long time. There was joy there, too, muted as it was. And yet, he could swear that he also saw guilt in Oro's eyes. Enjoying the view? Sunny asked without looking back. Oro blinked, snapped out of whatever reverie he had been immersed in, then replied evenly, I am memorizing it. That answer earned him a sharp glance from his friend. Why? She asked. In case it does not look like this for much longer. He admitted simply. Sunny stopped walking. And so did she. The street did not fall silent. There were far too many people for that to be possible. And yet, pressure settled on it. Subtle but unmistakable, carrying faint traces of danger. Sunny turned slowly, eyes as cold and sharp as a blade. That sounds dangerously close to a threat, he said. Oro raised both hands slightly, palms open as if to proclaim his innocence. An observation, nothing more. Sunny closed the distance between them until they stood face to face, barely millimeters away from each other. You travel half a realm to deliver a dire warning and an object you refuse to identify, Sunny said in a dangerously low voice. Arrive right as the attacks of nightmare creatures escalate. Insist on seeing the gods immediately. And now speak as though this city is already doomed. His shadows stirred, darkening at the edges, begging to be unleashed. Forgive me if I do not find that reassuring. He finished in a tone that made clear just how much he yearned for an excuse to attack. Oro met his gaze without flinching. If I intended harm, transcendent sunless, you would already be dead. That does not sound nearly as calming as you think it does, Oro. His friend said coolly, just as ready as Sunny was to enter into action. Oro's lips twitched. As you say, Sunny scoffed, searching and failing to find an excuse. You are either very honest or very confident. Both, Oro replied evenly. Were they not surrounded by people, Sunny would have struck right there, if only to wipe that smug smile off his face. He let out a long exhale and resumed walking abruptly. Keep your hands where I can see them. The twins will decide what to do about you. Oro did. They did not make it another meter before having to stop again. The light dimmed sharply, something that the people noticed. Conversations stopped. Smiles faded. Laughter ceased. Wariness settled in. The street cleared with quiet efficiency. Civilians stepping aside, bowing their heads as darkness coalesced into a single figure. The commander of the city watch stood waiting. She was wrapped in darkness so deep it devoured all details about her appearance. Armor, cloak, face, none could be distinguished. The darkness clung to her like a living mantle, swallowing light and sound alike. Sunny felt her attention on him, then on Oro. There was no way to guess what she was thinking behind that abyssal veil, but he was certain that she was frowning in distrust. Transcendent sunless, the commander said, her voice firm, controlled, and edged with unmistakable authority. Report. I dealt with the hordes that showed up. So I returned, Sunny replied simply, then added almost resentfully, with an unsolicited guest. Her unseeing gaze lingered on Oro for a long, measuring moment. You carry the scent of burning citadels, she said at last. Darkness rolling menacingly. Oro inclined his head somberly. I failed to arrive in time to prevent one. Or succeeded in leaving it behind, she countered. Oro did not seem fazed by the accusation, looking just as calm as ever. If you believe that, detain me. The street seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the conclusion of the standoff. The commander stepped closer. The darkness around her pressed inward, coiling like a restrained beast. You walk into a city ruled by the divine, she said, smelling of ash and death, surrounded by transcendence, knowing that one single misstep could end you. Yes, he agreed easily. That is either courage, she continued, or foolishness. Those are not mutually exclusive, he replied calmly, a subtle smile creeping on his face. Sunny almost laughed. If he did not hate Oro so much, he could almost like him. Almost. The commander turned to him. You will take him to the tower. Sunny opened his mouth, ready to ask why she could not do it herself. This is not a request, she added calmly. Of course. He could not wait to be done with this watch. She paused, then addressed Oro one final time. Know this. I have faced far worse than you. And if you dare to harm this city, the darkness shifted, growing deeper and hungrier. There will not be enough of you left to bury. Oro bowed deeply, completely unconcerned about the threat. Understood. The darkness withdrew but did not dissipate. And with it, the pressure seemed to evaporate. The transcendent woman gave one last look at them, and then she vanished just as quickly as she had appeared. The street slowly resumed its rhythm. Laughter returned. Chatter resumed. And people kept going about their lives as if nothing of note had happened. Sunny turned without another word and resumed walking toward the central avenue. This time, his friend walked closer than before, her shoulder nearly brushing his. Oro was trailing behind them with the same quiet confidence. As the tower rose ahead of them, impossibly tall, Sunny spoke quietly, so softly only the three of them could hear it. What are your true intentions here, Oro? Oro answered just as softly. I have something to deliver to your gods. Whatever happens next is out of my hands. The tower loomed above them like a pillar driven straight through the world. Its base was wide and unadorned, built from dark, ancient stone. Sunny had seen it countless times and entered it more than he could count. And yet, it never felt any less oppressive. They crossed the threshold without ceremony. The air inside the tower was cooler, heavier. Sound softened. Footsteps echoing in long, distant reverberations that returned to them distorted. The door sealed itself behind them with a low, final hum that made Sunny's shadows recoil instinctively. There would be no escaping from the tower if its owners did not allow it. The first thing they saw as they walked forward was the statues. They stood on either side of the vast circular hall, towering and immovable, carved from materials no mortal hand could hope to shape. The demon of choice, Nether, stood to the left, his form elegant and terrible, features caught mid-smile, eyes carved with such precision that they seemed moments away from blinking. One hand was extended, palm up, holding nothing and everything at the same time. The other was spread in front of him, as if to grasp something unseen. Opposite him stood the statue of the storm goddess. She was all sharp lines and restrained fury, only matched by her mesmerizing beauty, one that for some reason reminded him of someone dear to him. Her stone cloak was frozen in the midst of an unseen wind. Lightning motifs crawled across her armor, veins of silver embedded in the statue itself, faintly humming with power. Her gaze was lifted, defiant, as though daring the world to challenge her might. One of her hands was spread in front of her, grasping for something. If his friend was to be believed, it was meant to symbolize the love between the two of them. Even the cold stone yearned for each other's touch. It was romantic in a way, also kind of creepy, in his humble opinion. Sunny did not slow down as they passed by them. Oro, however, did. His steps faltered and then stopped completely at the center of the hall. His head tilted as he inspected them, the careful neutrality he had worn until now fractured. Something dark crossed his face as he looked at the storm goddess. He gazed for a moment too long at the statue, then turned toward Nethers. Oro took a step closer to the demon statue, studying the carved smile with an intensity that bordered on reverence. For a moment, Sunny thought he might reach out. The last one who dared to touch one of these statues lost his hand, Sunny informed nonchalantly. The poor fool was still insisting that he had not done anything inappropriate to the statue of the storm goddess. Nobody aware of his reputation believed him. Oro stopped immediately and stepped back, hands lifting in an infuriatingly placating gesture. I would not dare. But his gaze lingered on Nether's stony form for too long, as if trying to discern some deep mystery in the cold stone. His friend stepped closer to him, studying the statue, trying to understand what fascinated the man so much about them. You seem very interested in them, she said at last. Oro finally turned away from the statues. His face was once more a composed mask that allowed nothing to show. And yet, Sunny could see something old and heavy pass through his eyes. Bitter too, like an old grudge that had not been let go of yet. I have had reason to be, he said in an even voice and resumed walking. Sunny resumed walking too, still puzzled about the mysterious man walking behind him. The stairs curved upward along the inner wall of the tower, broad enough for a dozen to walk through at the same time, though only the three of them were climbing it now. With every step, gravity seemed to increase. Pressure was settling over their shoulders, demanding that they stop and turn back. This was a test, meant for anyone who dared to petition the gods for an audience. It was not a matter of strength. He had seen mundanes succeed and transcendence fail the ascent, but of will. The higher one climbed, the more the world itself pushed back. Testing, measuring, judging. Sunny felt it press against his soul like a familiar weight. He adjusted without thinking, far too accustomed to it to be affected anymore. Oro's reaction was surprising, and yet, somehow, not completely unexpected. Most, when faced with the pressure for the first time, reacted in some way. Maybe a hitch in their step. Some would freeze, while others would stumble. He had even seen a poor fellow cry out like a slaughtered lamb, whatever that was. But Oro? No reaction. He met the pressure like it was not there. Either he was a very strong-willed individual, or he was far stronger than he pretended to be. Maybe both. The steps unfolded before them as they kept climbing. On each one, a rune could be seen, carved into the dark stone. Names, oaths, victories, failures, concepts, curses. Some glowed faintly as Sunny passed. Others remained dark. If the rumors were to be believed, they could predict your past and your future. Oro glanced at one particular inscription and stilled when it flashed brightly. For the briefest moment, something like pain, or was it grief, crossed his face. Then the moment passed, and it was gone. Sunny saw it anyway. The rune for war had lit up. He narrowed his eyes, but did not comment. He could always ask later. They reached the final step at last. Before them stood the doors to the upper floor, vast slabs of pale metal inlaid with divine sigils, humming softly with restrained power. Beyond them lay the court of the twins. Sunny stopped walking, just as his friend did. Oro, unable to keep advancing with them blocking the path, did too. This is it, Sunny said quietly. From here on, every word you speak will be weighed. Every breath judged. If there is anything you want to say, or if there is anything you have yet to reveal, this is your last chance. Oro met his gaze steadily, completely unconcerned. I have nothing to say. Sunny searched his face one last time. For deception, for malice, for anything that would justify the hatred burning in his chest. The fact that he found nothing only made it worse. With a sharp gesture, he signaled the doors. They began to open, light spilling out moments after. Brilliant, merciless, and divine. We welcome you to our domain. Velkar greeted them warmly with a charming smile on his face. What is it that you must tell us, young man? Lyriel continued. A warm, caring smile painted across her face. The gods were seated on the same throne. It was a single seat, split by nature itself. One half forged from ivory metal that resembled a cloudy sky. The other carved from deep, translucent crystal that flowed like water. Clouds curled and drifted around its upper spires, while a constant, silent tide moved beneath its base, reflecting the sky above. Where the two halves met, sky and sea blended seamlessly. Bound by an ancient harmony neither could claim alone. Oro stepped forward and bowed deeply. A perfect show of respect that nonetheless seemed rehearsed. I bring grim news, and an even grimmer object for you to witness, he replied deferentially. Velkar's eyes narrowed, the sky held within them darkening minutely. Show us the object first. Oro straightened, and after taking a measuring look around the room, there were only a few attendants besides them inside. He extended his right arm. Space split, and he plunged his arm inside. A spatial aspect? Or maybe a powerful artifact. When he pulled it out, a cylinder made of dark metal that seemed to reject all light around itself was gingerly grasped in his hand. Right after the object appeared, the world around them dimmed, as if something profane had been invoked merely by the presence of the mysterious item. The grimace on Oro's face told him that it was no less harrowing to hold it. All traces of levity disappeared from the faces of the gods. They shared a look, and not even a second passed before they turned back toward them. All of you leave. The messenger can stay, the twins said at the same time. They moved even before the sentence had finished. The divine authority in their voices made it clear that they were not asking, and that there would be a great price to pay if anyone challenged the order. Sunny, followed by his friend and the attendants, left the throne room. As he did, the sensation of foreboding that had been prickling at his senses since he first set eyes on Oro spiked. He clamped down on it. It did not matter how dangerous the man could be. The twins could squash him like a bug. Tell me a story, his friend asked. Sunny rolled his eyes. Was she a child or something? It had only been 3 minutes since they were asked to leave, and she was already bored. Currently, they were lounging on the floor below the throne room, quietly enjoying some refreshments while they waited for further instructions from the gods. Whatever that sinister object was, it was bad news. Even if it was not, the fact that a citadel had been destroyed just like that meant they had some serious danger to contend with. Better to stay here and find out as soon as possible. He did his best to ignore the heat still coursing through his veins. There was something in Oro that brought the worst out of him. A visceral hatred that could only be appeased with blood. He exhaled slowly, trying to expel the tension out of his body. It was out of his hands. Let the twins deal with it. In just a month, he would be leaving, and it would not be his problem any longer. Sunny took a leisurely sip out of his drink in an attempt to drag himself out of the grim thoughts. Since they had nothing else to do but wait, he had been enjoying the quiet while sipping from the apple juice one of the attendants had kindly prepared for him. Or at least, he had been until she decided to pester him. No, please. No, he reiterated. Then a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Why were you so quiet anyway? It is unlike you to stay so silent. She looked aside. Sunny did not miss the clenching of her fists. It seemed like he was not the only one affected by Oro. I do not like that man. He gives me a bad feeling, she replied. Sunny nodded thoughtfully, agreeing completely. Same. I answered one of your questions. It is only fair for you to tell me a story now. What a shameless friend he had. Sunny shook his head in fond exasperation, took another sip from his drink, and tilted his head in thought. What was the last one I told you? He asked at last. It was one about some man named Sisyphus, I think, she replied. Then added, Still cannot remember who told you those stories of yours. Gray eyes and silver hair flashed in his mind. But the image was gone as soon as it appeared, leaving a faint trace of wrongness behind. No, the reply felt wrong. And yet it must have been true since his flaw did not protest. She nodded. Maybe it was just his imagination. But he could swear a glint of glee appeared in her eyes at his denial. Have I told you about Odysseus before? She hummed in thought, then shook her head. Odysseus was a hero in an ancient war. In that war, many heroes of great power could be found. Achilles, with an aspect of an indestructible body. Diomedes, so ferocious that even the god of war was wary of him. Ajax, who was as strong as a giant. Odysseus was not the strongest, and not the bravest. However, he was the most cunning. The faint but unmistakable scent of salt assaulted his nostrils. And for but a second, he was not in the tower, but atop a hill. A dark abyss hanging above and in front of him. Sunny shook his head and continued. In the end, Odysseus's cunning ended the war, and he prepared to sail home. However, the gods cursed him to endlessly wander the seas, never to return. Over the years, he survived one horror after another and lost all of his companions. Then, shipwrecked, he found himself on an island where the beautiful fairy Calypso lived. A wistful tone invaded his voice as he spoke. It was a story dear to him, or maybe the one who had told it to him was. Calypso fell in love with Odysseus and invited him to her palace. For many years, they lived together in harmony. The island was like a paradise, filled with all kinds of wonders, delicacies, and delights. As long as loving Calypso was by his side, Odysseus was even immortal. But the longer he stayed, the more time he spent sitting on the shore, looking at the sea with bleak eyes. His fists clenched involuntarily, a deep stab of wrongness assaulting his mind. For but an instant, the world frayed at the edges, almost undoing itself. Then the instant ended, and the world reasserted itself. Sunny continued, unaware of what had almost transpired. In the end, Odysseus built a makeshift boat and abandoned the island, leaving all its delights, the beautiful fairy, and even his immortality behind. He stopped, then whispered, "Why do you think he left?" She stared at him intently, her hand moving to grasp his free one in a firm yet gentle grip. "I do not know," she replied softly. He had everything he could ever ask for on that island with Calypso. There is no reason anyone would ever leave. Sunny smiled at her, yet it felt fake, brittle and fragile. "Why do you think he left?" she asked. He stared at her for a moment, but unable to hold her gaze. He turned toward one of the many tapestries on the far wall. Almost appropriately, it depicted a ship braving a titanic storm. Prodded by his flaw, he answered, "I am not sure myself. Maybe he loved his wife and son so much that he could not handle the thought of being separated from them a minute more." It sounded weak even to his ears. Her grip tightened, fierce and possessive. Sunny, paying no heed to that action, continued, "You know, at times, I also feel like Odysseus." "What do you mean?" Sunny spoke, giving voice to thoughts he did not even know he had. "I, too, am lost in a distant land. Only, unlike him, I do not have a home to want to return to. I have nothing to strive for. Apart from saving my skin, what do I have if I go back?" He asked aloud, as if demanding that the world itself answer. "Friends who have already forgotten me? A sister who has never needed me? Another who revealed my darkest secret, yet still dared to act like nothing was wrong? The one whom I love and hate in equal measure." His voice hitched as he spoke, chest tightening painfully. Not giving her a chance to intercede, he asked another question. "Can someone really be lost if they do not belong anywhere?" He chuckled, low and bitter. "Maybe you are right to be skeptical. I am nothing like Odysseus. At least he had something to come back to." He chuckled once more, eyes burning with barely contained tears. "Why do I keep doing this? Why do I survive? Why do I keep trying to live?" Was it spite, as he had said earlier in the day? Could there truly be nothing else to it? It played a big part, he was sure of that. But he was certain that there was more. Some sort of primordial wish was buried deep inside him that would not allow him to stop until it was fulfilled. She opened her mouth, ready to deliver words of comfort. It was one of the things he liked most about her. But this time, it did not feel right. He did not seek comfort, but answers. Answers to the questions he had been asking himself for a long, long time. Alas, Whatever she was about to say was interrupted by the sudden quake that engulfed the tower. Right after, a terrifying presence descended on them, emitting such pressure that they were instantly flattened to the ground. It was Leary yells. But it felt wrong, dark and rotten, filled with malice and madness. Veilkar's presence made itself known, clashing against Luriel's for but a second before both of them disappeared from their senses. They exchanged a look, then instantly darted toward the stairs. They burst into the throne room at the same time. It made for a ghastly sight. Pillars lay broken like snapped bones. The floor had been torn open, marble fused into glass by lightning and divine will, then split apart by surging water and impossible force. What remained of the throne was scattered across the chamber. Twisted metal, cracked crystal, and fragments still humming with unstable power. The air reeked of ozone and salt, of blood and divine ichor. A pained groan could be heard, and from the wreckage of one of the pillars, a figure rose. It was Oro. His armor had been torn apart, his face and body covered in deep gouges from which blood poured out like a fountain. And yet, miraculously, impossibly, he was still alive. The reason why was held within his left hand. It looked like an orb, one that glowed with undeniable divinity. It was a thing of beauty, or at least it must have been before resisting the damage it had received. Deep cracks covered it, growing by the second, until at last the orb fractured completely and turned to nothing. And with the orb's disappearance, whatever had hidden his true power was gone too. Oro was a supreme. Sunny could feel it. The world-bending will that curled around Oro was undeniable. The man finished rising to his feet, shaky but growing steadier by the second. "What have you done?" Sunny roared in anger. Oro looked at him, his expression completely calm, at odds with what had just happened. "I delivered my message and the object. Nothing more, nothing less," he replied evenly. The shadows at Sunny's feet stirred violently, taking on nightmarish shapes, ready to leap onto the wounded supreme. "Do not act like this has nothing to do with you, you bastard." Oro did not seem fazed, merely shaking his head, as if disappointed by his reaction. "I am a mere messenger. It is not my fault that they could not handle what I delivered." Sunny's blood ran cold in pure horror. Oro believed what he said. He was completely convinced that he bore no blame for what had happened. "What was it that you delivered?" she asked in a steely voice, her eyes burning with pure, unadulterated fury. He turned toward her, the same calm expression on his face. "I only know that there was information inside, but not what kind," he replied honestly. "Had I known, they would have realized what it was meant for and smited me on the spot." "You corrupted a divine being," she said, voice disbelieving at the sheer nonchalance of the man before them. Oro shook his head. "As I said before, I only delivered an object. It is not my fault if they could not handle it properly." Then, almost as a second thought, he added, "Everything I did was for a just cause, I assure you. She was the protector of this realm. Millions of lives depend on her and her brother. What happens if she dies? Hell, what happens if she wins against Veilkar and comes back?" she roared angrily. Oro shrugged. This time, Sunny noticed that despite his apparent nonchalance, guilt shone through. "A necessary sacrifice," he replied in the same calm voice. Completely at peace with what he had just done. There was guilt there, yes, but he had still done it. "You, do not bother," Sunny interrupted. "He truly believes that he did nothing wrong, and even if you convince him, he will just consider it a sad but necessary sacrifice." He spoke in a carefully controlled voice, trying and failing to hold himself back from attacking there and then. He added in an ironic tone, "Is not that right, Oro?" If he noticed the sarcasm in his voice, he did not acknowledge it. "My cause is just, and as such, every action I take striving for it is just too." Sunny laughed bitterly, the shadows shaping themselves into armor and their weapon of choice. "Ah, so I have a hero before me." A terrifying quake could be felt once more. This time, the whole realm felt it. The twins were fighting, and the aftershocks could be felt all the way here. "I had better leave before any of them have the chance to come back," Oro muttered and took a step forward, only for the exit to be covered by a wall of shadows. Sunny smiled dangerously, heart brimming with joy at finally having the chance to act on his hatred. "What makes you think that we will allow you to leave?" She smiled no less dangerously. "Normally, I do not enjoy fighting, but this time I will." Oro did not look scared. "I hold no animosity for the two of you. Move aside, and you may yet survive." Sunny merely quirked an eyebrow, as if asking whether he truly meant that. Oro exhaled softly and, in a swift move, unsheathed his sword. I will try not to kill you if I can. He took a step forward, only to stagger in surprise as his eyes grew heavy all of a sudden. Their ploy had borne fruit. They had not been talking just because they liked the sound of their own voices. No, her aspect needed time to work on those who were stronger than her, and they had to buy time. Fortunately for them, powerful as he was, Oro did not seem capable of sensing what she was doing and had fallen for their stalling attempts. Sunny was about to dash forward, ready to deliver a lethal strike. He would have done it, had his instincts not screamed at him to stop. Oro's will erupted like a broken dam, suffocating the room under it. Just a second after, he recovered, the drowsiness gone from his expression. Of course, it could not be that easy. It never was. Can you still make him fall asleep? He asked quietly. I think so, but I will need time, she replied just as quietly. Sunny nodded, and right after, all of his shadows coiled around him, multiplying his power sixfold. The darkness surged and was cut apart. Sunny felt it before he saw it. Oro's sword moved, and the shadows recoiled as if scalded. The blade did not merely slice through them. It carved a clean division in the fabric of space, a corridor where darkness refused to exist. Sunny's dominion over the shadows buckled, entire sections collapsing as reality itself rejected his authority. Oro stepped forward through the ruin, completely unconcerned. Blood ran freely from his wounds, soaking into shattered marble. Yet his presence only grew heavier. Each step sent a ripple through the throne room, like he was growing stronger the more he bled. I will have to hurry, Oro said, voice calm but strained. That is unfortunate. One moment, he was still walking, and the next, he vanished. The movement was so swift he could barely even process it. One moment, he was several meters away, and the next, his sword was already striking for his neck. Sunny barely managed to sink into the shadows in time, the blade agonizingly close to ending his life as he did so. The sword cleaved through where he had been, the cut extending far beyond its arc, splitting pillars, floor, and air alike. The throne room groaned as reality struggled to stitch itself back together. Sunny re-emerged behind Oro, striking low. Oro twisted so fast he left an afterimage, elbow snapping back with brutal precision. The blow connected, and Sunny was sent flying, his shadow armor shattering as he crashed through a fractured wall and skidded across the floor. Pain blossomed hot and sharp, his vision blurring as he forced himself upright. Stronger, Sunny realized grimly. Far stronger. Oro moved to pursue, taking a step forward to do just so. But then he swayed, just slightly. His sword dipped, scraping stone. His free hand clenched, knuckles white, as his eyelids fluttered. For a heartbeat, his posture slackened. Sunny seized it with the desperation of someone who knew he was woefully surpassed. Shadows erupted from beneath Oro's feet, binding his legs, coiling upward like serpents. Sunny teleported again, appearing above him mid-fall, blade raised for a decisive strike. Oro's eyes snapped open, and his will exploded outward. The shadows binding him held for but a moment and then shattered, as if crushed by an invisible weight. Oro jumped to meet his attack. Sword rose in a blinding flash of silver, meeting Sunny's weapon head-on. The impact was catastrophic. For a moment, they were locked into a silent duel, bodies airborne, staring at each other with fierce determination. Then, the moment ended, and both of them were blasted back. Sunny felt his arms go numb from the aftershocks of the clash, but did not have time to lament it before slamming into the far end of the hall. He let go of his weapon inadvertently, and it dissipated, his armor threatening to do the same. Oro landed heavily, his boots cracking the floor beneath him. The bastard was in a far better shape than he was. He checked his sword for damage, and when he found it unmarred, he stepped forward to meet him again. Oro took a step, then another, and staggered. His breathing was uneven, chest heaving, and blood was still dripping steadily from his armor. He planted his sword into the ground to keep himself upright, head bowed as if the weight of the world pressed down on him. He had taken no new damage yet, but the wounds he already had were not going anywhere. Sunny only had to outlast him. Behind Sunny, she pressed harder. The air thickened, heavy with the promise of rest. Sleep crept like fog, subtle and insidious, gnawing at the edges of Oro's mind rather than striking outright. Oro laughed quietly, Hoarsely, persistent, both of you. He forced himself upright, knees buckling under the effort, yet refusing to bend nonetheless. With visible effort, he tore his sword free and advanced. He was slower now, but his movements still carried terrifying precision. There was an instant of stillness, and then he erupted back into motion, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Oro's sword flashed again and again, each swing carrying the weight of a mountain and an unerring will to come up victorious. Sunny met each with one of his own, his body contorting, flowing in and out of position, fighting with tooth and nail for every millimeter he was forced to cede. Behind Oro, shadows stirred to life once more, shaping themselves into a great sword aiming for his nape. Oro's sword flowed in a short, leisurely, almost lazy arc, and the world in a radius of 10 meters around them split in half. Sunny had only managed to shadow step away with a fraction of a second to spare. The wound in the fabric of the world did not dissipate. It stood there, a silent proclamation of Oro's will and might. He stepped forward once more, completely unbothered by the sharp rift that enveloped his surroundings. And yet, despite his incredible might, his movements were no longer effortless. His breathing rasped, and blood had soaked his armor so much it looked like it was painted red. He did not bow still. His presence, his will, was overwhelming, pressing down on Sunny like a mountain that refused to fall no matter how fractured it became. "You are slowing," Oro observed, voice calm despite the strain threading through it. Sunny wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled thinly. "Funny. I could say the same." Oro lunged, a red blur of steel replacing him. Sunny vanished into shadow an instant before the blade arrived. He reappeared above, below, behind, each time forcing Oro to turn, to strike, to react instead of taking the initiative. Blades of shadows, chains, and spears manifested in rapid succession. They were not meant to kill. Oro was too powerful for that. No, they were meant to distract, to make him expend energy, to stall for time. Oro cut through them all. His sword was an eraser, and the world was his canvas. Each strike grew heavier, slower yet far more powerful. He was bleeding more now, his steps leaving dark stains behind. But with every wound, something inside him burned brighter, harder, sharper. Sleep pressed down on him, battering on his mind heavily, relentlessly. His steps faltered once, and then he forced himself onward. His sword struck Sunny's shadow armor head-on, and this time it held despite the increased might behind it. Sunny braced, teeth gritted, bones screaming under the pressure. Oro leaned into the clash, face pale, eyes blazing with both defiance and madness. "You think you can best me?" he asked quietly. "I do," Sunny answered just as quietly, focus completely dedicated to predicting his next move. Oro laughed almost deliriously. "I have been fighting for centuries. Never once have I faltered. Never once have I rested. It does not matter what stands in my way, what action I have to commit. Until justice is delivered, my will not be denied." The proclamation was followed by an increase in the pressure he emitted. Sunny felt it pressing down on him, demanding surrender, submission, obedience. Sunny could feel it. His shadows were thinning, movement slowing, teleportation growing more sloppy. Oro was not the only one who had started the battle in a bad shape. He was quickly running out of essence, and his stamina would not last much longer. Behind him, she staggered. Sunny felt the incoming attack and twisted instinctively, throwing a wall of shadow between her and the battlefield just as Oro's next cut cleaved through the space she had occupied a second before. Were it not for his barrier slowing down the slash for an instant, she would have lost her head. She gasped, clutching her chest in pain, blood trickling from her nose in a steady stream. Sunny's heart jumped in fright, concern driving deep into his mind. "Stop," he hissed. "You are killing yourself." She did not answer, eyes burning fiercely with the same conviction he assumed he was exuding too. She straightened instead, slowly, painfully, and pushed. Her power surged again, far stronger than before, but raw, unstable. There was no finesse left, only pure, unadulterated power and the will to see Oro's will bent to her own. The air thickened just as the siren song of sleep deepened, no longer creeping but demanding. Oro staggered, his movements slowing even more. Both knees bent, unable to hold his own weight. For the first time, his sword slipped from perfect alignment. Eyes fluttering closed, Sunny did not let the chance go to waste. Shadows wrapped around Oro's arms, legs, and torso, layer after layer, dragging him downward. Sunny teleported in close, a blade forming in his hands for a killing thrust. Oro's eyes snapped open, and he roared. His will erupted outward like an exploding sun. The shadows screamed as they were blasted away, holding for no more than a second. Sunny was thrown back violently as the throne room cracked under the pressure. Oro stood straight once more, the living image of an unbending warrior for an instant. Then, the second passed, and the image was gone. His posture was broken now, shoulders slumped, chest heaving. Blood poured freely from too many wounds to count. His eyelids trembled violently, darkness clawing at the edges of his vision. And yet, he still did not fall. And yet, his eyes still shone with impossibly conviction. Behind Sunny, a cry could be heard. It was not a cry of pain, but of defiance. Something broke. The pressure in the room inverted, collapsing inward toward her. Sunny turned just in time to see it. Her aspect no longer straining against the limits imposed on it, but shattering them outright, defying common sense to deliver victory. Her presence changed. It grew and expanded, spreading across the room and far beyond it. The air bent around her, as if acknowledging a new axis of authority. The concept of sleep itself seemed to answer her call, no longer borrowed or forced, but owned. She rose to her feet. Her face was pale, and blood was flowing freely out of her eyes, nose, and mouth. And yet, she had never looked so powerful as she did then. Oro looked at her then, truly looked, and for the first time, something like awe crossed his bloodied face. Sleep felt like a verdict. Oro took one final step forward, sheer stubbornness carrying him where strength no longer could. His hand reached out for something unseen, fingers trembling, sword clattering uselessly behind him. Not yet, he whispered. I still have so much left to do. Then his knees struck the floor. The shadows surged instantly, binding him completely. Sunny need not have bothered. Sleep had claimed him and would not let go of its prize. Oro's eyes fluttered once, twice, then closed. They did not open again. Silence followed. Sunny stood frozen, chest heaving, staring at the fallen supreme who had refused defeat until the very end. With what little essence he had left, a sword manifested above Oro. He could have delivered a speech, decried his hypocrisy, screamed at the monster whose actions might have very well condemned the whole realm, and yet proclaimed that his cause was just. In the end, he did none of it. It was not worth it. He was not worth it. The sword fell without ceremony, and Oro's life ended. Then he turned slowly to her. She swayed, and Sunny was there in an instant, catching her before she could fall. The pressure around her receded, leaving behind something vast and terrifyingly powerful. A supreme. She laughed weakly against his shoulder. Told you. I just needed time. Sunny held her tighter, shadows trembling around them both. Above, the realm still shook, echoing the divine battle taking place. He chuckled weakly. You did.